name and face may be familiar to folks. Remember, he led the president's defense during the impeachment trial not that long ago. He is somebody who has been in the president's circle and is now working with the campaign on this. If that case were to move forward, Sekulow is somebody who has had experience arguing in front of the Supreme Court. That said, that may all be premature depending on where the numbers come in and how the ballots end up counted in Pennsylvania. I'm told by a source familiar with the strategy and the thinking there that the late arriving mail-in ballots in that particular case would probably have to be sort of outcome determinative, help determine the outcome of the race in order for the Supreme Court to even take that case in the first place. So there is sort of more firepower now being added to the president's legal maneuvering moving forward. But from a messaging perspective, I can also tell you that there is some concern about sort of how that plays out with the broader electorate, if you will, again, with some of those in the GOP. Interestingly, you've seen even from the president's allies, Lester, Sean Spicer, for example, another familiar name, the former press secretary here at the White House, is coming out talking about how he is concerned even about the idea of the president talking about widespread fraud, given that there is no evidence to back that up in this election. And I'll tell you this, if the president were to, let's say, not pull out this race, that's obviously just a hypothetical at this point, his former chief of staff is now suggesting that that will not be the end of the president in the political arena, saying he thinks the president would be on the short list for those who would run in 2024. Lester.
All right, well, little room before then, but let's go to Jeff Bennett right now at Biden headquarters.
Yeah. And Lester, look, the latest news from here in Wilmington is that we're not going to see Joe Biden tonight. That's what multiple Biden campaign officials tell our team, that given the slow but steady pace of the results coming in, any sort of speech where Joe Biden might declare victory will have to wait for another night. Today, though, I can tell you that both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris spent much of the day here in Delaware, poring over the results with aides and then digging into policy. They got two of their regular COVID and economic policy briefings today. Of course, if they are elected, those will be the two top issues that they are immediately confronted with. And it was after those briefings that Joe Biden went before the cameras and he delivered that speech. He said that he has no doubt that once all of the votes are counted, that he and Senator Harris will be elected. But he said, let the process play out. He called for calm and he urged patience. Now, the campaign really is beyond confident. They said that they think that victory is imminent. And the reason for that is no sort of false hope. They are pointing to what they see as hard data. This campaign has already claimed Arizona, although to be clear, NBC News has not projected that state. They believe that Nevada will be tight, but they ultimately believe that Nevada will fall into their column. They've also said that Georgia, yesterday around this time, they called it a toss-up, but now they believe it is tilting in Joe Biden's favor. And in Pennsylvania, they're urging patience, but they think that Joe Biden will emerge with a healthy margin. So right now, they are sitting back, they are watching this all play out, and they're preparing. Earlier today, they were testing the stage here behind me. And then beyond that, Joe Biden's team, I'm told, is also preparing for a transition. So they are moving forward, but this has been a very disciplined campaign. The Biden campaign prides themselves on having been disciplined and tuning out all of the noise. So they are just really in a wait-and-see mode right now.
All right, Jeff Bennett, thank you.
All right, joining us now, Arizona's Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs. We talked to her 14 hours ago. We have to stop meeting like this, Madam Secretary. But the votes are still out in Arizona. We are starting to see them come in. We've gotten another batch tonight. You know my next question. How much is there left, and when are we going to get it?
There are approximately 285,000 ballots left in the state. Approximately 200,000 of those are in Maricopa County. They are counting through the night and updating us again, 9 a.m. Arizona time, 11 East Coast, and then again at 7 p.m. tomorrow. I think we'll see a large number of those votes counted tomorrow, and they told me they expect to get through the bulk of those ballots by this weekend.
So they're pulling an all-nighter tonight to keep counting?
Yes, yeah, and they'll update totals again tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Arizona time.
Is there something different with the infrastructure this year in the way you're counting due to the pandemic?
They do have folks as spaced out as possible. It's a big room, but there's a lot of people in there doing the work that needs to be done. But we're actually ahead of where we were this year. than where we were at this time in 2018. Maricopa County does have new equipment. It speeds up the adjudication process. And so things are going faster than they were 2 years ago.
Secretary Hobbs, do you know what the nature of these ballots that are outstanding are, whether they're provisional ballots, whether they're walk-in ballots? You know what we want to do with that information. The political analyst Chuck's over here doing math. He wants to analyze what that might mean for the candidates. So do you have an answer to that, what kind of ballots we're talking about?
Yeah, the bulk of them are still regular early ballots. For Maricopa County, I don't have the breakdown on how many of those are provisional ballots, but it's not a large portion of them. And the provisional ballots are going to take a little bit longer. Counties have up to 5 business days to rectify those and determine their eligibility to be counted. So they won't be able to start counting those until Wednesday.
All right. We eagerly await. Thank you to the worker bees in Maricopa County and across Arizona who are counting votes as we speak and pulling an all-nighter. Thank you so much.
You want to?
I'm happy to do the math real fast for you.
Oh, Chuck's doing math.
Happy to do it. Look, judged by what she just said, 285,000 ballots. He needs to make up, approximately 50,000 votes. So he's got to win.
The president.
The president has to win 58.5% of those ballots, assuming they aren't provisional or anything. He's got to win at that clip, which is actually a point higher than the clip he won that the ballots came in last night. So, look, it's not impossible based on what we see. Some of the batches that
have been coming in the last day,
have gotten to about that number, but he hasn't been over that margin. And here's the problem: you need to average that over all of it, so we don't, we don't see it. We'll see. Look, if they're coming a lot from Maricopa, and it's in the Republican parts of Maricopa, that could be helpful. One thing to remind people of, though, just because the vote-by-mail vote did break heavily for Joe Biden in Georgia, it broke heavily for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. Everybody votes by mail.
It's 85% in Arizona.
Exactly. There is a comfort level here. It is just as easily possible that 60% of those folks are Republicans that chose to do this. So you cannot sit here and make any presumptions about who chose to vote by mail this year in the state of Arizona.
And I will say very briefly, my Democratic sources that I'm talking to in the state are still saying that while it's going to get closer, they're confident Biden can pull this out with about a 20,000 vote margin. So that's the number I'm looking for. If your board starts to say that the difference is lower than 20,000, then I'll say, OK, we've got a problem here that deviates from the status quo that they've been expecting.
Did you hear Saturday? Sounds like it's a working weekend for us.
Saturday.
Okay? That's when all the votes will be counted in Arizona.
Wear jeans.
Yes,
is that a jeans
good.
We can wear jeans
Saturday?
if we're coming on a weekend. That's the rules.
Great.
With us now is Robert Gibbs, former press secretary to President Obama and a political contributor for NBC News. Robert, I'm just curious your take. You've heard all this conversation. What is standing out in your mind tonight?
Well, I keep hitting refresh on my computer screen around Georgia. It's been kind of stunning to watch that vote, just that trickle in, maybe 1,000 at a time. But to watch President Trump's lead there dwindle, now under 2,000 votes. I think, as was just mentioned by Casey, I think the Biden campaign expects that Arizona will continue to get closer. But I think it's going to be interesting. Again, I think Biden, you'd still rather be Vice President Biden at this point because you've got some multiple paths here. And I think the real interesting thing, obviously the big prize that sits out there is Pennsylvania. And so I think you continue to watch that, continue to understand just how many votes are still left to count there.
If this thing goes the vice president's way, can President Trump still do damage? We heard him tonight with these false claims of conspiracies with the polls and illegal votes. If he's defeated, can he still do damage?
Absolutely. I think, there's no doubt that his supporters, which we know is, a significant amount of the country, he got more of those voters to come out in 2020 than he did in 2016. So they're going to watch and listen, and many will act and believe exactly what he tells them. So there is significant damage that he can do. I was struck by just listening to former Vice President Al Gore and to remember what that election was like 20 years. To lose an election by less than 600 votes nationally, and to do it in the way he did it, I think speaks volumes and hopefully can be a model for not just Trump or anybody that loses an election, because the magnanimity that he left the office so close to being president of the United States.
Robert, thanks.
Thank you, Robert.
By the way, just to be also, it's politically better to be conciliatory because it puts you in a position. I mean, Al Gore was certainly in the position to run for president again by the way he handled himself there. There was a lot of positive vibes. So there's an argument. If the president is serious about wanting to run in 2024, how he handles this moment is actually perhaps helpful to his future political standing. So it's not just the long-term, the right thing for the country. And I think Al Gore, to this day, it's the single most important concession speech in this country's modern history.
People should just look it up.
Yeah.
Look that speech up and read it.
But again,
think about it.
Again, even looking at it from a crass political perspective, it doesn't make any sense for the president to behave this way if he actually has aspirations in 2024.
Well, so if I can just add one thing to this conversation, I mean, since we're talking with Hugh Hewitt, and since the president came out, we have started to see this start to change among Republicans. You had Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, both speaking on Fox News, buying into the president's frame for this. And I just got a note from an operative out in Kansas. They're saying that there's a groundswell coming in from voters who are saying that members should start to call out fraud. So I think that's some direct evidence of just how directly this president speaks to his base and how they react to it.
Here's the bottom line. If there's fraud, then they should file a lawsuit and prove it. And that's the bottom line. If there's fraud, everyone should want to know about it. But they have to file a lawsuit, they have to present evidence, and they have to get a federal judge to believe it. And if they can do that, then the conversation is worth having. But until that moment, I think that's the issue that folks are having with what the president is saying, is sort of throwing out these big accusations. If you have evidence of it, you come to court, you prove your case. That's the way we do it.
The problem is that his supporters are going to believe him, regardless of that process. And so that's why it is so important to point out exactly what you just did.
Well, and that's what Al Gore was saying, that this is a really damaging message to people. Look, Rick Grinnell and company were in Arizona last night. Wasn't that Arizona?
Nevada.
No, Nevada last night.
Former ambassador in the Trump administration.
And the acting director of national intelligence. And we had two correspondents chasing after him, demanding, where's the fraud? You made these charges. What are you alleging? And he got on the bus and rode off. They won't put up what their evidence is.
Look, Matt Schlapp, who runs, it's called the American Conservative Union, they're the ones that put on the CPAC conference. CPAC is a big gathering of conservative activists, and it's evolved over the years. Sometimes it's been more of mainstream conservatism, like Chamber, sort of to shorthand it, the Chamber of Commerce wing. Al Cardenas is somebody who used to run the American Conservative Union. Matt Schlapp, who runs it now, and he put out a tweet. He says, "Dear GOP Republicans, if you ever want to be featured at CPAC or grow this movement, get out now and defend the counting of every compliant ballot with full transparency. We need every one of you. Hashtag America versus socialism." And you've seen, now it's interesting, I'm going to read the governor of West Virginia, Republican. This is somebody who is a Trump ally. What's interesting, some of them are trying to walk a line. Listen to this comment from Governor Justice. "We must stand up for transparent, fair, free elections. President Trump is right to demand every legally cast ballot be counted with full transparency and accountability. This is critical to instill trust, confidence, and integrity of America's elections." I give him credit. It sounds like he's supporting the president, but he's not saying anything that I think anybody else on the Democratic side of the aisle would be saying about what you want to see happen.
Let's not forget in 2016, the president launched a commission, or 2017 commission, to look for voter fraud in the last election and couldn't find it. 3 million votes.
Well, that was an election he won, too. So let's remember that as well. We've seen this theme from the president for a long time. So we'll see if they can produce evidence and prove their case. And we'll continue to watch it. Our Special Decision 2020 special coverage will continue in just a moment. We're back right after this. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back, NBC Election Headquarters. We are in day 3, waiting for a resolution to the election. Waiting is not easy, but compare that to the 5 weeks it took to find out who won the 2000 election. Earlier tonight, we spoke to the man who came out on the losing end of that contest, former Vice President and Democratic presidential candidate Al Gore, and he shared his perspective on this moment we're in now.
That if he doesn't win, there may be this, that, and the other. Nobody should be inciting violence. That's dishonoring the mandate of the American people to make this choice. You know, the foundation of our country is the principle that all just power is derived from the consent of the governed. These elections are the way that we give that consent. And there's something majestic about listening to the will of the American people and then respecting the will of the American people when their decision is fairly tabulated and announced. We're on the verge of that moment. And I would urge all Americans, including especially those who might be tempted to follow the direction that Donald Trump pointed in the White House earlier today, to reject that approach and focus on what's most important, and that is the best interests of the United States of America.
Al Gore said he had no recommendations for Joe Biden. Thinks Joe Biden's doing what he has to do right now.
It's interesting because, of course, Al Gore is out in the public a lot talking about his passion, which is climate change and his activism there. You don't hear too many interviews about what happened in 2000. That's not something he's anxious to revisit all that often. So it was interesting that he agreed at this moment to come on and talk about that and try to send a message of reassurance in American democracy.
I think it was, first of all, you asked the question and the way you asked the question, Savannah, because remarkably, he does not talk about this. I've, talked to him and interviewed him, and he does not respond on that subject. And I think you're absolutely right. This was a signal. Let's all take a deep breath. Let's think about the higher purpose of our democracy, of what you can gain. And even if it's just for personal political benefit, as Chuck was just saying, if you want to have a future in politics, what Donald Trump should do right now, if he does end up on the short end of these votes, and we don't know that yet, that he should not be rousing the base.
Did you hear what Vice President Gore said to people who support Joe Biden? He said, settle down. The campaign is over.
Right.
Now just everybody calm down and let the votes be counted. That was a message not just to Trump supporters, but to Biden supporters as well.
And we're here because the votes are still being counted.
Yeah.
That's the story.
And I think, too, I mean, and to Chuck's point, I mean, we're looking for statesmen right now. And the country's been very short on that. Statesmen, stateswomen, people who are willing to stand up and think about this in a context that is beyond just running for president next time, because we should not lose sight of the fact that this is such an enormous moment in our history. What the president did, we're so used to it, we're almost inured to it because it happens so often. And I think that's one of the questions that's facing every single person, Republican, Democrat, and the fact that Al Gore was willing to come out here and talk about his experience when he never does is evidence that I think a lot of people are feeling that pressure tonight.
Look, I have to say, I'm just sort of, I'm still, I know we're, in one way you just said we're numb to President Trump. I'm still can't believe an American president wants to question the integrity of our election process. Like, the one thing we've counted on over is our American presidents sort of stand up for how we do democracy. And in fact, we want to help the world do democracy like we do. And
well, I just want to say, in 2000, the Democrats and the Gore campaign did fight the results of the election in court, in the judicial process. They had a recount. They went through the courts. They lost in the courts. And that's how the process works. If the president, as I said before, if he has evidence of fraud, if he has a lawsuit, if he has a cause of action, then he should take that evidence and put it before a court. If he's entitled to a recount, there's nothing wrong with requesting a recount. He is well within his rights. I think the issue that people are focusing on tonight is making allegations that are unfounded of fraud and sowing doubts about the democracy and the suggestion that votes shouldn't be counted, because there are votes to be counted, and we don't know the results of this election yet. The fact of the matter is, in some states it's going in Biden's direction, and in some states it's going in President Trump's direction. So let's count those votes.
Right. I mean, by the way, it's kind of funny. We know in Pennsylvania, to try to transition here, Pennsylvania, we know there's approximately 208,000 votes left to be counted. We learned in Arizona, where's my I have so many.
Arizona had 285,000.
Oh, right. It's staring
200 of which were in Maricopa.
It's staring me in the face. I told you that the president needed 58.5% of those remaining in order to get it. Well, Joe Biden needs 59.5% of the remaining vote in Pennsylvania to catch the president there. So just an interesting little symmetry there. But let me give you a rundown of where we're at here in Pennsylvania. The president currently leads right now by a little over 41,000 votes. We've gotten this report about 208,000. And we seem to know which counties is which. So, look, I gave you the percentage there. Joe Biden needs to win at a 59% clip. He's been winning at a larger clip than that. This is not unusual. So, of this 208,000, we know that 72,000 are going to come out of Philadelphia. He's been winning there at an 80% clip. We also know that in Delaware County, there's 13,000. He's been in the county at a 62% clip. Will it be the same? That's, we don't know for sure, but it's certainly a way to estimate it. In Bucks County, we've got 13,000. Lehigh County has 15,000 remaining ballots. And Chester, where did I go here? You're going to yell at me, Casey. I'm sorry. It's getting late. Chester has about 2,500 ballots. So that's just what we think is left. It's our best reporting on what's left. And again, Joe Biden wins 60% of what's left. He will make up that margin and narrowly. But I'll tell you this: if this is what we're talking about, the Biden campaign had said, "Oh, we're going to have some real pad here, maybe 80, 100, maybe even I heard one say maybe they'll end up winning Pennsylvania by 200,000 votes." If these numbers, he may win. Maybe he wins Pennsylvania. It's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be by more than what he won Wisconsin or not. it's going to be awfully close.
And it's interesting because Pennsylvania would be the deal sealer for him.
It would be the keystone.
It would be the keystone. Very good.
That's where that comes from.
You've been waiting for that, huh?
You did it on 2 hours sleep, too. But that's also where probably the most promising litigation for the president is in Pennsylvania in a case that's already come up before the Supreme Court is kind of waiting in the wings. So,
and they are those ballots, they segregated ballots, and this has to do with any absentee ballots that come in after Election Day, but that were postmarked in this 3-day window. Right. That was sort of, the Supreme Court let it stand for now. So it did sort of introduce some uncertainty.
The legal term is kicking the can down the road. They said, pause, okay.
Is that in Black's Law
Yes,
Dictionary?
Yeah. It has to do with these ballots that if they were sent before Election Day and arrived by Friday, they could be counted. And there was a dispute over that. And if that becomes a live issue,
but
it
now
could
there's
go
a new
before
member of the court because she did not have time to read the briefs till then, but she's had another 2 weeks.
Yeah, so plot could thicken even more. Let's turn to the man who definitely understands the numbers behind this election better than anyone, our Director of Elections, John Lipinski. John, it's good to see you. So what do you make? You've been hearing your protege Chuck here talking through the numbers. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, right now I think that Biden's best path to 270 is definitely through Pennsylvania. We've been crunching the numbers, and over the last 24 hours, every batch of vote that comes in just keeps pushing the results closer to Biden. All our models are pointing to Biden. We probably think if the results continue the way they are, that Biden will, win by 50 or 60,000 votes.
Well, talk about Arizona, if you can. We just saw some new numbers dropped in within the last couple of hours, and I think there's more expected tonight. Are you getting an idea where those are coming from and what they might be telling us?
Yeah, the thing that's most important is, obviously a lot of them are coming from Maricopa, but they're looking a lot like Election Day vote. I mean, and what I mean by that is same-day vote, because as Chuck had pointed out, almost everybody votes by mail. They're breaking Trump. This race is going to be razor thin. There's no way that someone should be calling this race right now. I think that it is definitely going to become extremely close. I think Biden probably has a slight edge, but only a slight edge.
What about Nevada? That's one where another cliffhanger. I think they said we would hear more from them tomorrow morning, but it's not going to be the end of the story. But that's another one where Biden gained some vote today, but not enough for folks like you to call it and say this is going to be his state.
Yeah, I think it's really the vote that's out in Clark is going to be really important. It's early vote. Everything is early vote there. We actually thought there might be a chance of calling that race today, but they kind of gave us a false alarm because they gave us so little vote out of Clark. We're expecting quite a bit more tomorrow at noon, so that there's a possibility that we could actually call that race tomorrow. It just depends upon what they give us and what the vote shows.
All right.
I was going to say, dare we ask him about Georgia? But we know the Georgia story.
That was my sign language to Savannah. Just throw.
Sending me a note. I couldn't even read
any more on Georgia. Any more on Georgia, Lipinski? Any more insight?
Yeah, I mean, Georgia. Yeah, I think Georgia is just not a callable race right now. It is just going to be so close. I mean, Biden may go up just a little bit, but it doesn't meet our standards. It is going to be a race that's going to be, I think a check mark probably won't go in there for a couple weeks.
All right. Oh. It's literally tied. All right, John.
It's 2 weekends.
Thanksgiving, actually.
Yes, okay.
Speak for yourself.
John Lipinski, thanks for your hard work. We appreciate it. Time for another break. We're back in a moment with more special coverage of Decision 2020 as the votes roll in just a moment.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back, everybody. Those are the states to watch. Votes are being counted as we speak. They're pulling an all-nighter in Arizona to count the approximately 285,000 votes that are left in that state. It's a nail-biter. Let's go to Janet Napolitano. She was governor of Arizona from 2003 to 2009 before serving as Secretary of Homeland Security under President Obama. Talk to you about the elections in a moment, Secretary Napolitano, but I bet you still have some pretty good sources in Arizona politics. What are you hearing about these final votes? How are folks on the ground feeling about their chances? You're a Democrat, of course, for Joe Biden.
Well, I think, as everyone has said, the votes will continue to narrow, but the rate at which they have to narrow really favors Vice President Biden at this point. So they're going to do an all-nighter in Maricopa County. That's 200,000 of the 285,000 outstanding votes. But of the other 85,000, you have to anticipate there'll be a big swath from Pima County, which is heavily Democratic, and also Coconino County, which is the 4th largest county in Arizona, and that also is heavily Democratic. So I think if I were the vice president tonight, I'd feel pretty good about Arizona.
And what about Pennsylvania? We heard John Lipinski say that maybe 50,000 net for Joe Biden there. What are your thoughts about Pennsylvania?
Well, I'm no Pennsylvania expert, but as I look at the map, it seems as though the bulk of the outstanding ballots are in the urban areas, the Philadelphia area, the Allegheny County, the Pittsburgh area. Again, that should be Biden territory. So I, like the rest of the country, will definitely be watching that one.
Secretary Napolitano, you were the Homeland Security Secretary under President Obama. Elections fell under your watch. There have obviously been accusations raised about voter fraud, the specter of a lack of integrity in our voting process. And, you know, there are folks who hear that and they're really worried about it. They're really wondering, hey, are these votes being counted fairly? Is there sufficient transparency? Are these votes legal? What word of reassurance or encouragement do you have tonight?
Well, I would say that we really have not seen any actual evidence of any sort of widespread fraud in the conduct of our elections. You know, America's proud of the way we do elections. It seems a little messy because it's 50 states, et cetera, but each state has its rules. Each state has its local officials that manage the count. And the count has been proceeding. Some states take longer than others. That's perfectly normal. And so we just need to take a patience pill and let the counts get completed.
All right. Well, Madam Secretary, thank you so much for being with us. Good to talk to you.
Good to see you.
She had to wait a few days for a race of her own, her governor's race. Remember that, Chuck, in Arizona?
She did. And by the way, as you were talking, the Trump campaign put out an email calling on Fox News and the Associated Press to rescind their Arizona projection. And it says ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, Decision Desk Headquarters, Reuters, and the New York Times have all declined to call this race. And they are calling on them to do that. So
I think it's important that it be understood that race calls by networks are informative.
None of them
have
are official.
no official capacity.
None of
we
them
have
are.
no influence over the vote. And
Look, we certainly are proud of our abilities to count votes and do the math for folks, but we're not an official entity either, and we're not going to pretend that we are. We're just trying to be transparent because we also, you don't want government doing the count. It is good that the media, the whole point of a nice free democracy is that we're a check. We're a check to make sure that there isn't government control. We know that in other countries that pretend they're democracies, they decide what the vote totals are. And this is what is part of our system.
And none of these decisions are final until weeks from now anyway, when secretaries of state calibrate and make them official.
well, we're keeping a close eye on the vote count in Georgia tonight. Blaine Alexander joins us from Atlanta. I think Chuck is talking about a smattering of votes coming in. Do we know where they're coming in from and how quickly they're tabulating them?
Well, that's the big question, Lester. You know, we've got about 16,000 votes that are still outstanding. The biggest county that we're watching right now, though, is Clayton County. They've still got several thousand votes that are outstanding. That's according to the latest number from the Secretary of State's office. And that is a county from the Democrats that I've talked to tonight here in the state of Georgia that has them feeling optimistic. It's this county in metro Atlanta, a little bit to the south of Atlanta, but it's a heavily Democratic county. So, you know, that's something that we're watching. But I have a feeling, you've heard Chuck talk about this a lot, I have a feeling that in the hours to come, and certainly into tomorrow, one of the big things that we're going to be watching are those overseas and military ballots, about 8,900 that could possibly come in. That doesn't mean that they all will, but that's how many are out there. And we know that, one, certainly that could affect the number. In fact, I talked with the mayor of Savannah, Georgia tonight, down in Chatham County. That's the county that delivered a large number of votes for Joe Biden. And he tells me that they believe they have just over 400 ballots that are possibly in that. So when you're talking about a margin, a difference of just about 1,700 votes, those 400 votes could make a difference. So we're going to be watching that closely. And Lester, the other thing that it will really impact is the timing of this, when all of this will be completed, because again, you know, this is something that as long as those ballots are postmarked by Tuesday, they have until the end of the day tomorrow to actually get in and be counted. So that means that it could conceivably take the count into the weekend. When asked about that, the Secretary of State official certainly did not push back on that and didn't rule it out. So those two things that we're going to be watching. The other thing is that with this razor-thin margin, we are almost certainly in recount territory. The Secretary of State official talked about that today as well, that even though we're watching these votes come in, even though we're waiting for them to come in, they're already bracing and kind of gearing up and essentially ready for a possible recount once the time comes.
Yeah, Blaine, thanks. You look at that map and it seems like a trite term. You know, every vote counts. You know, if you voted in the state of Georgia and you look at that number, you can see your vote.
Yeah,
by the way, she brought up Clayton County. This is a county that Joe Biden's carrying with just under 85%. Our numbers here indicate 4,300 ballots on there. So you do 85% of that, and in and of itself, it could erase the 1,700 vote lead. Let's wait till they're all counted. But wow, I'm trying. Well, hey, Georgia, welcome to Georgia. Welcome to that club, because this could be the closest of any state, I think, since Florida's 537.
Well, it's funny because I was thinking I'm old enough to remember 2016 when Michigan had the narrowest margin, and it was 10,000, which just seems like a huge amount of votes. In
we may
respect.
have 3 states under 10,000.
Yes, okay.
That's so 2016.
Yes, it is. Let's get our former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill in this conversation, as well as conservative columnist and editor of National Review, Rich Lowry. They're both NBC News political contributors. All right, how you feeling tonight? Claire McCaskill, you get to go first. The race is tightening up in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, not going your direction in Arizona. How are you feeling?
Well, I got to be honest. I feel great about the people speaking and the fact that it appears they've spoken that they want Joe Biden as president. I feel terrible. I'm depressed and sad and angry that our country has a president that doesn't respect the essence of a democracy. He's filed lots of lawsuits. They haven't won any of them. The only lawsuit they've won, literally the only, as Andrea talked about earlier, the only lawsuit they've won said the observers got to be 6 feet away instead of 10 feet away. The notion that he would tear up this election like that is really depressing to me. Now, the good news I think is cool. You guys just talked about Clayton County in Georgia. That is John Lewis territory. He represented Clayton County. So there would be some beautiful symmetry if Clayton County put Joe Biden over in Georgia. That would make John Lewis very happy.
Rich, how are you feeling about where things stand right now?
Well, it's pretty much where everyone's thought it was and where the Trump people have thought it is, which is they have a shot in Arizona. Georgia's a complete coin flip, and they got to pray over Pennsylvania, which is really sliding the wrong way and is not the whole ball game because Biden has passed without it, but Trump doesn't. He needs Pennsylvania, and it's eroding for him.
Is it a risk to suggest that Donald Trump is ready to move past this thing, or that he could pull this out somehow?
No, he's not moving past this thing probably ever. And this is the problem with what he said tonight, right? I like his policies. I've defended him from a lot of unfair criticisms. But the core problem with Donald Trump is that he's never put the imperatives of the institution of the presidency over and above his selfish interest. And it's just his character and his temperament just never to admit defeat or that he's been defeated fairly. So he's never going to stop saying this. And my sense is a lot of Republicans are troubled by it, maybe even appalled by it. But their calculation at the moment is there's no percentage in going out now and denouncing Trump for this when he's still alive. And they figure they can build some credibility with the president himself, maybe his supporters, if they wait, and if and when the time comes when the president has actually lost, then go to him and say, hey, tone it down, or hey, stop this. And just more broadly, Lester, one lesson of this election is President Trump's not going away. This was not a landslide defeat. This was not a total repudiation. And even if he loses, he's still going to have a lot of traction in the Republican Party. I think it'll be comparable to Sarah Palin when she lost in the vice presidential race in 2008 with John McCain at the top of the ticket. For 2 years straight, media was still obsessed with everything she said, and hers was the most important endorsement in the Republican Party. I expect that to be true with Trump for a while, even if he loses.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but we've all been up for 3 days. It reminds me in Star Wars, Rich, when Obi-Wan Kenobi passes away and only becomes stronger.
I didn't see that coming.
Wow.
My territory.
I
love this.
I know even Lowry didn't see that one coming.
So I take your point, Rich, and I turn it into a Star Wars reference. Let me say to you, Claire, though, because I've been thinking a lot about this. This wasn't a total rebuke of Donald Trump. First of all, we don't know if he's going to win. He still does have a chance of winning this presidency. So let's just table that for the moment and let's let these votes be counted. But the Republicans gained seats in the House. They are holding steady in the Senate at the moment. You've got a huge number of Americans who voted for him and who like him. And if you're Joe Biden right now, what's your strategy going forward? Let's say he does win. Are you going to reach out to them? Everyone likes to criticize the president saying he never expanded beyond his base. Do you think Joe Biden will reach out and try to expand beyond his base?
You can already hear the echoes of Joe Biden and how he's going to lead, because he keeps saying over and over again, I want to be president for everybody in America, not just those who voted for me. I think he will absolutely make every effort to reach out and talk about economic policies that will help everybody in America, everyone who works in America. And besides standing for core principles of the Democratic Party on a number of different fronts, I think he's going to really try to unite. And that's not something we've had for the last 4 years. And I think the country is craving it.
Do you think the left of the party will let him do that?
I think as long as he is true to the principles of our party in terms of trying to move the needle on the issues that we care about most, climate, economic opportunity, economic equality, in terms of making sure that we're rewarding work and not just people who have enough money to invest.
All right, got to leave it there for the moment. Claire and Rich, thank you so much. Young people, are they looking up Star Wars? Everybody knows Star Wars.
Oh, what do you mean? Tomorrow's a Mandalorian night.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, it is.
The Star Wars franchise cuts across all age groups.
All
Okay, good. I'm so glad. We've got more to come. Decision 2020 special coverage continues. Don't go anywhere.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
All right. Well, presidential historian John Meacham joins us now, an NBC News contributor. Always good to have you along. We're impatient folks because we're used to, in a society, we're used to things happening right now. Yep. And kind of remind us that we knew this was going to take a while, but maybe it just didn't sink in.
It absolutely. In 1801, it took until February. So I don't think we're quite in that zone. So I wouldn't hit the panic button quite yet on that. I'm cautiously optimistic about American democracy tonight. I think that the Biden national number is significant. And I think we have to some extent, put this in context. We tend to take elections once they're done and think of them as so decisive, so clear. The results were there was never any doubt. But in 1948, 1960, 1968, 1976, 1980, 1992, 1996, 2000, 2004, and 2016. We had presidents who got about the popular percentage that Joe Biden is polling right now. So that's Truman, Kennedy, Nixon, Carter, Reagan, Clinton, Bush, and Trump. And we're a ferociously divided country. It's sulfurous right now. We have a president who has proven that those of us who argued that decency and democracy were on the ballot this year, that we were right. But the people are speaking. So let's count the votes, let's obey the law, and let's remember that, disagreement's the oxygen of democracy, as long as we respect fact itself.
I always find at times like this, it's good to have perspective because I think a lot of folks feel really anxious in their hearts. Some are worried about the outcome of the election, but some are just worried about the country and how divided it does seem and how personal it seems and how there's so much vitriol. But we have been through hard times before. We fought a civil war, after all. If you could just leave us with a final thought on the resilience of America and maybe call us to our better angels as we close tonight.
Well, I argue that the soul of the country is an arena of contention, like all of us individually, where we do battle between what Lincoln called our better angels and our worst instincts. And I don't know about you all, but if my better angels win out 51% of the time, that's a heck of a good day. And I don't have that many of those. And so, we are strong. And we're fairly young, too. We're watching the numbers come out of John Lewis's old 5th Congressional District of Georgia. And remember, 55 years ago, John Lewis walked into a line of state troopers willing to die for the right that so many of us have exercised this week.
Well, John, I always appreciate your words.
That vote is precious. That experiment is precious.
Thank you for that. We'll continue to watch the count as they come in, and of course, we'll come back on the air as events warrant. I'll see you tomorrow in Nightly News.
And I'll see you bright and early, maybe with some new voting results. For all of us here at NBC News, have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Glad you're with us after this long week on this Friday morning. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Slowly but surely, Joe Biden is gaining the edge in the race for the White House. Right now, the former vice president's delegate count is 253, while President Trump is at 214. The Democratic nominee has shattered voting records and now leads Mr. Trump by over 4 million in the popular vote. But 5 critical battleground states are still too close to call. Those margins on a razor's edge.
It could all change in just a matter of hours. State election officials are working around the clock to tally the remaining mail-in and absentee ballots. A win in Pennsylvania would put Biden over the top in the electoral count. And since the majority of outstanding ballots were in blue counties, each new vote dump brings him closer to surpassing the president. A similar situation is playing out in Georgia, where Biden and Trump are now neck and neck, separated by just hundreds of votes.
The president has narrowed Biden's lead in Nevada. The candidate's now separated by about 1 percentage point. And Arizona, also a tight race and also still too close to call at this hour. The president is fighting tooth and nail with a wave of litigation. Judges have tossed out lawsuits in Georgia and in Michigan. Yesterday, he once again falsely declared victory at the White House, while Joe Biden urged the nation to trust the process.
If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
Meanwhile, a major development for Democrats in the fight for the Senate. The Georgia Senate race between incumbent David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff could be heading into a runoff in January if neither candidate can muster 50% of the vote. The state's other Senate race is already projected to a runoff. If Democrats win both seats, the Senate would likely be a 50-50 split. with the vice president serving as the tiebreaker.
As we've discussed, Joe Biden is closing in on 270 as the last presidential election counts are trickling in. We've got a team of reporters keeping track of both campaigns. Our Ali Vitale is in Wilmington, Delaware, and Josh Letterman is tracking President Trump. But Ali, we want to start with you. What's the latest there from the Biden campaign?
It's still a waiting game in Wilmington here, Philip, because they are just waiting for those key races to be called, just like the rest of us are, frankly. Yesterday, they were using words like imminent. The funny thing about that word imminent, though, there's no exact timeline on this. We knew it would take a while for a lot of these states to count these ballots, especially those vote-by-mail ballots. And those are really important because you look at a state like Pennsylvania where we're expecting to see another drop of ballot counts sometime this morning. It's a state with a close margin, but it's also a state with a lot of vote-by-mail ballots. Those have been going for Biden in large numbers, and they could potentially be enough to put him over the edge there. That's why we're hearing such confidence from key Democratic members of the Pennsylvania delegation. One top Democrat in the state told our friends here at NBC that they've been getting texts from the Biden campaign about a celebration that's soon to come, but also the work that has to be done not soon after that celebration. In terms of the preparation for what that could look like, we've been here in this parking lot for 3 or so days now. It might feel more like years, but we've been here, and as we've been seeing the stage behind us, some lighting checks, some mic checks, signs of life here in this parking lot in Wilmington, where we saw Joe Biden give his DNC acceptance, and then also could be the place where he gives his electoral acceptance if he is, in fact, as he and his campaign team believe, about to be elected president of the United States. In the meantime, though, everyone is just waiting for all of those different ballot calls. But top aides are also reacting to the president's remarks last night, saying that they were desperate, baseless, and a sure sign that he's losing. Guys?
All right. Ali Vitale with the very latest from Wilmington, Delaware this morning. Ali, thank you so much.
Also waiting is the president. So let's turn to Trump campaign's side of this fight. Joining us now is NBC's Josh Letterman. And Josh, for the first time, we heard from the president in front of cameras since Election Day. He stood there at that podium standing by his threats of legal action.
Yeah, that's right. As the president's son calls for total war and his lawyers fan out across the country, filing lawsuits in these key unresolved battleground states, the president appeared in the briefing room for 17 minutes. He did not take any questions, but instead lobbed several falsehoods about legal votes, claiming that if only legal votes were counted, the president would easily win election. Take a listen to what he had to say when he appeared at the White House.
There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this.
And of course, none of that is actually factually true. The president was not up necessarily. It was always the case that the votes were going to come in later from votes that were cast absentee that needed to be counted after Election Day. And as far as those states being controlled by Democrats, that's not necessarily true in the case of Georgia, one of the outstanding states that is controlled by Republicans. But the president doubling down on this inaccurate rhetoric, saying on Twitter just a few minutes ago, I easily win the presidency of the United States with legal votes cast. The president going on in that tweet to complain again about observers not being allowed in, even though we know in Michigan bipartisan election observers have been in the room as these votes are being processed. The president continuing to say that the U.S. Supreme Court should decide. Back to you.
Yeah, and Josh, we'll see how far this fight takes him, especially the closer we get to getting all these votes counted. Josh, thanks.
As we stagger into day 3 of Election Day / week here, this year's Florida is looking like it's going to be Pennsylvania. No shortage of drama nor confusion over these counts. Joining us to make sense of it all, NBC News Digital senior political analyst Jonathan Allen. Thank you so much for joining us once again, Jonathan, trying to make sense of all of this here. So you were in Pennsylvania last week, so you know the ins and outs of how this process works. What's your sense of how things are playing out right now?
Well, Philip and Francis, great to be with you again. I think that the easiest way to look at Pennsylvania right now is that Joe Biden has been coming closer and closer with each additional batch of votes. And for folks who do projections on things like this, and I've got spreadsheets. We have a decision desk. They'll eventually make a call on this. What we're seeing is that Joe Biden's getting closer and closer to Donald Trump, and unless there was some sort of major shock in the votes that you're looking at from Philadelphia or even from around the rest of the state, Joe Biden is very much on pace to overtake Donald Trump.
Yeah, let's talk about that path there. If there's anything out there, any light for the president, especially with those gaps that we're seeing in the margins narrowing in Pennsylvania and Georgia as well. Would there be what scenario would there be that President Trump is hanging on to besides the legal action?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, basically at this point, he obviously has to win Pennsylvania in order to continue on as president. And if he doesn't do that, then it's over. Short of that, or if he wins Pennsylvania, he still has more work to do. The path to him winning the presidency at this point is like a black swan shooting the moon while doing a field sobriety test, right? It's possible.
Yeah.
It exists. Arizona would have to be overturned. Basically right now, we haven't called Arizona, but other news organizations have. So he would have to win Arizona, and that looks like that's going to be tight. He'd have to win Georgia. That looks like it's going to be tight. The scenarios are really exist, but they are in the small minority.
Do you think he realizes that? Do you think that in his prepared remarks, very prepared because he was reading pretty much the entire thing from his notes, that he realizes that and he's looking beyond even a legal fight here? And I know this has been tossed around a little bit, even 2024?
There's certainly talk about him running again in 2024. Before that, he believes that there should be a legal fight and that he should win that legal fight and that it should be decided in large part by 3 of the justices that he appointed over the course of the last 4 years. The problem for him is that the Supreme Court, no matter who the justices are, tends to look poorly on what the rest of us would call frivolous lawsuits. And so far, there hasn't been anything filed by the Trump camp, or at least reviewed by judges so far, that has really put in question, the validity of votes coming forward. We still haven't finished that first count, and usually lawsuits involve recounts and contested ballots. We don't have any today.
And John, what does the Biden campaign do from here as far as focusing their attention on fighting these legal battles in a state like Pennsylvania that is so consequential versus putting their efforts on a possible transition to train from a Biden campaign to a Biden administration?
Yeah, I mean, they have multiple wings or arms of that campaign. So there is a legal team in place. There are, hundreds of Democratic lawyers, if not thousands, that were ready to go on these questions. Bob Bauer, who used to be the White House counsel under Obama, is working on the working on the Biden campaign. They are answering lawsuits. In some cases, there was one appeal yesterday, and so they're ready to do that. There's a whole other set of people that are working on the transition piece and may also be working on putting together some sort of an agenda for Joe Biden should he be elected president. And again, we haven't called it at NBC yet.
Yeah, like you said, it's very important to note, yes, we have not made that call yet. Still a lot to look forward to. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but still very important questions to be addressed. And Jonathan Allen, again, appreciate you helping us out this morning.
Awesome, and let's have a drink next time.
Gosh,
hopefully that next time will be soon, because we don't even know when the next time is going to be, because all things considering, right?
You got it, buddy.
All right, cheers to that, Jonathan. Thank you. Let's turn now to the nation's coronavirus surge that has hit yet another milestone. New infection rates continue to soar, with the United States confirming for the first time over 120,000 new cases reported on Thursday. That's according to an NBC News tally. The latest numbers eclipse Wednesday's previous single-day record of over 104,000 by nearly 16,000. This marks the second day in a row the country has reported over 100,000 cases. The virus is showing no signs of slowing down and continues to spread throughout the nation, including in key battleground states in the election. On Thursday, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina each recorded more than 2,000 cases in a single day. The news comes as the U.S. still holds the lead for the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, with more than 9.6 million infections and over 236,000 deaths.
All right, let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. She's been keeping a close eye on the Gulf with this storm Ada swirling about. We got a lot going on with the election, but it's easy to forget that we've got that going on there. Janessa, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We're still in a historic hurricane season, and now we do have Tropical Depression Ada. This roared through Central America earlier this week as a Cat 4 storm and is still intact. It's about to head into the Caribbean, turn back into a tropical system. As it aims towards Cuba for Saturday into Sunday, it looks like it's going to fight through that area, and then it takes aim towards Florida. Right now, the National Hurricane Center by Sunday night has rain for Miami, then this storm goes back into the Gulf. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Some good news, though, our temperatures, they are on the warm side for this weekend. Today, San Antonio, 79 degrees. We continue to be in the 80s for Florida. For the Northeast, a little bit of sunshine today, but you're going to notice the cloud coverage for New York City all the way to Boston. We deserve a long, good weekend, and I have some better temperatures on the way. I'll show you that forecast.
I don't know, maybe weather-wise, but with everything going on. We'll take what we can get, though. Janessa, thank you.
Now, a bit of fun election news you may have missed. The small town of Rabbit Hash, Kentucky, has a new mayor. It is Wilbur, the French bulldog, won in a landslide, beating out a beagle and a golden retriever. The town uses this event to raise money for their historical society. A pit bull named Bryneth Paltrow has held the office for the last 4 years.
And that's a dog-eat-dog kind of race, the kind we like in this election cycle. Right up next, the growing uproar within the Democratic Party over the election.
And heads roll on social media as Twitter bans former Trump aide Steve Bannon over a beheading threat.
A former top aide to President Trump has had one of his accounts banned from Twitter. The account for Steve Bannon's podcast has been permanently banned from the platform, and one episode was pulled from YouTube. He had made a comment implying that Dr. Anthony Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray should have their heads on pikes outside the White House. A spokesperson for Bannon says that he was speaking metaphorically and that Bannon has never called for violence of any kind.
A growing wave of discontent for House Democrats from within their own party. USA Today reports that several Democrats unloaded on House leadership during a heated call after losing a handful of key races in what was expected to be another blue wave. While Democrats are projected to maintain control, Republicans did gain several seats in the House. Moderates reportedly blamed progressive proposals, specifically singling out the defund the police movement. Despite those tensions, there were no reported talks of any shakeup in leadership. Still to come, Dave Chappelle is making his comeback to Saturday Night Live.
Let's find out why people are calling Bernie Sanders a wizard after his eerily accurate election predictions.
I'm wishing Donald Trump luck, and I'm going to give him a chance. And we, the historically disenfranchised, demand that he give us one too.
Okay, that was 4 years ago. And live from New York, Dave Chappelle hosts Saturday Night Live for the first time since that 2016 post-election episode. Musical guests, Foo Fighters, and Dave Chappelle. He'll return to host SNL live coast to coast tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern.
Can't remember the last time I've been looking forward to SNL more than that. Two of my favorites.
Especially we have results. Even if we don't, man, are they going to be scrambling.
Yeah.
It's going to be good stuff as they always pump out.
Yeah, Chappelle will figure it out. An October interview between Bernie Sanders and Jimmy Fallon is now resurfacing. It's gone viral on social media because of Bernie Sanders' uncanny predictions. Listen.
It could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television, he says, "Thank you, Americans, for reelecting me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those seats. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked." And I got
to a T.
Clairvoyant Bernie there. President Trump did falsely claim he had won the election in a speech happened around 2:30 a.m. on Wednesday, and he did later claim that the election was fraudulent. So nobody can really say that what's going on here was a surprise. It was telegraphed pretty much the whole time. Bernie laid it out right there for Jimmy Fallon.
Right on that table that we didn't see is a crystal ball. He's looking right into it. Still to come, an LGBTQ plus first in the state of Nevada.
And the voting continues throughout the night. We'll have an update on the numbers. In today's top stories, Joe Biden is gaining on President Trump in critical battleground states. Right now, Biden's delegate count stands at 253, while President Trump is at 214. And Biden is neck and neck with the president in Georgia, as well as in Pennsylvania, where a win would put Biden over the top. And since the majority of outstanding ballots are in blue counties, each new vote dump brings him closer to surpassing the president. State election officials are working around the clock to tally the remaining mail-in and absentee ballots.
The 4 former Minneapolis police officers charged in the death of George Floyd will all stand trial together. On Thursday, a judge made the ruling after defense attorneys argued that the men should face separate trials, citing pretrial publicity made it impossible for them to get a fair trial in Minneapolis. The judge also declined requests to move the trial from the Twin City. Several other rulings were also made, which included that jurors' names be kept confidential and that the trial can be televised and streamed live due to spacing restrictions from the coronavirus pandemic. The trial is scheduled for March.
Nevada has made history, becoming the first state to constitutionally protect same-sex marriage. Nearly 2/3 of Nevada voters opted to repeal a 2002 amendment stating that marriage between a male and female is the only type of marriage recognized by the state. Nevada is one of 30 states with a constitution that defined marriage this way. This decision comes 5 years after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that state bans on same-sex marriage are unconstitutional.
The NFL is cracking down on the Las Vegas Raiders, fining the team and coach John Gruden $650,000 and taking away a 6th-round draft pick after repeated violations of the league's COVID-19 protocols. That makes the Raiders the first team to lose a draft pick as punishment for those violations. The team has been fined over $1.2 million this season over 4 separate incidents.
On the football field, the Green Bay Packers look to light up the 49ers in San Francisco. And Aaron Rodgers did not let the Niners make it competitive. He threw for 3 touchdowns in the first half alone, threw another one in the second. San Francisco had a lot of key starters out due to injury. They did find the end zone late in the game, but ultimately too little, too late. Green Bay improves to 6-2. They double up the Niners 34-17.
All right, the Red Cups are back at Starbucks. Yeah, look at them. I think there's 4 different choices. The coffee giant announced that its holiday menu is back beginning today. So they'll have their drinks served in one of those festive cups. Starbucks is also giving away a free reusable version of the holiday cup today to customers who order a seasonal drink. This year's seasonal drinks include peppermint mocha, caramel brulee latte, eggnog latte, and more. Thanks for watching early today and ending your week with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena. Keep it right here for more late-breaking election updates throughout.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It's Friday and the verdict is still out. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. 3 days since Election Day, and Joe Biden is inching ahead in the race for the White House. Right now, Joe Biden's delegate count is at here, right there, number 253, while President Trump is at 214. The Democratic nominee has shattered voting records and now leads Mr. Trump by over 4 million in the popular vote. However, 5 critical battleground states are still too close to call, coming right down to the razor's edge.
And it could all change in just a matter of hours, though. State election officials are working around the clock to tally the remaining mail-in and absentee ballots. Overnight, a scare in Philadelphia. Our NBC affiliate, WCAU, reports that police arrested 2 men from Virginia who allegedly threatened the convention center where officials are tabulating those votes. The men were reportedly driving a vehicle with QAnon stickers on it. They have not been charged. A win in the Keystone State would put Joe Biden over the top in the electoral count. And since the majority of outstanding ballots were in blue counties, each new vote dump brings Joe Biden closer to surpassing the president. A similar situation is playing out in Georgia, where Biden and Trump are neck and neck, separated by just a few hundred votes.
The president has narrowed Biden's lead in Nevada. The candidate's now separated by about 1 percentage point. And Arizona is also a tight race there, still too close to call at this hour. The president is fighting tooth and nail with a wave of litigation. Judges have tossed out lawsuits in Georgia and Michigan. And yesterday, he once again falsely declared victory at the White House, while Biden urged the nation to trust the process.
If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
Meanwhile, a major development for Democrats in the fight for the Senate. The Georgia Senate race between incumbent David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff could be heading to a runoff in January if neither candidate can muster 50% of the vote. You see Perdue just on the cusp there. The state's other Senate race is already projected to head to a runoff. If Democrats can win both of these seats, then the Senate would likely be a 50-50 split, with the vice president serving as the tiebreaker.
Like the rest of the nation, the candidates are watching the results come in. Our Josh Letterman is tracking President Trump. But first, let's get to NBC's Tracy Potts in Wilmington, Delaware. And Tracy, any news at all from the Biden camp?
Francis, the Biden team remains confident that eventually these votes, including the electoral votes, will come out in favor of Joe Biden. They think it's just a matter of time, even in some of these states like Arizona and Nevada, where he has either a shrinking or a razor-thin lead. They think that the votes that are still being tallied will be mostly in his favor. We're hearing again from Joe Biden, who's talking about the process that the president has criticized, but Biden says it's working exactly like it should.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners.
If and when that happens, the Biden campaign expects that he will be back here in this parking lot on that stage, trying to recreate the same type of drive-in victory speech event that they had planned for Tuesday night. Back to you.
Right, we will see. Tracy, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to the Trump campaign side of this fight. Joining us now is NBC's Josh Letterman. Josh, so we heard from the president again, and he continues to stand by his threats of legal action.
That's right, Philip. As the president's lawyers fan out across the country filing lawsuits in battleground states, and his son calls on Twitter for total war, the president appeared in the White House briefing room, spoke for 17 minutes, refused to take any questions, but instead offered a series of false statements about what he says is fraud in the 2020 election, providing no evidence to back up that claim. But the president saying that if only legal votes are counted, he's clearly winning, but that it's possible that through illegal votes, the election could be stolen from him. Take a listen.
There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret, but we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this.
And to be clear, Philip, the election is being stolen from nobody. And when the president says that all of these states are controlled by Democrats, that's not true. One of the key states we're watching right now, the state of Georgia, where the election apparatus is controlled by Republicans. But the president doubling down on this on Twitter just this morning, saying, I easily win the presidency of the United States with legal votes cast. The president calling for the U.S. Supreme Court to decide the outcome. Philip?
Thanks for keeping this straight for us, Josh. Very important for us. Thank you very much.
And as we tumble into day 3 of Election Day, this year's Florida could actually be Pennsylvania. There's no shortage of drama and confusion over all of these counts. Here to provide some perspective, NBC News Digital Senior Political Analyst Jonathan Allen. Always great to have you with us at any hour of the day and night and everything in between. All right, John, you were in Pennsylvania last week. You know the ins and outs. You know how things work here. As we've seen, with each unloading of these votes, that gap shrinks, narrow to Biden's favor here, in his favor. How do you see the day playing out, knowing that each day we're stopping the counting, we're starting the counting, the president says he's going to fight legally? How are we going to end this day?
And of course, we have a decision desk, Francis, that we have to wait for. And they're very rigorous and thoughtful, and they want to make absolutely sure before they make these calls. But I think what we're going to see with Pennsylvania over time, based on what's left to count, based on those batches that you're talking about, it looks very likely that Vice President Biden is going to continue to pick up steam in Pennsylvania and build a lead there before the end of the day. There is a reasonably good chance, certainly if that happens, he's gotten to the 270 electoral votes he needs. There's a reasonably good chance that we will have an answer as to who the next president-elect is by the end of today.
And then we'll have that drink that you were talking about before that we will hoist in cheers just because this is all over. So, I mean, at least for now.
Yeah, we're all going to need it at some point. John, besides Lindsey Graham, the silence is deafening from the Republican Party as far as support in the erroneous things that President Trump is touting here in the fight for Pennsylvania and these other states here. Why do you think that is?
Well, we heard the president come out, certainly spoke today. We heard him speak early Wednesday morning. And what was clear at that moment, early Wednesday morning, is that the president believed he was losing. And I think that the rest of the Republican Party, certainly, it's not just silence. You're seeing some people who are longtime supporters of him rebuke him in sometimes subtle ways and sometimes more explicit ways over the last couple of days. They really don't want to be involved in something that has later come to be seen as sore loserism, if you know, for lack of a better term. And of course, that underplays a little bit what we're actually seeing from the president, which is not only being in a position of denial and sort of sore loserdom, but launching lawsuits and encouraging sort of wild conspiracy theories that are probably not helpful to the sanctity of the republic.
Yeah, so how far is he going to take it?
Well, I think that question's been asked a lot about Donald Trump in his 70-plus years on this earth, and the answer is always farther than anybody else thinks that a normal person would take things. We're already sort of at that point, just in terms of how quickly he went to the rhetoric of this is a fraud, you know, which obviously it's not, and the degree to which he's just sort of owning that from the podium at the White House. Rather than, you know, if in fact there was some sort of legitimate contest right now of ballots, which, by the way, have not fully been counted the first time, you would be seeing some of that unity from Republicans coming behind him that is absent right now.
Unity is something that Joe Biden has touted if he is in fact named and confirmed as the president. How difficult do you think it would be for him to govern, given that so much discord is being sown right now by the president and tens of millions of his supporters who back him?
If he wins, the honest advisor is going to tell him, "Congratulations, Mr. President-elect. Now comes the hard part."
Yeah.
You know, this is you know, he won a very narrow majority. If he wins the Electoral College, he won by razor-thin margins. The Congress is going to be divided probably when he starts in as president. And, oh, by the way, we're in the middle of a pandemic and an economic catastrophe along with it. So this is going to be extremely difficult for him. The one thing is that there's some history of him working with Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader.
Well, we've seen that messaging already where he said the other day, you know, it's not blue states, it's not red states, it's the United States. I'm sure he'll continue with that messaging well beyond. All right. Thank you, John, as always.
All right, politics aside for just a moment, there's a tropical depression that's taking some wicked turns. Here to get some details here, NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb to provide those details. In fact, Janessa, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We still continue to be in a historic hurricane season, and the storm system that we're looking at is Tropical Depression Eta. This was a Cat 4 storm that made landfall across Central America earlier this week, and what we're thinking this weekend, it starts to regain some force as it steps into the Caribbean. It aims towards Cuba, but right now the National Hurricane Center has this storm system by Sunday evening for South Florida. Then it continues to battle over these land areas, goes back into the Gulf, and we're going to continue to watch Gulf Coast communities going into next week. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Our temperatures, though, they're going to soar across the southeast into the south this weekend. Look at that, 75 degrees with a lot of sunshine this afternoon. A little bit more cloud coverage for New York City to Boston this afternoon, still in the upper 60s. So many people looking forward to the weekend. I'll have that forecast coming up.
Oh, wow. For more reasons than just one, Janessa.
We are among them. All right, Janessa, appreciate that.
Tesla is driving into a new market by releasing its own brand of tequila. So what started as an April Fool's tweet from Elon Musk back in 2018 is now reality. The company is selling its tequila online in limited quantities. It's on their website. If you want to try it, each bottle goes for $250, and each order is limited to just 2 bottles. But hey, look how cool they look. Right?
Very cool
just put that on your bar cart.
Very cool. New coronavirus cases peaking at a level we've never seen before.
Plus, a top aide to President Trump earned a lifetime ban from Twitter. Stocks posted big gains Thursday as a post-election wave of buying continued. The Dow surged 542 points and the S&P added 67, and the Nasdaq gained 300. Overnight, stock futures were in negative territory.
A former top aide to President Trump has had one of his accounts banned from Twitter. The account for Steve Bannon's podcast has been permanently banned from the platform, and one episode was pulled from YouTube. He had made a comment implying that Dr. Anthony Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray should have their heads on pikes outside of the White House. A spokesperson for Bannon says that he was speaking metaphorically and that Bannon has never called for violence of any kind.
A growing wave of discontent for House Democrats from within their own party. USA Today reports that several Democrats unloaded on House leadership during a heated call after losing a handful of key races in what was expected to be another blue wave. While Democrats are projected to maintain control, Republicans gained several seats in the House. Moderates reportedly blamed progressive proposals, specifically singling out the defund the police movement. Despite the tensions, there were no reported talks of a shakeup in leadership.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper has reportedly prepared a letter of resignation. This, according to 3 current defense officials. Defense officials say that Esper, who has long been at odds with President Trump, prepared his letter because he's one of the cabinet officials long expected to be pushed out after the election. In a statement, the assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs wrote in part, "Secretary Esper continues to serve the nation at the pleasure of the president." Esper is helping members of Congress draft legislation that will strip of Confederate leaders from military bases, the names of them, a move that could put him further at odds with the president.
The record number of election ballots isn't the only thing reaching a peak. So is the number of U.S. coronavirus cases, which continues to soar to new heights. For the first time since the start of the pandemic, the U.S. reported over 120,000 new cases on Thursday, according to an NBC News tally. The latest numbers eclipse Wednesday's previous single-day record of over 104,000 by nearly 16,000. This marks the second day in a row that the country has reported over 100,000 cases. And as Americans await the outcome of a presidential election, the virus continues to spread throughout the nation, including in key battleground states. On Thursday, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina each recorded more than 2,000 cases in a single day. This as the U.S. still holds the lead for the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, with more than 9.6 million infections and over 236,000 deaths.
The NFL is cracking down on the Las Vegas Raiders. They have fined the team and their coach, John Gruden, $650,000 and took away a 6th-round draft pick after repeated violations of the league's COVID-19 protocols. With this, the Raiders are the first team to lose a draft pick as punishment for coronavirus protocol violations. The team has been fined over $1.2 million this season over 4 separate incidents.
Up next, Thursday night blowout, Aaron Rodgers and the Packers roll the 49ers.
From Green Bay. Rodgers going to air it out. There he is. Valdez-Scantling for the touchdown.
Rodgers had the Packers lighting up the San Francisco sky early against the Niners, and Green Bay would keep their foot on the gas. Rodgers threw for 3 touchdowns in the first half alone. He would add another to Marquez Valdez-Scantling in the third quarter. The banged-up Niners just could not keep up. They couldn't even find the end zone until about 5 minutes left in the game. The Packers win it 34-17.
Still to come, Janessa. She's up next with your weekend forecast.
And we will go live to Wilmington, Delaware for an update from Joe Biden's campaign headquarters.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get into the weekend. Over 235 areas above average this afternoon, and it's going to continue for your Saturday and Sunday. I am watching a little bit of snow for the Rockies, but look at the plains to the East Coast. It's all about the 70s in November, an unusual weather pattern that we are going to see over your weekend, but it's going to bring a ton more sunshine. Make sure you're getting out there and enjoying it. For Florida, though, we're going to be watching that tropical rain and pretty much a disturbance that's pretty continuous across the Pacific Northwest. So, guys, this is the weekend. Enjoy it.
Don't have to tell us twice. Yeah. Janessa, thanks.
Right when we come back, the latest from the Biden campaign as the ballot counting in Pennsylvania continues. Keep it here. We start early morning on this Friday with Joe Biden closing in on 270 as the last presidential election counts trickle in. Our Ali Vitale is in Wilmington, Delaware. And Ali, bring us up to date on the latest.
Francis, the word that they've been using here for the last day or so has been victory is imminent. I think we're sort of stretching the meaning of that term at this point. But at the same time, we knew that this was going to take a while, especially because states like Pennsylvania saw such an influx of vote-by-mail ballots. We knew that those were going to take some time to get counted. And we're seeing throughout the morning that we're getting slow trickles, more updated numbers out of Pennsylvania, a state that's just one of those across the map that remains gray for us here at NBC News, and that we're waiting to see what the call is. Frankly, the waiting game is happening all around Wilmington, Delaware right now, because the Biden campaign is waiting right along with us. They think that they eventually will see Pennsylvania tilt in their favor. They've been texting and calling around with top Democrats in Pennsylvania, one of them telling us that they got a text saying that they should expect celebration, but that the work would come soon after. In terms of what we're seeing in terms of preparation on the ground here, we've seen some mic checks, some lighting checks, signs of life in the parking lot here that potentially could signal that we'll see Joe Biden at some point today if and when 270 is hit, because they've been confident this whole time, but they are not going to call it a victory in truth until they see it on the map, until the networks across the board start calling it. So they can feel good, they can read the data, but at the same time, they're at the mercy of all of our decision desks, just like all of the rest of America is. The other thing here, though, they watched the president last night, and advisors told us they reacted to that speech by saying it was desperate, baseless, and a sign that the president is losing. Even aides, even allies of the president, though, like Chris Christie, are saying that when the president alleges things like voter fraud, Chris Christie says you got to provide the evidence. And honestly, we haven't seen any of that, guys.
No, you have Chris Christie speaking out and the other silence speaking volumes as well. But as you're saying those words, imminent, eventual, and maybe between 24 hours from now, all right, or even sooner.
Right. Waiting is difficult, but it's a lot easier to wait when things are looking good for you, I guess, right?
And dig in our purple here also, Allie, all of us with our purple here. Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, it is Friday. We've had a long week here. We're still not done, still a long way to go. Again, our decision desk has not made a call on Pennsylvania, Arizona, and 3 other key states here, but keep it right here. We should have some sort of solution soon. We can only hope.
Yeah, and hopefully some peace and calm after that. We thank you for being with us on this Friday to end your very long week, if there is an end to it. I'm Francis Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We start off your Friday and the end of the work week with accounting and the waiting that continues. Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Slowly but surely, Joe Biden is gaining the edge in the race for the White House. Let's take a look right now at the delegate count at this hour. Joe Biden is at 253, President Trump at 214. The Democratic nominee has shattered voting records and now leads Mr. Trump by over 4 million in the popular vote. But 5 very critical battleground states are still too close to call at this hour. Those margins on a razor's edge.
It could all change in a matter of hours. State election officials are working around the clock to tally the remaining mail-in and absentee ballots. A win in Pennsylvania would put Biden over the top in the electoral count. And since the majority of outstanding ballots were in blue counties, each new vote dump brings him closer to surpassing the president. A similar situation is playing out in Georgia, where Biden and Trump are now neck and neck, separated by just hundreds of votes.
The president has narrowed Biden's lead in the state of Nevada. The candidates are now separated by just 1 percentage point. And Arizona, a state also still too close to call at this hour, a very tight race there. The president is fighting tooth and nail with a wave of litigation. Judges have tossed out lawsuits in Georgia and in Michigan. Yesterday, he once again falsely declared victory at the White House, while Joe Biden urged the nation to trust the process.
If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
Meanwhile, a major development for Democrats in the fight for the Senate. The Georgia Senate race between incumbent David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff could be heading to a runoff in January if neither candidate can muster 50% of the vote. The state's other Senate race is already projected to head to a runoff. If Democrats win both seats, the Senate would likely be a 50-50 split, with the vice president serving as the tiebreaker.
Like the rest of us, the candidates are watching the results pour in this morning. NBC's Rahima Ellis is watching the vote count from Philadelphia. But first, let's get to NBC's Tracy Potts, who is in Wilmington, Delaware. Tracy, good morning. Any news from the Biden camp?
Hi, a lot of confidence coming from the Biden team and from the candidate himself, despite the fact that those leads out west in Nevada and Arizona are narrowing in the president's favor, but the leads on the East Coast, particularly in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, are narrowing in favor of Joe Biden. They continue to insist that when everything shakes out, they will win this race. We heard from Biden again himself. He talked about the process that the president has criticized, saying it's fraudulent, that votes are suddenly appearing. Biden insisted that this process is working exactly as it should.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners.
And if that happens, if he gets to 270 and is declared the winner of this election, the Biden campaign is hoping to recreate that big drive-in victory rally here in Wilmington that they had planned and hoped to do on Tuesday, election night. Philip?
I'm just waiting to pull that trigger, though. All right. Tracy, thank you so much.
All right, let's turn now to the Trump campaign side of this fight. Joining us now, NBC's Rahima Ellis, who is in Philadelphia this morning. Rahima, the results there getting tighter by the hour. What more are you hearing?
They are getting tighter by the hour. One of the things we can tell you is that the Secretary of State here in Pennsylvania has said that the counting is going on furiously. In fact, one of the commissioners of the Election Commission said they're counting like crazy in this building behind me. It's a little dark in the lobby area, but don't let that be a sign of what's going on. On the other side, where the actual count is underway, they've been working on 3 8-hour shifts, nonstop, essentially, trying to get these ballots out, these mail ballots counted. They suspect that something will happen today. That, according to the Secretary of State, who on Thursday said that the counting is coming exactly the way they hoped it would, and they hope to hear something later today. We hope to hear something later today. One thing I should mention, Francis, is that there are some other ballots that they say they will be expecting as late as Tuesday of next week. That's the military ballots and overseas ballots. They insist they're also going to be counting all of those ballots as well. So no matter what happens, no matter who's called, that's a projection, and the final declaration of what the outcome is here in numbers will be determined. Maybe it'll be even on Tuesday, but Secretary of State, we're going to hear something about who may be declared a winner in Pennsylvania before too soon. So the Keystone State may turn out to really be key in this election for president. Francis?
Absolutely. In the next 24 hours, wow, can imagine what doors will open up for the entire nation then when we know. Thank you, Rahima Ellis, for us there in Philadelphia.
All right, we are entering day 3 of election day / week here. Joining us to help break this all down for us once again, NBC Digital Senior Political Analyst Jonathan Allen. Thanks for joining us at this hour, Jonathan. All right, so you were in Pennsylvania last week. You got a feel for the ins and outs of how this process works. What's your sense of how things stand right now as we speak?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of our decision desk, so not making a call here, but the shortest answer is that Joe Biden has been making up ground very fast as ballots come in, and the expectation pretty much from everyone, and this is why you're seeing the president file lawsuits, is that when the ballots are counted fully for the first time, Joe Biden is very likely to have a significant lead in Pennsylvania. And of course, again, very small margins, but significant given that we're talking about small margins.
All right, let's talk about this scenario. You know, the president there has repeatedly tried to undermine these votes, has also discredit the election, putting a bunch of conspiracy theories out there also, and unfounded, without any evidence, saying that there has been fraud here. Where do you see this going, and how far do you see the president taking this?
This is a question that he's been asked his whole life, right? Since he was born some 70-odd years ago. How far will Donald Trump take something? And the answer is always farther than you thought. We saw him come out and essentially say that he expected to win in the wee hours of Wednesday morning, and then all of a sudden a flood of lawsuits. For anyone who's not familiar with how this works, it's never the winner that's filing the lawsuits. It's never the person who feels like they're going to win. The president is seemingly spiraling downward without a whole lot of friends. He's being rejected right now by almost the entirety of the Republican establishment.
John, I wanted to talk about the Republican establishment, the Republican Party as a whole. How do you see this election? How do you think this turned out for them? I mean, President Trump aside, that is going to work itself out here, as will the 2 Senate races in Georgia. But as we speak, they've held the Senate. They gained some seats in the House. I mean, this was certainly the furthest thing from a blue wave that you could imagine.
I mean, President Trump had extremely strong coattails, especially for someone who lost. And what it says is that, number one, he's still got that huge committed base. We see him winning more votes in this election than he did when he won in 2016. And we see Republican candidates taking advantage of that, and in some cases doing better than he did, presumably because there were people that turned out to vote, and on the Republican side who chose not to vote for him while they were voting for the Senate or House member, and all the people who showed up for him, or almost all of them, voted for the House or Senate member on the Republican side. So he is still extremely powerful within the Republican Party and will continue to be for as long as he chooses to be.
All right, John, here we're at day 3, and here we are waiting again for those crucial results, Pennsylvania. Let's talk about the future of polling, given 2016, given now 2020, and then we are here at this moment. Where do you see it going?
I'm not here to defend professional pollsters, but I would say that I think it's important to remember that polls are as valuable as the models that go into them. They are snapshots, and they have margins of error and confidence intervals. So it always looks like some polling was off because the polls don't all exactly say the same thing. And I think one thing is that we should look at going forward is, how do pollsters in a modern era where everybody's sort of connected and some decide not to connect, how do they capture that that vote for Trump that's either shy about it or simply wants to mess with pollsters? And that's something they're going to have to worry about and work on for a while.
With polling, as in life, it's all about managing expectations, I guess, right? All right. Jonathan Allen, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Always great to talk to you. Thank you. All right, a massive and crazy tropical depression is twisting and turning in the Gulf. Of course it is. It's 2020. Here we are. Let's turn to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb to see all seriousness, though. What are we watching there, Janessa?
Good morning. This historic hurricane season, it just will not stop. This is our 28th named storm, and this storm system was a Cat 4 earlier this week. Right now, a tropical depression. Remember, I said it first. This is the storm that just won't die. It's going to go back into the Caribbean this weekend, turn back into a tropical storm. As it goes through Cuba, it will gain some more strength, potentially taking aim now at South Florida. That's not it. It goes back into the Gulf and potentially another tropical system to a hurricane. So we're going to be watching this storm system for at least the next week. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. It's looking like a nice weekend, though, for the upper Midwest to the south. Look at our temperatures. They're above average. They're going to sit in the 70s today, upper 60s across the Northeast with partly sunny conditions. We have a fantastic weekend forecast coming up. I'll show you that.
That's what I like to hear, Janessa.
Something that's certain that we know about, we can bank on. All right, thank you, Janessa.
Up next, a gruesome comment by a former Trump aide that results in a permanent Twitter suspension.
And the NFL puts down a hammer on the Las Vegas Raiders over coronavirus protocols. And the punishment is brutal. Next. A growing wave of discontent for House Democrats from within their own party. USA Today reports that several Democrats unloaded on House leadership during a heated call after losing a handful of key races in what was expected to be another blue wave. While Democrats are projected to maintain control, Republicans gained several seats in the House. Moderates reportedly blamed progressive proposals, specifically singling out the defund the police movement. Despite the tensions, there were no reported talks of a shakeup in leadership.
A former top aide to President Trump has had one of his accounts banned from Twitter. The account for Steve Bannon's podcast has been permanently banned from the platform, and one episode was pulled from YouTube. He had made a comment implying that Dr. Anthony Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray should have their heads on pikes outside the White House. A spokesperson for Bannon says that he was speaking metaphorically and that Bannon has never called for violence of any kind.
The election may not be called yet, but a key Trump cabinet member is already preparing for his exit, according to 3 current defense officials. Defense Secretary Mark Esper has prepared a letter of resignation. Defense officials say Esper, who has long been at odds with President Trump, prepared his letter because he is one of the cabinet officials long expected to be pushed out after the election. In a statement, the assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs wrote in part, Secretary Esper continues to serve the nation at the pleasure of the president. Esper is helping members of Congress draft legislation that would strip the names of Confederate leaders from military bases, a move that could put him further at odds with the president.
The coronavirus pandemic, it's not taking an election pause as U.S. infection rates have hit a new milestone. On Thursday, the nation reported over 120,000 new cases for the first time. That's according to an NBC News tally. The latest numbers eclipse Wednesday's previous single-day record of over 104,000 by nearly 16,000. That marks the second day in a row that this country has reported over 100,000 cases. And just as final presidential votes are counted, the virus is surging in key battleground states. Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina, all recording more than 2,000 cases in a single day. The news comes as the U.S. still holds the lead for the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths worldwide, with more than 9.6 million infections and over 236,000 fatalities. The NFL is cracking down on the Las Vegas Raiders, fining the team and coach John Gruden $650,000. They also took away a sixth-round draft pick after repeated violations of the league's COVID-19 protocols. With this, the Raiders are the first team to lose a draft pick as a punishment for violating coronavirus protocols. The team has also been fined over $1.2 million over the season over 4 separate incidents.
When we return, the expectations for the October jobs report due out later this morning.
And Wall Street weighs in on the race for the White House. What's driving this rally? Next.
Stocks posted big gains Thursday as a post-election wave of buying continued. The Dow surged 542 points and the S&P added 67. The Nasdaq gained 300. Overnight, stock futures were in negative territory.
Even though we don't have an outcome, Wall Street investors seem to be good with how this U.S. election is playing out. Here with a read on markets and a preview of today's jobs report, CNBC's Karen Cho. Hey, Karen, good morning.
Philip, Francis, good morning to you. We've seen the best trading week for Wall Street since April. A real bounce across the board despite that election uncertainty. The back-to-back 4 straight days of gains of more than 1% for the major indices we've not seen since 1982. Now, this week, technology has led the charge. The Nasdaq up almost 9% over the course of the week as investors have changed their positioning, reducing the likelihood of a blue wave victory that would have brought more tax regulation and tax hikes for those Silicon Valley names. But a little bit of Friday fatigue starting to set in with all the uncertainty. Futures are poised to open weaker. Don't forget, investors will have to weather the jobs report. That could be a reality check for no matter who takes the presidency. What we're expecting to see, U.S. employers likely to have slowed the pace of hiring during the month of October. You may see non-farm payrolls increase by 580,000 positions, but that's well down from the 661,000 in September and off the 1.5 million jobs in August. So it could leave the economy still short of about 10 million jobs since the peak we saw in February. Also, that unemployment rate expected to glide lower to 7.7%, but on lower participation. So as I send it back to you in the studio, Francis and Philip, keep in mind the concern is that some of these job losses will be enduring now, permanent job losses.
All right. Thank you for the clarification and the update, Karen Cho, for us. Thank you.
All right. Who's going to have beautiful weather this weekend? Janessa will have that forecast coming up.
And we are live in Wilmington, Delaware, as Joe Biden inches closer to the White House.
Hi, everyone. Let's do this. The weekend is going to bring you record warmth across the East Coast to the plains. We are watching some rocky snow, and that could bring a good dose of accumulation, but the warm highs are going to stay in place across the East Coast. If you're watching early today, enjoy your weekend. We'll be right back.
Joe Biden is closing in on 270 as the last of the presidential vote counts trickle in. Our Ali Vitali is in Wilmington, Delaware with the latest. Ali, good morning.
Hey guys, so the waiting game is still on here in Wilmington, and all eyes are on Pennsylvania because that state's 20 electors would easily put Joe Biden above the 270 that he needs to be the next president-elect.
Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day, and there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally.
It is from Wilmington, Delaware this morning. Ali, thank you so much.
Also waiting is the president. So let's turn to Trump campaign side of this fight. Joining us now is NBC's Josh Letterman. And Josh, for the first time, we heard from the president in front of cameras since Election Day. He stood there at that podium standing by his threats of legal action.
Yeah, that's right. As the president's son calls for total war and his lawyers fan out across the country, filing lawsuits in these key unresolved battleground states, the president appeared in the briefing room for 17 minutes. He did not take any questions, but instead lobbed several falsehoods about legal votes, claiming that if only legal votes were counted, the president would easily win election. Take a listen to what he had to say when he appeared at the White House.
There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this.
And of course, none of that is actually factually true. The president was not up necessarily. It was always the case that the votes were going to come in later from votes that were cast absentee that needed to be counted after Election Day. And as far as those states being controlled by Democrats, that's not necessarily true in the case of Georgia, one of the outstanding states that is controlled by Republicans. But the president doubling down on this inaccurate rhetoric, saying on Twitter just a few minutes ago, I easily win the presidency of the United States with legal votes cast. The president going on in that tweet to complain again about observers not being allowed in, even though we know in Michigan bipartisan election observers have been in the room as these votes are being processed. The president continuing to say that the U.S. Supreme Court should decide. Back to you.
Yeah, and Josh, we'll see how far this fight takes him, especially the closer we get to getting all these votes counted. Josh, thanks.
As we stagger into day 3 of Election Day / week here, this year's Florida is looking like it's going to be Pennsylvania. No shortage of drama nor confusion over these counts. Joining us to make sense of it all, NBC News Digital senior political analyst Jonathan Allen. Thank you so much for joining us once again, Jonathan, trying to make sense of all of this here. So you were in Pennsylvania last week, so you know the ins and outs of how this process works. What's your sense of how things are playing out right now?
Well, Philip and Francis, great to be with you again. I think that the easiest way to look at Pennsylvania right now is that Joe Biden has been coming closer and closer with each additional batch of votes. And for folks who do projections on things like this, and I've got spreadsheets, we have a decision desk, they'll eventually make a call on this. What we're seeing is that Joe Biden's getting closer and closer to Donald Trump, and then, unless there was some sort of major shock in the votes that you're looking at from Philadelphia or even from around the rest of the state, Joe Biden is very much on pace to overtake Donald Trump.
Yeah, let's talk about that path there. If there's anything out there, any light for the president, especially with those gaps that we're seeing in the margins narrowing in Pennsylvania and Georgia as well. Would there be what scenario would there be that President Trump is hanging on to besides the legal action?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, basically at this point, he obviously has to win Pennsylvania in order to continue on as president. And if he doesn't do that, then it's over. Short of that, or if he wins Pennsylvania, he still has more work to do. The path to him winning the presidency at this point is like a black swan shooting the moon while doing a field sobriety test, right? It's possible.
Yeah.
It exists. Arizona would have to be overturned. Basically right now, we haven't called Arizona, but other news organizations have. So he would have to win Arizona, and that looks like that's going to be tight. He'd have to win Georgia. That looks like it's going to be tight. The scenarios are really exist, but they are in the small minority of them.
Do you think he realizes that? Do you think that in his prepared remarks, very prepared because he was reading pretty much the entire thing from his notes, that he realizes that and he's looking beyond even a legal fight here? And I know this has been tossed around a little bit, even 2024?
There's certainly talk about him running again in 2024. Before that, he believes that there should be a legal fight and that he should win that legal fight and that it should be decided in large part by 3 of the justices that he appointed over the course of the last 4 years. The problem for him is that the Supreme Court, no matter who the justices are, tends to look poorly on what the rest of us would call frivolous lawsuits. And so far, there hasn't been anything filed by the Trump camp, or at least reviewed by judges so far, that has really put in question, the validity of votes coming forward. We still haven't finished that first count, and usually lawsuits involve recounts and contested ballots. We don't have any today.
And John, what does the Biden campaign do from here as far as focusing their attention on fighting these legal battles in a state like Pennsylvania that is so consequential versus putting their efforts on a possible transition to train from a Biden campaign to a Biden administration?
Yeah, I mean, they have multiple wings or arms of that campaign. So there is a legal team in place. There are, hundreds of Democratic lawyers, if not thousands, that were ready to go on these questions. Bob Bauer, who used to be the White House counsel under Obama, is working on the working on the Biden campaign. They are answering lawsuits. In some cases, there was one appeal yesterday, and so they're ready to do that. There's a whole other set of people that are working on the transition piece and may also be working on putting together some sort of an agenda for Joe Biden should he be elected president. And again, we haven't called it at NBC yet.
Yeah, like you said, it's very important to note, yes, we have not made that call yet. Still a lot to look forward to. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but still very important questions to be addressed. And Jonathan Allen, again, appreciate you helping us out this morning.
Awesome, and let's have a drink next time.
Gosh,
hopefully that next time will be soon, because we don't even know when the next time is going to be, because all things considering, right?
You got it, buddy.
All right, cheers to that, Jonathan. Thank you. Let's turn now to the nation's coronavirus surge that has hit yet another milestone. New infection rates continue to soar, with the United States confirming for the first time over 120,000 new cases reported on Thursday. That's according to an NBC News tally. The latest numbers eclipse Wednesday's previous single-day record of over 104,000 by nearly 16,000. This marks the second day in a row the country has reported over 100,000 cases. The virus is showing no signs of slowing down and continues to spread throughout the nation, including in key battleground states in the election. On Thursday, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina each recorded more than 2,000 cases in a single day. The news comes as the U.S. still holds the lead for the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, with more than 9.6 million infections and over 236,000 deaths.
All right, let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb. She's been keeping a close eye on the Gulf with this storm Ada swirling about. We got a lot going on with the election, but it's easy to forget that we've got that going on there. Janessa, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We're still in a historic hurricane season, and now we do have Tropical Depression Ada. This roared through Central America earlier this week as a Cat 4 storm, and it's still intact. It's about to head into the Caribbean, turn back into a tropical system as it aims towards Cuba for Saturday and Sunday. It looks like it's going to fight through that area, and then it takes aim towards Florida. Right now, the National Hurricane Center by Sunday night has rain for Miami, then this storm goes back into the Gulf. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Some good news, though. Our temperatures, they are on the warm side for this weekend. Today, San Antonio, 79 degrees. We continue to be in the 80s for Florida. For the Northeast, a little bit of sunshine today, but you're going to notice the cloud coverage for New York City all the way to Boston. We deserve a long, good weekend, and I have some better temperatures on the way. I'll show you that forecast.
I don't know, maybe weather-wise, but with everything going on. We'll take what we can get, though. Janessa, thank you.
Now, a bit of fun election news you may have missed. The small town of Rabbit Hash, Kentucky, has a new mayor. It is Wilbur, the French bulldog, won in a landslide, beating out a beagle and a golden retriever. The town uses this event to raise money for their historical society. A pit bull named Bryneth Paltrow has held the office for the last 4 years.
And that's the dog-eat-dog kind of race, the kind we like in this election cycle. Right up next, the growing uproar within the Democratic Party over the election.
And heads roll on social media as Twitter bans former Trump aide Steve Bannon over a beheading threat.
A former top aide to President Trump has had one of his accounts banned from Twitter. The account for Steve Bannon's podcast has been permanently banned from the platform, and one episode was pulled from YouTube. He had made a comment implying that Dr. Anthony Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray should have their heads on pikes outside the White House. A spokesperson for Bannon says that he was speaking metaphorically and that Bannon has never called for violence of any kind.
A growing wave of discontent for House Democrats from within their own party. USA Today reports that several Democrats unloaded on House leadership during a heated call after losing a handful of key races in what was expected to be another blue wave. While Democrats are projected to maintain control, Republicans did gain several seats in the House. Moderates reportedly blamed progressive proposals, specifically singling out the defund the police movement. Despite those tensions, there were no reported talks of any shakeup in leadership. So to come, Dave Chappelle is making his comeback to Saturday Night Live.
Let's find out why people are calling Bernie Sanders a wizard after his eerily accurate election predictions.
I'm wishing Donald Trump luck, and I'm going to give him a chance. And we, the historically disenfranchised, demand that he give us one too.
Okay, that was 4 years ago. And live from New York, Dave Chappelle hosts Saturday Night Live for the first time since that 2016 post-election episode. Musical guests, Foo Fighters, and Dave Chappelle. He'll return to host SNL live coast to coast tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern.
Can't remember the last time I've been looking forward to SNL more than that. Two of my favorites.
Especially if we have results. Even if we don't, man, are they going to be scrambling?
Yeah.
It's going to be good stuff, as they always pump out.
Yeah, Chappelle figured it out. An October interview between Bernie Sanders and Jimmy Fallon is now resurfacing. It's gone viral on social media because of Bernie Sanders' uncanny predictions. Listen.
It could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television and he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those seats. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked." And I got,
to a T.
Clairvoyant Bernie there. President Trump did falsely claim he had won the election in a speech. Happened around 2:30 a.m. on Wednesday, and he did later claim that the election was fraudulent. So nobody can really say that what's going on here was a surprise. It was telegraphed pretty much the whole time. Bernie laid it out right there for Jimmy Fallon.
Right on that table that we didn't see is a crystal ball. He's looking right into it. Still to come, an LGBTQ plus first in the state of Nevada.
And the voting continues throughout the night. We'll have an update on the numbers. In today's top stories, Joe Biden is gaining on President Trump in critical battleground states. Right now, Biden's delegate count stands at 253, while President Trump is at 214. And Biden is neck and neck with the president in Georgia, as well as in Pennsylvania, where a win would put Biden over the top. And since the majority of outstanding ballots are in blue counties, each new vote dump brings him closer to surpassing the president. State election officials are working around the clock to tally the remaining mail-in and absentee ballots.
The 4 former Minneapolis police officers charged in the death of George Floyd will all stand trial together. On Thursday, a judge made the ruling after defense attorneys argued that the men should face separate trials, citing pretrial publicity made it impossible for them to get a fair trial in Minneapolis. The judge also declined requests to move the trial from the Twin City. Several other rulings were also made, which included that jurors' names be kept confidential and that the trial can be televised and streamed live due to spacing restrictions from the coronavirus pandemic. The trial is scheduled for March.
Nevada has made history, becoming the first state to constitutionally protect same-sex marriage. Nearly 2/3 of Nevada voters opted to repeal a 2002 amendment stating that marriage between a male and female is the only type of marriage recognized by the state. Nevada is one of 30 states with a constitution that defined marriage this way. This decision comes 5 years after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that state bans on same-sex marriage are unconstitutional.
The NFL is cracking down on the Las Vegas Raiders, fining the team and coach John Gruden $650,000 and taking away a 6th-round draft pick after repeated violations of the league's COVID-19 protocols. That makes the Raiders the first team to lose a draft pick as punishment for those violations. The team has been fined over $1.2 million this season over 4 separate incidents.
On the football field, the Green Bay Packers look to light up the 49ers in San Francisco. And Aaron Rodgers did not let the Niners make it competitive. He threw for 3 touchdowns in the first half alone, threw another one in the second. San Francisco had a lot of key starters out due to injury. They did find the end zone late in the game, but ultimately, too little, too late. Green Bay improves to 6-2. They double up the Niners 34-17.
Right, the red cups are back at Starbucks. Yeah, look at them. I think there's 4 different choices. The coffee giant announced that its holiday menu is back beginning today. So they'll have their drinks served in one of those festive cups. Starbucks is also giving away a free reusable version of the holiday cup today to customers who order a seasonal drink. This year's seasonal drinks include peppermint mocha, caramel brulee latte, eggnog latte, and more. Thanks for watching early today and ending your week with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena. Keep it right here for more late-breaking election updates throughout.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It's Friday and the verdict is still out. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. 3 days since Election Day, and Joe Biden is inching ahead in the race for the White House. Right now, Joe Biden's delegate count is at here, right there, number 253, while President Trump is at 214. The Democratic nominee has shattered voting records and now leads Mr. Trump by over 4 million in the popular vote. However, 5 critical battleground states are still too close to call, coming right down to the razor's edge.
And it could all change in just a matter of hours, though. State election officials are working around the clock to tally the remaining mail-in and absentee ballots. Overnight, a scare in Philadelphia. Our NBC affiliate WCAU reports that police arrested 2 men from Virginia who allegedly threatened the convention center where officials are tabulating those votes. The men were reportedly driving a vehicle with QAnon stickers on it. They have not been charged. A win in the Keystone State would put Joe Biden over the top in the electoral count. And since the majority of outstanding ballots were in blue counties, each new vote dump brings Joe Biden closer to surpassing the president. A similar situation is playing out in Georgia, where Biden and Trump are neck and neck, separated by just a few hundred votes.
The president has narrowed Biden's lead in Nevada. The candidates now separated by about 1 percentage point. And Arizona is also a tight race there, still too close to call it this hour. The president is fighting tooth and nail with a wave of litigation. Judges have tossed out lawsuits in Georgia and Michigan. And yesterday, he once again falsely declared victory at the White House, while Biden urged the nation to trust the process.
If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
Meanwhile, a major development for Democrats in the fight for the Senate. The Georgia Senate race between incumbent David Perdue and Democrat Jon Ossoff could be heading to a runoff in January if neither candidate can muster 50% of the vote. You see Perdue just on the cusp there. The state's other Senate race is already projected to head to a runoff. If Democrats can win both of these seats, then the Senate would likely be a 50-50 split, with the vice president serving as the tiebreaker.
Like the rest of the nation, the candidates are watching the results come in. Our Josh Letterman is tracking President Trump. But first, let's get to NBC's Tracy Potts in Wilmington, Delaware. And Tracy, any news at all from the Biden camp?
Francis, the Biden team remains confident that eventually these votes, including the electoral votes, will come out in favor of Joe Biden. They think it's just a matter of time, even in some of these states like Arizona and Nevada, where he has either a shrinking or a razor-thin lead. They think that the votes that are still being tallied will be mostly in his favor. We're hearing again from Joe Biden, who's talking about the process that the president has criticized, but Biden says it's working exactly like it should.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners.
If and when that happens, the Biden campaign expects that he will be back here in this parking lot on that stage, trying to recreate the same type of drive-in victory speech event that they had planned for Tuesday night. Back to you.
Right, we will see. Tracy, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to the Trump campaign side of this fight. Joining us now is NBC's Josh Letterman. Josh, so we heard from the president again, and he continues to stand by his threats of legal action.
That's right, Philip. As the president's lawyers fan out across the country filing lawsuits in battleground states, and his son calls on Twitter for total war, the president appeared in the White House briefing room, spoke for 17 minutes, refused to take any questions, but instead offered a series of false statements about what he says is fraud in the 2020 election, providing no evidence to back up that claim. But the president saying that if only legal votes are counted, he's clearly winning, but that it's possible that through illegal votes, the election could be stolen from him. Take a listen.
There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret, but we think there'll be a lot of litigation because we can't have an election stolen like this.
And to be clear, Philip, the election is being stolen from nobody. And when the president says that all of these states are controlled by Democrats, that's not true. One of the key states we're watching right now, the state of Georgia, where the election apparatus is controlled by Republicans. But the president doubling down on this on Twitter just this morning, saying, I easily win the presidency of the United States with legal votes cast. The president calling for the U.S. Supreme Court to decide the outcome. Philip?
Thanks for keeping this straight for us, Josh. Very important for us. Thank you very much.
And as we tumble into day 3 of Election Day, this year's Florida could actually be Pennsylvania. There's no shortage of drama and confusion over all of these counts. Here to provide some perspective, NBC News Digital Senior Political Analyst Jonathan Allen. Always great to have you with us at any hour of the day and night and everything in between. All right, John, you were in Pennsylvania last week. You know the ins and outs. You know how things works here. As we've seen, with each unloading of these votes, that gap shrinks, narrow to Biden's favor here, in his favor. How do you see the day playing out, knowing that each day we're stopping the counting, we're starting the counting, the president says he's going to fight legally? How are we going to end this day?
And of course, we have a decision desk, Francis, that we have to wait for. And they're very rigorous and thoughtful, and they want to make absolutely sure before they make these calls. But I think what we're going to see with Pennsylvania over time, based on what's left to count, based on those batches that you're talking about, it looks very likely that Vice President Biden is going to continue to pick up steam in Pennsylvania and build a lead there before the end of the day. There is a reasonably good chance, certainly if that happens, he's gotten the 270 electoral votes he needs. There's a reasonably good chance that we will have an answer as to who the next president-elect is by the end of today.
And then we'll have that drink that you were talking about before that we will hoist in cheers just because this is all over. So, I mean, at least for now.
Yeah, we're all going to need it at some point. John, besides Lindsey Graham, the silence is deafening from the Republican Party as far as support in the erroneous things that President Trump is touting here in the fight for Pennsylvania and these other states here. Why do you think that is?
Well, we heard the president come out, certainly spoke today. We heard him speak early Wednesday morning. And what was clear at that moment, early Wednesday morning, is that the president believed he was losing. And I think that the rest of the Republican Party, certainly, it's not just silence. You're seeing some people who are longtime supporters of him rebuke him in sometimes subtle ways and sometimes more explicit ways over the last couple of days. They really don't want to be involved in something that has later come to be seen as sore loserism, if you know, for lack of a better term. And of course, that underplays a little bit what we're actually seeing from the president, which is not only being in a position of denial and sort of sore loserdom, but launching lawsuits and encouraging sort of wild conspiracy theories that are probably not helpful to the sanctity of the republic.
Yeah, so how far is he going to take it?
Well, I think that question's been asked a lot about Donald Trump in his 70-plus years on this earth, and the answer is always farther than anybody else thinks that a normal person would take things. We're already sort of at that point, just in terms of how quickly he went to the rhetoric of this is a fraud, you know, which obviously it's not, and the degree to which he's just sort of owning that from the podium at the White House. Rather than, you know, if in fact there was some sort of legitimate contest right now of ballots, which, by the way, have not fully been counted the first time, you would be seeing some of that unity from Republicans coming behind him that is absent right now.
Unity is something that Joe Biden has touted if he is in fact named and confirmed as the president. How difficult do you think it would be for him to govern, given that so much discord is being sown right now by the president and tens of millions of his supporters who back him?
If he wins, the honest advisor is going to tell him, "Congratulations, Mr. President-elect. Now comes the hard part."
Yeah.
You know, this is you know, he won a very narrow majority. If he wins the Electoral College, he won by razor-thin margins. The Congress is going to be divided probably when he starts in as president. And, oh, by the way, we're in the middle of a pandemic and an economic catastrophe along with it. So this is going to be extremely difficult for him. The one thing is that there's some history of him working with Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader.
Well, we've seen that messaging already where he said the other day, you know, it's not blue states, it's not red states, it's the United States. I'm sure he'll continue with that messaging well beyond. All right. Thank you, John, as always.
All right, politics aside for just a moment, there's a tropical depression that's taking some wicked turns. Here to get some details here, NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb to provide those details. In fact, Janessa, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We still continue to be in a historic hurricane season, and the storm system that we're looking at is Tropical Depression Eta. This was a Cat 4 storm that made landfall across Central America earlier this week, and what we're thinking this weekend, it starts to regain some force as it steps into the Caribbean. It aims towards Cuba, but right now the National Hurricane Center has this storm system by Sunday evening for South Florida. Then it continues to battle over these land areas, goes back into the Gulf, and we're going to continue to watch Gulf Coast communities going into next week. Let's look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Our temperatures, though, they're going to soar across the southeast into the south this weekend. Look at that, 75 degrees with a lot of sunshine this afternoon. A little bit more cloud coverage for New York City to Boston this afternoon, still in the upper 60s. So many people looking forward to the weekend. I'll have that forecast coming up.
Oh, wow. For more reasons than just one, Janessa.
We are among them. All right, Janessa, appreciate that.
Tesla is driving into a new market by releasing its own brand of tequila. So what started as an April Fool's tweet from Elon Musk back in 2018 is now reality. The company is selling its tequila online in limited quantities. It's on their website. If you want to try it, each bottle goes for $250, and each order is limited to just 2 bottles. But hey, look how cool they look. Right?
Very cool
Just put that on your bar card.
Very cool. New coronavirus cases peaking at a level we've never seen before.
Plus, how top aide to President Trump earned a lifetime ban from Twitter. Stocks posted big gains Thursday as a post-election wave of buying continued. The Dow surged 542 points and the S&P added 67, and the Nasdaq gained 300. Overnight, stock futures were in negative territory.
A former top aide to President Trump has had one of his accounts banned from Twitter. The account for Steve Bannon's podcast has been permanently banned from the platform, and one episode was pulled from YouTube. He had made a comment implying that Dr. Anthony Fauci and FBI Director Christopher Wray should have their heads on pikes outside of the White House. A spokesperson for Bannon says that he was speaking metaphorically and that Bannon has never called for violence of any kind.
A growing wave of discontent for House Democrats from within their own party. USA Today reports that several Democrats unloaded on House leadership during a heated call after losing a handful of key races in what was expected to be another blue wave. While Democrats are projected to maintain control, Republicans gained several seats in the House. Moderates reportedly blamed progressive proposals, specifically singling out the defund the police movement. Despite the tensions, there were no reported talks of a shakeup in leadership.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper has reportedly prepared a letter of resignation. This, according to 3 current defense officials. Defense officials say that Esper, who has long been at odds with President Trump, prepared his letter because he's one of the cabinet officials long expected to be pushed out after the election. In a statement, the assistant to the Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs wrote in part, Secretary Esper continues to serve the nation at the pleasure of the president. Esper is helping members of Congress draft legislation that will strip of Confederate leaders from military bases, the names of them, a move that could put him further at odds with the president.
The record number of election ballots isn't the only thing reaching a peak. So is the number of U.S. coronavirus cases, which continues to soar to new heights. For the first time since the start of the pandemic, the U.S. reported over 120,000 new cases on Thursday, according to an NBC News tally. The latest numbers eclipsed Wednesday's previous single-day record of over 104,000 by nearly 16,000. This marks the second day in a row that the country has reported over 100,000 cases. And as Americans await the outcome of a presidential election, the virus continues to spread throughout the nation, including in key battleground states. On Thursday, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina each recorded more than 2,000 cases in a single day. This as the U.S. still holds the lead for the highest number of coronavirus cases and deaths in the world, with more than 9.6 million infections and over 236,000 deaths.
The NFL is cracking down on the Las Vegas Raiders. They have fined the team and their coach, John Gruden, $650,000 and took away a 6th-round draft pick after repeated violations of the league's COVID-19 protocols. With this, the Raiders are the first team to lose a draft pick as punishment for coronavirus protocol violations. The team has been fined over $1.2 million this season over 4 separate incidents.
Up next, Thursday night blowout. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers roll the 49ers.
From Green Bay. Rodgers going to air it out. There he is. Valdez-Scantling for the touchdown. We're accustomed to seeing this.
Rodgers had the Packers lighting up the San Francisco sky early against the Niners, and Green Bay would keep their foot on the gas. Rodgers threw for 3 touchdowns in the first half alone. He would add another to Marquez Valdez-Scantling in the third quarter. The banged-up Niners just could not keep up. They couldn't even find the end zone until about 5 minutes left in the game. The Packers win it 34-17.
Still to come, Janessa. She's up next with your weekend forecast.
And we will go live to Wilmington, Delaware for an update from Joe Biden's campaign headquarters.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get into the weekend. Over 235 areas above average this afternoon, and it's going to continue for your Saturday and Sunday. I am watching a little bit of snow for the Rockies, but look at the plains to the East Coast. It's all about the 70s in November, an unusual weather pattern that we are going to see over your weekend, but it's going to bring a ton more sunshine. Make sure you're getting out there and enjoying it. For Florida, though, we're going to be watching that tropical rain and pretty much a disturbance that's pretty continuous across the Pacific Northwest. So, guys, this is the weekend. Enjoy it.
Don't have to tell us twice. Yeah. Janessa, thanks.
Right when we come back, the latest from the Biden campaign as the ballot counting in Pennsylvania continues. Keep it here. We start early morning on this Friday with Joe Biden closing in on 270 as the last presidential election counts trickle in. Our Ali Vitale is in Wilmington, Delaware. And Ali, bring us up to date on the latest.
Francis, the word that they've been using here for the last day or so has been victory is imminent. I think we're sort of stretching the meaning of that term at this point. But at the same time, we knew that this was going to take a while, especially because states like Pennsylvania saw such an influx of vote-by-mail ballots. We knew that those were going to take some time to get counted. And we're seeing throughout the morning that we're getting slow trickles, more updated numbers out of Pennsylvania, a state that's just one of those across the map that remains gray for us here at NBC News, and that we're waiting to see what the call is. Frankly, the waiting game is happening all around Wilmington, Delaware right now because the Biden campaign is waiting right along with us. They think that they eventually will see Pennsylvania tilt in their favor. They've been texting and calling around with top Democrats in Pennsylvania, one of them telling us that they got a text saying that they should expect celebration, but that the work would come soon after. In terms of what we're seeing in terms of preparation on the ground here, we've seen some mic checks, some lighting checks, signs of life in the parking lot here that potentially could signal that we'll see Joe Biden at some point today if and when 270 is hit, because they've been confident this whole time, but they are not going to call it a victory in truth until they see it on the map, until the networks across the board start calling it. So they can feel good, they can read the data, but at the same time, they're at the mercy of all of our decision desks, just like all of the rest of America is. The other thing here, though, they watched the president last night, and advisors told us they reacted to that speech by saying it was desperate, baseless, and a sign that the president is losing. Even aides, even allies of the president, though, like Chris Christie, are saying that when the president alleges things like voter fraud, Chris Christie says you got to provide the evidence. And honestly, we haven't seen any of that, guys.
No, you have Chris Christie speaking out and the other silence speaking volumes as well. But as you're saying those words, imminent, eventual, and maybe between 24 hours from now, all right, or even sooner.
Right. Waiting is difficult, but it's a lot easier to wait when things are looking good for you, I guess, right?
And dig in our purple here also, Ali, all of us with our purple here. Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, it is Friday. We've had a long week here. We're still not done, still a long way to go. Again, our decision desk has not made a call on Pennsylvania, Arizona, and 3 other key states here, but keep it right here. We should have some sort of solution soon. We can only hope.
Yeah, and hopefully some peace and calm after that. We thank you for being with us on this Friday to end your very long week, if there is an end to it. I'm Francis Rivera.
I'm Philip Mena.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. This is Morning News Now.
Let's get an update on where things stand this morning. 6 states still remain to be called. Here's where the candidates stand in the Electoral College. It is still where it was 24 hours ago. 253 for Joe Biden, 214 for President Trump, though things are getting closer to the end in a number of states. Let's start with Pennsylvania, where the race is tightening with numbers updated overnight. You can see President Trump still holds on to the lead, but that lead now only about 18,000 votes, with still more votes expected, especially from the Philadelphia area. Let's look at Philadelphia County, the only county processing votes overnight, breaking in a major way for Biden as the count continues there. He has an 80% of the vote coming in, with still about 8% of the votes still to be counted in Philadelphia County. Let's move to Georgia now. Big news breaking overnight. It is still far too close to call, but you can see former Vice President Joe Biden taking a slight lead. He is now up by about 1,000 votes after building on his taking advantage of the votes overnight and taking a slight lead there. Still some votes to be counted, but very close there in Georgia.
We're also watching Arizona closely with 90% of that vote in and a 47,000 vote difference. Biden up 50.1% to Trump's 48.5% with still about 10% of those votes left. So this race is also too close to call. Next up, Nevada, still counting as well. You might have seen some of that on the internet. Too close to call with 89% of that vote in, a difference of 11,000 votes with Biden up just by those 11,000. Now, here's a look at all the states we're waiting to call and the difference between the candidates in each. You will see there we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. Now, Alaska, I think we might still have as too early to call. North Carolina, we're not expecting to know for about a week, but those other states, we could be hearing something from those states, from Pennsylvania, shortly, maybe sometime this morning.
And former vice president does have a few different paths to a possible victory right now, and he also holds on to the lead in the popular vote. Of course, that does not decide who becomes the next president, but you can see that Biden is leading by about 4 million votes right now in the popular vote, with still across the country about 9% of the votes still needing to be counted, a lot of that on the West Coast.
Joining us now to break down all those numbers is NBC News political editor Carrie Dan. Carrie, good morning. Thank you for joining us on this morning where we still don't know a lot about what's going to happen.
We know it's getting closer, though,
Yeah.
and I think right now all eyes this morning are on Pennsylvania. We see President Trump does still have the lead there, but we know it just gets smaller and smaller with every count that comes out. We are thinking we might get another batch of votes in the next hour or two from Philadelphia, which could change the numbers again. What should we be looking for right now in Pennsylvania?
Well, you're absolutely right that Philadelphia is sort of all eyes this morning. We know that we're going to see more vote coming from there. We've been hopefully promised it in the next, let's say, half hour or hour. We'll at least get some of that. There's about 50,000 votes that are still yet to be reported out in Philadelphia. Some chunk of that is what we expect to see. Another place to keep an eye on in the western part of the state, Allegheny County, that's the Pittsburgh area. That's an area that has also been breaking pretty heavily for Biden. It's a county that actually had to, for legal and administrative reasons, they had to take the day not counting yesterday. So we've been sitting and waiting for this 35,000 votes to come in from Allegheny. They're going to resume the counting later this morning. So we expect to see numbers from there. Now, at this point, all signs are that these two areas and some other remaining areas in the state are going to break pretty heavily for Joe Biden. These are very, very blue areas in any situation. And these are mail ballots that are being counted. So they're even more blue by even more of a margin than they would be if they were just election day votes. So we are expecting that some combination of these votes that we're going to see today and throughout the day are going to break for Joe Biden. It's just a matter of where they come from and how much we get to see and whether it's enough to put Biden over the top of that 18,000 vote lead that the president currently has in Pennsylvania.
Carrie, let's switch over to Georgia now. I was watching at 4 something this morning as Steve Kornacki, of course, the genius that he is, the national treasure that he is, was doing the math live on the air as we were getting these new votes in, which did bring Biden up into the lead. Now, the state is close. It's a difference of just over 1,000 votes. But in the Atlanta metro area, Joe Biden is leading by more than 35 points. Take us through the numbers here and what we are still expecting with that 1% left.
Well, what happened last night, you're right, Savannah, there was a big dramatic moment in the 4 a.m. hour when votes came in from Clayton County. That's the Atlanta metro area south of downtown. This is a very heavily black district, and somewhat symbolically, it's also the district that was represented by the late John Lewis, of course, the civil rights icon and a lifelong advocate for voting rights. That district delivered big for Biden, and he went up by a margin of about 917 votes, just a hair in that 4 a.m. hour. We've been seeing a little bit more vote coming in. Now, it's worth noting that there is still some vote out in suburban Atlanta that should be pretty favorable to the president, but this margin is extremely tight. And one thing that we're going to have to watch is there are also provisional ballots and absentee ballots coming from the military and overseas. Those latter ones can be received until the end of the day today, and those still have yet to be counted. Keep in mind also, Georgia has a recount rule. We are well within the threshold of a recount, and either candidate can request one. And within the margin that we're seeing here being so close in Georgia, election officials in that state are preparing for that to be the case.
Carrie, let's head to Nevada, which is taking its dear sweet time counting all of the votes.
And the internet has noticed, by the way.
There are plenty of memes and all sorts of comments about that.
They're killing me. They're actually killing me.
Right now, Joe Biden has an 11,000 vote lead. I think the last numbers I saw, there's about 190,000 votes still left to count in Nevada, and the vast majority of those are in Clark County, which has been skewing toward Joe Biden. But what should we expect as we keep an eye on Nevada and hopefully more results today?
That's right. We expect about 90% of that outstanding vote is in Clark County, of course, home to Las Vegas, and the majority of votes actually that come out of Nevada from that county, the most populous by far in the state. We're hoping midday around noon that we may see some more vote from there. You might have heard last night our elections director, John Lipinski, said that there was some anticipation that networks would be able to make a call in Nevada yesterday. The vote that was released from Clark County just was not enough to do that. What we have seen out of Nevada has not changed sort of the dynamic that's going on there. Joe Biden is in the lead, and the votes that are coming in are breaking his way in a pretty significant way. There's nothing that we've seen to indicate that that will not continue to be the case, but we just need to wait and see and wait for more vote, which we expect to do later today.
Carrie, let's go south of Nevada and talk Arizona. Votes are still being counted overnight there. What numbers are we watching closely there that could ultimately determine this outcome? We've only got 90% of the vote, and according to our NBC News count, too close to call. What are we waiting on here?
So we're looking for Maricopa County today, which has been the case since election night. We do expect at 11 a.m. Eastern that we are going to get a new update about 75,000 new ballots coming in from Maricopa. Now, it's worth noting that these are going to be ballots that were dropped off in person. They're mail ballots. The people decided, OK, I'm not going to put them in the mail. I'm going to go and drop them off. A big chunk of those votes is what we're going to see today. Now, we've been saying for the last few days that Donald Trump, in order to catch up to Joe Biden, needs to get about 59%. 59% in those ballots that are coming in that are still outstanding. In the last day or so, he has been meeting that mark. Democrats are hopeful, though, that this new batch that's going to come in from Maricopa, because they made such outreach to their voters in the state, hey, don't put your ballot in the mail, you should take it in person. They're hoping that this new batch is a better sign for them. But this is going to be very, very, very tight in Arizona.
And finally, Carrie, while we have you, let's talk about North Carolina, where pretty much nothing has changed now for over a day, almost 2 days now. They say it's basically going to be another week before we get more results there. What should we know about North Carolina? And is this something that Biden can overcome at all?
Both sides agree that North Carolina is leaning towards the president. I don't think that Democrats are particularly hopeful here. The absentee ballots that we're waiting for can be received until Thursday. So there's more vote that is coming in that is going to be counted. So that's kind of what we're waiting on. And that's why one reason it's going to take so long. There's not really any indications that there's going to be a big surprise here. As I said, both sides think it's going to go Donald Trump's way. Also, keep in mind in North Carolina, people have been voting since early September. It's the first state to send out mail ballots. So this has been a very, very long process for the good people of the Tar Heel state.
Carrie, thank you so much. We couldn't kick this off without you breaking this down for us. We'll talk to you in a bit.
See you.
The presidential candidates are sending a very different message about the state of the race. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Carol Lee and NBC News political reporter Ali Vitale. She's joining us from Wilmington, Delaware. Carol, I want to start with you and the president and what the latest is that we're hearing from the campaign. Last night, we heard some of what the president's message was. NBC and some other networks chose to not continue with that broadcast because of the content of the message. But what is the campaign saying now, and what did we learn last night?
Well, there's the public message and the private message. Publicly, the word is defiance. They are defiant. They're saying that there's making the accusations of fraud unsubstantiated. There's no evidence of that. A number of the president's allies have got on board with him on that, particularly the president's children. And so we're seeing they're really leaning into that message publicly. Privately, what I'm hearing is there's real ambivalence about that message. They're not there are folks around the president who don't think that that is what he should be doing. I spoke with one of the president's advisors who said he has to get lucky everywhere. That's how rough it is, and that he shouldn't be saying necessarily that there's widespread fraud everywhere. So you have these mixed messages, and then you have mixed messages from the president himself. When he finally came out and spoke yesterday, he made all of these accusations of widespread fraud, again, none of which are substantiated, and yet praised all of the Republican wins. And, these are the same ballots. And so, again, you have these mixed messages coming from the president. Just take a listen to what he said.
There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats, and in a really much more competitive states. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters.
So there you have it. He said that, and then he said there's widespread fraud everywhere. That only apparently pertains to him. You don't expect the president to back down on this today, but there are people around him who think this is not how he should be talking.
Now, Allie, let's talk about Joe Biden. We know that he has a few different paths to victory. He wins Pennsylvania, it's over. He wins Arizona and Nevada, it's over. But then suddenly overnight, you see him take this razor-thin lead in Georgia. What is the reaction? Are you hearing any reaction to the fact that they now are up slightly by just barely 4 digits in Georgia?
Look, when you're already saying that victory is imminent, I'm not really sure where you can go from there other than to victory. And that's frankly the waiting game that we're all playing right now, because the Biden campaign in Georgia specifically called it a toss-up, but they really thought they had an edge there. There's something actually quite poetic about the home county of John Lewis being one of the places that puts him over in Georgia, at least for right now. But I think that that's a state that the Biden campaign has always felt good about. But they're really two tracks that we hear so much about are Nevada and Arizona or Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is a state that we have only heard them be more confident about. One top Pennsylvania Democrat told us yesterday that they had gotten a text message from Biden campaign staffers saying, get ready for a celebration, but that the work would come soon after. And so that's a state that they're feeling good about, especially when you consider the fact that the reason it's taking so long is because there's all those vote by mail ballots that they have to get through. Remember, Joe Biden is someone who urged his supporters, plan your vote, even if that means that you need to get to it by mail or in person. He's winning those mail-in ballots by over 70%. That's why there's such an edge there for him in Pennsylvania. I would also add, the flip side of that is Donald Trump was very mistrustful about mail-in voting, so it makes sense why you didn't see a lot of his supporters taking that route at the ballot box.
Absolutely. Carol, now we know a lot of the president's family members and close associates have been making these claims about issues with the election, about potential voting fraud. Donald Trump Jr. yesterday held a press conference making some strong statements. What did he say?
Well, he really backed up what his dad was saying, and he sort of threatened other Republicans, saying, where are you? Why don't you speak out? And was very, adamant that they needed to come out and back the president and his claims of fraud. Take a listen.
I think the Democrats are used to this from a Republican Party that hasn't had a backbone. You're not going to see that this time around. That party is gone, and anyone that doesn't fight like that should go with it. Donald Trump is going to be the guy to open the door to get the transparency that America wants and that America and our democracy deserves.
So you had the president's children have been some of his fiercest defenders out there on Twitter. There you have his son, Donald Trump Jr., making that call for Republicans to get behind the president. But you're not hearing that from the Republican Party. You got to say that.
And we should note that these allegations of fraud have not come with any evidence. Allie, how is the Biden campaign responding to all of these allegations that the Trump campaign has been throwing out there?
Well, those allegations of fraud don't come with any merit, and you're even seeing allies of the president say that if he has that evidence, he should probably come out with it or else not say this at all. I'm thinking specifically of something that Chris Christie said recently after he heard the president last night. And frankly, Biden advisors say that the claims that the Trump campaign is making both in court and about these ideas of fraud, it's meritless, they say, it's silliness, they say. But there is sort of a flip side to this where legally all of those things might be true, but in the court of public opinion, what you're seeing the Trump campaign do, and as someone who covered them in 2016, it's not really surprising. They're muddying the waters and trying to just make clear that there could be doubt about the system. That's a dangerous thing, and I'm going to be watching in these coming days if Republicans writ large throughout Washington decide to actually take a stand on that. But for now, in Wilmington at least, we're seeing some preparations for the potential, if they reach 270, for some kind of event in this parking lot here. The setup is still here, the stage is still set, tinkering with the lights a little bit. So the potential for that is real. But for now, I think what we have is a waiting game and more time to scroll those Nevada memes.
Allie, they're killing me. That's certainly something I'll be doing while we all wait. Carol and Allie, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Thanks.
Ballots are still being counted in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden is chipping away at President Trump's early lead. Here's where the race stands right now. Of course, too close to call President Trump up by about 18,000 votes. The vast majority of new votes coming in are from mail-in ballots, mostly in Biden's favor. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett joins us now from Pittsburgh. So, Maura, you're in Allegheny County, where about 35,000 votes still need to be counted. That could change the state of the race here in Pennsylvania. Where do things stand right now where you are?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. So all eyes on Pennsylvania as Philadelphia is currently counting their mail-in ballots. Here in Pittsburgh, they will get started again at 9 a.m. These 35,000 ballots are ones that need to be gone through by hand by the return board here. By law, the return board could not meet until 3 days after the election. So 9 a.m. is the earliest that they're allowed to do this. So that's why we saw all of their mail-in ballots done overnight on Wednesday, and then we had to wait throughout the day Thursday to see what goes on here today. So this will take a longer process than we typically saw the rate of return that Allegheny did, because this is something they're going to be going through by hand to check, if there was a tear in the ballot, they couldn't scan it through. There are some incorrect ballots that were sent out, so they had to send replacement ballots. They're going to check that these people didn't vote twice. So these are these painstaking checks that will be done by hand, and then those ballots will be counted. But like you said, 35,000, a significant chunk here left to be counted in Pennsylvania on the western side of the state.
Now, Mara, both candidates made several visits to southwestern Pennsylvania. Besides Allegheny County, the entire region went red. Again, Allegheny County is where Pittsburgh is. How does that compare to what we saw in 2016? And also, what were those margins like in some of those counties?
Yeah, Savannah, that's what's actually fascinating looking at this, because Joe Biden was spending a lot of his time campaigning looking to shrink the margins that Trump had, especially in some of these places where there's tighter races. Now, turnout was bigger on both sides. There is an increased amount of voters turning out for both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But the percentage differences are almost identical to what we saw in 2016, give or take like 1 or 2 percentage points in some places. And a good amount of them, Westmoreland, Greene County, are big spreads where Donald Trump really carried the counties. Remember, the western side of Pennsylvania is very different than the eastern side or even the central part of the state. It's known as the gateway to the Midwest. It's a lot of blue-collar workers, people in manufacturing, agriculture, and folks that really were in major support of the president outside of just this urban setting of Pittsburgh. So it's been fascinating to see kind of how the president just used his raw enthusiasm here to continue to turn out folks in southwestern PA.
Maura, let's talk about the other side of the state in Philadelphia. Election workers, there are multiple lawsuits happening, but they're still counting thousands of ballots. What's the time frame on results there? Any indication when the ballot counting will be finished?
That is the million-dollar question. I'm going to look into my crystal ball here. But basically, the election officials have said that these lawsuits aren't going to hold up counting the rest of the day. And so for context, do some math with me here, but Philadelphia has about 50,000 ballots left to go. We have seen about 20,000 ballots come in overnight. So since 10 p.m., about 20,000 ballots within 9 hours, and we have 50,000 to go. So maybe more than 15 hours or so. We are waiting for a dump. this morning. So that might shrink that timeline a little bit. But just so you guys have a sense of context, these remaining ballots from Philadelphia are coming in slowly, and we have no set timeline from the city. But officials there tell us that they are, quote, working like crazy.
Can I say, for as much as we're all looking at Philadelphia, looking at Pennsylvania and feel stressed about it, those vote count live streams are quite peaceful. Just all doing their thing.
What was that concept called? Slow TV? It's the thing where you just watch like a train go forever. And it's the new meditation.
It's kind of nice. Yeah. You need to chill. Go watch something that we're not all feeling very chill about, but it might make you feel better.
Maura, you probably need caffeine, though. I mean, you probably need the opposite of something to calm you down. So
thanks for working so hard for us. Now to the battleground state of Georgia, where new numbers came in overnight, putting Joe Biden in the lead. But the race is still too close to call. You can see here he's up by just over 1,000 votes with 99% of the vote in. Too close to call. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander joins us now from Atlanta. Blaine, good morning. Biden pulled ahead overnight. I said this earlier. I was watching as Steve Kornacki was doing some math live on the air in the 4 a.m. hour, but the candidates are still only separated by just over 1,000 votes. What's the latest on the ballot count there? And is there any word on when we might get the final results, when that last 1% is going to be in?
Well, that's the million-dollar question. Let's talk about that razor-thin margin, the thinnest of razor-thin margins. 1,096 votes are only separating Joe Biden and President Trump. So that's something that happened overnight. We saw, as of last night, there were several thousand or so ballots that still needed to be processed, that still needed to be put in. Well, some of those votes came in overnight, and a number of them were from Clayton County. That's a metro Atlanta county just to the south of here, but it's a heavily Democratic area, and that is what essentially tipped the scales and put Joe Biden over Donald Trump. Now, we do know that there are a number of other ballots coming in, and we don't know the timing of that. You know, it comes down to the individual counties. There are still a handful of counties around the state of Georgia that still need to upload their votes. And on top of that, Savannah, one thing that we are also watching is that there could be as many as 8,900 additional ballots. Those fit into the category of military ballots or overseas ballots. And as long as they were postmarked by Tuesday, if they arrive today, by the end of the day, they can still be counted, and they still will be counted. So that adds a whole other layer of ballots that we could possibly be expecting. And the question is, because they have until the end of the day, that count might not start until later tonight, possibly even going into Saturday or so. So when you ask the question of when can we expect these, honestly, it's anybody's guess. You know, it really is a moving target. The Secretary of State's office is not committing to a time. Yesterday, they said that they were, quote, prayerful that it would be done by the end of the day. That was yesterday. We're now into today. But again, they're not ruling it out, going possibly sometime into the weekend, guys.
Blaine, a state we are all watching, not only for the presidential election, but also that other Senate race. We will be in this state a lot this morning, letting you know what's going on. Thanks for reporting, Blaine.
Now, President Trump is once again claiming there is election fraud, specifically in states that have not been called. Here's a little of what he said in the White House briefing room last night.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late.
Let's bring in NBCNews.com political reporter Jane Tim to help fact check this for us. We should note, Jane, a lot of networks pulled out of the president's speech pretty early because a lot of what he's saying just wasn't matching up with reality. You heard a little bit of that in that soundbite there. Can you break down what the president means by illegal votes and if there has been any evidence at all of voter fraud?
You know, by all accounts, he seems to be implying that the illegal votes are the ones that are coming in for Democrats. I think his argument boils down to the fact that he thinks mail-in ballots are all illegal. They are not illegal. They're absolutely legal. And there's just no evidence of voter fraud in American elections. You know, my colleague Ali Vitale really hit the nail on the head earlier when she said the president slams mail-in voting all year. And then when Democrats choose to mail-in vote more than Republicans, he says, look, it's proof of fraud. I'd say it's proof of politics.
Now, let's also talk about this claim of votes coming in late. This is something the Trump campaign has been challenging in lawsuits in several states. And we should note the laws are different in several states. Now, let's talk Pennsylvania, where mail-in ballots arriving 3 days after Election Day today can still be counted as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, November 3rd. Now, Jane, is there any evidence that any votes submitted or postmarked after November 3rd will be counted, and therefore meaning late votes would be counted?
There's no evidence that votes sent after Election Day will be counted. I will say Pennsylvania's law is a little bit sticky. They say without a legible postmark, it is okay, in part because when you have postage paid ballots, the post office often just pushes them through without a postmark. So the Supreme State Court said, look, if it's mailed within if it arrives in 3 days, it was mailed before. We're going to presume that it was mailed before because we want fair elections. That's what the state Supreme Court really dug into in their ruling, is that you need to be able to trust that if you put something in the mail, your vote will be counted, not because your mail is slow. And we've seen historic slowdowns in the mail that make it those late ballots actually mean enfranchising voters who trusted the public works to get their ballot there on time. When it comes to actually late ballots, we actually don't know that there's that many. The Secretary of State in Pennsylvania has said we're talking hundreds, not thousands in counties. 60,000 ballots came in late in the June primary, but we're actually seeing a lot less. And that to me tells me that public education efforts, the mail your ballot on time push that we all saw on Twitter, that actually seems to be working.
Now, there have been reports of post office delays and also votes coming from overseas. Do we know how many of those votes could still be out there?
You know, we really don't. Time will tell. It is worth stressing that, military ballots have an extremely high absentee rejection rate, in part because sometimes they do show up late. So these provisions are important to enfranchise our armed service members who are mailing them from all around the world and should be allowed to have their ballots counted. That deadline in Pennsylvania, I think, is the 10th or the 9th. So it's really just too early to know how many late ballots there could be. Again, none of this really matters unless your margin is in the hundreds. And we don't see an indication that we are going to be in the hundreds. Of course, it's 2020. Anything can happen. But until we know, it's just talk, and it's casting doubt on a system that doesn't deserve it, frankly.
Whew, Jane, that's so true. 2020, anything goes. Now, there have also been allegations from the president and his lawyer that poll watchers have been denied access and that they are not partisan. This was something we were talking quite a bit about before the election, and we saw some pretty dramatic video of some clashes with them as we were watching votes be counted. Explain to us what's happening here.
You know, the president has been filing lawsuits to claim this sort of legal blitz, but legal experts tell me these are kind of smaller lawsuits. Like, where can a poll watcher stand? Are they standing 6 feet away because of COVID, or are they standing 30 feet away because that's where, they were set up by the election workers? They have had a couple legal wins of moving closer to the action, but poll observers really just stand there and watch and make sure everything goes according to plan. There are poll watchers of both sides, and we saw in court yesterday the president's lawyers saying, we need to have our people in there. And the judge looked at him and said, are your people in there? And they said, well, yes, but we want more. We want different. So there's transparency in the system. The system has poll watchers of both sides. They're both in there, and they can fight about where they're going to be, but they have been in there the whole time.
All right, Jane, I think you kind of explained that for us here. But poll watching has been around for a long time. What is the basic job of the poll observers who are in there? And just quickly kind of explain that process and how it works.
I asked an expert about this who used to do this kind of work in the Justice Department. And he said, it's kind of like cataloging airlines coming in and hoping you're going to see a UFO, because you're there for the UFO. But really, you're watching just, paper go by. You're taking notes on everything that happens. This is not a particularly exciting activity. You sort of say, well, these ballots came in, they were challenged. Oh, those were accepted. You're truly cataloging really mechanical parts of elections. People go to satisfy their own interests that the rules are being followed. And for the most part, they are. Occasionally poll watchers see very small administrative failures. That tends to be what your poll watchers will call back to the major party and say, here's what I saw. Very small mechanical failures.
Those UFOs are rare. That's a great analogy. I like that, Jane. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jane.
Thanks, guys.
Now to battleground North Carolina, where it'll be at least another week before we learn final results. Let's look at the numbers so far, though. The presidential race still too close to call, 95% of the vote in, with President Trump up 76,737 votes. We are waiting again on that last 5%, and we probably won't know for about a week. NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now from Charlotte. Good morning, Leanne. Now, state election officials said they will not have updated numbers until November 12th. Explain to us what is the holdup here, and is there any chance that we could get results sooner?
Hey, Savannah. So, the State Board of Elections is the one who said that they won't have the results until November 12th. But there's also County Board of Elections as well. And what they are doing is they have scheduled their meetings for November 12th to go through and certify all of those votes. And that's why we have to wait until November 12th, because that's when the county boards meet to take in all those extra ballots from their counties and count them. But there could be a little bit of a change because counties can decide when they want to have those meetings. While most are November 12th, well, Mecklenburg County, where I am now, which encompasses Charlotte, which is one of the most populous counties in the state and one of the most Democratic counties in this state, they are holding their meeting today. So we could see a little bit of a change in those in the vote numbers by the end of the day today, but it won't be significant enough to change any sort of outcome because it's just one county of all of the counties in North Carolina that will submit their could submit their votes today. Savannah.
Leanne, it's not just the presidency we're looking at in North Carolina. There's a critical seat in the U.S. Senate also up for grabs. That race right now still too close to call. What is the latest with that?
It is the same as the presidential race in the sense that we won't get final results until the end of next week. The margin in that race, though, is a little bit wider than in the presidential race. While there's 77,000 votes separating President Trump and Joe Biden, there's about 98,000 votes separating the Republican incumbent, Senator Thom Tillis, and his Democratic challenger, Cal Cunningham. Now, I'm talking to Republicans and Democrats in the state, and Republicans are outright saying that Thom Tillis and the president are going to win this race. If you notice that out of all of the states that are still outstanding, the president hasn't announced a lawsuit in North Carolina. The reason is because they are very confident that they are going to pull out a win here, and the Tillis campaign thinks the exact same thing. Joe.
Leanne, thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be talking to you quite a bit over the next week still. Thanks.
Now to the battleground state of Arizona, still too close to call at this hour. Joe Biden is still holding on to his slim lead. More votes are trickling in overnight from the all-important Maricopa County. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz joins us now from Scottsdale, Arizona. So, Gadi, late last night, more votes were reported out of that county, Maricopa. We think in about, 3.5 hours, we're going to get even more votes from there. What is the latest from Maricopa?
Yeah, 3.5 hours, we should see more votes. And we're starting to see the clip of ballots that are coming in. We know that they're dropping at about 75,000 ballots each time a batch comes up. So here's what we know from that last batch of 75,000. We know that the lead that Biden had was about 69,000 votes ahead of President Trump. And then we saw that shorten to about 47,000 vote lead. So Trump is closing that margin just a little bit. And a lot of those votes, again, are coming from Maricopa County. So that would suggest that they're coming from somewhere in the greater Phoenix area. There are some other votes coming from other parts of the state, though, that are worth mentioning. We've got Pima County that has been reporting some of their votes, too. And down there in Pima County, President Trump has come out ahead. This is a county where they were expecting some of these late votes, these late counted votes, to come in more for Biden because it's a traditionally blue area around Tucson. However, that has not been the case. It's been the opposite. So President Trump was able to close the gap just a little bit. And then up near Flagstaff, a reliably blue area as well, we saw some votes come in from there, and they came in overwhelmingly for Biden. But that was not really a surprise. And those votes and that margin was pretty slim. So not a big difference in that lead. The big thing to remember right now is 47,000. That's as many votes more that Biden has than President Trump. And that margin seems to be shrinking every single time we get one of these batches. As you mentioned, the next batch is coming out in about 3.5 hours. And if President Trump is to catch up with Joe Biden, it's going to be about a 6 out of every 10 ballot needs to come in for President Trump. We were watching here in Maricopa County people taking in those green envelope ballots that they were dropping off. Those are the ones that are being counted right now, and it is not. It's not a far cry to imagine that 6 out of every 10 of those could go to the president, but at this point, it is still too early to tell. Guys?
Now, Gadi, I actually woke up with a text this morning. For people watching, Gadi and I are very, very close friends. So one of my friends texted me and said, Gadi is such a pro. And I was asleep because I was getting ready for the show. But I have a feeling that he texted me that because of something that you were covering last night. Of course, you covered it phenomenally. Protesters once again surrounding a ballot counting facility in Phoenix. Now, these are Trump supporters. What are they demanding? What are they saying?
Well, we spent a lot of time with the rally that was in front of the Maricopa County Election Center. And just to paint the scene here, we're talking about the place that these ballots are coming from. So every time you hear an update from Maricopa County, it is this building in downtown Phoenix. And right now, well, not right now, I think that they left a little bit earlier tonight. But every day we're seeing protests gather right in front of there. And it's just Trump supporters. It's people out there saying that they feel that this election is being stolen from the president. A lot of them are focusing on what's happening across the country. Some of them are focusing on what's happening here in Arizona. Many of them are very angry. They say that they believe that this state is still red, and anything that suggests otherwise is false. So we had different groups competing last night. It got a little bit testy. First, we had some groups there that were praying, and they were saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and they were keeping things extremely peaceful, extremely thoughtful. They said they didn't want to dabble in conspiracies. They were there to just make sure that the pressure was on to keep those votes counted. And then we saw Alex Jones show up, who is that notorious conspiracy theorist. He came in, and all of a sudden the crowd went from chanting count those votes to chanting Alex Jones, following him into the street. And then after that, Alex Jones left, and then they came back over to the man that led them once again in prayer, once again in singing the national anthem, once again in saying the pledge. And so you had rising tensions, and then you had them coming back down. Meanwhile, the counting was still happening inside of that election center. So the poll workers are in the back. They're hearing all this ruckus outside, and they're just trying to keep their heads down and trying to keep doing what everybody is hoping that they do here by the weekend, which is get those votes counted.
The other thing Gadi did last night was this fantastic demonstration of Sharpie-gate and how it worked. So
it could have been either one.
We won't ask him to reenact that right now, but go on when you're looking at all the Nevada election memes, go find that too and have Gadi explain to you the whole Sharpie-gate thing, which he successfully debunked. One more thing I want to ask you, Gadi, while we have you, is about ballot counters. I'm sure you've been chatting with them. What are they saying about all of this?
Well, technically, we are not allowed to talk to the ballot counters until after this is all said and done. They are very adamant about maintaining focus and maintaining that impartiality. So we know some of them are Democrats, some of them are Republicans, but they're all working in this room. However, I did have a conversation yesterday that was kind of telling. The day before yesterday, it was the crowd was right up against the front steps, and it was very boisterous, and it seemed as though anything could happen. Yesterday, they built a little bit of a barricade, and they gave a little bit more space between the crowd and the poll workers or the election workers that were in there counting those ballots. And at one point, I walked outside, and there was one of those election workers sitting on the steps, and she was watching the the protests, and we had a nice conversation about her kale salad. She was enjoying her kale salad, taking a break as she watched the protests. So the tension seems to have come down a little bit. There's still a lot of volatility there, but she was one that came out, and she seemed comfortable enough to be outside, which was a little bit of a different story than the day before when we saw those poll workers or those election workers escorted to their car by armed sheriff's deputies. Guys?
All right, Gotti, thank you so much.
Wow, what incredible details. Seriously, I'm so grateful that you are there and we are hearing these accounts from what you're seeing on the ground. It's just such great reporting. Thank you so much.
And no problem. We'll see you guys.
Of course, the entire world is watching, still watching, and awaiting the final results of the presidential election here in the U.S.
Probably the entire world has gotten very used to learning things about Nevada, laughing at those memes as well. Sarah Harmon joins us now. Maybe she can confirm that for us. She's following reaction from across the globe. Sarah, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you. That's right. We are all still watching. It's Eyes on America this morning. You know, yesterday we were talking about how a lot of the official reaction from foreign governments was very much of the wait and see, we'll work with any administration, respect the process variety. Guys, today, a little more concern is showing through. I want to show you a tweet from the German foreign minister, Heiko Maas, who tweeted, "What's happening in America is not completely consistent with the democratic culture we know from the USA. Important is that the result is accepted by everyone. It's easy to be a winner, but sometimes it's quite difficult to be a loser." We also have a tweet here from Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, who appeared to be taking a swipe at President Trump this morning. She was tweeting about a separate issue, Scottish independence, but she wrote in part, as we're seeing across the Atlantic just now, politicians who rage against democracy don't prevail. Guys, some countries are already anticipating potential changes to foreign policy. In Israel, a high-profile Arab-Israeli lawmaker, Ahmed Tibi, said that the Palestinian leadership would be prepared to work with a new administration if Joe Biden is elected. And over in Asia, investors are loving the good news for Biden. Japan's Nikkei index closed at its highest level in 29 years, guys. China's currency is also trading up against the dollar. And remember, a Biden presidency is thought to be somewhat more friendly or at least less combative toward free trade. So that's what we're seeing this morning. But guys, the waiting game over here, it continues. Joe, Savannah.
Sarah, thank you. We'll be back. Let's get a check now at your morning News Now weather.
For those who have been chained to their TVs for all week and don't know what it's like outside, meteorologist Janessa Webb is here to tell us what life is like outside. Good morning.
Good morning. Are you two ready?
I don't know, Janessa. I don't know sometimes. You throw us some curveballs.
I need you to step outside this weekend. If you get a chance, our temperatures there are going to be soaring. It feels nothing like November. We have over 280 million people that are going to be above 60 degrees today. And then the 70s, they will continue to really take over as we go into your Saturday. Then we'll watch a few storms for the Pacific Northwest. But this weather is ideal, and it's been that way all week long. And it's going to continue as we step into the weekend. Let's take a look at our temperatures right now. Upper Midwest, this is unseasonably warm, nearly 20 to 25 degrees above average today. Look at Minneapolis, 73 degrees, and that extends into the south and southeast as well. When you see those reds, the pink, that's unseasonably warm, and it spreads across the south to the southeast, the northeast. It's pretty much everywhere except the Pacific Northwest. Unfortunately, going to watch a storm system in that area. But this really sticks around. I know we've been telling people break out that winter coat. We're just over 40 days until the official start of winter, but it's really not going to feel like that. More like a September feel across the area. So this is the weekend. Step away for just 15 minutes. It's going to be good. Good for your soul.
September is a great month, so I like the idea of it feeling like that. Janessa, thank you so much.
We're going to take a break now. So much more to come on this special edition of Morning News Now.
So much more to come. We'll break down the latest numbers from all across the country right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, We're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
How are the markets reacting to the state of the race?
CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now to hopefully answer that question. Bertha, good morning. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Savannah and Joe. This morning looks like Wall Street's going to start off a little bit in the red, a bit of a pullback after 4 straight days of gains. Markets are eyeing the best week, though, since April, even as the result of the presidential election and other key races remain undecided. The Dow and S&P are up 7% for the week, the NASDAQ nearly 9%. The Dow and S&P also posting gains of 1% or more in each of the last 4 sessions. That's the first time we've seen that since 1982. Investors are betting that Democrats take the White House and Republicans hold on to the Senate, and divided government lowers the odds of a tax increases or the potential for stronger regulation, particularly on big tech companies. Today, we're going to be watching for the October jobs report. That's coming before the opening bell, about 8:30 Eastern time. Hiring expecting to have slowed to about 580,000 jobs. Unemployment expected to tick down, though, to about 7.7%. Obviously, with viruses hitting record levels, things are a little tough still in the job market. Back over to you.
All right, Bertha, thank you so much for that update.
Key battlegrounds hang in the balance as the final vote count continues this morning. Let's get straight to our election panel to weigh in on where we're at this morning. NBC News election contributor Rachel Cobb, Boston Globe political reporter James Pindell, and NBC News political contributor Jonathan Alter join us now. Good morning to you all. Jonathan, let me start with you. President Trump tweeting overnight, Invoking the Supreme Court and the legality of the votes cast, what is your reaction to this? Where does this go from here?
Well, it's just more of the same from Donald Trump. This is what he's done his whole life, threatened lawsuits. He's being public in a shameless way about having politicized the Supreme Court. None of it's going to work for him. And you notice that there are no specific allegations that are made in that tweet, no evidence of wrongdoing, no indication that affidavits of wrongdoing and fraud are forthcoming, because they have none. They have no evidence. This is just bluster and bullying by Trump. I want to just tell you a very quick story. In 1990, I said something about Donald Trump in a documentary that was true. I was a young reporter. I got a very threatening letter, threatening a lawsuit against me for what I said. I took it to the lawyer at Newsweek, and he just laughed at it. He said, join the club. Half the people in New York have been threatened by Donald Trump with lawsuits. He will never follow through. He has no grounds to sue you. And that's where we are today. What's sad about this is that he's putting the whole world through this. And we are supposed to be an example for the world. And now we are an embarrassment in front of the whole world.
Rachel, we know this doesn't just go to the Supreme Court the way the president suggests, but what is the likelihood of any type of election issue going before the Supreme Court eventually, and what's the threshold that needs to be passed to get to that level?
Well, it's very low, because the only reason it would get to the Supreme Court, I mean, number one, you have to have an actual issue that needs to be litigated that courts would take seriously. But let's say we did. It really would have to come down, as it did in Florida, to one state where the Electoral College is in the balance and it comes down to a few thousand votes. The likelihood of that is so slim as to be not something that I think anybody needs to worry about right now.
Now, James, the president, we've heard him cast doubt on this election. We've seen in the past how his supporters follow his words. Now, right now, we're seeing a lot of public-facing people who are sort of in the president's camp not necessarily agree with what he's saying. But what about his followers? What about these protests? What about what we're seeing in Arizona? How do you think what he's doing right now is going to affect them? What do you think we'll see from them?
Well, it's not helping, but one thing we don't really quite understand is, because this process has taken days, if that makes this anxiety amongst his supporters worse as they hear and see his tweets and hear what he said even yesterday from the White House, or if it allows for some time of grieving. To be frank with you about it. At the same time, the other interesting thing I think we're actually watching in real time is that when Donald Trump headed into the New Hampshire primary and the Iowa caucuses in 2000, remember, he only had 30%, 35% of the Republican Party. By the time the general election happened, he had about 90% of the Republican Party. As he's president, he had 95%, 96%. Remember, he had more Republican support as a sitting Republican president than Ronald Reagan did. But I think one thing we're seeing this very week is that number was once was 95% and voted for him in droves on Tuesday is starting to come down. I mean, Mike Pence, of all people, didn't even speak out until yesterday about 6 o'clock last night. There's been a lot of silence among Republican leaders as they've been watching this process play out, partly because of Trump, partly because they're not sure exactly what to say right now.
Jonathan, you're our historian here. So considering the tightness of this race and the potential of heading to a recount in maybe at least one state, maybe more states, what does history tell us about the likelihood of an overturned result because of a recount?
I think it's very slight, actually. And to me, the key moment was a tweet by Scott Walker, the former Republican governor of Wisconsin. And he basically put up the white flag. He said, yeah, they can have a recount here in Wisconsin. We've had them on several occasions after votes. And on one of them, it changed 150 votes. On another recount, it changed 300 plus votes. Joe Biden is ahead by 20,000 votes in Wisconsin. So a recount could be relevant in Georgia, where the margin right now is about 1,000 votes. So a recount could change the results there. But anytime there's anything over 5,000, 10,000 votes, a recount changing the outcome, it's very slim. Look, we are like a space capsule right now, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. On re-entry, the space capsule goes on fire, but you have an anticipation that in all likelihood, it's going to plop down placidly in the sea, and the astronauts are going to be safe. So that's where we are right now. The capsule's on fire. We're in re-entry, but I think we're going to plop down and be okay.
I love it. I love an analogy. Now, Rachel, there's been a flurry of legal challenges across these battleground states. We were prepared for this beforehand, but now we are actually seeing it. They're for a myriad of different reasons. How would you describe the merits of these challenges so far, and do any of them seem likely to progress?
I don't think any of them are going to progress. I mean, there may be a handful of things to say these ballots need to be segregated because they came in at a particular time and there's a particular case about this, but everything is extremely narrow. I mean, the main story of this election is actually how smoothly it went, about how few issues there were. And it's actually so worthy of celebration at this moment in time, because in the middle of a global pandemic, we were able to completely change state policies across the country to expand voting for early voting and vote by mail and ensure that people were able to cast their ballots. And we had record turnout. And we had very few problems. So the whole story of this election is actually a resounding success. And I may point out as well that the Republicans actually did very well, except the presidency, we still don't know. But at all other levels, they did very well. And I think in part that explains some of their silence.
Jonathan, Rachel, and James, we're pretty much out of time right now, but we thank you guys for helping us delve into some of these issues.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure we'll be checking back with you more because this is not over yet.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Savannah.
No problem, guys. So, of course, this morning, all eyes on PA and GA, Pennsylvania and Georgia, not to mention Arizona and Nevada. I'm gonna market that. But we know
Nevada,
more.
Don't hold your breath.
And Nevada, yeah, they're doing
Same
their
with
own
North
thing.
Carolina,
But
yeah.
we're going to be keeping an eye on those. Votes are getting tighter in a lot of those states, is constantly changing. We'll be with you guys all morning, keeping an eye on that.
Absolutely. Stick around for more of this special of Morning News Now right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning again. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer, and this is Morning News Now. Here's where the presidential race stands at this hour. Right now, there are 6 states that we're waiting to call, with Joe Biden still at 253 electoral votes and President Trump at 214. With the race tightening in Pennsylvania, we're waiting for updated numbers there. As you can see right now in Pennsylvania, President Trump still holding on to a slim lead, 18,000, but Joe Biden has been closing the gap, and we are expecting more numbers this morning still to come out of Philadelphia.
Georgia as well, about as close as it can get after Biden took the lead overnight. He's now ahead by just 1,096 votes, and that's with 99% of the vote in. We're also waiting to hear more from Arizona. 90% of that vote in, with Biden ahead by 47,052 votes, as President Trump has eaten into his lead a bit there. And Nevada, well, they are still counting. You may have seen that on the internet, but we are waiting for that result as well. And the popular vote, which, of course, doesn't decide who takes the White House, but is always a popular talking point. We will bring that board up in just a moment, but there's that Nevada difference. Biden ahead just 11,438 votes. And the popular vote that Biden is also leading in, though, again, that does not determine who gets the presidency, but Joe Biden is up in that by over 4 million votes. Joining us now to make sense of all of this, where these races stand, when we will hear anything substantial, is NBC News political editor Carrie Dan. Carrie, we're lucky to have you back with us. Now, Georgia is on my mind this morning. It has been since about 4 a.m. when we saw those numbers come in. President Biden took the lead after Clayton County released their count early this morning. Where else are we looking in this state? What's that 1%, and what might we hear next?
Well, one thing I think you're going to hear about in the coming days is going to be, or today and tomorrow maybe, is going to be the outstanding military and overseas ballots. Those can arrive up until 5 p.m. today and be counted. And elections officials are waiting for those and going to take a look at those particular ballots. There could be as many as 9,000 of those. We know that there's about 9,000 that were requested that had not yet been returned. So that's a number that we're going to keep an eye on. Also, Clayton County was the only county in Georgia that was counting overnight. We expect that there is some outstanding vote in those Atlanta suburban areas, Gwinnett County. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see and get those results from the state of Georgia. But always, as always, keep in mind, this race is within that threshold of a 0.5% for either party to request a recount. So we could be heading in that direction, and election officials there are getting ready for that possibility.
Carrie, Pennsylvania has had some notable, if not gradual, movement. We know Erie County flipped blue. What else are you seeing, and where are we seeing Biden make his gains?
Well, I'm really glad that you mentioned Erie County. Every political reporter has talked a lot about Erie. Everybody has the spreadsheet, right, of the counties in America that voted for Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, and then voted for Trump in 2016. There are 3 such counties in Pennsylvania. Erie is at the top of everybody's list, and it was very noteworthy when Joe Biden went ahead in Erie. The other 2 counties, one is Northampton. It's north of Philadelphia, kind of an exurban, suburban county there. That's another one that Donald Trump won by about 3 or 4% 4 years ago. Biden is winning it by about half a point. And then in Luzerne, and that's the third of these 3 big counties, right? You've seen many stories in print, byline Luzerne County, because this is another one of these famously flipping areas of the state. Now, Trump won it by 19 points 4 years ago. Biden is not winning it now, but he has cut that lead to about 15 points in Luzerne. So if you look around the state, it's not just vote that's coming from Allegheny. It's not just vote that's coming from Philadelphia and the collar counties. It's also votes that are coming from places that don't look like that at all. Joe Biden is in a couple cases flipping those, and in many cases performing just a little bit better than Hillary Clinton. And that's what's contributing to his growing competitiveness, trying to catch up to Donald Trump in these final days.
All right, let's move west now and talk Nevada. So they're making slow and steady progress counting votes. We talked about this last hour. I'm sure we'll keep talking about it. Everybody is talking about it because it's sort of taken the internet by storm. I think a lot of people who normally might not know a detail like what's going on with Nevada's vote count are aware of it because of the pervasive memes online. Can you explain to us first just why it's taking so long so everybody can understand and where the race stands here?
Well, what Nevada did is they sent out ballots automatically to every registered voter. This is a first for them, and it's new to have this many ballots, mail-in ballots coming in. So there's a lot of security that's involved in this, making sure that every vote is counted and is counted once. So that's what elections officials there in Nevada are saying. Look, this is taking a while because we're making sure that we're doing it right. Now, we thought we were going to get a little bit more vote out of Clark County yesterday that might allow us to make a call. That didn't happen, so we're waiting for more today. Again, like the vote in Clark County has been breaking about 2-1 for Biden, at least from what we saw yesterday. There's not an indication that that's going to change in the new vote that we're going to be seeing. But election officials in the state are just saying, hey, look, we just want to make sure that every vote is counted, but every vote is counted once. And to do that, we have to have a bunch of security and administrative measures in place. And that's why this is taking longer than a lot of people on the internet and watching around the world might like.
It's at least entertaining us amid all of the waiting here.
It
So
really is.
let's move to Arizona, Carrie. So protesters have been demonstrating outside of Maricopa County's ballot counting center. It's a hotly watched race. It's sort of the opposite of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia, where Biden has had the lead, but President Trump has been slowly cutting into that lead. What are we looking for there?
Again, and before and during and after election night, Maricopa County is the center of the universe when it comes to Arizona. It's where the majority of the population lives and votes. It's a famously swing county. Whoever wins that county, at least in the last midterm and presidential cycles, has won the state. This is a place that voted for Donald Trump, but it voted for Kyrsten Sinema in 2018. So we're waiting for votes there. And what's really key is that what we think we're going to see today is at least partially going to be votes that were mail ballots that people physically decided instead of putting in the mail, they were going to actually bring to a polling place. How those votes are going to break, we don't really know. The Trump campaign is hoping that they reach this magic number of 59%. That's what they need to get statewide to catch up with Joe Biden. And I think we'll get a sense when we see this next tranche later this morning at 11 a.m. Eastern is when we're expecting to see some of this vote. We'll see whether or not Donald Trump is able to hit that mark. If he is, this is going to be extremely, extremely close in Arizona.
Now, Carrie, finally, North Carolina, it's going to take a while to declare a winner there. Why is that?
So North Carolina will accept absentee ballots until next week, until the 12th of November. So we're kind of waiting on those. North Carolina has very extensive absentee mail balloting. They start sending out their ballots on September 4th. They're the first state in the country for that county started sending out mail ballots, and they're just processing those. It's difficult to get a sense with a state with that much mail ballot exactly what the electorate's going to look like, how much is outstanding, how much we're going to see being returned in the next few days. So that's really what we're waiting for. But both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, think this thing in North Carolina is going to go in Republicans' way, both for President Trump and probably in the Senate race there. We're still waiting on a call here at NBC News, but Cal Cunningham, the Democrat who was widely expected to do well in that Senate race, appears to be trailing Republican Tom Tillis in North Carolina.
Carrie, thank you so much.
The election may very well come down to Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes. At this hour, election workers are still counting ballots, and we could get new numbers soon. From Philadelphia, Joe Biden is narrowing President Trump's lead. NBC News reporter Mara Barrett is in Pittsburgh on the other side of the state, which is also still counting. So, Mara, Pennsylvania, too close to call. You're in Allegheny County, one of the counties we're watching very closely. What's happening there?
Well, Allegheny County is going to start back up counting their final 35,000 ballots in just less than an hour. So as soon as I'm able, I'm going to head over to the warehouse so we can watch the process that's happening there. We spent all day there on Wednesday. And so basically what's happening, these 35,000 ballots are ones that are replacement ballots. They have to check the voter rolls. They have to make sure that they're going through everything by hand because these ballots weren't able to be scanned due to crinkles in the ballots, some issues with dates. They're going to fact check these by hand and then continue to process and count them. So that will be happening throughout the day today here in Pittsburgh. And we look at the overall picture in Pennsylvania, 35,000 votes is definitely a significant chunk of what we have left in terms of getting full reporting out of Pennsylvania.
Now, Mara, another area we're watching closely, as Joe mentioned, of course, across the state, Philadelphia. What's the latest on the count there, and when could we see those final results? And what are we really expecting them to do here with these numbers?
Yeah, so I knew you would ask this question. This is what everyone is looking for. I just got off the phone with a spokesperson for the Philadelphia Commissioners. They have no timeline. They will not tell us when the next dump will be. So we are all sitting on the edge of our seats. But basically, 50,000 votes left in Pennsylvania to be counted. And based on the rate of return we've been seeing, it still could be most of today, depending on when this next dump comes in and how much progress they made overnight. So we will just continue watching and waiting.
The theme of this week. Mara, thank you so much.
Thanks, Mara. Let's get to the battleground state of Georgia now, where new numbers did come in overnight, and it brought Joe Biden ahead. But it's still razor thin. Ballots are still being counted, and the former vice president is only up by 1,097 votes. Now, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is joining us from Atlanta. Blaine, good to see you again. Good morning. Now, Biden pulled ahead overnight, as we just said, that razor thin margin. How many ballots still need to be counted? Is there any word when we might get the final results here?
Well, that's exactly the question that we've been posing to the Secretary of State's office all morning long. How many outstanding votes are there still left to be tallied here in the state of Georgia? Now, at the last update, this was last evening, they were looking at about 14,000 or so. But again, a number of votes have come in overnight since then. So we're still waiting to get the final tally. But Savannah, in addition to that load, those handful of counties across Georgia who still need to upload their votes, there's another batch that we're watching for as well, about 8,900 or so ballots that could arrive by the end of the day. And those are the military ballots and the overseas ballots. Now, they could be, as long as they were postmarked by Tuesday, they can be accepted if they are received today. So that's a whole other batch that could possibly tip this thing one way or the other. Now, when you're talking about a margin this thin, this incredibly the thinnest of razor-thin margins, it also lets us know that we are solidly in recount territory. It's almost a foregone conclusion at this point. And the Secretary of State's office even conceded that yesterday, that they are going to be most likely a recount, even though soon after he made the caveat that it's very likely, in all likelihood, he said, the recount doesn't actually change the results. So a number of things that we're watching. We're expecting to hear from the Secretary of State at the Capitol later this morning, and we'll pose all of those questions to him. Guys.
Blaine, President Trump's son, Donald Jr., was in Atlanta last night addressing supporters, once again making false claims about widespread voter fraud without evidence. A judge in Georgia has dismissed a lawsuit by the Trump campaign over these kinds of claims. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this was a lawsuit that was filed by the Trump campaign in conjunction with the Republican Party here in Georgia. It was filed down in Chatham County, which is about 3.5 hours to the southeast. It's the county that contains Savannah, Georgia. Well, the lawsuit was over absentee ballots, but really very quickly after it was filed, it was dismissed by a judge. The Trump campaign was essentially alleging that a Republican poll worker had seen somebody slip in some absentee ballots after polls closed on 7 p.m. Tuesday. But again, that was thrown out by the judge. But I think it's important to note when it comes to election security here in the state of Georgia, Secretary of State Raffensperger has been very clear, one, in praising the way that he believes the state handled this election, but two, almost daily kind of touting what he calls the security measures that are being taken here in the state of Georgia. Now, keep in mind, this is a Republican Secretary of State, but as he sends out his releases, he also includes a list of election security things like locking down the absentee ballot drop boxes at 7 p.m., saying that there are surveillance cameras, watching the ballot drop boxes, essentially, and having, a state monitor in the room in Fulton County when the largest county was counting their ballots. So it's certainly very interesting. Despite these claims without evidence, we're hearing the Republican Secretary of State here saying, listen, our elections are secure, and we're making sure that that's the case.
Now, Blaine, we're also learning about another legal hurdle for elections officials in Georgia before they can certify election results, which would be the next step. What's going on there?
Yeah, that's called a risk limiting audit. So that's something that's actually a new process under Georgia law, and it's something that has to be done before the state can certify results. So essentially what it means is that they're going to go in and take a sample of ballots, kind of a statistically significant sample of ballots, and go through them by hand instead of scanning them into a machine. Go through them by hand, make sure that the tally essentially shows what the larger tally is showing. It's another layer, the state says, of security to make sure that there were no issues. There were no issues with machines. There were no issues with scanning. It's done to kind of weed out any sort of abnormalities. Now, they've said that they're going to start this process today, guys.
And Blaine, let's ask you about those two other big races in Georgia. Both Senate seats are up for grabs there. We know one for sure is going to go to a runoff in January. The other one might be going to a runoff. It's razor thin right now. And this could impact who controls the U.S. Senate. So where do those races stand?
Yeah, so just as we're watching these numbers so closely when it comes to the presidential race, every time we see more votes come in, it also impacts the Senate race. So this is the race between incumbent David Perdue and Democratic challenger Jon Ossoff. As it stands right now, neither one of them has 50%. Now, that's important because in the state of Georgia, you automatically go to a runoff if neither candidate gets just above 50%. And as of right now, David Perdue is sitting at about 49.8%, and Jon Ossoff is about 47.8%. So again, if neither of them crosses the 50% threshold, we're looking at not one, but two Senate race runoffs here in the state of Georgia. Going to be a very busy time coming up, guys.
And probably very busy for you specifically. Blaine, thank you so much. You're such a rock star.
Thanks, guys.
Let's go inside the Trump campaign as they are ratcheting up their legal fights in the remaining key states. NBC News correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. So, Carol, we heard from the president last night, but what is the latest you're hearing from the campaign as these results continue to come in overnight and Joe Biden has made some gains in two key states?
Well, they say they're planning on continuing their legal strategy. There's a lot of defiance. That's kind of the posture that the Trump campaign and the president is putting forward publicly. Privately, there's an acknowledgement that this is going to be very hard for the president. Everything basically needs to break his way at a time when almost nothing is, not since we saw those initial returns on election night. So there's this push to create this message that somehow this election is unfair. And what we've seen from the president is trying to create this alternate reality. Take a listen to what he had to say last night.
There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. But ultimately, I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country.
There are a few things in there I just want to point out that are false. All those states are not run by Democrats, particularly Georgia. It's a Republican governor, Republican secretary of state. Republican governor is an ally of the president's. The numbers didn't miraculously whittle. They're just counting mail-in ballots that have come in. And there were observers, both Republican and Democrats, allowed in to watch the ballot counting process. So the president is putting out this message. He's digging in on it, and he really is ramping it up as he increasingly looks like someone who knows that he's on the verge of potentially losing re-election.
Carol, let's get an update on some of these legal battles. The Trump campaign is adding Jay Sekulow, who was on Trump's impeachment legal team, to its fight in the state of Pennsylvania. What does that mean for the lawsuit going forward?
Well, it means that Rudy Giuliani, who some of the president's allies were worried is not leading about him leading the president's legal strategy, that it's not just him. He's adding Jay Sekulow. Jay Sekulow is a familiar face. He was with the president during the Mueller investigation. He was part of the impeachment team during the Senate trial. But look, it doesn't matter if you have the best lawyer in the country. If you don't have evidence, which we have not yet seen from the president, to back up his claims, your lawyer can't really do much for you. So he has a familiar face and somebody who is well known in Washington and has fought battles on behalf of the president in the past, but there's still no evidence put forward by the president or his lawyers.
Yeah, and Carol, because the president keeps making these false, unproven arguments and allegations, how are Republican leaders responding to the president right now?
Well, broadly speaking, there's a lot of just waiting and seeing for this to play out. So there's not a big, huge response. We've seen some of the president's allies, though, come out and really back him. Senator Lindsey Graham, an ally of the president who just won a tough re-election fight in South Carolina, was on Fox News last night. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I'm here tonight to stand with President Trump. He stood with me. He's the reason we're going to have a Senate majority. My race was overwhelming. He helped Senate Republicans. We're going to pick up House seats because of the campaign that President Trump won. I'm going to donate $500,000 tonight to President Trump's Defense Legal Fund.
So there you have someone like Senator Graham really getting behind the president. And then you see people, Republicans like Maryland Governor Hogan, who said that there is no defense for the president's comments tonight, undermining our democratic process. America is counting the votes, and we must respect the results as we always have before. No election or person is more important than our democracy. And I just would add that we also heard from Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell this morning, who put out a tweet saying all the votes should be counted that are legal, and if there are issues, they should be dealt with through a very methodic process. That's how our democracy works.
All right, Carol, thank you for that update.
Let's check in now on the international reaction to this big waiting game that we are playing here in the United States.
NBC's Sarah Harmon is in London with more on that. Hey, Sarah, good morning.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Savannah. Good morning to you both. Yeah, the waiting game continues over here. No one's counting, but some people are starting to ask, hey, why exactly is it taking so long? Every 4 years, Europeans get a bit of a crash course in the American electoral process and also in American geography. But some are starting to get a bit impatient with the count. Take a look at the cover of Der Spiegel this morning out of Germany. It says Der Hausbesitzer, referring to Trump as a squatter in the Oval Office. Some of the other reaction that we're getting today is out of Africa. Now, Africa, of course, is a giant continent, a lot of different countries, but many people there say they know what it's like, either from personal experience or from watching neighboring countries, to have an electoral process that isn't free and fair. Some of what we're hearing from folks in Kenya this morning is flat out disappointment, guys. Take a listen.
Trump declaring himself president in America is a very dangerous trend, especially for us Africa. Because tomorrow we are going to have leaders from all over coming to claim that they have won elections.
We have seen them preparing for violence, something that we normally experience in Africa. Can this happen in a country that has seen democracy for centuries?
And guys, that's something that we're hearing from folks all around the world. They're saying, it doesn't just matter who wins. It matters that people feel this process is free and fair. That is a fundamental American value that people look to the U.S. to uphold this week, today, and in those precincts where the votes are being counted. Joe, Savannah?
Sarah, thank you so much. We've got our eyes on those battleground states all across the country that have not yet called their races.
After the break, we're going to check in with a few of the latest out of Michigan, Nevada, and, of course, Arizona. Stay with us.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Now to Joe Biden's camp, where they are feeling good about their chances as more ballots are counted in the remaining battleground states. NBC News White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now. Kristen, good morning. We're so happy to have you. As Joe said the other day, you know everything. So hopefully you can help us make some sense of this.
No pressure. No pressure.
You guys are so sweet. It's so nice to join you. Thank you for having me. You're absolutely right, Savannah. I mean, you set it up perfectly. Joe Biden, his campaign, they are feeling increasingly confident today as we get closer to having more of these votes counted. In fact, one top advisor yesterday said victory is imminent. So that gives you a sense of where things stand. Biden himself aiming to really strike a note of being confident and really trying to show leadership. He has spoken out every single day of this week, including yesterday for about 2 minutes. But he argued that when all of the votes are counted, he feels very confident that he and Senator Kamala Harris will be in the lead, will prevail in this race. Now, he also struck an incredibly different tone than the one we heard from President Trump, who tried to raise all sorts of false allegations that there might be something fraudulent about the vote count. Biden instead said, look, the process is working and we need to let the votes be counted. And he urged people to stay calm and to stay patient while this process plays out. I can take you inside the Biden campaign's thinking as we watch all of these different states. They're feeling very good about Georgia. Obviously, we saw Biden pull ahead in that state. overnight. They still feel very confident about Arizona and Nevada, where the margins in both of those states are quite narrow. And everyone watching Pennsylvania quite closely, election officials on the ground signaling that they believe ultimately Biden will be prevailing in that state as well once the final vote from Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs comes in. Now, a top advisor responding to President Trump and his fiery remarks yesterday, this advisor saying, quote, "They are desperate, baseless, and a sure sign he's losing." If I could give you guys just a little bit of color of what's happening here in Wilmington, not insignificant. I'm standing behind the stage where we saw Biden speak on Tuesday, on election night or overnight between Tuesday and Wednesday. I can tell you there have been signs of life in the past several hours. We have seen people doing mic checks. They're tinkering with the stage. It is clear they are gearing up for the possibility of some type of large event here, guys. So we are watching and waiting and monitoring all of the tea leaves quite closely. Savannah and Joe.
Kristen, I want to ask you, it was in those overnight hours where we saw Joe Biden suddenly take a very thin lead in Georgia. Have you gotten any reaction at all from the Biden camp about that and what expectations they have there? Is it a surprise to them? Were they expecting it? A recount is likely, but any reaction to that news that came overnight?
No official reaction, but here's what I can tell you. I've been talking to them about Georgia, and they, as late as yesterday, said, look, we feel confident that ultimately we are going to prevail there. But they said it's going to be very, very, very close in Georgia. And so, look, they're watching and waiting to see if Biden's hold leads in that state. But I can tell you that's one of the reasons why we saw the vice president campaigning there. That's one of the reasons why top surrogates have been campaigning in Georgia. This is a reliably red state. No Democrat has won it in a presidential race since 1992. And here you had the Biden campaign focused very seriously on that state in the closing days of this campaign. Now you're seeing why that was. You're seeing the fruits of that strategy. And by the way, I would make the same argument about Pennsylvania. Where did Biden spend so much of his time throughout this entire campaign? Pennsylvania, he made 14 stops there, more than any other state. Where was he on the day of the election? Pennsylvania, he made stops in Scranton and Philadelphia. Why? Because he knew it could be make or break. And now we are seeing the fruits of that strategy potentially pay off, guys.
Absolutely. Definitely could be make or break. We will certainly see that. Kristen Welker, thank you so much for joining us on A Big Morning.
Thanks, guys.
As margins get tighter in those final battleground states, there have been no substantiated claims of illegal ballots or fraud. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now for a fact check on some of the president's claims. Hey there, Tom.
Yeah, well, listen, the bottom line on the fact check is that simply those claims are patently false. And it's not unlike the last 4 years in many ways. Now, importantly, the votes that are being counted right now, and we should just be saying this with flashing lights, the votes that are being counted right now arrived by the deadline on Election Day. It's not unlike when you file your taxes. You have to put it in the post office, the post box, by midnight on tax day, and then they process your tax return. That's what we're talking about here. As former Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge said, the Election Day is the last day to vote. It is not the last day for your vote to be counted. It's a process that is essential to the democracy, counting every single vote. But this year, it's also something that is taking more time than in past elections. The biggest reason, the unprecedented number of Americans who voted by mail instead of in person because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic.
What we're looking at right now are early ballots that voters held on to until the last few days. And those are in the process of being signature verified before they can be tabulated. So that's what's going on right now.
Despite false claims from President Trump, there is no evidence votes have been cast after the polls closed. Votes are just being counted. Election workers nationwide diligently doing what they've done in all past elections, with cameras capturing the entire process in many locations.
We're following the law. It's a legal process, and the will of the people will be respected here in Pennsylvania.
any issues are also addressed.
And when they get scanned, if there is a overvote or an ambiguous mark on an election, it then has to be adjudicated, and that requires volunteers from the Republican and Democrat parties to sit together to decide what that voter meant. And when you have a larger number of ballots, it takes a longer amount of time.
In the consequential state of Pennsylvania, mail-in ballots sent by Election Day will be accepted if they arrive by 5 p.m. today. Ballots from Americans overseas, including military members, will be accepted until next Tuesday. The Trump campaign facing an uphill battle to secure a second term, now shifting the battle to the courtroom, suing to stop the count in states where he's ahead, and challenging legal votes in states where he's behind. At least 10 cases so far. 2 have been dismissed, 1 settled, 1 withdrawn.
I think that the cases that have been filed for the most part are part of a strategy to match the president's rhetoric and create the impression that this election is rigged, when in fact it's not.
Yeah, most legal analysts really do not believe that any of the president's court challenges will play out and be successful. But if he were successful in challenging ballots that were already cast and counted, the question will be, well, what would the possible remedy be? How would you go back and find those ballots? Because once they're mailed in and that protective sealed envelope, they're removed from the envelope, the ballots are processed, they're separated out at that point. How would you ever go back, track those ballots with the person who initially mailed them? That would be nearly impossible. You guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you for all that. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Now to battleground North Carolina, where, as we've mentioned, it'll be another week before we learn final results. Let's look at the numbers so far. The presidential race is still too close to call, with 95% of the vote in, but with President Trump up by 76,737 votes, a number that we have not seen move now for a bit. NBC News correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now from Charlotte. Hey, good to see you again, Leanne. So let's actually talk about some new developments, even though there's not a ton of them out of the state right now. A judge has ruled for a sweep of some U.S. Postal Service processing stations in North Carolina to search for missing mail-in ballots. We just got a great report on some of this information from Tom, but obviously what's going on with the USPS has been a big story. Tell us what's the latest in this state.
Hey, Savannah. So North Carolina is caught up with the rest of the states that are also caught up in what the judge ruled regarding the U.S. Postal Service, that there were perhaps tens of thousands of ballots found that were not delivered, and they're still at the Postal Service processing centers. So according to this judge, in North Carolina, a large number of USPS ballot processing centers will be swept for any ballots that were not delivered. Of course, if those ballots were postmarked by Election Day, they still can come and arrive and still be counted. And so that process is going to start today, Savannah.
Leanne, we should ask you, as the sirens go blaring behind you there, it's not just the presidency we're looking at in North Carolina. That critical seat in the U.S. Senate is also up for grabs. We should note that the Republican incumbent Tom Tillis has a lead. Is there any way that folks think that Cal Cunningham can overcome that lead with the votes that still need to be counted?
Joe, a top political strategist for Cal Cunningham said on a local political podcast yesterday that it is very likely that Tom Tillis will be reelected to the United States Senate. Even there's only 98,000 votes separating Tom Tillis from Cal Cunningham. They don't think that is going to be, that with the outstanding ballots, they don't think that that's going to be enough to overcome that vote disparity. There is a maximum number of 116,000 absentee ballots that could be counted, a maximum of 40,000 provisional ballots that could still be put into the system, and they just think that it is not enough. So we will not have those final results until the end of next week. A record number of people voted in North Carolina, 75% of registered voters, and they're going to wait until every vote is counted until they certify those results. Joe.
Leanne, thank you so much.
Now, the lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign over ballot processing in battleground Michigan has been dismissed. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Kent County.
She's still there.
I'm still here.
I bet you know the real estate market better than anyone there right now if you're looking for a house. So.
Oh no, just trying to make you move
on Lake Michigan. I've been flipping through the paper.
A judge made this ruling yesterday. Help us understand the reason for the dismissal of this case.
Yeah, hey, Joe, we actually watched that whole hearing. It took place on Zoom. Let me remind you sort of what happened in this process. Late Wednesday, the Trump campaign filed a lawsuit asking to stop the ballots from being counted until they get what they called meaningful access to observe the process. Now, by that point, the majority of the ballots had already been counted. And shortly after that, NBC News projected Joe Biden the winner in this state because that margin had gotten large enough. He had gotten ahead enough of Donald Trump in this state. Then the hearing was yesterday. And at that point, what the Trump campaign was asking for was to stop the ballots from being counted. At that point, there was not really much relief to be granted in that case. And that's essentially what the judge said. She said, there's nothing to be done here. We cannot give you what you're asking because the process is over. But she also said that even if that weren't the case, there was not enough evidence to prove what they were alleging, that there were issues with access. They weren't able to provide enough valid evidence on that front either. So the point was essentially moot. And then secondly, there was not enough evidence to prove their point to begin with. So that is where we stand now here.
Now, Dasha, the top officials in this state, they are Democrats. How have they been responding to all this?
The Secretary of State, the Attorney General, they've called the lawsuit frivolous. I want you to take a listen to how the Secretary of State described it. Take a listen.
The court recognized that this was a meritless lawsuit, really just designed to, create some, coverage in the media and sow seeds of doubt about the integrity of our process and our elections. But the bottom line in Michigan, the tabulation is done. We've now begun the process of certification and making that process official by overseeing the process and the results at the county and state level. So that's going to continue.
And here in Kent County, that process is happening just down the street here. It started yesterday. And I know we've said this before, but it's worth continuing to remind our viewers of this. What happened in Michigan is exactly what we were expecting. This is how we have been reporting the process would go. The president said last night that he was ahead and then miraculously he started falling behind. That wasn't a miracle. That is what we were anticipating, that on election night, the state of the race in places like Michigan, where the absentee ballots could not be counted until election day, that the state of the race would look a certain way. And then the following day and in the coming days, as those absentee votes from especially the major metro area started to come in, that the race would shift. And that is indeed what happened. And at this point, Donald Trump is significantly behind Joe Biden. He won the state in 2016 by less than 11,000 votes, and Joe Biden now leads by about 150,000 votes here. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Dasha in Grand Rapids, thank you so much.
Let's go now to a state that hasn't been called, Arizona, where votes are still being counted and the race is getting even tighter. Joe Biden holding on to his slim lead, but it is still too close to call with 90% of that vote in. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz is back with us now from Scottsdale, Arizona. Hey, Gotti. So we received news out of a few counties overnight, including the Phoenix area. Tell us about that and what we're still waiting on.
Yeah, it's the all-important Maricopa County is that the Phoenix area, and we saw about 75,000 ballots come in last night. And of those ballots, it looks like President Trump slowly but surely is catching up to that lead that Joe Biden had very early on. At this point, we saw that lead that Joe Biden has shrink from about 69,000 ballots to about 47,000 ballots. So the president is making progress, and all of this is becoming quite a nail biter, guys.
So, Gotti, when are we expecting the next vote tallies, especially in Maricopa County?
That's that big question, and we still don't know when we're going to see the end of these ballots counted here in Arizona, but we understand that the next batches should be dropping right around at 9 o'clock local time, which is 11 o'clock your guys' time, and that's what we're looking at, about 75,000 ballots coming in each one of these batches. So in terms of when we could see the rest of those ballots counted, we're still about 300,000 ballots out. It could be into this weekend before we have a concrete decision on this race.
And Gotti, let's now talk for a second before we let you go about the Arizona Senate special election for just a moment here. Former astronaut and Democrat Mark Kelly taking on Republican incumbent Martha McSally. We've all been wondering what's going to happen with the Senate, as we knew that Democrats needed 3 seats without the White House, with the White House 4 without. What's the latest in that race?
This is a really interesting race because as you look at the numbers, you can kind of see the independent spirit of Arizona. So you've got Martha McSally, who is down ballot from President Trump. Right now, she needs about 100,000 votes to catch up with Mark. So you're talking about President Trump having that 46,000 votes that he needs to catch up to Joe Biden, and Martha McSally 100 votes down. That means that people voted for President Trump but did not vote for Martha McSally, which is very interesting here in Arizona, but it's not necessarily out of the ordinary. Another time that I can think of that showed that independent spirit here is when Arizona voted for President Trump, but they voted against Joe Arpaio. So you do see some of these splits. You do see people zigzagging along the ballot. But at this point, that race is still too close to call. We're still about 300,000 ballots out. And that lead that Mark Kelly has right now is about 100,000 votes. Guys, back to you.
Gotti, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Sure.
Let's get a check now on the markets as we wait for more vote counts.
And we also have breaking news about the unemployment rate. CNBC's Bertha Coombs joins us now. Hey there, Bertha.
Yeah, the count on jobs a lot better than expected. The economy created 638,000 jobs in October. That was a lot more than analysts were looking for. The unemployment rate slipping down to 6.9%. We saw 900,000 private sector jobs led by 278,000 in leisure and hospitality, 100,000 in retail, and 84,000 in construction. On the other side, 268,000 jobs lost in the government sector. The markets right now have trimmed their losses. It looks like we're going to open just slightly in the red. The Dow and S&P are up 7% for the week. The Nasdaq nearly 9%. Investors are watching the count as well. They still are thinking that it's going to be the White House taken by Biden, and we'll see a Senate held on by the Republicans. But of course, as these number counts drag on and potentially seeing runoffs in Georgia, that equation may be changing as well. So we'll see how the day comes out. But again, much better jobs report than expected. Back over to you.
Bertha, thank you so much.
Coming up, we've got an expert panel of political analysts to break down all of the latest numbers out of battleground states across the country. Stick around.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe. Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Well, the spread of fake news was a major concern leading up to the election. Experts say they've seen no evidence of major misinformation campaigns having gained traction on Election Day. On Thursday, though, Facebook shut down pro-Trump operatives who were coordinating viral events under the guise of #StopTheSteal, some of them calling for violence. NBC News investigative reporter Brandy Zadrozny has been digging into all of this. So, Brandy, good to see you. First of all, who created this group and what was the main objective?
Hi, thanks for having me on. So this group started as a pro-Trump organization, this group Women for America First, but it quickly sort of morphed or grew into a cast of characters we've grown really accustomed to at anti-lockdown protests and pro-gun protests, really conservative causes also, like there's one group, We Build the Wall, which is a Steve Bannon-linked organization that's at the center of a federal criminal case now. So, but the group's goal is really different depending on what event you're going to. So in Arizona, they're asking that, you know, people come out and protest to count all the votes. And in Michigan and Pennsylvania, they want people to stop counting, which is to say that their goal is really the president's goal, which is to get Trump in a place where somehow he wins the presidency. And they're really relying on baseless rumors about, you know, the supposed rigging of the election to get there.
Now, Brandy, we know that sometimes Facebook has been criticized with their responses to things like this, with how they're handling either removing things or not removing things or not doing enough. What was Facebook's response in this case?
Well, it's safe to say that Facebook has been trying to avoid the mistakes of 2016 and even earlier this year with the removal of militia groups. And this was sort of in line with that history of response. So they said to us, they took down the group pretty quickly. Their response was in line with the exceptional measures that we're taking during this period of heightened tension. We've removed the group Stop the Steal, which was creating real world events. They said the group was organized around the delegitimization of the election process, and we saw worrying calls for violence from some members of the group.
Brandy, you reached out to the Stop the Steal Facebook group's administrators, I understand, for comment. What did they tell you?
Well, they told me I was doing the devil's work and needed redemption. Yeah, what's clear about this, and I want people to understand, is that when you see these online people organizing, and then you see them, you know, in front of polling places or in front of these vote counting rooms, sort of protesting, these are not normal protests. These are far fringe right people who desperately want the president to win and desperately want to make it look like they have this sort of grassroots Tea Party-ish organization. But it's really astroturfing by the same cast of characters I just described.
Brandy, thank you so much. And can I just say how well you handle reporting on this and all the responses that you get. And we're just so grateful to have you. Thank you so much, Brandy. And we actually now have some breaking news.
Yeah, we do have an update on the vote in Pennsylvania. We want to take a look at that. But our understanding is that Joe Biden, yes, has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania as the votes continue to come in. He is now up by 5,587 votes. We assume that we had votes coming in from the Philadelphia area where Joe Biden has been gaining by huge margins. He's been winning the mail-in votes coming out of those areas with 80-90% of the vote. So this was sort of what knew was inevitable, that Joe Biden was continuing to close the gap. The question was, at what point would he finally reach Donald Trump's total and even take the lead? And then the question now will be, how much further is this going to go? How big of a lead could Joe Biden build? Because it's very clear the momentum across the state is that he's gaining votes as all of these mail-in votes and these absentee ballots are counted.
I think that's a really, really important thing to point out there, that this is what we expected. While it is a big vote shift, it is not something that was necessarily a surprise. Of course, we did not know how exactly the numbers were going to shake out, but President Trump was encouraging his supporters, people who were going to vote for him, to actually show up on the polls at Election Day. We had that big lead for President Trump because they did, in fact, seem to listen to that. As these mail-in votes come in, we are seeing them go towards Joe Biden's favor, which, again, is exactly what we are expecting. We're saying we have 95% of that vote in. It is still too close to call. We have been getting these in batches. As Joe just mentioned, we were waiting on these a lot from the Philadelphia area, some also over from on the other side of the state, the Pittsburgh area, both two Democratic areas that we were still waiting for the most amount of those mail-in votes to be counted and come in.
I don't know exactly how many points are left to how many votes are left to count in Pennsylvania. I know as of this morning it was around 160,000. Clearly, we've taken some of that number off. But what's interesting to note is that, well, you might look at this map and say, okay, well, if votes coming in, absentee ballots from red areas, it's going to help President Trump, and blue areas, Biden. That has not been the case. The case has really been, even in red areas, when the mail-in votes are counted, Joe Biden is still doing well, maybe not by the same margins that he's doing in a Philadelphia or a Pittsburgh, but pretty much all the mail-in votes that are coming in continue to help Joe Biden. At first, it was help him catch up. Now it appears it's going to help him with his lead. We want to go straight to Wilmington, Delaware, in the Biden campaign. Our Ali Vitale is there. So, Ali, I don't know if you're getting any reaction yet at this point. Now that we've seen these numbers come in, it is what we've expected. But what are your thoughts now as Joe Biden has taken the lead in battleground Pennsylvania?
This is something that all morning I've been texting with sources on the campaign about, and one of them said to me they were expecting this drop at some point between 8 and 9 o'clock, just like we're seeing right now, and they were saying that they were very confident. I feel like that's the most used word in my phone right now because that's the mood of the campaign over the course of the last 3 days. They have felt that once every vote is counted, they would be the victor here, and that's been true across the board, but they especially felt that way in Pennsylvania, where everyone from state Democrats there to the local Democratic Party in Pennsylvania, all the way up to the Biden campaign, has been saying that they felt really good about their chances there in the Keystone State. And it's partially because of what you guys were just saying about mail-in ballots. That was something that Democrats in the Biden campaign really pushed voters to do. The whole idea of planning your vote, not waiting until Election Day, that's something that Democrats really got behind in the lead up to the Democratic National Convention all the way through election season. And so when you see the way that those mail-in votes are breaking for Biden, that's part of a huge reason why the counting has taken so long, because you got to count those ballots now, but also why the Biden campaign was willing to be so patient, because they really saw that mail-in ballots were always trending for him, and they were confident that that would remain the case here in Pennsylvania ultimately once all of these votes came in.
Now, Ali, we've seen through this morning Biden taking the lead in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. He's sort of been eking these out as these mail-in ballots are counted. I'm curious to hear a little bit about how the Biden campaign feels about each of those states. Georgia, was that sort of a cherry on top attitude as far as the path to 270 here versus Pennsylvania and where they are expecting to net out as these continue to be counted?
Yeah, I mean, it's also just the sheer number of electoral votes that come with each of those states. Pennsylvania carrying 20 votes, I mean, that puts Biden over where he needs to be at 273. And so obviously that one was really very important to them in terms of looking at the electoral map. And again, they always felt good about their chances in Pennsylvania. It's the state that Joe Biden was always the senator from next door. It's also the state that he campaigned in the most during the general election. So they really invested the time there over the course of these last few weeks and months in trying to win back Pennsylvania. You see it in areas like Erie, Pennsylvania, too. When I was following the Trump campaign in 2016, we started seeing a lot of these previously blue areas show signs of life for conservatives and Republicans that weren't very expected. And so clearly Joe Biden able, at least in some of the western parts of the state, to turn back that tide a little bit. In terms of Georgia, the campaign always thought that it was going to be a toss-up, but at the same time, they thought that they would have an edge there, again, once the votes were counted. And I think there's something really poetic about the fact that John Lewis's home county, Clayton County, was the county that results came in and ultimately pushed him into the lead there. He is someone, of course, the Voting Rights Act, key to his messaging when he was in Congress, something that Joe Biden and Democrats have really carried across the finish line after we lost him several months ago. And so it really was sort of a poetic poetic way to get ahead in Georgia, again, even as those votes still continue to be counted.
Allie, we're going to have you stay with us, and we're going to bring in NBC News' Carrie Dan, who has also been looking at the numbers with us. So, Carrie, I'm looking here. We know Philadelphia dropped the numbers that gave Biden the lead. It looks like there's still a little more than 20,000 mail-in ballots left to process in Philadelphia, which means Joe Biden is likely going to grow that lead even more. We have to keep in mind President Trump won Pennsylvania by about 40,000 4 years ago. What are we thinking right now for Joe Biden and his odds here in Pennsylvania moving forward?
Well, what just happened and why you see Joe Biden now in the lead in Pennsylvania? We got a load of new vote from Philadelphia. We've been expecting this all morning. We got about 31,000, 32,000 new mail-in ballots from Pennsylvania, from Philadelphia. But you're right, there's another 21,000 or so left to process, and that's just in Philly. Keep in mind that also we're waiting for a vote from Allegheny County. That's the Pittsburgh area. That's been breaking heavily for Biden as well. There's about 35,000 votes left to process, and probably right about now, elections officials are starting on that last batch there. And as we've been saying throughout the morning and throughout the last few days, Biden's also improving on Hillary Clinton's margins, even in some of the more rural or blue-collar areas of Pennsylvania. So now, really, the waiting game is to see the rest of the vote that comes in and how much Joe Biden is able to keep increasing that lead. He'd been creeping up for days. I mean, it's 36 hours ago. Donald Trump's lead in this state was maybe a 5.5%. Now we're looking at Joe Biden creeping ahead and creeping ahead and creeping ahead. And as vote continues to come in from these key blue counties and also from the rest of the state, we anticipate that that lead is going to continue to grow. Biden officials at one point were saying they thought that they were going to get to a 200,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. That's a very, very high marker. But at least as of right now, we know that he's in the lead, and we expect that lead to grow.
All right, I think we still have Ali Vitale with us, who I do want to ask one more question to here. So now, for rough context, between 10 p.m. last night and right now, we've received approximately 51,644 mail-in ballot results. But again, we've still got, as Joe mentioned, about 21,000 that we're waiting on. It appears that they've sort of been coming in sporadically. So we don't know when that counting will be completed. But since we have seen Biden come ahead here in these two key states in Philadelphia and Georgia, or excuse me, in Pennsylvania and Georgia, Ali, as you noted, Pennsylvania alone would put him over that 270. Do we have any idea of when we might hear from the Biden campaign or when we might see Biden himself?
I think that really has been the question of the last 24 hours as we see them sort of on the precipice here, but waiting for the official call that they have gotten to 270. And of course, that call comes from the decision desk at NBC News and other networks that have similar setups to how they call these elections. We're not there yet, but we are seeing these vote margins continue to tighten, in this case of Pennsylvania, to flip. And so that's all things that the Biden campaign is really looking at. What we have seen on the ground here, though, and we were talking about this last hour, is there's sort of that energy in the air that something is about to happen. You see people, again, with the stage behind me that has been set up, frankly, since election night. All of that is starting to be tinkered with. We've seen them sort of at the ready here in case they wanted to do something as soon as they got to 270. Of course, we're all playing that waiting game as well, waiting for that official count to happen. But I think that's very much the machination inside of Biden world right now, is they're waiting for the official call, and they see a few different ways that they can get to it. Pennsylvania, of course, is chief among them, but also Nevada and Arizona. Those also will take a little bit more time. We know the voting process in Nevada, if you were listening to their press briefing yesterday, they're not even sure exactly how many votes they still have outstanding. That vote counting could go till Saturday or Sunday. If you're the Biden campaign, I'm sure you can understand why they would want to wrap this up sooner rather than later. But there's also the reality that the Trump campaign has a bunch of legal challenges that they're trying to put out in a lot of these battleground states. And so for the Biden folks, yes, winning in Pennsylvania would put them over. Technically, that would get them to the place where they're the president-elect. But at the same time, the more electoral votes that they can amass in this, waiting for Nevada, waiting for Arizona, those are states that they think are going to flip to them. Same with Georgia. All of that is technically icing on the cake. But what it really does is it solidifies them to a place where the legal challenges get a little bit less in the weeds for them, and they can focus on going full steam ahead then.
Let's expand our conversation right now and go to the White House and bring in NBC News correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. So, Kelly, we've seen this news coming in here in just the last few minutes. We kind of knew what was probably going to happen, but Joe Biden now has taken the lead in Pennsylvania, and there's still more votes to count, and clearly the votes have been favoring Biden. Are you getting any reaction so far from the White House or the Trump campaign?
Not yet, but you can anticipate what that reaction is, that certainly Pennsylvania was a big piece of the Trump plan to win re-election, to claim those 20 electoral votes, and sort of the story of the disappointment of this election writ large so far for President Trump because of the early, seemingly strong lead on Election Day when the initial results were coming in, same-day voters, the kinds of voters that President Trump was able to turn out in even greater numbers than he had 4 years ago. And then as we've watched as additional counting of mail-in ballots has come over these last couple of days, and that lead shrinking, and now Joe Biden overtaking the lead in Pennsylvania. Legal challenges, that's the next phase. Certainly the Trump campaign has assembled teams in several key states where they will have a legal representative, a PR representative, a state director who knows where the votes for their side should reside, meaning they've studied this for months, they know all of the precincts, they know the counties, and they know what level of vote count remains to still be identified and tabulated. So don't expect any quick response from the campaign or the White House, except to say that this is now into a new phase, which will be the litigation phase. The president was very clear about that when he came to the White House briefing room late yesterday, describing his own definition of how he saw this race. He believes that he was the winner early, even before the game was over, so to speak, and will try to take this to the next level of looking for legal pathways. Now, what are those legal pathways? That's a big question because the Trump campaign has not provided evidence of specific issues in a number of places. Now, they have talked in Pennsylvania about the matter of being able to have observers while the counting process is going in and the dispute that they litigated over how close those observers could get to the actual voting in order to be able to see the ballots and see that things were following the process. When it gets to the litigation phase, it gets deep in the weeds, it gets very arcane, and often, if we just look at elections generally speaking, the litigation phase can be long, costly, difficult, and it's very, very hard to shift votes or to find an issue that strikes a certain number of votes. So it's a long shot is, I think, the simplest way to describe it. These have been disappointing, frustrating, angering days for the Trump side where they believe they had that Tuesday strong showing. And as the counting has continued, the pathways to 270 for the president, while they still may technically exist, if there is some way to resolve Pennsylvania to his favor, and you've been discussing all the reasons why that is unlikely, but this is a very dire time and a phase for the Trump campaign of having to make some assessments about where the race is, what they think they can accomplish with any legal challenges, and is there any math? They've been stressing to us data and math, not opinions, were going to drive their response to all of this. Is that the case today? That's what we need to find out. This is obviously news that they anticipated simply by looking at the curve and knowing where the votes were still outstanding in Pennsylvania. And you heard the president railing against cities like Philadelphia, making allegations that he did not support. And so this is going to be a difficult, challenging period for the Trump campaign and by extension for the White House. Joe, Savannah?
Thanks so much, Kelly. And Allie, I'm wondering if you can sort of respond to what Kelly's just laid out there for us about what the president's plan will likely be moving forward in the state of Pennsylvania. Even before we had just seen that Biden has eked ahead in this state, we knew that he had added a member of his impeachment team, Jay Sekulow, to his legal team specifically in this state. Yeah. What will the Biden campaign's response be to these legal challenges they're bringing?
To fight them all the way. I mean, if the Trump campaign prepared with a team of lawyers, so did the Biden campaign, because the Trump campaign has long been telegraphing, and this is something that Donald Trump has said even before he nominated Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, that he would take this election to the Supreme Court if he had to. It's obviously something he's reiterated since then, but the Biden campaign team feels like they've been able to read the tea leaves of the Trump campaign strategy at each step of the way in terms of how legally they could take this on. I would also point out, and people who are actually actually lawyers, not ones that just read about it so they can talk about it on TV, have said that a lot of these claims are pretty dubious. It's not exactly clear, for example, when Trump says that he would take it to the Supreme Court, how he would even do that, because you'd need a specific suit in order to actually elevate it to the highest court in the land. And so that's certainly one of the things that the Biden team is looking at. They've got lawyers at the ready. They've got the Biden Fight Fund, which effectively funds all of these legal efforts, election protection efforts in states for Biden and down ballot Democrats as well. They're ready on this, but the lawyer who's leading that effort for the Biden team, Bob Bauer, has said that a lot of the claims that he's seen out of the Trump campaign so far are meritless and silliness, and he's confident that if they have to go there with the Trump campaign, they'll win.
We want to make it clear here again, Pennsylvania is still too close to call at this point, according to NBC News. The news here is just that Biden has now surpassed Trump and has a 5,500 vote lead with more votes still to be counted. Carrie, I want to bring you in here to see if you can kind of give us a little bit of guidance. We know that here at NBC News, like other news organizations, we have a decision desk. They're the ones who decide whether to call a state or whether to call an election. Obviously, right now, still too close to call Pennsylvania. But help us understand, broadly speaking, what are the types of things these decision desks are looking at when they decide whether to call a state?
So what our decision desk does is put together statistical modeling, very, very sophisticated, many, many PhDs in the room in the creation of those things. Me with my Bachelor of Arts, I am not in that room. I'm here talking to you. But they create these statistical models so that they can plug in data as they get it and see if it is matching. It's based on previous elections, and it's based on a lot of different kinds of mathematical scenarios that can happen. They have to reach a point where they believe with 99.5% confidence that there is no possible path to victory for the opponent of the person who the race is called for. So at this time, as you said, Joe, this is too close to call. We are still looking at the data as it is coming in. Yes, it has been looking favorable for Joe Biden all along the way, but at the same time, as we've been saying throughout this process, there is no rush to do this because you have to do it correctly and you've got to be right. Pulling back a state call is something that nobody ever wants to do. We are going to do it when we are absolutely confident, and when we're ready to declare a winner, we're not at that point yet.
I do just want to let everybody know here on this panel that we have a special report coming up momentarily from NBC News that we will throw to in about 30 seconds here. But thank you all so much for being with us. And I think, Carrie, the last thing that I just want to follow up with you on there is just sort of, do we have any type of idea here, last thing, just in the last few seconds, on timing whatsoever from NBC News on when we could call a state like this?
You know, they're looking at the vote as it is coming in. We just saw a tranche come in from Philly. We've been promised some more. They're looking probably at those votes in the moment as they are coming in. So we're just going to have to wait for the decision desk. They are segregated from us. They are in a different place. They're not watching our coverage. They're not talking to us.
Carrie, we're going to cut you off here. We have an NBC News special report right now with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb.
Guthrie and Hoda Kotb.
Good morning, everybody. It is 9:10 in the morning on the East Coast, 6:10 in the West. Good morning to you. We're following breaking news in the presidential race, and it is a consequential moment because Joe Biden, the former vice president, has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania. This is a state that continues to count ballots, mail-in ballots that have been largely favorable to Joe Biden. And because of that, just this morning, within the last few minutes, Hoda, he has taken the lead in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania being a checkmate state, so to speak. If he wins it,
we're talking about 5,500. Yeah, 5,500. That's the gap that we have right now. Chuck Todd, take us to it.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we expect another 20,000 mail-in ballots out of Philadelphia. And again, the former vice president has been winning those at a greater than 80% clip. I mean, what was extraordinary here is that 31,000 ballots, he had a deficit at 31,000 ballots, and Joe Biden netted out of 31,000, netted more than 25,000 votes. So just shows you at high of a clip he is winning not just Philadelphia, but these vote by mail ballots in Philadelphia. So there's another 20. You heard Stephanie Goss say there may be another 100,000 outside of Philadelphia. But the math is just in the former vice president's favor here. He's winning all of these vote by mail ballots by some advantage. The ones in southeast Pennsylvania, 75, 80, 85% clip. But even in some of these red counties and certainly out of Pittsburgh, he's been winning them at a higher rate than the election day.
Chuck, can we go back big picture here for folks at 610 out west? Some people probably haven't had their first cup of coffee, so let's
You're right. Two things happened to them.
Why? Yes, exactly. But let's explain why Pennsylvania is so consequential when you look at the president's path to 270 and Joe Biden's path to 270.
Well, let's just show you here. We're at 253, 214 of called races here. And look, Wisconsin is a apparent winner. It is technically within the recount margin. It is when it gets certified. You can't ask for a recount until, as you keep pointing out, it's actually, the returns are unofficial returns before certification. So that does include that. But as you can see here, you called it a checkmate state. This is it. So, the president here can carry North Carolina. Let's say the vote, they find the typo that gives him Georgia. Let's say he catches here. Let's say something magical happens to him in Clark County. It doesn't work without Pennsylvania. Yeah. Unfortunately, also for the president, though, this Nevada doesn't, it's going to be tight, but the math doesn't work in his favor. Arizona, I'm not going to characterize. I think it's going to get tighter and tighter. But at this point, Georgia, frankly, you'd rather be Joe Biden. In fact, he took the lead overnight when more ballots came in. There's not a lot to count, but I want to take you and show you where the majority of votes that are left in Georgia, what county they're in. It's Gwinnett County, which is a county that Joe Biden was winning by almost 20 points. And these are going to be vote by mail votes, so he's going to probably win it at a greiter clip than that.
We're also waiting for military and overseas ballots. They have until today to come in Georgia.
There could be as many as 8,000. The projection is probably be about 3,000. And here's the thing, don't even try to characterize it. I know some people say, oh, the military ballots, they'll lean Republican. It's been the military, the rank and file military, the surveys that were done by Stars and Stripes, the newspaper of the military, showed they were as divided as the country is.
Yeah. Everybody wants to read the tea leaves, but it's vote counting.
You know what? Don't read the tea leaves. We're counting the leaves.
Yes.
Okay.
Should we find out what's going on in Biden country? That's where Kristen Welker is at Joe Biden's headquarters in Delaware. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, Hoda and Savannah. Well, just working my sources here and just heard from one top Biden advisor who is responding to the fact that Biden has now taken the lead in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. This advisor says they are thrilled. Campaign staff are elated and confident. And look, this fits in line with what they have been anticipating would happen. We've been talking to them over the past 48 hours or so, and they have expressed increased confidence that Biden would ultimately pull ahead in Pennsylvania. And they said Georgia's going to be very tight, and so it is. And yet, clearly, they are emboldened by the fact that Biden is now leading in that state. They've also expressed confidence about their chances in Nevada as well as Arizona. And of course, we heard from the former vice president yesterday speaking here in Wilmington, Delaware. He said that he and Senator Harris feel very confident that once all of the votes are counted, that they will ultimately prevail in this race. And he, of course, struck a very different tone than we heard from President Trump, who was raising questions about the legitimacy of this count process. Vice President Biden saying, look, we need to stay calm. He urged patience, and he said every vote needs to be counted. Let me just set the scene here for you, though. In Wilmington, I'm standing in front of the stage where Biden spoke on Tuesday in the overnight hours after the official election day, and I can tell you there have been signs of life in and around this stage behind me. There have been mic checks going on, people here making sure that the lights work, that the stage is set. And so I think that it's safe to say the Biden camp is projecting an air of confidence and signaling that we might yet hear from Vice President Biden again soon at some point today or within the coming hours. So a very active scene here outside the Biden campaign headquarters as we continue to get reaction to the latest developments and the vote count. Right. Savannah and Hoda.
Kristen, thank you. If you're just tuning in, catching up, we have not called Pennsylvania for Joe Biden, but he has taken the lead this morning, and there are still votes to be counted.
Yeah, let's turn now to Peter Alexander's at the White House. Hey, Peter.
Hey, Hoda and Savannah. So we are here at the White House waiting to hear any word from anybody at the White House. Tried to go into the West Wing. The door there remains locked. Nothing new from the president this morning on Twitter. But again, we did hear his fierce comments yesterday in defiance of all the facts that we're witnessing right now, saying in effect that he has won this election if you count only the legal votes, without any evidence suggesting that there have been illegal votes that are responsible for his magically, miraculously, to use his word, disappearing lead. But to be clear, there is a way to adjudicate that, the legal process, instead of making these claims without any evidence. And even some of the president's allies, Chris Christie among them, have said there is no basis for the claims the president's been making about what's taking place in states like Pennsylvania. Even the Republican Senator Pat Toomey, Savannah speaking to him earlier today, saying that he has not seen any evidence of widespread voter fraud as the president claims here. So at this point, we're waiting to see what, if anything, we'll hear from the president or from the campaign. The president's campaign advisors in recent days had been holding calls with reporters, sort of mapping out their strategy and their thinking, trying to project confidence. There is nothing that, at least to this point, we've heard from them so far. And privately, in my conversations with some of the president's aides and allies, there's a real frustration about what the message is, what exactly they're trying to say right now as they watch the president's lead in Pennsylvania and now in Georgia evaporate. The president initially was saying, stop the count. That obviously wouldn't work, because were you to stop the count, which obviously you can't, Joe Biden would have been declared president. Then the president said, stop the fraud. So it's been very erratic, the messaging here. And recognize that even as the president attacks these mail-in ballots that are being counted now, that are heavily skewing in favor of Joe Biden, it's the president who, against the wishes of a lot of his own aides and advisors, was telling his voters not to vote by mail, to do it in person. They feared that might suppress their own vote. It's possible that that had some impact. None of what we're seeing now is out of the blue. We've been telling you for weeks that this is likely what would take place, not who would win or who would lose, but that the early vote would favor Joe Biden most likely, as Democrats, for whatever reason, were more inclined to vote early or by mail, and that the day of vote would favor the president of the United States. Again, the president with his first remarks since election night here last evening, nothing on his public schedule today. One other note I should make right now is one of the other frustrations is that in terms of the legal team, there's been frustration that there is not some legal advisor, some field marshal, as allies of the president describe it right now, like a James Baker type, as one said it, who, of course, led George W. Bush's recount battle back in 2000. This time around, one aide saying to me, you have Corey Lewandowski, the president's former campaign manager, and Rudy Giuliani on a street corner in Philadelphia. That's not going to cut it. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Peter, thank you. Keep us posted. Joining us now, John Fetterman, the Democratic Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. Mr. Lieutenant Governor, good morning to you. I think the first question is, how many more votes, to your knowledge, does Pennsylvania have to count, and when might we see them?
Give or take, it's around 115 to 120,000, I would imagine, and they're going to continue to count them. And I am unaware and would pretty much all but guarantee that there is not one county or area of Pennsylvania where the mail-in ballots don't skew significantly towards Vice President Biden. I've been saying this for a while. Math is math, and you saw that happen this morning. And you're going to continue to see Vice President Biden increase his lead throughout as the reports come in.
You know, if you are a fan of the president, you're watching this razor-thin margin, and you may be saying, well, the president's talking about all this fraud that's going on. What's your take on that?
My take on that is that we wouldn't be arguing whether 1 + 1 = 3. We would dismiss it out of hand because we know that's not true. At what point does yelling about voter fraud in the complete, utter absence of any evidence become yelling fire in a crowded theater? There is no basis for any claims of voter fraud. And the president has marginalized himself as no more than a troll saying outlandish things that have no basis in reality. Math is coming. Math arrived in a big dose as Joe Biden went ahead just now, and you're going to see that bank. And there's nothing behind that other than math.
you obviously are not a fan of the president or a member of his party. There is a lawsuit in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Oh, I just want to make sure people. Yes, of course. I just want to make sure people understand where you're coming from. Yep.
I'm a fan of math, and math doesn't respond well to opinion. It's math. And that's what we're going to be looking at in Pennsylvania throughout the day.
Right. Okay. You're counting mail-in votes. You got about 100,000 left. We know the mail-in votes have favored Joe Biden because that was his campaign strategy, telling his voters, mail your vote. The president's campaign strategy was show up in person. All those in-person votes have been counted. Now they're counting the mail-in votes, and that's why we've seen things develop this way in Pennsylvania. I do want to ask you, Lieutenant Governor, about this lawsuit that is on hold for the moment, having to do with this decision by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that ballots that were sent before Election Day, they have to be sent before Election Day, but arrived up to today, 3 days later, I'm calling them the Tuesday to Friday ballots, that they could be counted. Now, local officials had decided to segregate those ballots, and to my understanding, and I'm hoping you can confirm this, are those segregated ballots, the ones that are potentially controversial, have they been counted and added into this total yet, to your knowledge?
They haven't. And let me be clear. I don't think those ballots are even going to be an issue. I think that the number of outstanding ballots, and I want to be clear, the ballots that are being counted right now are the ones that were received on or before Election Day by 8 o'clock. So those aren't subject to any lawsuits. The president can sue a ham sandwich. He can send 1,000 lawyers to Pennsylvania. But it's not going to change the basic fact of the matter is that every one of these ballots that's in play right now that's going to be counted today throughout the rest of the day has been lawfully received and going to be counted, and they're all going to skew in Joe Biden's favor. You've seen it happen, and it's going to continue to happen.
Lieutenant Governor, when are we going to know for sure what the count is in Florida? Do you think you'll know by the end of the day?
In Pennsylvania?
I mean, Pennsylvania, sorry.
We're all on not much sleep.
I can't specify an exact time, but I mean, as Mr. Todd was just indicating, it's like, like I said, math doesn't care what your feelings are. Math is going to lead us to the truth. And the truth is that I am not aware of one single county where the mail-in ballots did not skew in the vice president's behavior by a factor of 60-40 all the way up to and approaching 90-10. And it's unlikely we're going to see that at this point going forward. So I think you're going to see the vice president's lead expand. And I would see it maybe expand it to maybe 75, or low six figures at this point.
All right. Pennsylvania's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, thanks for joining us on a busy day. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, I just want to make a quick point here that we're sitting here going and we're going out. We're having to track these vote by mail numbers and tell you, that's you heard the Lieutenant Governor say there's been the 60% clip sort of overall, 90% in some areas. We could have been stuck doing this in the state of Florida too, had we only counted essentially Republican votes first, then Democratic votes. I mean, unfortunately, the Pennsylvania state legislature put us in this situation, right, where they essentially put us where we counted Election Day votes first, and then we counted the vote by mail. So then it gives this impression as people are following, what's going on? I thought the president was leading. And then, when we do these after-action reports, the president clearly discouraged his voters from doing vote by mail. And that's why we're seeing this skew that we're seeing. He got a good turnout on Election Day. I don't think he lost votes here, but in some ways, this was the strategy he pursued. The Democrats pursued a strategy of bank your votes earlier, worried about what the pandemic would do, and here we are. But I will say this, this perception of agita that's out there that somehow, they're taking it away from the president or this, and it's like, it's all because of how we counted these ballots in Pennsylvania. We would have had the same allegations in Florida, but Florida, thankfully, put it all in the same bucket.
It's actually interesting because in both Pennsylvania and Florida, you have Republicans who made those decisions. So in Pennsylvania, it was the Republican legislature that said, you're going to count the in-person first. You can't even open those mail ballots until 7 or 8 o'clock on Tuesday night of election night. So that's how how it is in Pennsylvania. In Florida, Casey, you've got a Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, and the legislature there. They decided, no, all right, let's do it the opposite way. We're going to do mail first, and then we're going to do in person. And you saw that it developed a different way. It looked good for Biden at first, and then ultimately Trump won and won big in Florida.
Yeah, no, that's right. And, you know, we one of the things that people worry about when they're making these decisions is you don't want to skew what people are thinking when they walk into the voting booth. So everyone wants to make sure that if you're counting mail-in ballots before Election Day, that count stays a secret. So that's part of how they think about these decisions. But, you know, the reality is here, and I hope that the takeaway is for everyone, that counting all of the ballots and encouraging people to vote, no matter how, is the way to go. Because to Chuck's point about these vote-by-mail ballots, I mean, the president got enormous turnout. I mean, he you know, if he does in fact lose this election, he'll lose it with a lot more votes than he got in 2016. So that means Republicans turned out in higher numbers. But he was out there discouraging people to vote by mail, saying that's not safe, it's potentially fraudulent, raising questions about that. And it is possible that that hurt him. We'll never know, really, that reality. But, you know, I hope that one of the takeaways that we have from this election, and, you know, there have been some assumptions in the past that if more people vote, it's going to benefit Democrats. And there are sometimes legislatures or, you know, other bodies or politicians who make decisions about that, right? And they say, oh, well, I'm going to perceive, and you see it in some of these lawsuits, that if we win this lawsuit that will count fewer ballots, it will be better off for my political party. I hope that we can just be done with that.
Yeah. They legislate based on their own confirmation bias, the conventional wisdom that turned out to be wrong. In fact, our own pollster, Bill McIntyre, was ranting about this when we were talking about turnout. He said, look, you know, we had an idea up to a certain number, but there's a point where so many people vote that you have to throw out sort of assumptions. In low turnouts, the patterns matter a lot. The higher the turnout, you have to throw out historical context. We've never had an election like this where so many people participated, and so many people participated in different ways.
And Republicans in Texas have said they made a mistake. They assumed all the new voters would be Democrats, and they weren't.
Let's get to some more numbers, because I know everyone's probably waking up on the West Coast going, what is happening? We got another battleground that flipped in Joe Biden's favor. We're talking about Georgia. Biden leading there, slim margin. We've got Blaine Alexander in Atlanta for us. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Hoda. So we've just got some new updated numbers from the Secretary of State's office. I want to run through those for you. The first is a number that we've been watching, quite frankly, since election night, and that's the number of votes still outstanding. So we know that as of 8:15 this morning, or as of later this morning, rather, there are about 8,197 outstanding votes still in the state of Georgia. Now, that's across 5 different counties here in the city, or in the state, rather. But the biggest share comes from Gwinnett County. Now, we're watching that very closely, not just when these votes come in, but where they're coming from, because that gives us a good sense of where those counties stand so far and what we could possibly expect. So we know that the lion's share of those, more than half, about 4,800 of those votes, are going to come from Gwinnett County. Now, that's a county that Joe Biden is already leading by about 58%. It's a metro Atlanta suburb. Another number of them are coming from Cobb County, another metro Atlanta suburb. But of the 3 remaining counties, those are all places where President Trump currently has a lead. So we're talking about 5 counties still left to report their votes. Of 2 of them are blue, 3 of them are red right now. So that just kind of lets you know that already that's kind of split as to which way those votes will possibly go. Now, in addition to that load, we're also looking to see ballots coming in possibly from military and overseas ballots. Now, the Secretary of State says that there could be as many as, we'll likely not get this many, but as many as 8,900 ballots that could possibly come in. As long as they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by today. But you heard Chuck Todd earlier say that likely projections is that we'll get far fewer than those that actually come in. So that's the second batch of numbers that we're watching right now. Now, we saw Joe Biden take that narrow lead overnight, and that was thanks in large part to Clayton County. That's one of the counties right here in metro Atlanta, just to the south, a heavily Democratic area. They uploaded some more votes overnight, reported some more votes overnight, and that's what allowed Joe Biden to shift into that very narrow lead. Now, one bit of context I have have to give you guys is that even though Georgia is still not finished tabulating all of the votes, the current votes, the first count, we're already very strongly in recount territory. That's because state law says that if candidates come within 0.5% of each other, that means that a candidate can request a recount. Well, as of right now, they're at the same percentage. So it's already very clear. In fact, the Secretary of State's office has essentially acknowledged as much, that Georgia will almost certainly go into a recount for these numbers so far, guys.
All right, if anyone wondered if their vote mattered, all you have to do is look at these razor-thin margins and realize they definitely do. All right, Blaine, thanks.
All right, so it is 9:30 in the east, 6:30 in the west. This is an NBC News special report. We're on the air because in Pennsylvania, the perennial battleground and checkmate state for both candidates, Joe Biden has taken the lead this morning. We were told there's about 115,000 votes still left to be counted in Pennsylvania. That brings us to John Lipinski. He's the director of elections for NBC News and the person who helps to make these decisions about when the network can call a race for any given candidate. We are not doing that yet, John. Right now, we have said that Joe Biden is taking the lead. That's the results we've gotten from Pennsylvania. But we haven't yet said that he will ultimately prevail in Pennsylvania. What is your thinking, and what are you expecting this morning to unfold?
Yeah, the way I sort of see the race right now is you had said, we have about 115,000 ballots to count. They're mail ballots. Most of them are going to go for Biden. But these are the tough ballots to count. So of those 115,000, I know there's about 25,000 right now in Philadelphia. There's about 35,000 in Allegheny. But not all of those ballots are going to be counted. We don't know yet, because what they usually do is the more difficult ballots are counted later. And so my guess is there's going to be a number of those that won't be counted at all.
Why are they more difficult? I'm sorry to interrupt, but why? What do you mean they're more difficult?
Because they may have problems with the ballots, they may not have filled out correctly. And so right now they're checking them to see whether they sort of meet the qualifications for being counted. And so some of them, it's always historically, and I know it's the case because we've talked to people, they're going through and checking them one by one to see whether or not they're going to count or not.
And I think a lot of us don't know about timing. How long does that take to count one by one? And just back to Savannah's point again, do you think that sometime in the course of this day that we will be able to make a call on the race?
There's a decent probability of that. I mean, it's looking very good for Biden right now. But, we're not there yet. He only has a little bit over a 5,000 vote lead. We're definitely going to need to get into a solid, 5-digit lead. And Philadelphia is expecting to get through their ballots today. Allegheny is going to count later at 5, starting at 5. So the timing's a little unclear. The one thing that we don't know also is there's probably 75,000 to 100,000 provisionals out there. Those usually break Democrat, but this is an unusual election, so we're just being careful.
Okay, so whoa, because we said 115,000 votes outstanding. That we heard that from the lieutenant governor. Now you just mentioned provisional ballots. First of all, you've got to tell everyone what that means, and then is that over and above the 115,000?
That is over and above the 115,000. So provisionals are people basically come to the polling place and have to cast a ballot, and there might be an issue, for why they need to do that. The biggest issue in Pennsylvania is that if people decided that they requested an absentee ballot but decided that they wanted to vote in person instead, they needed to come to the polling place, bring their ballot with them. If they did not bring the ballot exactly as it was supposed to be with all of the pieces, they would need to cast a provisional. So we're expecting a lot of them to be under that scenario.
Okay, so the provisional ballot is, okay, we're going to let you file this ballot, but we're going to put those in a separate pile, and we're going to check them out and make sure you're legit and make sure this is right, this isn't fraud, and that's why they get counted last and they're harder to count. So, John Lipinski, thank you.
Yeah, that's interesting. So Pennsylvania's over here, but you wonder about the other states, because we don't hear now much about Nevada and about Arizona and what's happening in those places. But could something else happen today?
Well, it could. By the way, the Trump campaign is sort of anticipating. They've already just put out a statement. The election is not over. That is the headline in this statement from the Trump campaign's general counsel, Matt Morgan. And they're saying the following in all the states. I'm going to summarize, not read directly. They say Georgia is headed for a recount, and I'm going to quote from the release, where we are confident we will find ballots improperly harvested, is what they're saying. This idea, they use a phrase about, or do more people gather up absentee ballots and deliver them to a drop box in a chunk, in a group, let one person maybe gather from an entire, senior center or something like that. That's the implication. There's not evidence that there was some widespread use of this and what they're defining as, quote, harvesting there. In Pennsylvania, they're alleging that their observers weren't allowed in and that sort of has spoiled the process. In Nevada, they're citing this idea that people may have voted that didn't live in the state. That's that lawsuit that they're attempting to file that Pete Williams was telling us about last night. And then they're just projecting confidence about Arizona. They just believe that when all the votes are counted, they're going to win Arizona. So they're basically saying they're anticipating that a lot of news organizations are going to end up saying, hey, Joe Biden has gotten what he needs here. So they're just setting the stage. It's pretty clear whatever any media organization announces today, the Trump campaign is not ready to accept that.
Well, they're fighting a 3-4-5 front war right now.
And it's scattershot.
Results.
And
exactly.
That's the problem.
So they're saying in Pennsylvania, we got a problem with this. In Georgia, we got a problem with that. In Arizona, we think we're going to win it outright. In Nevada, we got this claim. So they can make those claims.
Quote Rich Lowry.
They got to go. I don't remember what Rich Lowry said, but you got to go
about whining. He said that Donald Trump is somebody that, yes, he is a whiner.
But you were talking about
I whine until I win.
Yeah.
Well, be that as it may, I'm not going to go that far. It's not whining. If you have a legitimate claim, you are well within your rights to bring that claim before a court of law and have it heard and have the evidence heard. A recount, if you are within the margin of where a recount is allowed, you are well within your rights to pursue that. And so the Trump campaign has indicated that it'll do so, and the votes will continue to be counted.
We did hear from the Trump campaign. Let's figure out what's going on in the Biden camp. Kristen, you've got some new info.
That's right, Hoda and Savannah. The reactions just pouring in from the Biden campaign and from Biden aides and allies. So let me just take you through the latest that we have. One top advisor, and I'm going to be reading off of my notes because it's literally coming in as we speak. One top advisor tells me that they are just thrilled. Campaign staff are elated. We got a text in all caps, feeling good. Someone else said they are already popping bottles over at the Biden campaign headquarters. But one advisor cautioning, hey, wait a minute, there's been no final call on these states that we're talking about, no final call on the whole race. So let's just hold out before we get too excited. So it's safe to say, though, that they are energized by the fact that Biden has now pulled ahead in Pennsylvania. You have all sorts of aides and advisors also on Twitter. One person tweeting out a picture of the president and saying, you're fired. Of course, that familiar tagline from The Apprentice. But just taking a step back, when you think about Biden's strategy, he visited Pennsylvania 14 times, more than any other battleground state. Now you see why. Now you see that could potentially bear fruit. That could potentially be make or break for the vice president. And remember where he was on the final day of this campaign. He was in Pennsylvania, in Scranton, in Philadelphia, urging voters to get out and make their voices heard. We can now report that if there is at some point a call, we will hear from the vice president. So everyone watching and waiting along with all of us, but the anticipation growing. Guys.
Kristen,
thank you, Kristen.
Yes, sit tight. We'll be back with you. Andrea joins us. Andrea, this is a moment, but they may be popping champagne over at Biden headquarters, but we got to wait till these votes are counted.
Well, like Lieutenant Governor Futterman told you, math is math, and he's saying it one way. You heard from John Lipinski, there are provisional ballots, and there are quite a number of them, and they have to look at all of that. We have to be 95.5% sure, or 99.5% sure, rather, which is absolutely sure before we say anything this consequential at NBC News, and that is just, flat out. But the fact is, in Arizona, it could go either way, because in Arizona, you cannot presume this 80-20 split in the ballots that are about to come. As you know, people are used to mail-in balloting. It's not just the Democrats who are using that. It's Republicans and Democrats. In Nevada, we don't know where everything is coming from. It could be from Washoe County and the Reno area, not just in Clark County. And there are pockets of Republicans in Clark County and in Las Vegas. So, we just have to be very careful. The president is right to have some confidence in Arizona and maybe Nevada. But the problem for him is that the path, as we've been reporting all along, is so narrow. He's got to win 3 out of these 4 states. Joe Biden just has to take Pennsylvania. All he needs is 18 votes.
Well, that's what I was going to turn to Chuck. You set it up nicely, because that's what's interesting. Here, Pennsylvania is the story of the hour, and it's incredibly consequential. But Arizona and Nevada is a separate path for Joe Biden, and he is leading there right now, although he's hanging by a thread there in Arizona. But let's say Arizona, Nevada went Joe Biden's way, he wouldn't even need Pennsylvania.
That's
he could
correct.
get to 270 there alone.
What I was going to do is let's accept some of the Trump campaign's premises here about North Carolina. You know, I agree with them there. So let's say that the recount and the military ballots give them Georgia, and that's fine. And let's say they catch Joe Biden in Arizona, as you can see here. The good news for the president is if that happened for him, he wouldn't need Nevada. Pennsylvania would actually be enough for Donald Trump, right? So actually, even Nevada wouldn't actually play a role here. So, but the problem is, it's just a one-state issue that the Trump campaign has because they can't win it without Pennsylvania, right? Let's say they got lucky in Nevada. So, as you see here, they could get all of this. And Pennsylvania by itself is enough for Joe Biden. So, look, I know they have these four-state litigation strategy here. They have no choice. They're going to have to, if they're going to pursue a litigation strategy here, they only have one state that they have to focus on. There's no other way out of this. 20,000 votes in a recount in Wisconsin, you're just not going to find 20,000 votes. It's hard to find 2,000 votes in a recount. A 2,000 vote deficit, it's hard to make up, let alone a 20,000 vote. So, you know, I know they want to go through irregularities in all these other places, but the math indicates, going back to math, there's really only one state that matters that's left for either candidate, and it's Pennsylvania.
Well, you know, that brings us to Rich and Claire, our analysts. Claire McCaskill, former senator, Rich Lowry, editor of the National Review and a conservative. But Rich, is this a legal strategy or is this a political strategy? Because it seems like the ultimate goal here on the Trump campaign's part is to just sow doubt and sow questions. And where does that ultimately lead?
Well, first they want to keep this alive, and that means forestalling media organizations from calling the race for Joe Biden. And this is why there's been such an obsessive focus at the White House on Fox News calling Arizona for Joe Biden, which turns out to have been a premature call. But they don't want a Trump-friendly network being the first one potentially to call the whole presidential race for Joe Biden. The optics would be terrible. And then there are a couple other layers to this onion. There's rhetoric. It's what the president says. Does he say it's fraud and not accept the result? That doesn't change anything concrete, but it affects the sentiment within his own party, which is potentially significant. Then there's the legal aspect, and they just need to find a way to cast a cloud around enough votes in some of these states so they can say it's decisive. So they're engaged in that effort now. It doesn't seem to be compelling evidence of anything yet, but that's what they're going to try to do. And then the final layer, and where I think we should all be brushing up on the procedures, is challenging the electors. Is there some attempt to stop the electors from being appointed, sent to Congress from Pennsylvania using the state legislature?
On what basis?
Or is there an attempt to get Congress to not accept those electors? And my understanding, just reading very quickly a Congressional research report, is that the Houses vote separately on objections to electors once they come to Congress. So you'd presume the Democratic House would reject an objection, and the Senate might accept it. I'm not sure that would be the case, but that wouldn't be enough for the president.
Hate it when you add legal
I know. We were just listening to the folks over at the Biden camp. Kristen Welker was saying that they're popping champagne. And Rich, do you think that's premature, or should they go ahead and pop it?
Oh, they shouldn't pop it yet. You know, there could be a shocker here somewhere along the line, but clearly it's trending their way. And I've been a Biden skeptic back in the primaries. I don't think he ran a very compelling general election campaign. But if these blue wall states hold for him, it is a vindication of the essential strategic insight of his campaign, which he just needs to be slightly more appealing in those states than Hillary Clinton was. Not a huge amount, because the margin was so small for Trump in 26, just a little bit. And it looks like that's what's happening.
Claire, we'll let you get in on this from the Democratic side of things. What do you think about the notion that folks are popping champagne corks over at Biden headquarters? And by the way, that was just one email from a source, so I'm not saying that they're, officially popping champagne, but, the notion of them celebrating right now.
I think they're going to wait until the rest of these ballots come in Pennsylvania. And I predict when they do, they're going to end up with a margin somewhere north of 75,000 votes. At that point in time, then they can pop the champagne, because my sources tell me, Savannah, that the segregated ballots, where there's the only wisp of a legal basis for any challenge, that those segregated ballots are somewhere around 10,000. That won't make any difference. That's not a big enough number that it'll even be relevant. And the Supreme Court will be glad not to have to weigh in if, in fact, that turns out to be true. So this really boils down to, do they have a legal case? And here's the problem the Trump campaign has. They are used to lying and getting away with it because it's just out in the ether. You can't lie in court. You have to have evidence. And every lawsuit they've brought, they've lost because they have no evidence. The only lawsuit they brought, it was settled. And they admitted in that lawsuit that there were Republican observers in the room. They just wanted to argue about where they stood, and it was settled. So they have not yet even brought one lawsuit with any evidence that a court would recognize. So I say, as soon as the rest of the votes are in Pennsylvania, I think they're fine to pop the champagne.
All right, Senator McCaskill, Rich Lowry, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. NBC's Tom Costello's been watching the vote count very closely for us all week. What are you seeing, Tom?
Well, a couple of points. You know, we've heard a lot of complaints about how long it is taking, specifically in Pennsylvania, to count the vote. It's important to point out the Republican legislature in Pennsylvania came up with the rules which said they could not start counting the mailed-in ballots that had already been flooding in. They could not start counting those until Election Day. Other states were allowed to start tabulating and counting in the days leading up to Election Day because they knew they had a mountain of votes coming in because of the pandemic. Pennsylvania's Republican legislature said, no, you can't start till Election Day, and that is why this is taking so long. Let's also stress here, and we've done it many, many times, but there is very little in what the president said last night that is actually true. The truth of the matter is this process to count the votes takes days, sometimes weeks. That has happened for 200-plus years in this country. We have become accustomed to the networks calling projections on when a candidate appears to be winning, but that's not the final vote. It's not the final call. It's not certifying the vote. This is a process that takes a considerable amount of time. I would also say, I'm sure like you have, I've received an awful lot of messages and activity on social media from people all over the country, friends of mine, concerned about stuff that is bubbling up on the internet, specifically in right-wing circles, calling into question the legitimacy of the counting process and of the vote. I think it's worth repeating many, many, many times that there is simply, at this point, no evidence that has been in any way validated of anything that's happening fraudulently across the country. Election officials from both parties who are running this election say that it appears to have gone incredibly smoothly, despite the fact that they have volumes and volumes of mail-in ballots, that the actual processing has gone very, very smoothly with Democratic and Republican observers in place the entire time watching the process. We've had very few reports of mechanical breakdowns, a couple of minor problems on Election Day itself, but beyond that, really that was isolated. And so ultimately this is a test of the democracy itself. And do we trust in a system that we've spent 200-plus years in developing? And it's, of course, coming down now to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, living up to its name today, guys.
All right, Tom Costello. That was great perspective from Tom.
Yeah, let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the White House. Peter, you got your ear to the ground. What are they saying over there?
Yeah, you know, we're not hearing a lot from here at the White House, but we are speaking to campaign officials right now who describe the mood, according to two of them, as, quote, deflated right now. They say privately that they are exhausted and there's a real apprehension that they're in for what could be a days-long fight without the potential for any concession from the president on the back end right here. And to that idea, and of course it's premature because this race is not over, the campaign even posting a statement saying the race is not over. We have spoken to campaign officials and those close to the president about whether there's even been a conversation with him about the potential of losing. And I'm told, quote, there is no talk of a concession. That's not a conversation anyone is having right now. So you really have this potential for what's going to be an uncertain several days ahead if the trajectory of this race continues in this direction right now. You saw the president walk into the briefing room yesterday and remarks that were really removed from reality, saying that there was widespread widespread voter fraud. Just going on and on about conspiracy theories, again, as Tom indicated, without providing any evidence. And I think one point that sort of best demonstrates the inconsistency of this message is that the president was touting Republican victories in the House and Senate at the same time as he was saying that he was cheated out of votes. You recognize those votes are cast on the same ballot. And that was just one of many inconsistencies that we've been seeing. It echoed what you've heard in recent days, where some Trump supporters were saying, keep counting, and others were saying, stop the count, depending on the state and the position where the president was. That echoes what you hear privately, again, from campaign officials, saying that they don't know what the message is right now. It's not clear who the field general is right now. We're told by campaign officials that they are having conversations about who that person should be, who should be going before cameras today to communicate the public message of the campaign. Again, they put out a statement a short time ago from one of the attorneys within the campaign saying that this race is not over. They say once the election is final, Donald Trump will be reelected. Savannah and Hoda.
Thank you, Peter. We've been hearing, too, that we heard Ted Cruz and we heard Lindsey Graham kind of being Team Trump. And I was wondering from Peter, if you're still there, is there anybody else who's like raising their hand and standing with the president?
Yeah, you know, what was notable about that, Hoda, you bring up an important point, is that obviously yesterday there was a lot of quick criticism among Republicans. Mitt Romney, Chris Christie saying that the president's comments were inflammatory and not informative. And you heard from Donald Trump Jr., the president's son. And we know that the president sent his sons, Eric and Don Trump Jr., to go out and sort of speak on his behalf, to fight for him in recent days. You've seen them at news conferences in different states. Donald Trump Jr. basically called out those Republicans, said, where are you, Republicans? You should be standing with my dad right now, with my father right now. And within a matter of hours, several of them then did. Ted Cruz going on Fox News, Lindsey Graham going on Fox News, saying that what was taking place in Pennsylvania, I think in his words, was crooked as a snake, the process there. And it wasn't just those two men, but also notably Kevin McCarthy, who, for those not familiar, is the top House Republican, the House Minority Leader, likely to remain the House Minority Leader in the new Congress when it adjourns in January. The congressman from California saying that Donald Trump won this election, saying that his supporters, his folks, cannot be silent. They have to unite together to stop this from happening. It was pretty incendiary remarks. I think most observers would agree.
And just on the Today Show this morning, we had Senator Pat Toomey, the Republican from Pennsylvania, saying he was disturbed by what the president had said and that he had not seen any evidence of the widespread fraud that the president has spoken of. So we actually are starting to see the fractures in the Republican Party over how you're going to deal with this when there are some of these allegations being made without evidence that call into question the results of the election.
Of course, Toomey has decided not to seek re-election for another term.
Well, perhaps that's why he has the courage to speak out. But, you know, everybody has their own politics.
By the way, it's the same divide we've been seeing with the elected Republicans throughout the Trump term, right? If you look at it, the people that seem to be wringing their hands publicly are the same group of people that wring their hands publicly about the president's comments throughout his term. The same people that have gotten his back have been the same people that have gotten his back. So in some ways, you're seeing some of the familiar splits that have been inside this Republican Party since Donald Trump took it over.
Well, all eyes are on Pennsylvania. Should we go to Stephanie Gosk? I think she's in.
Well, Chuck, you got something?
Well, no, I was just going to explain where we were, but let's go to Stephanie.
Okay.
And then after that, just sort of where the state of the vote count is.
Yes.
Allegheny, there's a little questions, and there's, anyway, but let's get Stephanie's report
I
first.
can talk about Allegheny.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can actually talk about Allegheny, and we should do that because it's interesting. We're talking about 120 or so thousand votes that are out there remaining. There is a chunk of votes in Allegheny County that right now they're mail-in votes that they are not counting, and let me explain them a little bit. Back when Allegheny County started sending out mail-in ballots to people in their county long before the election, there was a printing error. They made a mistake. So they then had to send out 29,000 new ballots to those same people. Well, two GOP congressional running for Congress, they sued Allegheny County and their Board of Elections for the way that the Board of Elections handled this issue. They then settled in court, and the settlement said these votes are valid, but they can't start counting them until 5 o'clock tonight. And when they count them, they have to open them up and do them the way they have been doing all of the mail-in ballots, but they also will have to check those voter rolls and make sure that that voter didn't vote in some other way somewhere else. Now, we're talking about margins, and you know, should the margins get big enough where something like this doesn't matter, then the point will be moot. However, if the margins stay close in this state, those 29,000 ballots could matter quite a bit. And over the course of today, certainly it will matter when they start counting them. And that's going to take a while to go through all of them. Guys?
And I believe that either it was you, Stephanie, or somebody on our air said that Allegheny County wasn't going to start counting. That was till 5 o'clock.
Well, that was the legal. That was the settlement. That was what they couldn't touch them until 5 o'clock. That's what Stephanie was clarifying there, which I'm glad she did. By the way, there's another 2,200 ballots at Allegheny. This is sort of, and this is, by the way, happens all over the country. You put it in the scanner. Yeah. You know, you ever had a paper jam? Yeah. Okay. They literally 2,200 ballots that may have went in the wrong way, had a rip, didn't process, so they have to go back and almost, in the words here, you recreate the ballots under everybody watching, so that you can, if the piece of paper that the voter actually used, just the machine won't read it, and they want the machine to read it with all the observers watching.
You have Democrats and Republicans observers
and
right there.
Literally you just recreate the ballots, and then so that it can get counted. So, but this is why you have observers and it's done literally under a very transparent process. Obviously, you don't know who the person actually that cast the vote, but they have to do that literally just to fix.
So there are always Republican and Democratic observers. Always.
It is something that all campaigns, in fact, by the way, all campaigns are invited, all parties are invited to do it. They don't always go to every polling place. You don't see it at every polling place, but this year there were more than ever.
And COVID has made it more complicated because you don't want to have them huddled over each other. And so that's where the distance issues of 6 feet and 10 feet became the issue.
Do we have any more numbers, Chuck? Every time we turn to you, you got a little something.
We were waiting on 20,000 ballots from Philadelphia, and it's. As someone, if we wanted guest time, and they've starting about 11 o'clock last night till about whatever it was, about 9. When did we?
About 20 minutes ago, 9:30.
9:30. They processed 51,000 ballots. So what is that? About over 10 hours. So the next 20. You know, I would hope by noon that we're going to get the remainder of Philadelphia. But the Allegheny issue of those 29,000 ballots, right? As Stephanie said, this is why we wouldn't be comfortable with a 5,500 vote margin for Joe Biden, because we know there are enough ballots out there that could potentially change that outcome. But let's see what these Philly ballots show. Let's see these the suburban ballots. If the recount margin would be about 35,000 votes or less. If Joe Biden's margin is 35,000 votes or less, that would fall within the 0.5%. But if the margin goes north of 35,000, which our math indicates it's likely to do, it won't even be in sort of that official recount mode. Not to say that there aren't ways that perhaps the Trump campaign can ask for a recanvass and look for irregularities and demand this recount. But that is an important threshold, frankly, that we're looking at.
Andrea?
Well, and you also have the provisional ballots. Remember that John Fetterman, the lieutenant governor, told you about. We don't know exactly how many, and we don't know what they say.
Yeah, the lieutenant governor told us there's 115,000 ballots outstanding. They're mail-in ballots, and then he said, and I don't know if I wrote it down or there's.
By the way, Joe Biden just netted a couple thousand out of Bucks.
Okay, so now it's 6,700. And Bucks is another suburban.
Bucks is another suburban county here. Where am I? You'd think, where's my Bucks? I'm going to get in trouble here. There it is. So this was a more swing county, but again, the vote by mail, I think they dropped about 3,000 ballots. He won 2,000 of them, so netted about another 1,000 plus ballots.
Okay.
So again, it's a proof that even though this was a 51% county, the vote by mail went 2-1 in this case just now. This is why the math clearly favors. It goes to what the lieutenant governor said. He says even in the red counties, the vote by mail favored the Biden campaign.
Because that was the Biden campaign strategy.
They wanted their voters to vote by mail.
Yeah, and actually the Trump campaign had great turnout. Its strategy was to turn out new voters in Pennsylvania, registered new voters, found new voters in Pennsylvania. They showed up at the polls. That's why we have such a tight race. But the question is, was it enough?
Like I said, the blue wave and the red wave they crashed into each other.
Yeah, we got a tight election.
We do.
All right, we will continue to follow it. We're going to pause in a moment here so that we can have other stations join us as we get ready for the top of the hour. But we are watching the votes come in. We are very close to resolution, perhaps, in Pennsylvania, which is that all-important state. But we still watch Arizona, Georgia, Nevada. We got a lot to cover. Let's take a pause here. And thank you for being with us. And we will rejoin you in just a moment. Hi, everybody. Good morning again. It's 10 a.m. in the East. It's 7 a.m. on the West Coast. And we are in breaking news, a special report. We are following the vote counting in key battlegrounds this morning. And if you just woke up out on the West Coast or you're sleeping in on the East Coast because you were up late, there's a lot to tell you about. Joe Biden, the former vice president, has officially now taken the lead in Pennsylvania. He's got a narrow margin there, an even narrower one in Georgia. And the president, in the meantime, has gained some ground in Arizona.
So if you look at the big map and you see the electoral count has not changed, you need 270, obviously, to get there. Joe Biden is in the lead with 253 to 214 for the president. But as Savannah pointed out, those votes are coming in. We're watching states shift. Literally, if you went to bed last night, you saw different colors. You saw reds where there were blues and blues where there were reds. And this morning, today,
if you went out for a run in the next hour, we've had a massive change. We are getting votes in from Pennsylvania. I want to go over to Chuck. He's at the map right now. Pennsylvania is such a huge part of the electoral map. It is absolutely critical for President Trump. And right now, Joe Biden is in the lead we just got a new batch of votes, 6,700 votes. Yeah. We think there's about 105,000 votes left in Pennsylvania to count. Can you just, to reset for folks who are just waking up?
So you just put 105,000. That is approximately what we think. 20,000 of those 100,000, so 1 in 5, out of Philadelphia is what we expect. And he's been winning at a greater, he's carrying Philadelphia with over 80%, and he's been winning the vote by mail by an even higher margin. Okay, so to just tell you, so that's 20,000 of those 100,000 votes. We know that there are 35,000. So now in Allegheny County, was a Biden county. There are certainly plenty of Republican pockets in there, but again, these are mail-in votes. These are vote by mail. So we know which that's skewed. So you would have to say this is the floor of what Biden would get out of Allegheny. So that accounts for 55,000. We know there is a smattering of vote by mail also coming into the, from the Philadelphia suburbs and other places. But again, all of the vote by mail in Pennsylvania has been skewed heavily to Joe Biden voters here. I want to give you a few markers to keep an eye on as we're watching the Pennsylvania returns come in. The recount provision in Pennsylvania is at one. There is one if the margin between two folks is less than 1/2 of 1%. In this case, that would be if Joe Biden's lead were about 35,000 votes or less, then that would put in the recount territory. That said, 35,000. We've talked to every lawyer who's ever been involved in a recount before. 3,500 is a nearly impossible task to overcome. 35,000 is probably nearly impossible. So that's a marker we're watching for. We're not going to call a state until we have 99.5% confidence that the outcome wouldn't change. And we're not there yet. We're close. We're extraordinarily close. Our estimates of what vote by mail is going to come in. But at the end of the day, in fairness, you got to, keep opening those ballots, and when there is not a mathematical possibility for the candidate in second place to catch the first candidate, then that's when you call it.
Well, that's why we're underscoring. And I think people at home are like, you guys are focused a lot on Pennsylvania, but that, as you pointed out, is the checkmate state if that happens.
I mean, we just show you. I mean, as I put in here, and we showed it to you before, but I'm going to leave Pennsylvania. The president's campaign believes that they've got all sorts of of ways to, they think they can catch him in Arizona, but Biden still leads. They think they can find a way to win Nevada. Okay, let's buy their premise. Buy their premise that in Georgia, when a recanvass comes in, which, by the way, Georgia's so tight, it is a typo error that could actually change that outcome, right? But let's accept all of their premises here. They sweep everything that's left that's not Pennsylvania. You see what happens here. The president still is short of 270. Pennsylvania is the entire ballgame. And this is why this is so crucial. By the way, for Joe Biden, Pennsylvania isn't the be-all, end-all. Georgia and Nevada would do it. That would put him over 270, but take away Georgia. Arizona and Nevada would put him right at the number. So he has sort of more combinations of the states that are left. And oh, by the way, he's now leading in Pennsylvania. He leads in Georgia. He leads in Arizona, and he leads in Nevada. By the way, if you're doing some math here, and if you're wondering if this is a familiar, if all the leads hold,
familiar to me.
Does anybody see this electoral vote number here? We're a long way away from that. But if all the leads held where they are now, 306, 232, which was the exact electoral vote, not counting the faithless electors, but the exact vote total, it was Donald Trump with 306 and Hillary Clinton with 232.
And it's important to point out, when this happened to the Trump campaign, they declared it to be a landslide victory.
Landslide, that's right.
For them. And they actually did, of course, in 2016, not win the popular vote, despite the president's insistence that he did.
What is the popular vote now, Chuck?
It's about I believe we popped that up there. I don't know if I have, but here it is. I think if I hit this again, I believe this gets, yep, there you go. As you can see here, this is nearly we're going to be in a 3-point margin, which, by the way, to me, that is basically, you take away California, and California is filled with plenty of Americans. I'm not a fan of saying if you take away California, but Republicans would argue California skews the popular vote and that it's a pretty even divide with all of it. We've actually messed with the polling, in case you're wondering. California essentially provides about a 2-point margin nationally in the popular vote.
What you really see from this, though, is Joe Biden got more votes than Hillary Clinton did in 2016, and Donald Trump got more votes this time than he got in 2016.
You do realize that the all-time leading Democratic vote getter in presidential political history will be Joe Biden, and the all-time leader in single election vote getter in a presidential campaign will be for the Republican side will be Donald Trump. I mean, when you have a turnout that is the highest in over 100 years and a race that is within 3 points nationally and turnout is maximized, this is what you get.
Casey, what are you hearing? Because I know you've got you're constantly on that phone.
Yes.
You have a lot of sources in the Republicans and the Democrats.
I apologize if you keep catching me typing while we're hanging here, waiting for this. I mean, I think for Democrats, this really has just become the question of, okay, when can we pop the champagne? And I think they have been watching this closely enough. They've been watching it right along with us, and their assessment at this hour is that Pennsylvania really is that ball game. And to Chuck's point, the president simply can't win without Pennsylvania. And it's clear we're going to have enough counting challenges in Nevada, where we may not get the numbers that we need till tomorrow. Georgia is going to be probably weeks while they figure that out. But if they believe that if we continue to see the numbers that have been coming in for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, that it's just a matter of time until he goes over the threshold today that will be needed for him to be declared the winner of the presidential race. Now, of course, we have not here at NBC, of course, called that yet, as Chuck has been.
And we're also, and in fairness, look, we're the media. Okay, we're not an official. We're not going to sit here an official.
We're not certifying any results.
Right. We're not the certifiers. The states are, and all this stuff. In a democracy, you want the free press basically double checking the official vote counts, and we do our vote count. And that's the beauty of a truly free press in a democracy.
The other thing I would add in terms of what people are talking about right now, there's a lot of focus on whether Republicans are going to indulge President Trump in what he has been saying about raising questions about the validity of this counting. And it seems like there are more people lining up behind Pat Toomey, who you talked to this morning.
The senator from Pennsylvania.
The senator from Pennsylvania, right, who came out and who said it was really hard to watch the president's remarks last night, and who said, you know, if you've got evidence, bring it to the courts.
Well, you know, Mitch McConnell, the Republican, of course, highly influential Republican senator, put out a statement today. I thought it was interesting because he didn't go as far as Pat Toomey did, the Republican from Pennsylvania, who said that was hard to watch, not a scintilla of evidence that there's anything afoot, that there's any widespread fraud, and if you got evidence, come to court and prove it. Is basically the upshot of what Senator Toomey said. Then you have on the other side of the spectrum folks like the Republican leader in the House, Kevin McCarthy, who was circling the wagons around President Trump and suggesting, as the president has, that this election has been taken unfairly from the president. Seemed like Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, was playing it right down the middle.
Right. Well, Mitch McConnell, it's entirely possible, we don't know yet because we don't know control of the Senate, but Mitch McConnell could be looking at being one of the two most important people running the country here in a couple of months. And he, I think, is proceeding accordingly. And that message that he put out, he wrote a tweet that said, trust the process. And he used some of the words that President Trump has been throwing out there about transparency and illegal votes or legal votes. But at the end of the day, the fundamental message that he sent was trust the process. That is also the message that the Biden campaign is sending. They are saying, trust the process. And, you know, they are not yet out publicly really popping champagne corks. I mean, they're being very careful. They are going out of their way to defer to that process. And for McConnell, you know, that's sending a signal that, okay, the Republican Party, we know for President Trump, if he becomes a former president, is still going to be hugely influential in the Republican Party. But there are also going to be a lot of Republicans in government who are going to need to work potentially with the Biden administration. And to figure out how to make sure that they still have influence, they have to figure out how to balance that. And I read Mitch McConnell's statement as a signal to his troops to say, hey, let's wait a minute. Let's figure out if there's actually a path here, and then let's focus on the task at hand.
You know, it's interesting, in case you brought that up. I noticed last night the National Association of Manufacturers, which is a trade group that would vigorously say they're nonpartisan and all this stuff, but there's been certainly the members. I think there's certainly a lot of Republican-friendly members
Republican,
in that trade association. They put out a very strongly worded statement that said Americans are hard at work counting the ballots and tallying the votes. That is our democratic process, has served us well throughout the history. Manufacturers have faith in our institutions, and all valid ballots must be counted. And it sort of goes to what you're saying, Casey, is that there are plenty of people who have jobs in Washington whose job is to work with the government on behalf of their members or on behalf of their constituents. And this is what you may start to see over the next couple of days, and the president's going to find out he may be on an island. And you're going to have a lot of sort of the professional class of Washington start to realize.
He's not alone on that island, though. You have Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader in the House. You have Lindsey Graham, who just was reelected in the Senate from South Carolina, circling the wagons around President Trump. So it's just interesting to see the different camps and the spectrum of Republican response to what the president is alleging here.
Well, and think about Kevin McCarthy. He's the top leader in the House. What's happened in the House? Republicans don't control it, which means they're in opposition. Also, we've seen that there is going to be a contingent of potentially more moderate members of the House. But the driving dynamic there, it is full of people who rabidly support President Trump and who are going to continue to be a part of that movement. So Kevin McCarthy is thinking about how he's going to manage that group of people. And, you know, we get down into the weeds pretty quickly with that, but it helps explain what's going on. And I do think there's going to be a reckoning and a lot of conflict between these two wings of the Republican Party. And we've seen it start to play out, and I think it's going to continue.
Let's head to Pennsylvania, where Biden has a razor-thin lead. Stephanie Gosk is there. Hey, Steph.
Hey, Hoda, you know, there was a time during presidential elections that the mantra was Florida, Florida, Florida. Well, very clearly today, during this election, it's Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. A little harder to say, especially with a mask on. But that's where we are right now. There is scrutiny here on this state, not just from within the state, but from the country and perhaps the world right now. And you have to wonder, when you look at that live camera shot of those poll workers processing those mail-in ballots, whether or not they feel some of that pressure. Officials in this state have been saying all along they would not sacrifice accuracy accuracy for speed. Now, there may be a lot of questions when all this is over whether or not they should have had more people, better infrastructure to have this process go faster. But it is not a surprise that they are here, that we are here waiting for these votes. In fact, the governor of this state, Tom Wolf, actually made a commercial in the weeks building up to the election that said, this is going to take a while. Be patient. It's going to take a few days. And that's exactly what is happening. Now, let's talk a little bit about the numbers. You've got about 20,000 or so votes still to come out of Philadelphia. You have in the suburbs, you also have, by our estimate right now, in the neighborhood of 17,000, maybe 20,000. We just spoke with an official in Bucks County. That was the latest county to deliver some of those votes. They've got about 7,000 outstanding votes that'll come around midday or so. And in the end of the day, today, there will still be outstanding votes. Allegheny County will likely be a place that still is counting these mail-in votes, and it will be a question of margins. How quickly does that margin build up? How big does Joe Biden's lead become over the course of the day? Guys, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's go over to the White House. Peter Alexander there. Are you hearing anything from inside the Trump campaign right now?
Well, we know that the president is paying close attention to what's happening in Pennsylvania right now. He tweeted a matter of moments ago that he is watching Fox Business Channel, one of the channels where some of his conservative allies have often touted many of the president's own opinions, quoting them saying that Philadelphia has a rotten history of voter fraud there. And Larry Kudlow, one of the president's financial advisors here, economic advisors in the White House, was just speaking moments ago to our colleagues at CNBC on television, saying that he spoke to the president this morning and that the president, in his words, quote, intends to fight. He also said something interesting. Kudlow said, I think there will be a peaceful transfer of power. This is the greatest country in the world, and we abide by the rule of law, as will the president. That's striking that Kudlow would say that, because you'll remember only a matter of weeks ago we were talking about the president's own refusal to commit to a peaceful transfer of power. He said he would commit to one if it was fair. He said it wouldn't be necessary, though, because he would win. The question now, though, as we witness the trajectory of this race, is who's in a position in this White House to communicate to the president the situation, what it looks like right now, the very real possibility that ultimately Joe Biden will be declared the next president of the United States. A source close to the White House this morning telling us that there's real reluctance, a real challenge in who would have that ability, who would take that task, saying very specifically, apparently no one's willing to tell King Lear the truth. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Peter Alexander for us there at the White House. Why don't we head over to Joe Biden's headquarters in Delaware, where Kristen Welker is standing by. She's got reaction too. Hey, Kristen.
Hey, Hoda and Savannah. Well, we're getting our first glimpse and insight into what Joe Biden is doing right now. One close aide says that he is patiently watching and waiting for the returns like the rest of us, and he is waiting for the race to be called. This person notes that his first presidential run was back in 1988. He spent 32 years thinking about what it would feel like if he were, in fact, to win. So what's another few hours to wait? So that is how Vice President Biden is approaching this moment, not yet ready to, as we've been reporting throughout the morning, pop the cork, as some of his aides might be want to do. Now, in terms of what we can expect to see or hear from the vice president, I am told do not expect to hear from him until prime time. So if we do, in fact, hear from him tonight, if there is some type of a call at some point today, we would not see the vice president until this evening. What themes will he touch on when he addresses the nation? He's going to talk about unity, healing, coming together as a nation. Of course, these are the themes that have really guided his campaign, and so not surprising that he would echo those same themes. And I just go back to this point, the strategy within the Biden campaign, which a number of Democrats were quite critical of. They were concerned he was being too cautious, that he wasn't out on the campaign trail enough. Well, in those final days, he spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania, and now we see why, because this state could be make or break. Of course, no call yet. He's leading, and inside Biden world, they are celebrating the fact that he's pulled ahead in this critical state. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Kristen, thank you. You know, we are so laser focused on Pennsylvania for good reason. It's absolutely a must win for the president. Joe Biden does have another path. In fact, he doesn't have to win Pennsylvania if he could pick up Arizona and Nevada. And that brings me to to Chuck because it's getting to be morning time over there in Arizona and Nevada. And we are expecting votes this morning, I think 11 o'clock Eastern and 12 o'clock Eastern from Nevada and Arizona. And that might tell the tale as well. That could be interesting.
It could. In fact, I want to take you to Arizona. Our own Vaughn Hilliard down there is reporting that at 9 o'clock Arizona time, which is going to be in about 45 minutes, we expect about 75,000 ballots out of Maricopa. Many of these ballots were mail ballots that were turned in on Election Day. So the question is, Election Day voters. And we know Election Day voters nationally trended heavily towards the president. So the question's going to be of the 75,000 ballots. So I just want everybody to have some think about some numbers here. We are looking at right now. Joe Biden has a 47,000 votes spread. The president needs to win 59% of all the remaining ballots that are to be counted in Arizona. We think it's about I think the last we heard about 280,000.
It was around 280 and 200 of which were from Maricopa County. Yeah.
So this batch of 75,000, let me just, if this margin drops to essentially 33,000 or less, then that batch went really well for the president. He's getting the number that he needs that could get him to the point where we are at a Georgia-like result here. So that's sort of the magic number to see. We're going to have 75,000. Can the president net somewhere around 13 to 14,000 out of there? And that'll tell us. And if he doesn't, that could actually help us statistically decide where this race is headed.
Arizona is very interesting because it's different than Pennsylvania in this. 85% of voters in Arizona vote by mail. Arizona is moving to almost totally vote by mail. So what we're saying in Pennsylvania, which is, hey, these mail-in ballots that are getting counted in Pennsylvania, they're largely favoring Joe Biden. The same cannot really be said of mail-in votes in Arizona because nearly everybody does. This batch, this leftover batch that's coming from Arizona, besides the provisional ballots,
they're not leftovers.
They're not leftovers.
I know. The reason I say that
left to be counted.
I don't, people, because you hear politicians say, they found votes, and I've had people say, we don't mean to say find and all that stuff. That's all. We're all tired.
Leftover in the sense of they haven't been counted yet, but fair enough. Okay, so those ballots that remain to be counted in Arizona, they're people who had a mail-in ballot and decided to walk it in on the day and just they didn't want to take their chances with the mail service. I could make an argument on both sides of that could be a Trump voter who says, the president tells me don't trust these mail-in ballots. There's something fishy going on there. I could also see it being a Biden voter who said, you know what, they're slowing down that mail. I'm going to bring my vote into the polling place.
One anecdote that I think where I fall on the side of I think these are going to be Trump voters. Montana was a state that sent ballots to everybody, I believe, and that there was this sort of, and in fact, Republican strategists there, and there was a tight Senate race there, and Democrats were very bullish. They're like, oh, no, we're going to do well in the mail. And they were doing well in the early count, but there was a whole bunch of Republicans that were holding back their ballot. And they couldn't figure out why hadn't they sent their ballot back in. And they were determined to turn their ballot in on Election Day. They weren't going to do it before then. They weren't going to play that. They were going to be Election Day voters. You're telling us to vote by mail? Fine, I'm going to turn that ballot in on Election Day. It was sort of a little bit of a, you want to call it defiance, whatever it is. And oh, by the way, Steve Daines, the Republican senator, I think won by 10 points. So, in the same day voters. So, I'm a gambler. I'll admit it sometimes. I would, if you're wanting to know, I think this first batch will certainly lean Trump. The question is it going to be at that 59% clip? Right. And that is, I think,
and the Arizona ballots that have come in subsequent to Election Day, he has been hitting that margin.
But right at the margin.
Right at the margin.
He's right on that
Very
edge.
little margin of error.
And I will say that Democrats that I have been talking to throughout this process have maintained throughout that they think Joe Biden is likely to pull it out, and that that it's likely to be about 20,000 votes in margin. Now, obviously, I mean, we're counting, we're being careful, and Chuck, it's interesting to me that the number you're looking for is a little higher than that. Yeah. But for what it's worth, that's what they're expecting. If it were to drop below 20,000,
no, that's just for that first batch. By the way, that's just for that first batch of the 75,000. Okay. We still have about another 200,000 to come in, but that first batch, that's what to watch for to see if he's hitting this number.
Okay.
I don't want.
Fair enough.
That's at the margin I'm projecting.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if it were to drop,
let's go.
Speaking of gambling, let's actually do some gambling, right? Look, we're waiting for some Clark. We heard from the Clark County registrar that we're going to get some processed mail-in ballots from Clark County today.
That's Las Vegas.
And Las Vegas, and some tomorrow that they're going to finish up then. Look, all of this has been trending. This is a case where vote by mail does trend Democratic. Clark County is a lean Democratic county, but the vote by mail has not been lean. It has been decidedly Biden here. In fact, the first small batch that we got yesterday expanded Joe Biden's lead statewide. It was about 7,600, and it went up to 11,000. So this will be a very important batch of ballots that John Lipinski, our director of elections, and our team in the boiler room will be looking at, because it could help us recharacterize Nevada today.
And big picture here, if Joe Biden were able to hang on in Arizona and Nevada, at that point he wouldn't need Pennsylvania.
This has been the point.
270.
This has been the point we've been saying all along, right? You know, the president can get his Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, but Nevada plus Arizona gives you 270. And again, the vice president leads in Pennsylvania and in Georgia.
Can you just pop George up one more second? I feel like we haven't looked at that, and I just want to see what's...
Absolutely here. Let's get it up. All right. That margin just over 1,000 votes. And again,
unbelievable.
Just so you know, we think there's 8,000 vote by mails out there, approximately, maybe less. We think there's a maximum of another 8,000 military ballots and overseas ballots that have to be in. I don't know if it's 5 p.m. today, but have to arrive today. I assume 5 p.m. most states, that's when they end their day. It's 5 p.m., a business day. That we don't think there's going to be all 8,000. One projection I saw said, you know, don't be surprised if it's less than half of the 8,000 ballots that get returned on time. And you can't assume those are all the military and overseas ballots are going to somehow lean one party or the other. This is rank and file military. You don't know if they grew up in Fulton County or if they grew up in a Republican county, right? So you just don't know. The point is, this is margin of error stuff. I think maximum neither candidate could have a lead more than of maybe 3,000 or 4,000 votes.
But that's recount territory there, isn't it?
Easily recount territory. Yeah. By the way, the question is, do you ask for the recount if you can't get to 270? So, you know, I don't assume there's going to be a recount here.
Well, except for that, it hasn't every signal been from the Trump campaign is a scorched earth legal strategy.
So just do everything
We're
anyway?
Hit it everywhere we can, and I mean that makes sense. They got to take their shots where they can get them and hope that it all adds up to something.
It does. The only question that I have about that is, we're heading for a pair of recounts in Georgia in the Senate races that will likely determine control of the chamber. And so that means there's a lot on the line. If they were to do a recount that were to adjust that race so that, you know, it could go one or the other direction. There's a risk for either candidate in asking for that. And David Perdue, the senator in Georgia, is actually very close to President Trump. So I'm sure that they're talking a lot about it.
But just to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the president were to pursue a recount in Georgia, that doesn't mean that the Senate races get recounted too.
Not necessarily. That's right. So all I'm saying is that I think there will be coordination on that, and there will be a major push from Republicans to make sure that the Georgia results are not unnecessarily called into question. That makes sense.
When they do a recount, is it they just put it right back in the machines and run it all through again? Is it like that?
It's a better question for Chuck than for me.
When they do a recount, what do they do?
Well, there's two types of, and this is the other thing. You're going to hear recanvass, and sometimes, you know, you'll get this where they're just going to double check the math. They don't look through all the ballots individually. Yeah. Then you're going to hear a phrase called manual recounts. Okay, there's a recount where you double check the numbers, you double check machines. Each individual machine has a vote total in. You do all of that. You make sure those machines are calibrated. You know, there's that type of recount. And then there could be this next level detail of a recount. And, you know, states store the ballots in case somebody has a recount. And in fact, I saw one of our pictures of the warehouse that's holding all of these ballots. I think it was in Arizona, where after they process them, it's not like they throw the ballots away, because again, you might have to go back through them ballot by ballot. So the point is that there's different flavors of recounts, if you will. There's an extreme hand recount that could take days or weeks, and then which a state is the size of Pennsylvania. I mean, we all went through Florida. That was 3-4 weeks at a time. You had counties struggling to make deadlines that took 10 days to hand recount. Most of those counties didn't hit those deadlines.
Remember the hanging chads?
Yeah, the state of Pennsylvania. The good news is I don't think we have a Chad issue. You have the naked ballot issue on vote by mail, but apparently that turned out not to be a huge problem. I've heard there weren't too many quote-unquote naked ballots
Chuck,
that were returned.
since it's almost 10:30 on Friday, anything new in North Carolina? Are they counting? Like what?
No, in fact, what I could basically tell you about North Carolina is they're going to wait till November 12th. It's not clear. There might be. We'll see what the provisionals are. You've got some of these that your ballot. You can return your ballot, and it can count as long as it returns by November 12th. This is a reminder. Every state has a different set of deadlines.
In North Carolina, right?
76,000 votes.
76.
That's pretty big spread.
There may not even be another additional 80,000, but the problem is we don't know that yet.
But behind the scenes, the Democrats are signaling they think North Carolina's
They
lost.
think North Carolina is lost, and that Tom Tillis, the Republican senator there, will pull it.
That is, I don't see how Tillis, like that, we're the math there.
Pretty much with that.
Biden could shrink the margin to as low as, to put it in recount territory, but again, do you ask for a recount if it doesn't have any impact on 270?
Well, we love our 50 states in D.C., and they have 50 different rules for recounts and 50 different deadlines. So
I did have a military veteran friend of mine that says, so basically, if I'm in the military and I live in one state, my voting rights are a bit more expansive than if I live in another state. He's like, that doesn't seem fair. Constitutional law professor?
Well, we're out of time. Let's take a pause right here. We'll reset in a moment. Stand by. Hi, everybody. If you're just joining us, it is 10:30 in the morning on the East Coast, 7:30 in the West, and we're going to reset things. It's Friday morning, and here's the electoral map. We await a decision on who the next president of the United States will be. The top line, Joe Biden has 253 electoral votes at this hour, 214 for President Trump. But behind those numbers that have not changed since you went to bed last night, a lot has changed in those battleground states, and there you see them. Pennsylvania, massive movement today from the night. Joe Biden now taking the lead in Pennsylvania, and there are still votes to be counted there. In Georgia, over the night, Joe Biden took a very narrow lead. Few votes left to be counted there as well. In Arizona, they counted all night long in Maricopa County. We expect any moment this morning to hear the results of some of those ballots being counted this morning. Joe Biden remains in the lead, but that lead has narrowed. The president is making up ground in Arizona. In Nevada, they are also counting more votes. Joe Biden expanded his lead yesterday when new votes were counted, not new votes that were cast, but new votes to be counted. So we'll see what happens in Nevada. And in Alaska, it takes a while for all the reasons you might guess, but the president has a handy lead in Alaska right now. So that's the state of play.
And people may just be getting up, especially on the West Coast. They're waking up, Chuck, and they want you to go to the big board.
Yes,
they want to see what's happening with your numbers, what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Can't live without you, Chuck.
Right. All right, we'll go through. We've got a lot of updates. Look, we're going to get vote count in 90 minutes. New vote count in Nevada in 90 minutes. We're going to get new vote count in Arizona in 30 minutes. We've been getting sporadic vote counts from Pennsylvania and Georgia all morning. So let's go to Pennsylvania here. We expect, we know where there's approximately 20,000 ballots still to be counted and processed in Philadelphia. They've been breaking more than 80-20 in favor of Joe Biden. There's another additional, sounds like 20,000 ballots in the surrounding suburbs. There's about 35,000 ballots that have to get essentially processed because of printing error back then. That won't get processed until after 5 p.m. today. And with that 35,000 in Allegheny, I just watch that number. I mean, it is the spread to watch here. If Joe Biden's lead expands beyond 35,000 votes here, number one, it would probably mathematically put him out of recount territory, would put these Allegheny votes probably a little less relevant. But here's the thing. in all of the vote by mail in Pennsylvania, they have skewed heavily in Joe Biden's direction, not narrowly. Even though Allegheny County, there are plenty of Republican pockets in Allegheny County, the vote by mail skewed heavily Democrat. So what we're expecting to see here is that Joe Biden's lead is going to grow. We're waiting to get to a 99.5% certainty that that the outcome couldn't change. Down in Georgia, we are expecting approximately 8,000 more ballots to be processed for sure. With I think the largest chunk is in Gwinnett County, about half of those. This is a county that Joe Biden is winning with 58% of the vote. And we expect him to actually do slightly better with that since it's vote by mail. We'll see. Then there's another 3,000 to 8,000 ballots that any military overseas ballots that arrive by close of business today also get counted. It's as many as 8,000. Some estimates say it could be 3,000. We'll see how much get returned. So, look, at the end of the day, we are in a situation where a clerical error could change the outcome. So this is never going to meet our 99.5% standard.
We're not saying there is a clerical error. We're just making the point that when you're talking about 1,000 votes, nobody's leading.
That's right. You can't say with 99.5% certainty that the outcome couldn't change based on. And the question is, will there be a recount? I think if it matters to 270, we'll see. Recounts cost money. And, the person that requests, the campaign that requests the recount has to pay. And that, by the way, another thing that varies by state. Some states, they do pay for the recount if it falls within
an automatic recount.
If it falls within the 0.5%. Let's go to Arizona, where we expect, I believe, in about 25 minutes, 75,000 ballots out of Maricopa. These were ballots that were dropped off on, most of them dropped off on Election Day. In Election Day voters nationally skewed very heavily towards the president, even though we just got through telling you that the vote by mail ballots in Pennsylvania skew heavily to Biden. Arizona is not that. This is a state, everybody votes by mail essentially in Arizona, not quite everybody, but a large chunk. Watch this margin here. There's going to be these 75,000 ballots. If the president if he can win at a 59% clip, he should cut this margin down to just over 30,000 with this first batch. If that happens, then, we're not touching this state. We're not characterizing it. We want to wait to see more of the ballots. If his margin doesn't, if Joe Biden is able to maintain a margin, say, north of 35,000 after that batch, then the math starts getting quite difficult for President Trump. And then at noon our time, we are going to get 51,000 mail ballots out of Clark County. And the vote by mail numbers, Clark County fairly competitive this year, Biden carrying it by 8 points. The vote by mail in Nevada, we do expect to skew more towards Joe Biden. 51,000 votes here. The last batch that we got out of Clark County early yesterday took a Joe Biden 7,000 vote lead and essentially expanded it to 11,000. In that batch, he won 2-1. If he wins that one 2-1, you could start to see this number grow, and we could possibly make a larger characterization of this race.
All right, Chuck, hang tight. Let's go to the battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada. Our correspondents are there. Gotti Schwartz has been making a camp at the Maricopa County Elections Department in Phoenix the last few nights. And I think it was last night we talked to the Secretary of State, Gotti. She said, we're doing an all-nighter here of vote counting. How's it going? And are we still on track to get those votes in the next half hour or so from Arizona?
Yeah, we just had an election official come out and say you can expect that in about half an hour, and you can also expect about 60,000 votes. So those are the ballots that they were working on tonight. 60,000 yesterday. We saw two batches of about 60 to 70,000. So every time they release these batches, that's about the size. We just don't know how it's going to go. And we have seen, as Chuck was just talking about, President Trump catching up with Joe Biden. So after the early vote and after Election Day, Joe Biden was in a sizable lead, and that has shrunk. Yesterday it was about 69,000, Joe Biden ahead. Then today it's about 48,000. So slowly but surely we are seeing the president catch up. It's just whether or not the next 300,000 ballots go his way. Right now he still needs to come in at a clip of about 6 voters to every 10 voters coming in with those late ballots or those provisional ballots for President Trump for it to really make a difference and him to overtake Joe Biden. I want to show you just what's going on here. It's something that it's kind of hard to describe because this is after Election Day. This is the parking lot of the Maricopa Election Center, and yet we've got a booth over here, flags for sale, selling flags, President Trump flags, and don't tread on me flags. And then you've got people starting to gather here. Again, this is in the parking lot of Maricopa County's official election center. So this is going to be an area where people are protesting a little bit later. We've seen protests over the last few days. Things have calmed down a little bit since the first day, but sometimes those crowds get pretty big. So this is going to be a scene as inside those election workers continue to count those votes. We're expecting to see maybe 100,000 more votes come in throughout the day, but it looks like the count here in Maricopa County is going to go until tomorrow. We're still outstanding here in Arizona of about 300,000 votes left to count. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Gotti. I just have to point out that people are on edge, and you know, some were expecting lots of protests, and it's kind of encouraging to see people gathering. They're making their voices heard, but there's nothing that is that's just really rumbling up. So it does make you feel a little bit better. Let's go to NBC's Jacob Soboroff, who's in Vegas. Hey, Jacob.
Hey, Hoda. So, you know, we have an extremely tight margin out here in Nevada as well. We just heard Chuck run through it. Under 12,000 votes at this point. We have over 100,000 votes yet to be counted, tabulated, and the results released. Those 51,000 votes we expect to get later this morning in just a couple hours, as a matter of fact. And the 6 electoral votes that come out of this state, I really do think it's fair to say will be coming out of this building, the Clark County Elections Headquarters. They're counting slowly and deliberately, which has caused some criticism from folks, to be totally frank with you. But the reality is, in these types of situations, those types of deliberate counts is the way the machinery of democracy works here. One other, I think, very significant event that played out here over the course of yesterday is that the Trump campaign came out and announced they were going to be suing Clark County, Nevada, and the Secretary of State of Nevada for what they said were procedures in terms of counting the votes, verifying signatures that they did not agree with. They also alleged thousands of improper or fraudulent ballots. And I pressed some of those officials, including former acting director of national intelligence Rick Grinnell, on where he was getting that information. He basically refused to answer my questions, and subsequently they released a letter, which they said was a criminal referral to the Department of Justice about what they said was cross-referencing data of people who had moved with data of people who had lived and voted in the general election. But that is not evidence of fraud. I want to be really clear with everybody. That is not evidence of voter fraud. We have no evidence of widespread voter fraud, despite what you're hearing from folks from the Trump campaign. And their lawsuit ultimately will be adjudicated in federal court here as the votes are counted.
Okay, but Philadelphia is Philadelphia.
Okay, Jacob, thank you so much. We got Chuck over there on the phone. I love it. I love, you know, really
working sources.
It is. Yes. See, the boiler room is right there. He is. Now he's hiding from it. We got breaking news out of Georgia. As mentioned, Joe Biden took a very slim lead overnight. And at a news conference, Georgia's Secretary of State just said there absolutely will be a recount. And we certainly expected that when you're looking at a margin like that. Let's go to NBC's Blaine Alexander in Atlanta, who is monitoring that for us. Hey, Blaine. What do you know?
You know, Savannah, he just confirmed what we almost certainly knew, that there will be a recount here in the state of Georgia. But when you look at this, one of the most significant implications of this is then the question of when will we get the final answer, the final tally here in the state of Georgia. You know, the Secretary of State was just asked, will there be results by the end of November? Will we know who won the presidency here in the state of Georgia, at least by the end of November? They said that they believe, based on their timeline, that that will be the case. But when you look realistically at the numbers, Savannah, he just said that there are about 5,500 2,500 ballots left, outstanding votes here in the state of Georgia, yet left to be uploaded. On top of that, again, we're waiting until the end of the day when we expect to get those military ballots, those overseas ballots. They've got until the end of the day to come in, and there could be as many as 8,900 of them, though we don't believe that it will actually be that high. Then on top of that, today is also the deadline for them to verify any provisional ballots and for there to be any cured ballots. So if there were any issues with absentee ballots, let's say they were thrown out or rejected because of a mismatched, an issue with a signature, for instance, those can be cured up until today. So on top of those counties that still have to report their votes, there's that whole other pile that I just ran through of several thousand votes that are still left to be counted, and that process won't start until sometime at the end of the day. Now, one of the places that we're watching very closely is Gwinnett County. The lion's share of those ballots still to be uploaded are from Gwinnett County. It's a suburb of Atlanta. Already Joe Biden is leading that with about 58% of the vote. I just spoke with an election official from that county. He kind of walked me through what's happening right now, what they're expecting to see over the next few hours or so. And as of right now in Gwinnett County, they've got a batch of about 3,200 ballots that have already gone through the rather lengthy process of being scanned, being adjudicated, and those are ready to be uploaded to the Secretary of State's office. I asked him about timing. He says they're pushing for later this morning or early afternoon. So within maybe an hour or so, we could possibly see about 3,200 more votes uploaded. But that's kind of the trickle that Chuck has been talking about, that we've been watching since really election night, is this kind of slow piecemeal of when counties are able to get their ballots in, and the fact that they're all working on different systems as well. Now, one quick thing about those military and overseas ballots as well. We want to stress that it doesn't mean that there will be 8,900. It means that there could be as many as 8,900. Of course, Georgia is a big military state, lots of bases here, so certainly expecting a number of those back. But again, another pile that we're watching today in terms of how quickly this process, this counting process will take place, guys.
All right, Blaine, thank you so much. Well, with news that the recount is on in Georgia as expected with a narrow margin like that, let's turn to NBC News analyst Jeremy Bash, who was involved in the 2000 recount in Florida as a member of Al Gore's legal team. And Jeremy, we've been talking about recounts with you all week long. We know there'll be a recount in Wisconsin where you've got a larger margin, I think a 20,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. Now in Georgia, different story. Right now, you're looking at about 1,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. A recount might be more fruitful for the president's legal team there.
I think that's right, Savannah. When the margin is a couple of hundred or even maybe even a low thousands, I think a manual inspection of the ballots, which is effectively what a recount is, that could yield a number of votes, and I think it could swing either way. I mean, again, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to retabulate all the numbers, check all their math. Then they're probably going to feed the ballots through the machines again and have the machines reread the ballots. And then there will be a number of disputed ballots. And like you remember from those scenes in Florida in 2000 where there's a Democratic observer and a Republican observer, you may have disputes over specific ballots. And that, Savannah, is the issue that could ultimately land in court, because a court could be asked to adjudicate specific ballot decisions.
Jeremy, so what kind of time frame are you talking about? If that was the process in the case, does that take hours, days?
It all depends, Hoda, on how many ballots are at issue, and also because of COVID, there's not going to be as many people to do this. So I don't think it's hours. I think it's days, potentially a few weeks. But all states want to wrap this process up by the end of November, because if they don't get their ballots in and the election results are certified by a certain date in December, by December 8th, then effectively they lose their right potentially to send electors to Congress to vote for the presidency.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. Kristen, what do you know?
Well, we're just getting a new statement from the Biden campaign, Savannah, and it is in response to some of the defiant statements that we're seeing coming out of the White House, coming from the president's campaign. Let me just read this to you. This is from Andrew Bates. It is in response to the notion that President Trump might not concede if the race is in fact called for Vice President Biden. Now, of course, neither of those things have happened yet, but this is the statement from Andrew Bates. As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. So that is the message from the Biden campaign, and I'm told that as we anticipate potential remarks from Vice President Biden later on today, this evening in prime time, if in fact this race is called for the former vice president, he is not going to wait for a concession call. Of course, that's typically what you would see once there is a call. Instead, he will move forward with plans to address the nation in prime time, if that is in fact where this ends up. We're also told that right now he's just waiting patiently, watching these returns, not ready to declare victory yet. Of course, this is something that he has tried to do twice before in his life, run for president. He's had 2 failed bids, and so he is taking this with the perspective of what's a few more hours to wait to see the final results. His campaign, his aides and allies, a little bit more jubilant. I'm told that on a morning call, they were quite excited by the fact that Biden had pulled ahead in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and that there was a sense of having really accomplished something. But again, no one's ready to declare victory yet. Excuse me, something just got in my throat as they continue to watch returns.
Well, let's try to hook Kristen.
Thank you, Kristen.
Everyone's hanging by a thread now that we've been going for 72 hours.
No kidding. Well, we got 10 minutes, and we're going to get some more results, right, Chuck, coming out of Arizona.
We're going to get something out of Maricopa, and that will give us very much, I think, be a tell on how long are we going to be hanging out in Arizona? How long are we going to be raising Arizona as an issue? So I've been trying to work an unpainted Huff Hines reference in all day, so I'm just saying it.
We're at that moment in the day. What are you hearing, Casey? I mean, you know, Republicans obviously are kind of gathering in thinking about, you know, how to go from here, whether you fight on every front or whether you decide to fight another day.
Yeah, we just heard from Mitch McConnell a couple of minutes ago. He had a press conference and he did what he does a lot of the time, which is he'll put out a statement on something and then say, that's all I got to say about it. You've seen it. And so he was referring back to his post earlier today on Twitter that we've talked about, saying we've got to trust this process. We've got to let the process play out. So I think he was sending that signal yet again. I'm not going to engage on this front with the president. And you know, I think one thing that's important here to remember as we're thinking about this in the broad context, Republicans know that President Trump has incredible power with so many of their voters. And we saw almost 70 million people have voted for Donald Trump this time around. But it's also been very, very difficult to work with him. It has made their lives very difficult. Trying to govern has been incredibly unpredictable, even on serious, national security issues where there's typically a lot of agreement in both parties, and sort of that sort of standard, how are we all going to figure out how to make sure that we are running the country in a competent and straightforward way? And Donald Trump's chaotic leadership style has been very difficult for many of them for a long time. And so that's the tension here. They're trying to figure out, okay, we're afraid the president is going to attack us still, and our voters are going to punish us for that. But on the other hand, there are a lot of Republicans in Congress. I mean, they ran for the Senate for a reason. They want to actually do the work that keeps the country on track. And there are a lot of them that will breathe a private sigh of relief if this election is called for Joe Biden. He is somebody, and Kristen touched on this, and, you know, there's going to be time, I think, if we do call this race for Joe Biden to talk about what this means to him personally. But remember, he served in the Senate for decades. Yes, he's run for president. He's wanted to be president his whole life. But he is someone who deeply is embedded in and understands how our nation is governed, how you make big deals, how you solve big problems. You know, how many Americans out there desperately need a job, desperately need help, more unemployment insurance, whose businesses are closing? Congress has so far let them down. So I think the question here and the most hopeful way of looking at what could come of this if Republicans continue to take this posture is that perhaps some of those things would be more possible in a less chaotic environment.
All right. Thanks, Case. It's 10:51 on the East Coast. People are wanting to know exactly what it means when we're counting these votes. Tom Costello has been our man on that. Hey, Tom.
Well, it's a long process, and a couple of points I think we should make here, and that is, and we've said it for days and weeks now, but this is exactly how the process is supposed to unfold, right? It's not supposed to happen overnight. In fact, in Pennsylvania itself, earlier this year, Democrats went to the Republican legislature, and specifically the Democratic governor asked the Republican legislature specifically, would you allow more time to count ballots, specifically before Election Day, and the legislature declined. And so that is why they were not allowed to start counting ballots until Election Day itself in Pennsylvania. And that is why, with a flood, a flood isn't the right word, a tsunami of mail-in ballots and absentee ballots, that is why it's taking them so long. I would also make the point they are still waiting, and as states are still waiting to count, in many cases, overseas and military ballots that come in from overseas. Specifically in Georgia, that could be something that could be determinate, you could imagine, in a tight election, military ballots coming from overseas, given the military bases that exist in Georgia. I was also having a conversation with somebody specifically about, if the president were to challenge results in individual states based on his allegation of fraud. Now, as you know, that's been his ongoing theme. In theory, you need a big, you need the size of the margin in the state can't be so big that presumably that a fraud allegation would just simply not stick. So as it relates to that, at the moment, of course, in Arizona, 47,000 votes are the margin. We'll see that probably come down, as we've been saying. Nevada, 11,000 votes. Pennsylvania right now, 6,800 votes and growing. Georgia, 1,000 votes on the margin, but Michigan, 146,000 votes. So it would be difficult in Michigan to allege widespread fraud with a margin that big. Wisconsin's margin's 20,000 votes. That's within the margin that's required for a recount. But 20,000 votes, when you talk to individuals, and in fact, the president's own commission looking into allegations of voter fraud a few years ago in the 2016 election, his own commission found no substantial evidence of voter fraud and disbanded itself. So you'd have to come up with a pretty compelling evidence of widespread voter fraud that would overcome those margins to be really compelling. So it's all a waiting game right now, waiting to see what these votes turn out to be in these various states. I'm waiting for the next comments out of the White House, guys.
Yeah, and waiting for votes. Tom, thank you so much. And it's almost 11 o'clock out here in the East Coast, but on 9 o'clock Mountain Time, so in about 5, 6, 7 minutes, we're going to get a batch of new votes coming from Maricopa County, newly counted votes, I should say. So we'll have that, and that'll give us, I think, a better picture of how Arizona might be trending in just a few minutes. And then an hour after that, we'll get Nevada. So, there's a lot happening still.
It is, and I think we all wish it, some people are going, okay, why is it coming in trickles and this or that? But, it just is, and there is a process to this. Some of it is just simply processing this vote by mail stuff. You have to flatten it, you have to scan it in. People are wondering, why does this take so long? Well, these envelopes in Pennsylvania take time.
It's almost like taking the SATs, right? When you take the SATs, you can fill in the bubbles, and the sheets go straight into the machine. And
that's if you
put it in an envelope, right? If you vote in person, but if you put it in an envelope,
you got to take it in the
envelope. Got to fold it up, take it out,
and then you got to do the roll. And I think we were preparing for this, and someone was showing the little tactics that you do to try to get the wrinkles out. Basically, have you ever, when you use a dollar bill and try to put it in a vending machine? I know everything is electronic.
I haven't done that in years.
Right, because you just use your credit card. But that's what you could think of.
We can't forget that all this has been happening in the middle of a pandemic. The reason we have all of these late counting of these votes is because people chose to vote in other ways. And I think sometimes we actually forget about that. We're like, wait, this is different than last time. Well, last time
this was done
different.
for fun.
Yeah.
Okay, this was not done for fun. This was done out of necessity. And oh, by the way, I would say this: we're spiking in this country during election week. I mean, the coronavirus is spiking. I mean, if you're a public health official, can you imagine if 160 million people all circulated in this country on Election Day without voting by mail? I mean, the point is that this was a public health decision in many of these states.
And let's just cheer people, by the way, for figuring out how to vote under these circumstances. I mean, it is very clear that, the turnout is off the charts, both parties. People looked around. They said, this is going to be harder than it's normally going to be, but I want my voice to be heard. And that says something about where we are.
What Tom Costello said was, in the middle of all this record-breaking vote, there have been very few problems. There have been very few issues, very little. We haven't heard much about voter intimidation. Machines are working. People are showing up. They're counting. It's like, weirdly, everything's going right, and here we are on Friday.
Well, you know, and just to put it in perspective, we have voter turnout on track to be higher than it's been in a generation. Yeah. Now, I remember, and maybe y'all do too, when we would have civics class when we were in elementary school, that was always the thing that your teacher would say. It's a shame in this country we don't have voter participation. Turnout is not where it should be. We're far lower than countries around the world. Americans are taking this right to vote for granted. Well, not this year, they're not. So you have we're on track for about 160 million people voting in this country. 100 million ballots either sent by mail or voted in person before election day. And that is what all of these elections officials are grappling with right now. And it's because we are also facing a crisis that we have not seen in a century, a pandemic.
Let's put up the popular vote one more time, because those numbers are just jarring when you look at how many people voted. Yeah. I mean, you're looking right now at 73+ million for Joe Biden. I can't see around the camera, but you can see that.
And by the way, you know, one of the there's going to be 5 to 10 million more votes that get added to the vote total around the country, because, as I said, I pointed out North Carolina. North Carolina receives ballots up to November 12th. State of California, I think, has laws that receive ballots later. I mean, if you remember during 2016, you know, after the election was called, everybody said, hey, look, Hillary Clinton's popular vote keeps growing. You know, the West Coast ballot, and then you have the provisional ballots. I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, if you cast a provisional ballot, your vote will count if it was legally cast. It just takes time to verify it. And even in a called state for the presidency, you obviously voted for a lot of things on the ballot. So every state actually still processes the provisional. So the point is, this isn't, you know, this is, what are we at? About 140 million votes that we've processed and counted now in the country. We do expect a turnout somewhere closer to north of 150. So we could see easily another 10 to 12
And for anyone just tuning in, Chuck, the chances of actually calling this race today?
I think, well, I'm going to do it state by state. The chances of calling Pennsylvania today, I think, are possibly high. I mean, it is over a 90. We're at over 90% confidence that Joe Biden, when all the votes are counted, is going to have more votes than Donald Trump. We just are not at a 99.5%. Right. But there is, you know, let's see what happens in Philly. It's possible that the Allegheny County votes wouldn't have an impact on our math. But let's see what the math looks like in the next couple of hours.
Allegheny County, which is the Pittsburgh area, that's I think we said it's around 30,000 or so votes.
It may not,
you're not allowed to, by court order. It's a whole long story, but anyway, they're not allowed to start counting those till 5 o'clock today.
And it's important for us that we would have to make, you know, we've got to make sure that the math, you know, if the math is saying that those wouldn't have a major impact on that. And then, of course, Georgia, we know we got the recount. We're not. The question is, I love this. The Georgia voting system implementation manager noted. He says the margin is going to end up being the size of a large high school. You know, I thought that was a good line.
Point way to put it.
Good way to put it. Okay, let's take a pause right here. We've got a lot of developments coming up. We got more votes coming in out on the West Coast. We're going to pause so some other stations can join us. We'll be back with you top of the hour.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. It is 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. out west. If you're just opening your eyes out west and having a cup of coffee, we got some news for you. We are in the middle of new vote counting, new totals coming in by the hour, by the minute, actually, in the battlegrounds of Arizona and Nevada.
Of course, those are just 2 of the 6 states in the presidential race that remain too close to call now, 3 days after the election. And we've had a lot of action overnight. The top line didn't change, the 253 to 214, but a lot of developments, and Pennsylvania is the biggie because this morning Joe Biden has taken a small lead there, and there is still vote to be counted there. Joe Biden also took a lead in Georgia overnight. will still vote to be counted there, but look how tight that margin is. It's a hair of the chinny chin chin, as they used to say in the old fairy tale. And the Secretary of State in Georgia has just announced there will be a recount there. No surprise whatsoever. We've got Casey standing by here to help us analyze it. Chuck is living over here at the wall. And Chuck, it's 11 o'clock out east, 9 o'clock in the Mountain West. Arizona is about to, Maricopa County, reveal the results of their all-nighter. At the county election center, they were counting all night long, and they're going to release that momentarily.
Right. We expect 75,000, approximately 75,000 ballots. This first batch that they expect to be able to include in the vote totals and process by 9 o'clock this morning. Well, their time, it is now 9:01 in Phoenix. So
hit refresh.
We got it here. Oh, it refreshes on its own. That was I think that happened a few times last night. I went, oh, but the numbers, and there they went. The numbers are changing as we speak. So I'm going to go to the statewide total here because this is what will matter. Keep an eye on this vote margin here. Of the 75,000, the president, we know there are about 280,000 total votes to count. The president needs to win approximately a 59% clip of those ballots. So if 75,000 are coming in, so just watch this number as this comes in. Does Joe Biden's lead drop below? It's already dropped a little bit. Does it drop below 33,000?
That number right there, we didn't just get new vote right this second, did we?
We got new vote, just a few seconds ago. No, we've gotten a little bit, and the president has narrowed. It's not all of it. That's what I was saying. So
how much did it narrow?
It narrowed it, I think, by about 3,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's about what it looked like.
My memory served there just now. So, but the point is this: out of the 75,000. If the president has narrowed this deficit to, say, about 33 or less, then he's continuing the 59% clip.
Statewide. If he gets statewide down to 33,000, then he's winning at the pace he needs to win.
If this margin is say, and I'm going to say 35,000 or north of that, then you're going to start to see that the president has a math problem and it could come up short. But I'll tell you this, I don't think we're going to hit. I'm skeptical that we hit a 99.5% threshold to be able to characterize Arizona today. I am more confident that Pennsylvania and Nevada could have some resolution today. Less confident that we're going to get resolution in Arizona, but that doesn't mean we'll see when all of it comes in, because in about an hour we're going to get new Nevada vote. And it's all going. Most of it's going to be coming out of Clark County. The expectation is that it will be skew heavily towards Joe Biden. The first batch yesterday did. These are vote by mail. He expanded his lead yesterday. The question's going to be: is it enough to make it mathematically impossible for any of these rural counties that don't have as many votes, and any of that could overcome? So we could hit our 99.5% threshold in Nevada sometime.
And since we're at the top of the hour, can we check out the other states for folks who are just waking up?
Of course. So here we are in Pennsylvania. We're waiting approximately 100,000 ballots, somewhere in that. We think there's 20,000 more to be processed out of Philadelphia. We think there's another 20,000 in the Philly suburbs here in those four counties. We know there's 30 to 35,000 ballots that can't even really get processed till after 5 p.m. in Allegheny County. The question is, are we going to get to a mathematical point where we hit the 99.5% threshold? The recount provision in Pennsylvania, it would basically be it's 0.5%. That would be 33. If Joe Biden's lead is approximately about 33,000 or less, that puts it in that recount window. Our models indicate that his lead is likely to be greater than that his lead is likely to be outside any sort of recount window. That doesn't mean a campaign can't figure that out. So these ballots have been coming in at a steady pace. I don't want to call it a gusher, and it's because these are vote-by-mail ballots, and you have to spend some time getting them. So I do think we're going to finally get some ballots and some resolution, but right now we're just not at a threshold to say for sure that lead that outcome wouldn't change. And of course, just to remind you, this is Georgia. And look, for the recount, Jeremy Bash, who we just had on, who was a veteran of the Gore recount, if memory serves, the first final Florida tally was in the I want to say it was in that 1,500 range, if I'm not mistaken. And essentially, all that recount got it down to 537. So the point is, you can overcome 1,000. Maybe you can overcome 1,500. It is tough to overcome anything that's in 5 figures.
Yeah.
And so whether that's
And that's
Wisconsin,
the situation in Wisconsin where
it
the
could be
president
could be the situation in Nevada, could be the situation in Arizona, could be the situation in Pennsylvania. In Georgia, we're going to be, again, I love this line, you know, the margin's going to be the size of a large high school. Still, this margin matters. If it's 2,500, 3,000 for Joe Biden, frankly, that's pretty hard to overcome, believe it or not. Very narrow, but pretty hard. But if it's 1,500, 1,200, 1,100, you know, that is clerical error territory. So, and we don't know what the full overseas ballot picture is. Could be as many. We think there's about 4,000 ballots to process total, and an additional maximum of another 8 overseas. But, you know, again, this is one that will never reach our 99.5% threshold
Will you go back to Arizona and hit
until the
refresh?
state certifies it.
Can you maniacally hit refresh and see if we got anything else?
Did it change again?
That hasn't changed.
It hasn't? Oh.
It hasn't changed.
I know.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I know.
Should we go to Kristen?
Let's go to Kristen Welker. Yeah, she's.
You want to put a camera on it? You know, we're
Yes,
literally
please.
just right there.
You'll always be in a squeeze box right down there. All right, let's go to Joe Biden's headquarters in Delaware. Hey, Kristen.
Hi, Hoda and Savannah. Good morning, guys. Well, the words coming out of the Biden campaign this morning, elated and confident, emboldened by what they are seeing in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, even though that continues to be a razor-tight race. I am told that they had a campaign call earlier today where staffers were, frankly, quite jubilant about what they were seeing in these returns. However, Biden himself, we are told, is watching and waiting patiently for the final count to see if, in fact, there is a count. This is, of course, something he has wanted to do for the better part of 3 decades. And so the thinking is, what's waiting a few more hours? We're also told that if we do hear from Vice President Biden, that would only come if there is a final call, and it would come in prime time tonight. He's going to hit some of the themes that we've heard him hit throughout his campaign: unity, trying to bring the country together. Now, the Biden campaign also responding to some of the defiance that we've heard from the Trump campaign, the president signaling that he has no plans to concede no matter what happens here. Biden campaign spokesperson Andrew Bates says this. I'm going to read you what the statement that he put out this morning. He says, quote, "As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House." So that is the official messaging coming from the Biden campaign at this hour. It is worth noting that Biden campaigned in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in the closing days of this election. And even though he was getting some criticism from Democratic allies who thought he wasn't being aggressive enough on the campaign trail, he did spend quite a bit of time in Pennsylvania, making 14 stops there, including stops during the final day of the campaign. Scranton, Pennsylvania, of course, that is where he was born. Philadelphia, to drive up the vote among those all-important African-American voters. And if, in fact, he does wind up pulling out a victory in that make-or-break state, it will underscore the reasoning behind that strategy. So wait-and-see mode here in Delaware. Hoda and Savannah.
All right, Kristen, stay right there. Let's go to Peter Alexander. He's at the White House. Peter, what are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, it's becoming increasingly clear, at least what the public posture is, the strategy that we're getting from those in and around this White House and the campaign. Basically claim fraud in spite of there being no evidence of that to this point, and don't cede an inch on that. Right now at the campaign headquarters, just a matter of miles away from here, across the Potomac River in Virginia, we're told that the mood is effectively grim but determined. There's certainly a sense of dejection among some of the more senior folks who have either worked for this president or are allies of his, recognizing that their path to victory is shrinking, if it exists at all at this point. But again, they are holding out hope. It's certainly publicly, the campaign putting out a statement that demonstrated that defiance a little bit earlier, saying that this race is not over, saying that when all the legal votes were counted, as they insist, that the president will be reelected. And while the president has only sent out a single tweet today complaining about some coverage he was seeing on one of the conservative channels on Fox Business, where they were talking about voter issues in Philadelphia. Again, there's no evidence of any of those having taken place at this point. We know that he is paying attention to the coverage right now, and Larry Kudlow, one of his top economic advisors, was here just a matter of moments ago talking to reporters about his conversation with the president this morning, saying that the president, in his words, intends to fight. Kayleigh McEnany, a campaign advisor, but more notably the White House press secretary, on television this morning describing the idea that the president would concede or would lose as a hypothetical. And in one of my conversations with a former official, someone who is still close to the campaign, this person said that there has been no conversation about concession, no expectation that anyone's going to initiate that conversation with this president anytime soon. As you saw from the president in that briefing room yesterday, he unloaded those conspiracy theories and those false claims of fraud and corruption taking place as he looks at the vote count, as his lead is evaporated. Now he's behind, of course, in Pennsylvania. And it reminds me, as an advisor said to me earlier today, of the situation, a matter of years ago, even after the 2016 vote, where the president won the Electoral College, he didn't accept the voting results nationwide, insisting that at least 3 to 5 million ballots had been cast illegally, specifically in California, launching that voting commission to look into the fraud that he claimed existed. But of course, as we've noted here this morning, it disbanded without any evidence of that. Savannah and Hoda.
Peter, we want to check in with Chuck real quick. We got about a minute to check in on Arizona.
We crunched all the numbers. 61,000 ballots have been added to Maricopa County. The president only netted 3,000. He only won about 52% of the ballots. So
what does that mean?
What it means is if we do some back of the envelope math, depending on how many ballots,
right?
he needed 59.
He needed to win 59% of the ballots that have just been counted.
Overall. No, just overall. He needed to average that.
Okay.
My point is he only got 52%. So what this means is we're looking at maybe another 150,000 ballots to count. Well, this means now he's got to win 63% of the remaining ballots. What happens is exactly the math keeps getting steeper. So this was a very big curiosity. These were same day people that dropped off those ballots on the same day, and it did not break as well as the Trump folks thought it might.
Okay, we continue to stay on it. We're expecting more numbers out of Arizona, more numbers out of Nevada, more numbers out of Pennsylvania. We got a recount going in Georgia eventually. We will continue to watch these 6 battleground states. We'll come back on the air as news warrants throughout the day. You can find more right now on MSNBC, NBCnews.com. Most of you now return to the Today Show. This has been an NBC News special report. I'm Savannah Guthrie in New York.
Good morning, everyone. You've just been watching an NBC News special report, and now we return to a special extended edition of Morning News Now. As there is news in the presidential race, no new calls, but we do have some new information developing this morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks for joining us.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Of course, the electoral votes, they're where they were before, still 253 for Joe Biden. But Pennsylvania, we've seen a big change this morning. You can see if you went to bed last night and Joe Biden was trailing in Pennsylvania, well, this morning he is now up in Pennsylvania, leading by 6,800 votes over Donald Trump. You can see about 95% of the vote is in. There are still a lot of ballots to count in Pennsylvania, probably more than 100,000 ballots there. But overwhelmingly, the ballots that are being counted here over the past couple days have been going toward Joe Biden.
Also, in the early hours of this morning, Joe Biden pulled ahead in the state of Georgia. You can see an even smaller difference here in this state, him leading by just 1,586 votes at this point, with 99% of the vote in. There are estimates that there are over 8,000 outstanding votes still to count, and we will continue to bring you that information as soon as we have any updates from the state of Georgia.
And I think we saw they just updated Georgia. There's only like 4,000 votes left to count in Georgia now.
There we go.
So it just keeps getting smaller and smaller. To Arizona, you can see we did just get some new numbers out of Maricopa County in Arizona. President Trump did get a little bit closer. He now trails Joe Biden by about 43,000 votes, but Joe Biden still holds on to the lead there in Arizona, also a very vital state when it comes to those 11 electoral votes. We'll delve into the details of those new numbers that just came out moments ago, coming up here in just a moment.
We will now bring in Mark Murray, senior political editor for NBC News, to help us dive into all these numbers and all of these updates in these states. Mark, I'd love to start with Pennsylvania. It's the one where we've just most recently seen this new lead for former Vice President Joe Biden. Tell us where we're at, what votes we're still expecting, and where that lead came from.
Well, what's been happening over the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania is that you've just been seeing all the mail-in ballots, and not only in Democratic strongholds, but also in counties that President Trump ended up winning. And they are breaking decisively for Joe Biden. And so that has actually pulled him into what is a very narrow lead. It's so narrow that NBC News cannot call this race at this point. As you ended up showing, this is too close to call. But there's still a sizable number of ballots throughout the state. We know of about 20,000 still in the Philadelphia city area. There are ballots still in the Philadelphia suburbs. And then importantly, there are about 35,000 ballots in Allegheny County, which is in Pittsburgh. And you kind of all add them up. And if Joe Biden ends up winning all these counties and more by the clips that he's been winning the mail-in ballots, he's going to really build onto his lead. And so that, I think, is the story to watch over the next few hours in Pennsylvania. Does this 6,000 to 7,000 vote lead for Joe Biden become much, much bigger?
And I think what's key, Mark, is that we expect in some of the blue areas of Pennsylvania that those votes that are coming in as mail-in votes have been overwhelming for Joe Biden. But it's not just the blue areas, even the red areas, these mail-in votes seem to be helping Biden, right?
Absolutely. And we saw that from our polling, that Democrats were much more likely to cast their ballots by mail than Republicans who wanted to wait on Election Day. And Pennsylvania has a situation where they don't have early vote centers. Your options, if you're a Pennsylvania voter, was to cast your ballot by mail or wait until Election Day. And in a lot of ways, that disproportionately impacted the Democrats because fears for COVID or other things, they actually wanted to participate by mail. And so we are seeing that play out in real time, Joe, as you've mentioned, just not in urban Democratic areas, but all across the state.
Now, Mark, I want to talk about Georgia in just a moment. But before we do, I want to just quickly ask you here, just sort of from an NBC News decision desk perspective, what's it going to take to call this state, and when can we expect something like that?
So our decision desk doesn't call a race until there's a 99.5% chance of certainty that that lead won't diminish at all. It's a really high bar. And throughout this election cycle and all other election cycles I've been involved with at NBC, we're not going to call a race until we know the math is done. We don't want to be first. We want to be right. And so our decision desk is being incredibly cautious. But Savannah, to your point, if there becomes a situation in which Joe Biden's lead becomes so large that it gets in that 99.5% certainty level, well, that's when you'd actually be ready to have a call from NBC News. We are not there yet. It's important to note we are still counting the ballots. We're not assuming anything. I'm just giving you kind of guidance on how this vote has broken down over the last 24 hours. It's been in Joe Biden's direction. But I think it's the right move for us to kind of wait to continue to count this vote and actually to make sure that all the math lines up.
And Mark, I'm going to point out in just the course where we've been talking to you in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's lead now is 9,000 votes. It was about 6,800 when we just came on the air a few minutes ago. So in increments, Joe Biden is continuing to extend that lead there in Pennsylvania. Let's talk for a moment now about Georgia. That's the other state where early, kind of in the overnight hours, Joe Biden took the lead. Last I checked, he's up by about 1,500 votes there. So it is much tighter there. What are you looking for in Georgia?
Well, number one, it looks like we're destined for some kind of recount. In fact, the Secretary of State of Georgia said this presidential contest is going to a recount. In that kind of vote margin of 1,500 votes or so, that is essentially a tied race where errors, when you end up having kind of recounts, when you kind of go by, that is within the margin of error of a contest that you end up having. Here is, though, there is still some vote remaining. in Gwinnett County, one of the counties of the Atlantic suburbs. There still is some outstanding votes, some 3,000 votes. And again, those ballots that have been outstanding have been breaking in Joe Biden's direction. There's another sizable patch of ballots from Cherokee County. That's more of a Republican stronghold, so that's something to watch. And then we have the mail-in ballots from military personnel who are serving overseas. We have no idea how that's going to break. We actually don't even know how big that batch is going to be, but that's also a factor too. Now that we've come into a situation where it is such a small lead, obviously things did change where Joe Biden is now in the lead in that state, but it is way too close.
All right, Mark, before we move on to Arizona, just a quick question about something that you just said there. As you mentioned, we've heard from the Secretary of State that a recount is likely. Tell us just a tiny bit about that process, what that's going to mean for when we would know something definitive out of the state of Georgia.
Yeah, and so they just announced it, and the process would end up being that they'd have to actually go through every vote and see that all the math lines up. And as I was telling you, if this Joe Biden lead remains 1,500 votes or so, sometimes that margin could actually be made up in a recount. We just don't know how it's going to go. But I will say that Georgia is going to be really busy over the next 2 months. Not only would you end up having a recount in this presidential election, but there's also going to be likely 2 runoff Senate races that could end up deciding the fate of the United States Senate. And so election personnel in Georgia, political operatives, candidates, and the political media, we're still going to be busy in Georgia over the next 2 months.
And Mark, we actually have a little bit of breaking news here right now. We have this Arizona Senate special election has been called. The projected winner here, according to the NBC News decision desk, is Mark Kelly. This is a gain for Democrats in the Senate. He beat out incumbent Martha McSally.
And this is a perfect segue for us because we were about to talk with you about Arizona. But the reason this happened is because we just got some vote count in Maricopa County. It wasn't all the vote remaining in Maricopa County, but it was a little bit, and it sort of told us a story where Republicans didn't really make the gains they were hoping to make, right? What can you tell us about this, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the presidential contest, you're exactly right. There's a new dump of ballots from Maricopa County. As we've been talking about over the last 24 to 36 hours, for President Trump to be able to make up the deficit against Joe Biden, he was going to have to win the remaining ballots in the state by about 58, 59%, get that kind of percentage. Well, what ended up happening in the latest ballot dropout in Maricopa County, President Trump ended up winning those ballots by about 52 or 53%. That's just not going to be able to cut it in the math. And actually makes the math much steeper for all the remaining ballots in Maricopa County as well as the rest of the state. And as you saw as a consequence, because the math got tougher for President Trump, it got even tougher for Martha McSally, the appointed Republican senator who's running against Mark Kelly in that Senate race. And that was the reason why you saw that projection by the NBC decision desk. And Mark Kelly does give Democrats their second gain for a second pickup. It's an overall +1 gain for them. Still a very disappointing night. And kind of talking about the Georgia contests that are going to go into overtime on the Senate race, that still gives Democrats their opportunity to win a Senate majority. They're going to have to win both. It's going to be a difficult political environment for them. But Mark Kelly's victory there at least gives Democrats the math to still have the Senate in contention in those January runoffs in Georgia.
And what's really stunning to note is that Arizona, this traditionally red state, now has 2 Democratic senators, which is pretty extraordinary. We want to go to Arizona right now. We're going to bring in NBC News' Gadi Schwartz, who is there. Gadi, obviously, it looks like you're in front of the counting area, surrounded by Trump supporters, but we just have the breaking news right now that Mark Kelly is projected to win. He's been ahead throughout. But what is some of the reaction you're expecting from Arizona in the wake of this news?
Well, I think the most important thing is that people are talking about whether or not Arizona is going to go blue. At this point, we can definitely say that Arizona is no longer a red state in and of itself. We're talking about 2 different senators that are now Democrats, and that is something that hasn't been done in decades. It's been over half a century, in fact. So we haven't gotten reaction from some of the supporters here. That was just called. But yesterday, we saw that lead between Mark Kelly to about 100,000 votes. So he was leading Martha McSally by 100,000. Now with the latest dump that just came out, that was about 60,000 more ballots. That pushed it over the edge, and that margin was just insurmountable. At this point, though, what is still unclear is how the presidential race is going to go. We know that President Trump did pick up some votes. He closed that gap by about 3,000 votes. Is that enough to beat the sizable lead that Joe Biden has right now? At this point, it is still unclear. Right now, we do know that they are still counting votes inside. We did a little bit of math. Everyone's trying to figure out exactly how many votes the president would need. It's very complicated, and it's going to depend on all the different data dumps and all the different returns that we get here. But the math that is giving us a little bit of hope is that right now it looks like we still need 142,000 votes to be processed here at the Maricopa County Election Center. So doing some number crunching, we've seen them do 70,000 ballots each time. So we could see a return by the end of today. If they do two more batches of about 70,000 ballots, we could have answers here in Maricopa County. Back to you guys.
Now, Mark, I want to bring you back into this conversation. Gotti, stay with us as well as we talk now about this recent projection from NBC News, Mark Kelly winning this seat. As you've just mentioned a moment ago, Joe, this does mean now that the state has these two Democratic senators. Now, Martha McSally, who was the incumbent here, who we're projecting Mark Kelly has just beat out. We had recently seen her on stage with President Trump when he sort of rushed her off. She also had been going for that other more senior senator seat, which Kyrsten Sinema beat her out for. So we've been watching some trouble here for Martha McSally. But now that we actually have this projection, we were just discussing a moment ago the House. Let's just remind viewers here, excuse me, the Senate. Let's remind viewers here that Democrats would need a gain of 3 if they have the White House, a gain of 4 if they do not. So now with where we're looking like where the presidential race is going, we do not have a call there. But Mark, let's kind of just set the scene for what this means for the Senate right now, what this means for how Democrats can be feeling.
So the math is still there for Democrats to be able to take control of the United States Senate, but it's going to be really difficult. Mark Kelly's victory gives Democrats 2 pickups. They ended up losing the Alabama Senate race. So overall, they're at +1. And Savannah, as you mentioned, the math was actually for them to be at +3 plus winning the White House. So Democrats' path to a Senate majority is to be able to win the 2 remaining runoffs in Georgia. We know one of those Georgia Senate races is definitely going to a runoff. It's very likely the other one as well if the math currently holds there. And if then Democrats do win those 2 Georgia runoffs, they end up getting the 50-50 tie in the United States Senate with the vice president casting the tie-breaking vote, giving Democrats the majority. If that actually ends up occurring, though, is a whole different conversation, because Democrats, while they have had success in Georgia in this presidential contest, although it's still a really close race headed likely to a recount, to be able to pull off something like that in a January runoff, having 2 victories in the Senate, won't be easy at all. So the math is still there for Democrats. The path just isn't a slam dunk.
Mark, if someone had told you 2.5 years ago that Arizona would have 2 Democratic senators and might also go for the Democratic candidate in a presidential election, what would you have said?
Probably not. But what we've seen is just a really fascinating political transformation in Arizona. And Joe, actually, it started in 2016 when Hillary Clinton lost the state in the 2016 presidential election by just 3 percentage points. And it started to get closer and closer every cycle. And, you know, there are a lot of different factors of this. One is Maricopa County, which we've been talking about, the growth of that, how Democrats have performed in the suburbs and urban areas has transferred over to Arizona. The other component I'd actually argue is like the politics of John McCain. And of course, his feud with President Trump, how President Trump treated him even after he passed away, certainly didn't create a whole lot of allies for President Trump or the Republicans in that state. And so we ended up seeing Cindy McCain, the widow of John McCain, end up endorsing Joe Biden in this contest. So a lot of the internal Republican politics have been kind of fraught as well, too. And so I do think that this has been very good news for Democrats over the last last two election cycles, the 2018 midterms and now. But the question is, how does this go going forward? If President Trump is no longer President Trump, if Democrats continue not to do all that well in the suburbs, that maybe, politics doesn't always happen permanently, that these kind of gains aren't necessarily foreseen over the next 20 years. But at least right now, this is indicative of how well Democrats have done in urban areas and suburban America. And because that Maricopa County is so big as a proportion of the whole state, if you're winning Maricopa County, you're going to win the state.
Mark, right before we came on the air, we were really thinking we were focusing for a little bit on Pennsylvania and Georgia. That's in fact still what our banner says there. Biden takes the lead in Pennsylvania and Georgia. But Arizona, there's a lot going on right now between this Senate seat that we just called. And also, I want to dig in a little bit more on the presidential numbers in Maricopa County. Now, the president, and you're the numbers guy here, we've established that, at least me, Joe can speak for himself, not very good at math. But let's talk a little bit about what the president would need here. We knew that the pace before this was he was needing to keep about 59% of all remaining votes coming out of Maricopa County there. Is he meeting that with these numbers that we're seeing? It looks like he's fallen a little bit below. And what does that mean we're kind of keeping an eye out for with the next batch of numbers that are released?
Correct. So, yes, he has fallen below that pace. Over the last 24 to 36 hours, we've noted the math shows that President Trump needs to get about 59% share of the remaining ballots. And over the last several dumps up until this morning's, President Trump was hitting that mark. And basically that mark gets us almost to a tied race, or at least the possibility that President Trump can bring this kind of to an even Steven contest, the deficit that he currently faces. But what ended up happening this morning in this big Maricopa dump, and there's still going to be more of them, but that his share was around 52, 53%. And the brutal math is that by him underperforming is that for the next batches, it's going to be now higher than 59%. It's going to be in the 60s for President Trump to be able to narrow that. It's the brutal fact of the math. And it is possible that maybe the next batches are going to be so much more friendly to President Trump. We just haven't seen those kind of numbers. And it's very possible that that current 52, 53% share kind of holds constant. So President Trump's ability to be able to come into and even up this contest really did take a hit this morning. We're going to have to break down the math. I'm happy to break down the math for you guys the rest of the day, even if we get some more. But this was not good news for President Trump if he wants to be able to carry Arizona.
Let's take a look at the bigger picture here. We know that there are multiple paths right now for Joe Biden to victory, and right now he's got leads in basically most of those paths. Pennsylvania's ball game right there. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. And obviously he has the lead there now. And there's thoughts that he's going to expand upon that lead. But what are all the different paths right now? And are we on the verge of perhaps a situation where Biden wins well above 270?
Yes. So Pennsylvania is the most direct path. And of course, after Joe Biden ended up taking the lead in the Keystone State, that is what to watch for as those votes continue to be able to come in. And if all of a sudden we find Joe Biden with a lead in the tens of thousands, that's the point where mathematically it's going to be really hard to see how he does not win the state. As far as his other paths go, even if you took away Pennsylvania, that the other path that he ends up getting to 270 electoral college votes is by winning Arizona and also holding on to Nevada. And I'm sure we're going to talk about Nevada soon, but that also gets you there. And then, Joe, as you mentioned, if somehow Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he wins Nevada, he wins Arizona, and he wins Georgia, well, that'd put him at 306 electoral college votes, which is exactly the same number that President Trump ended up winning in 2016. And I do think that if Joe Biden ends up there, and again, it's an if, and we're going to have to wait a while, particularly in Georgia, I do think that it actually could end up kind of recasting views and perceptions of this presidential contest, which on the, at the very first hours on election night, after it seemed that after Joe Biden did not win in Florida, after North Carolina looked really difficult for Democrats, I do think that there was this perception that Democrats really underperformed, that they, did not do well. It's going to be interesting to see as we continue to count the popular vote, as we continue to count the electoral college votes, if that perception kind of shifts in the other direction.
Now, Mark, let's go to Nevada. You just mentioned it. Let's bring up that board if we can. This is a state that we have not heard much new information from, but it's still a very interesting one for us to be watching. And depending on which path, like you said, like Joe mentioned, Pennsylvania right there, sort of that is what Biden needs. But let's put that on hold for a minute. Talk about these other places where he does have a lead, but that could change with what's outstanding. And in Nevada, that is the case. We are waiting for outstanding votes, only 91% of that in.
And Mark, we should know right now, and I don't know if you can see this, I'm guessing new numbers came out in Nevada because Joe Biden just doubled his lead there, and he is now up by 22,000 in Nevada.
We're reading this ourselves off of this board.
It was 11,000 a few minutes ago, so I'm guessing we knew Clark County was expected to drop some ballots. I don't know how many at this point, but it looks like Joe Biden's lead now is bigger, twice as much in Nevada.
Pretty much doubled, yeah.
Exactly. It was after yesterday, Joe Biden had an 11,000 vote lead in Nevada. Now it's at 22,000. To me, that's the sign that more of the Clark County ballots are coming in, and they're going in Joe Biden's direction. And John Ralston, the great Nevada journalist who's an MSNBC and NBC contributor, has said, look, most of the ballots that are still to be counted are coming from Clark County, that these are probably more Democratic-leaning ballots. And what do we see in this latest dump? Probably exactly that. And to me, that is, I think, kind of a good guidepost over the remaining ballots to count in Nevada. If it is still coming from Clark County, if it is still breaking in Joe Biden's direction, that's good news for Joe Biden.
Mark, thank you so much. We will definitely keep coming back to you in the next hour or so. I want to now bring in Blaine Alexander, who is in Atlanta. Let's dig into some of these Georgia numbers, Blaine. So we're hearing some disputing accounts of how many votes exactly are left. And no matter what, we really don't know how many are left because of those military and overseas ballots still being able to be accepted through the end of the evening. So walk us through where we're at and what the current state of affairs is in Georgia.
Okay, so let's first start with the biggest news, which is that there will be a recount. There is going to be a recount. That's something that's going to happen. The Secretary of State confirmed what we almost assuredly knew because the margin is so razor thin. So the number of votes right now left, the number of outstanding votes statewide, according to the Secretary of State's office, is 4,169 votes. So they're saying that those are the number that's still left, essentially, to be uploaded to the system. Now, on top of that, there are a couple of other pools. Let me break down these numbers for you. 8,900. That's the number of overseas and military ballots that we could see today. It's as many as 8,900. That means that that's how many there are out there to be returned, but certainly no guarantee that we'll see that many. Now, as long as they're received by today, those can be counted as well. The other pot of ballots we're talking about are cured ballots. Now, those are people who had an absentee ballot rejected for any number of reasons. Perhaps they had an issue with a signature or whatever it is. They have until the end of the day to, as it's called, cure those ballots or fix that issue so that the ballot can be counted. There's that pool. Now, when you talked about the kind of discrepancies between numbers, it comes from Gwinnett County, which is the county that have been watching so closely. This is kind of the one that has essentially the lion's share of those outstanding votes. When I spoke with an official there in Gwinnett County, a suburb of Atlanta, they told me, he kind of broke down the tally of it, but he said all told, there are about 7,500, 7,600 ballots that they still need to upload to the Secretary of State's system. He broke down exactly what they are, but most of them are absentee ballots. Now, when you talk to the Secretary of State's office, they essentially say that they're saying the same thing, but they're talking about different numbers, that there's numbers due square. So we're really trying to get some clarification on that and exactly what the difference is there. But as for the Secretary of State, they say about 4,169 ballots left. That's what they're looking at. Now, I want to dive into this timeline of the recount because that's the big question. You know, we haven't even finished counting the first time. So just the fact that we're even talking about a recount is somewhat jarring and lets you know that it's going to be quite some time before we know the final results here in Georgia. But here's how this is going to go. So you have the election that needs to be certified no later than November 20th. Now, the state can always certify it earlier, but once that election is certified, then that's when the recount begins. And we understand that it's a process that'll take about a week from start to finish for the recount. So if you just kind of look at a calendar in your mind's eye and you think about the 20th, that's the latest that they could certify those results. And then maybe a week after that. So we're talking about possibly sometime after Thanksgiving before we finally see the results here. Of course, it can always be earlier. And then the wild card in this is that we're expecting to see possibly a number of legal challenges to this. This could also slow things down when you look at the possible legal challenges that could come and have to be dealt with as well. So It's the same thing that I told you guys earlier. When we asked about timing, it really is anybody's guess. There are so many different factors, so many different wild cards as to, one, when the ballot count will be completed, and two, what this recount situation is going to look like to determine when we'll know the results here in Georgia.
Blaine, I think some people might have just choked on their coffee thinking about the thought of it being after Thanksgiving. Thank you so much for that rundown.
Let's bring in NBC's Ali Vitale. She, of course, is with the Biden campaign. So, Ali, a lot of good news this morning. Biden has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. He's taken the lead in Georgia. We just reported he expanded his lead in Nevada. And in Arizona, President Trump didn't quite dip into Biden's lead as much as some thought he needed to. So what's the reaction you're hearing right now from the Biden-Harris camp?
A lot of thrilled text messages, words like elated, confident, because this is really the way they thought that it was going to break down. They thought that they were going to break open a lead in Pennsylvania if those ballots continued to be counted. It took some time. We knew it would because they were mostly vote by mail ballots, but they're breaking for Biden in huge numbers. And this is really what they said they expected to see. We were hearing from Democrats on the ground in Pennsylvania, the state party, others in that orbit, who said that they thought that Biden was going to open up a wide margin as we've continued to get in these votes. We're seeing that now start to happen. Then you look at places like Nevada and Arizona. The Biden campaign had warned yesterday, in a way. Jen O'Malley-Dillon, their campaign manager, said they expected to see some bounce as these votes came in. And basically what that meant is they expected to see really tight margins, maybe even a potential flipping of who was leading, but that ultimately they believe that Biden is going to shake out as the winner there too. All of these things, and of course in Georgia too, as we were talking about this morning, all of these things play into that strategy to 270 and the multiple paths that they have to get there. And that's why me and my colleagues here on the ground are hearing from so many sources who are really happy. It feels like an emotional breaking of the dam here for a group of people who had first been urging patience, but are now realizing that the reality for victory could be imminent. They want to wait for the networks to have it at 270. Obviously, we're not there yet, but once we are, the expectation from my colleague Kristen Welker is that Joe Biden could address the nation in prime time, and that the themes of his remarks are going to be the kinds of things that we've heard from him before: unity, healing, the need to come together, being a president for all Americans. This is not just the pitch that he's going to make on the night that he is potentially elected president. It's the pitch that he has been making in his quest to become president. And that's a quest that has been 32 years in the making. He first ran for this office in 1988. And so he's waiting for something that he has longed for just over 3 decades. There's also another piece, if this were to come to fruition, that we would be remiss not to point out. Senator Kamala Harris, his running mate, would be the first woman of color and the first woman ever to be vice president of the United States. It's really hard to fathom that we haven't had a woman in this position before, but that is what could happen if they are elected here. And as someone who covered the entire length of this primary, we had more women running for president than ever before in 2020. And then when Elizabeth Warren dropped out, she was the last woman in this race. I was outside her house in Cambridge, Massachusetts, seeing mothers with their daughters dropping off flowers and cards, crying because they couldn't fathom that after a year that was deemed the year of the woman, after seeing the role that women played in 2018 for Democrats taking back the House, it was really hard for women voters that I was talking to believe that 2020 would be a year where they wouldn't see a woman in the White House again. Joe Biden making that possible by picking a woman as his vice president, something he said he would do before he even got the nomination outright back in March. And obviously now Kamala Harris in the position, if they are to get to 270, to truly make history by being the first woman vice president of the United States.
Ali, we're going to have you stick with us here because we want a few more questions to get reaction from the Biden camp, but we also want to learn more about what the White House and the Trump campaign is saying. Let's bring in NBC's Kelly O'Donnell, who is at the White House right now. Kelly, what are you hearing? We know that the president's campaign put out a statement earlier this morning. Anything new as we continue to see votes going in Joe Biden's favor in nearly all of these key battleground states?
Well, a few tweets coming from the president's Twitter feed, and that certainly gives an indication that he's watching these developments. One referred to the importance of not only a Republican Senate, and he made a comment about radical left Democrats sort of attacking a Republican-led Senate and then asserting that the presidency becomes all the more important. That sort of sounds like the president is concerned that the party, the Republican Party, which feels good about its turnout
turnout and standing after Tuesday's results as they come in, when you look at the House, where they increase seats, and where you look at the Senate, where they had a better showing than many expected. We just called the race for Democrat Mark Kelly in Arizona, but that was sort of baked in as likely expected to go that way. And you look to others like Susan Collins in Maine, who was saved in this process by voters in Maine. And so the president perhaps sharing a little of his sort of inside voice on concerns he may have about where the party is going. Now, add to that, the governor of South Carolina, Henry McMaster, put out a statement kind of on his own a short time ago, saying that the president's argument about the need to count only those legally qualified ballots and to pursue legal challenges where necessary is something that McMaster, the governor of South Carolina, supports, and that believes the president should pursue that, even saying he has a duty to pursue it. That may be part of the president calling in a favor from a longtime friend, someone that the president has tried to help along the way as well, to say, show some support for this position of digging in and fighting on. That may be harder and harder for the president to get from Republicans as more data comes in and vote counts and totals and calls are made at some point. If that continues to move away from the president, it may be harder to get Republican elected officials to have the stomach for a fight if they don't see the evidence, the pathway, the eventual chance for that to change. So that's some of what we're watching right now. Notably, no changes so far to the president's schedule, which is no public appearances yet today and none expected at this time. That was the case yesterday as well, and we saw the president did come out late in the day. So that's just kind of a taking the temperature of the moment. And certainly the campaign is trying to find its assessment of the remaining votes in places where they think they may still have some math and data on their side. But we've not heard much from them today. Some of the questions will be, this is a difficult waiting period, especially for campaigns that are not finding the evidence moving in their direction. Can be challenging. Everybody's exhausted. It's a difficult time when the sort of the election favor is not shining upon your side of it. So at this point, that's the latest we have right now. Savannah, Joe?
Yeah, Kelly, now you just sort of addressed this by saying that the president's schedule has not changed at all. But in our last hour during that NBC News special report, we had some reporting that within the Trump campaign, there was some discussion going on about who should address people today, if at all. Do you think that we will see that at all?
Well, one of the questions would be, can they have some credible voices who can appear not speaking directly for the president in a way that would make it parallel to a Joe Biden speaking out, but just to have some people who can communicate their message, their thinking, their strategy on cable, at public events like small news conferences, things like that, trying to find some of those people. Now, you have certainly spokespeople who have been a part of the campaign, but are they looking for someone with more of a gravitas of the party that others would look to and say, yes, that's a credible argument. So let's keep our minds open to what may happen. Let's give this process more time. You hear from Republicans that in 2020 years ago, a recount that I was a part of our team covering, that went on for more than a month. Now, we're just a few days into it here. The facts were different. The circumstances were different. But just using that time horizon as a way to say, this has only been a few days, and encouraging people to have some patience on the president's behalf. So will they find that spokesperson and have that message out? We'll be tracking that today to see if it develops.
Allie, I want to ask you, we know the Trump campaign put out a statement earlier this morning basically saying the election is not over. They talked about a recount in Georgia. They're alleging irregularities in Pennsylvania and Nevada, and they think they still could win Arizona outright. The Biden campaign did put out some response to what the president is saying in his campaign. How has Biden been responding to that?
Look, this is a continuation of the Trump campaign's attempts to make legal forays into these states where they see their margins slipping in directions that they don't like. It's also something that the president's allies, people like Chris Christie, have said he's alleging fraud that he has no evidence of. And to allege that without evidence is concerning, even to the president's allies and definitely to Democrats, both those who watched him last night and those who have watched the ways that his campaign has sort of moved forward in these initial days and hours after election night. I would also say that the Biden campaign says they're ready for whatever these legal avenues might bring. They have their own team of lawyers. The lawyer who's leading this charge for them, Bob Bauer, has called the claims that he's seen the Trump campaign make so far silliness and meritless. He feels confident that if they are forced to take them on in that forum, they'll win there as well. But I would also say there's this other thing percolating in the background of the idea that if Joe Biden is declared the next president of the United States, and if Donald Trump does not concede, what will happen? It's important to note that concessions aren't legal. They are just simply something that is done traditionally. This is a White House, and when I covered the campaign and the White House, traditions were regularly thrown out the window. So there's no indication right now that that's going to happen, but the Biden campaign sort of preemptively speaking to it in a pretty stunning statement that we got just a few hours ago from one of the Biden campaign spokespeople, in which he says the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. So those are really serious words there. It sort of speaks to the moment that we're in. Tensions are high, emotions are high, a lot of questions about what this will look like if and when Joe Biden gets to 270. But the Biden campaign, at least, taking an aggressive posture on the fact that they think that victory could be imminent for them, but also looking a little bit past that at what this could mean if Donald Trump doesn't like the result.
Absolutely. Ali and Kelly, we will be coming back to both of you as we continue to get new numbers, to get reaction from both of the campaigns. And actually, we do have new numbers, which is why I now want to go to NBC News correspondent Joe Lynn-Kent, who is in Nevada. We are hearing that we do have some new Nevada numbers. Joe, what do we know?
Yeah, there's brand new numbers coming out of the state of Nevada, specifically here in Clark County. I'm going to read you the totals. Biden now has 624,246 votes. That's 49.8% of the vote. Trump holding now 602,170 votes. That's a 48.1% portion. So basically, since last night, Biden has widened his lead to 22,000 votes statewide. And what does this tell us? We look more at Clark County right here in Las Vegas. It accounts for what the Secretary of State said was 90% of the remaining vote that needed to be counted. And 30,000 votes were dropped here in Clark County. Now, we were told yesterday by the county registrar here, the registrar of voters, Joe Gloria, you're going to get 51,000 votes this morning. We haven't seen that fully reported yet. We are unsure why that's the case, but they did release about 30,000 votes. So right now, Biden widening his lead. Of course, here, it's important because there's these 6 electoral votes at stake. And historically, these mail-in ballots, which is the majority of what's being counted right now, the bulk of it, I should say, it has leaned towards Democrats. I would potentially benefit Biden. But the economic situation here has been so tough and harder than the national average in terms of unemployment. And so the concern has been, can Biden perform as well here, especially in Las Vegas? It's been hit particularly hard. But so far, Biden widening his lead here in Nevada to 22,000, Savannah and Joe.
Joe, real quickly, there have been no shortage of jokes out there about Nevada taking its time counting the vote. But do we know how much is left, and is there a timetable for the goal to wrap things up in Nevada?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of memes out there, people saying, why aren't you counting faster? I put that question to Joe Gloria. He's the county registrar here. And he says that their number one priority is accuracy and making sure they're processing this properly, because they say that mail voting here is pretty new to them, especially at this volume. So they say that they're going for the accuracy first over the speed. He did say, though, he told me that the bulk of the mail-in votes here and the provisional ballots that are outstanding, about 60,000 of those will probably be counted mostly by Saturday or Sunday. So that's the outlook here so far. But we're going to hear from the registrar again. I'll be sure to ask him again, where are these votes? Because we're missing the about 20,000 that they said they were going to drop this morning. So it's a bit curious. We'll find out, because their capacity, Joe, is 70,000 votes per day. That's how many they can process. And that's not what they've been releasing. Yesterday was 14K. Today, it's just 30K. So we'll be taking a very close look at why that is.
Yeah, Joe, I think when he said that their goal was to make sure they were accurate, he also explicitly said our goal is not to count fast, and the internet has certainly picked up on that. Joe, we will be back to you as we hear anything new in Nevada. Thank you so much. Mark, I want to bring you back in. I think we still have you with us just to sort of, we keep getting a lot of news. Joe and I are hearing these numbers and reading them ourselves off these boards as they come up while we're here on the air. Let's just sort of do a little bit of a reset. So let's go to Pennsylvania and see where we are. I know the last time we pulled this up, it looked like some numbers had changed. If you could just kind of walk us through Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, we'll guide you. But let's do a reset here with where we're at with numbers.
Yeah. And so, pretty much over the course of the last 24 hours, Joe Biden in Pennsylvania has continued to pick up votes. And in fact, early this morning, he overtook President Trump. Joe Biden now has the lead. And now that continues to grow to about 9,000. And that's still with sizable numbers of ballots, these mail-in ballots that are not only in Philadelphia, not only in the Philadelphia suburbs, but also in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, as well as other parts of the state, even counties that President Trump ended up winning, but where the mail-in ballots are coming at a disproportionate rate for Joe Biden and the Democrats. And so with Joe Biden now up about 9,000 votes, at this rate, and again, we have to count the votes to see if they continue at this rate, but at this rate, Joe Biden is going to continue to build on that lead in Pennsylvania. And then you end up having in Nevada where, Joe Biden has a 22,000 vote lead. It was 11,000 when this day began. But on the strength of Clark County, Joe Biden continues to pad his lead. And if there's been one constant pretty much over the last 48 hours in this presidential contest is that states with dominant urban counties, big population centers, and with lots of vote by mail, Joe Biden is doing incredibly well. And we're still waiting more Clark County votes. But if they come in again at that rate, the math just becomes very difficult for President Trump.
So, Mark, at this point, let's sort of recap the different paths we have at this point. Number one on your list, is that Pennsylvania at this point? I mean, could Pennsylvania be the ball game? And what are your thoughts on how quickly, what could be called first at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you're exactly right. It's Pennsylvania. And again, Joe Biden sitting at about a 9,000 vote lead with more votes still remaining. If somehow that goes up where Joe Biden has a 20 or 30,000 vote lead, that could end up getting very close to our decision desk wanting 99.5% certainty that Joe Biden will hang on to that lead. And again, our decision desk has gone into this election cycle being incredibly cautious. I think that's the exact right move. We don't want to be first. We want to be right. And so we want to make sure the math continues to line up. But to answer your question, Pennsylvania is number one on my list.
All right. Mark Murray and everyone, Kelly O'Donnell, Ali Vitale, Blaine Alexander, Jolene Kent, everyone, we thank you all for joining us for our coverage this morning. The votes are still being counted.
Yes, a lot to be watching for, and it is going to continue on NBC News Now right now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
They call Pennsylvania the Keystone State, but the Biden campaign is eager to call it the Checkmate State. Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Good to be with you from wherever you are around the world. It's Decision 2020 on NBC News Now. By our calculations, Pennsylvania would make Joe Biden the president-elect and leave President Trump with no more paths to victory. Mathematically, the race will be over. Now, there are still a lot of ballots to count, and the Trump campaign still has legal challenges in a number of states. We're going to follow the latest developments, track the new votes as they come in. If we can call a race confidently, we will do so, but trust us, we're in no hurry. We're not trying to get this fast. We're trying to get this right, because at this point, every vote absolutely counts. Our national system of elections are a complex system of systems, so we'll do our best to walk you through it as we go. Please do take us with you as you go about your day on the NBC News app, on our YouTube channel, or online at NBCNewsNow.com. With that said, let's take a look at where things stand right now. By our calculations, Joe Biden is within a hair's breadth of winning the White House. He has 253 electors that we can project. President Trump has 214 electors. So the paths of victory are narrowing for President Trump rather rapidly. Before we get into the presidential races, let's bring you up to speed on a Senate race that we have been watching very closely. The special Senate race in Arizona. NBC News can now project that for the Democratic challenger, Mark Kelly, former NASA astronaut, the husband of former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords. He was up against incumbent Republican Martha McSally. This is the second time that she has lost an Arizona Senate seat, once in a direct race against Senator Kyrsten Sinema, a Democrat. The second time when she was appointed to this seat after the death of Arizona Senator John McCain. We're projecting Mark Kelly for the Democrats in the Senate. Now let's talk about the presidential races. Thus far, there are a number of races that have not yet been called. I want to underscore these are the races that NBC News has not called. Other news organizations may. There are some that we're not quite ready to characterize, including Arizona. But Nevada remains too close to call, but we do assert that Joe Biden is leading there. Pennsylvania may be the big one, but let's start with Nevada. Too close to call. The difference in votes there is just over or just under 21,000. We expect to hear from officials in Clark County, Nevada, that's the Las Vegas area, next hour, because the votes there could make the difference for Joe Biden. But right now, Nevada, with its 6 electoral votes, by our characterization, is too close to call. The big one, though, is Pennsylvania. There's a reason we call it the checkmate state. If Joe Biden takes this one and all of our other calculations are correct, the race is over and he would have more than enough electors to win. You can see how close it is, and that is why the vote counting is proceeding very, very carefully. With the mail-in ballots that have yet to be opened, so far they've been trending toward the Democrat. But again, until those come in and until we have enough confidence, we're keeping this one too close to call. Let's also talk about the race in Georgia. Today, Georgia's Secretary of State came out and said that we are almost certainly headed toward a recount because of how close it is. I mean, look at how close it is. 1,600 votes between them, and that could change with some of the remaining ballots to come in from the Atlanta area. But Georgia's 16 electoral votes, that'll have to wait, characterization-wise. That will remain too close to call. So here's the map. One more time, Joe Biden with 253 by our count, Donald Trump with 214 by our count, and plenty of races yet to resolve, any number of which could move the election. And check out the difference in the popular vote. Joe Biden with nearly 74 million votes, President Trump with nearly 70 million. Joe Biden will go down in history, at least at this moment, with the most votes ever cast for any presidential candidate in American history. So that's your big overview. Let's get a little bit more on the states that we're watching very closely. Let's start now with NBC Senior Political Director Mark Murray. And Mark, I think maybe Pennsylvania is the right state to start in. Talk about what we're looking for from Pennsylvania, particularly the counties that could make a difference and the votes in those counties that could make a difference.
Yeah, we're looking just for the final vote, the mail-in ballots that continue to come in from that state. And Joshua, over the last 24 hours, there has been a constant where the mail-in ballots, not only from places like Philadelphia and the Philadelphia suburbs, but all over the state, including in counties that President Trump ended up winning, the Democrats and Joe Biden are disproportionately winning those mail-in ballots. And so when we woke up this morning, that's why, or those of us who didn't wake up this morning, we found that Joe Biden had actually come into the lead in Pennsylvania, and he keeps on building on that lead. As far as where the outstanding vote is, we still think that there is some Philadelphia vote that is outstanding. There is outstanding vote in the Philadelphia suburbs. There's importantly about 35,000 votes in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, and then also in some of the counties that President Trump ended up winning. And if this trend continues, and we still have to count the votes, but if the trend continues, that is how Joe Biden can continue to pad his lead in Pennsylvania, pushing his lead up from about 9,000 now into the tens of thousands potentially.
Also worth noting that this is a reflection of some of the electoral strategy, Mark, that President Trump had employed in terms of how he suggested that his supporters cast their ballots.
That's right. And again, Pennsylvania had two options if you were voting in that state. Number one was people who said that they would actually vote by mail due to the pandemic. That was a new thing for Pennsylvania, which has always been an election day state since I've been covering politics. And then your other option was actually voting on election day. Pennsylvania didn't have a lot of the early vote centers that we see in other states across the country. So there were two paths available. Democratic voters took by the lion's share the mail-in route. And so when we are seeing all of these mail-in ballots, we knew it was going to be Democratic leaning. We just had to see how Democratic leaning it is. And it's coming in at about an 80 to 20 or 80 to 15 split. And so this is how Democrats decided to vote. President Trump, of course, as you just mentioned, castigated mail-in ballots, said my people should actually vote on election day. And we also saw a lot of Republican voters casting early in-person ballots in states that allowed that. But when the choices were just election day versus mail-in ballots, once you got into that mail-in ballot phase, that was always going to be good news for Democrats.
Let's talk about Georgia now. The Secretary of State said that it is basically a cinch that we're going to have a recount there. Talk about what's gotten us to the point where a recount seems basically like impossible to avoid.
Yeah, a lot of it just had to do with just the surge from the Atlanta suburbs. And Joshua, you know, on the first 3 or 4 hours of election night, it was the places outside of Atlanta that had reported that showed President Trump with a lead. And then as soon as Atlanta started coming in, as well as some other Democratic parts of the state, and also a lot of those mail-in ballots elsewhere, that's how not only did Joe Biden make up that deficit, but then come ahead. And again, it's about 1,500 votes. That's way to be, that's a small margin. We are kind of in the margin of error phase, which is why everyone's now talking about a recount. But certainly Joe Biden overperforming in Atlanta, overperforming among the Atlanta suburbs, ended up really just kind of changing where a Democrat has not won Georgia since 1992. That was Bill Clinton, who got a big boost from Ross Perot being a third-party candidate in that race. But Joe Biden being able potentially to win Georgia, which had been a red state for a really long time, is a significant development.
And we should get more information, I'm told, from the Georgia Secretary of State at about 3 p.m. Eastern. Secretaries of State in the states, by the way, for those of you who are kind of wondering, well, why are we hearing from the Secretary of State? Different from the U.S. Secretary of State, who is our chief diplomat. In a state, the Secretary of State has a number of duties, including overseeing elections. Let's talk about the state of Arizona. Maricopa County, the Phoenix area, is the core of the electorate basically in the state. How's Maricopa County looking right now?
So, Joshua, in a lot of ways, Maricopa County and Arizona have been almost the flip reverse of what we've been seeing in Pennsylvania, where Democrats and Joe Biden started out with a huge lead on the first election night totals. And one of the big reasons for that is that in Arizona, most of all voters have been voting by mail. There was also voting early in person. But because of the state, the early vote was the early releases were Democratic ballots. And then over the course of the last 3 days, we have seen President Trump and Republicans chip into that lead. And what had been going on recently was that President Trump had been winning the outstanding ballots by about a 59% share, 58, 59%. And according to our back of envelope math, that's actually how he pulls into an even situation with Joe Biden. But what ended up happening this morning, Maricopa County had a dump. It was less than 59%. It was around 52, 53, which means that Donald Trump has to win the remaining ballots by even a greater margin. And the math becomes very difficult for him.
I want to move to Nevada, but Mark, before I let you chime in, we do have NBC's Jolene Kent joining us now from Clark County. Clark County is Las Vegas, and it looks like she is outside of the Registrar of Elections office in North Las Vegas. Joe, where do we stand right now with the vote count? NBC News now characterizes it as too close to call, but Joe Biden leading in Nevada.
Yeah, Joe Biden widening his lead to about 20,000 votes here in the state of Nevada. I'm looking at the latest Secretary of State's numbers, and they're just trickling in 7 votes, 10 votes at a time being updated. So right now, the latest I've got is Biden leading by about 1.5 plus points here. So Biden, 626,211 votes, according to the Secretary of State. President Trump, 605 votes, 605,669 votes. So the reason this is interesting is so far we're still well below the 51,000 votes that Clark County promised to deliver today. We've only gotten about 30,000 of those votes, according to our very own Steve Kornacki. So as we wait for the rest of those votes to come in, we'll be watching how they break. Do they go more towards Biden, as historically mail-in ballots have gone, or do they go for President Trump? But Clark County, very critical, because as of last night, according to the Secretary of State, 90% of the outstanding vote is right here in the Las Vegas area. So all eyes on this area for a reason. 6 electoral votes, and there's certainly a lot of drama happening behind the scenes as well. And on the sidelines, the Trump campaign filing a letter to the Department of Justice last night. I read through it. They are complaining to Attorney General Barr about voter fraud, improper counting. And then there was a separate lawsuit filed by a voter, Jill Stokey, who first spoke at a press conference here held by the Trump campaign yesterday, asking for an injunction for them to stop using a certain machine here in Clark County to stop the vote. But when I put all of these questions to the registrar of Clark County in terms of fraud, impropriety, issues with counting, or issues with ballots, he said he personally tried to resolve that case from Jill Stokey, who brought that lawsuit late last night in federal court, and that they have no evidence so far of any impropriety or issues with the count. But I know a lot of people think it's going pretty slow out there as they look at Nevada, but they say they're taking their time. Speed is not Joe Gloria's priority. Accuracy is. And so that's what we're going with right now. But Biden widening his lead in Nevada by about 20,000 to about 20,000 votes, I should say, Joshua.
Before I come back to you, Mark, Joe, what's the mood like outside the registrar's office? A few days ago, there was a rather intense moment with a guy who was yelling about the election being stolen in the middle of Mr. Gloria's news conference that made a lot of us kind of wonder, like, what is this guy going to do other than yell and scream? Turns out he walked away, but like that hasn't recurred, I hope.
Yeah, it hasn't recurred because they've moved the press conferences inside to the area where they're actually counting the vote. So they've had, as this media presence has grown, we've moved inside. Now, right now, there isn't much going on the perimeter. But last night, there was a pretty significant presence of Trump supporters out waving their flags and, you know, making their voices heard in a very peaceful way going into the night. So we'll see what happens tonight, but obviously a lot of anticipation. And here, behind me, what you should know, Joshua, there's a few people in line, and that line is expected to grow because it's people here coming to cure their signatures. And they've been called in by the registrar to say, hey, take a look at this mail-in ballot or absentee ballot and see if your signature has any issues here, if you can actually still cast your vote. So they have until, I think, November 12th to do that. So you're starting to see voters come in for that purpose as well, Joshua.
Mark, what's your sense of how all of this in Nevada is going to shake out?
Yeah, again, Joshua, to me, one of the big takeaways over the last 72 hours has been that Joe Biden has done really well with mail-in ballots, particularly coming from big urban areas, big urban counties like Clark County. And the idea that Clark County was probably going to end up being good news for Joe Biden. And so if it continues at its current trajectory, Joe Biden is going to be in a little bit more comfortable place than we found him about 24 hours ago.
That's NBC senior political editor Mark Murray and NBC's Jolene Kent in North Las Vegas. Mark, I'm sure we're going to be hearing more from you in a little bit. Jolene, we appreciate you giving us the latest, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from you too as the day goes on, because Nevada is not Nevada's not going to not be in our sights as the day goes on. So we'll speak to both of you a little bit later on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, right.
Let's make our way east from Nevada to Pennsylvania. All eyes, I think it's safe to say, are pretty much on Pennsylvania this afternoon. Remaining ballots are still trickling in. Former Vice President Joe Biden took the lead this morning. Let's go now to NBC's Maura Barrett, who joins us with the latest from Pittsburgh. Maura, Pittsburgh is the county seat of Allegheny County. Then that's turning out to be a very crucial part of this vote count. Allegheny could be one of those that helps decide the winner.
Absolutely, Joshua. And here in Allegheny, we are waiting for about 35,000 votes. They finished their mail-in ballot count overnight on Wednesday. The ballots that are left that they're going through now are standing inside the warehouse where the processing and counting is being done. These ones are ones that were cut in half accidentally by their slicers when they were opening the ballots, any ballots that might have been already ripped, and they couldn't go through the scanner. So what you see behind me, I'm going to let you take a closer look here. They are members of the return board. They met this morning starting at 9 a.m. and what they're doing is going through with these machines, replicating the ballots that had issues going through the scanners. This is about 6,000 total ballots that will be going through today, and we expect to see some more results, a little less than 3,000 within the next hour and a half or so. And you see these workers lined around the perimeter, around the room, going through and replicating these ballots. But what I actually want to draw special attention to is in the middle of the room are observers from campaigns and parties that have full access to stand behind these workers and see exactly what's going on. And of course, that is the focus of of President Trump's lawsuit over in Philadelphia. And so as we are focusing in on Pennsylvania, waiting for these remaining ballots, we've seen the mail-in ballots that are being counted skewing Democratic. So as we get more and more trickling in here in Allegheny, we assume it will be the same picture, but we don't really know for sure until obviously they come in. Now, one other really important note, because there's 29,000 left that I didn't address, those cannot start to be processed until after 5 p.m. today. That's because the county accidentally sent out incorrect ballots earlier. Back in October, they had to send replacement ballots to voters, and due to some legal settlements, the court ordered that these ballots, the replacement ones, cannot start to be counted until after 5 p.m. tonight. So we'll get a few thousand during the day today, but the largest chunk won't happen until later this evening. So that's what we're waiting on here on the western side of the state. Joshua.
Maura, could you just clarify for people who maybe have never seen this counting process take place, the people who are monitoring the counting, what is it exactly that they're looking for? I mean, are they looking for people sneaking off with boxes of ballots? What exactly is it that they're trying to keep an eye on?
Yeah, that's one thing that they're looking for. We haven't seen that happen. Everyone's been working very hard here. Actually, the workers decided to work through lunch to make sure that they get everything done. Obviously, a lot of pressure on everyone involved here. But the observers are here to make sure that they see that, yeah, like you said, nothing sneaky is happening. The workers here aren't, taking one ballot and marking it for another candidate and messing up somebody's vote. And they're able to take pictures and look and stand behind everybody. And then that way, if they have an issue with what's going on, they can report a challenge to the county. And then that kind of would hold up the process of those ballots then being processed. But it's all about the sake of transparency.
And then before we move on, Maura, what would it take for President Trump to turn things around for him in Pennsylvania? At least the way the numbers are trending, it seems like Joe Biden has the edge with the ballots that have yet to be counted. But what's the strategy for the Trump campaign, at least numerically?
Numerically, frankly, I'm not sure what else they could do at this point to turn it around. We saw the in-person turnout for Donald Trump obviously a lot higher. And then as these mail-in ballots coming in, just shrinking and shrinking until Joe Biden overtook him this morning with that dump from Philadelphia. Right now, the Trump campaign is pointing towards claims of fraud. Obviously, we have not seen any evidence of that, and there is lots of transparency here as we just walked through, but that seems to be the president's answer for what he's going to be looking for. The only other thing I can possibly imagine is what we're going to see in provisional ballots. Those are the ones that get counted last here in Allegheny County. We were just told that there are about 17,000 of those, if not more, coming in. And remember, these are ones where if someone didn't receive their mail-in ballot, they had to go in person on Election Day, sign an affidavit that they didn't get their mail-in, and then vote provisionally. So these are ones that are going to be coming in way after the fact. But again, if these people were intending to vote by mail, and the way we've been seeing the mail ballots come in, they've also been skewing towards Joe Biden. So numerically, not really sure what's left for the president here in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Maura. That's NBC's Maura Barrett reporting for us from Pittsburgh. Let's head now to Georgia. That state has 16 electoral votes. Take a look at the latest numbers and where the race stands right now. It stands, just to put it simply, really, really close. Joe Biden and President Trump are tied percentage-wise. They're separated by just a whisper of votes, fewer than 1,600 votes. This is why we are pretty sure we're not going to be able to characterize Georgia anytime soon, except to say that it is too close to call. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. And Priscilla, give us a sense of how many ballots remain to be counted and when we might have a final total on those ballots, bearing in mind there are still a few more sets of ballots that have yet to come in.
Right, Joshua. 4,169 ballots out statewide. That is the last number that we received from the Secretary of State's office this morning. And the majority of those ballots are in Gwinnett County, and we've been on the phone with officials there throughout the morning. They tell us right now they have around 3,200 of those ballots that are tabulated. They are ready to be uploaded and officially factored into the count, and so we are waiting to see if that is going to happen soon. But as you mentioned, there are still some more ballots that could be added here, and that is coming from military and overseas ballots that have been cast. The Secretary of State's office says there are around 8,900 of those that are still out, and they have until the end of the day today to get those in. And so that's the number that we're really waiting on to get a true sense of how many ballots here are left to be counted. And you ask about timeline. That is the big question on many people's minds here. And the Secretary of State's office today really saying that it's really here about being accurate, not just about being fast. He says that this could come down to a margin around the size of a small high school, and he wants to be sure that these results are correct. Take a listen to what he said.
The focus for our office and for the county election officials for now remains on making sure that every legal vote is counted and recorded accurately. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be a recount.
And you heard it there, officials saying that a recount is all but guaranteed. And so when we think about timeline, a recount cannot occur until the state has certified those results. And the state has until around mid-month to do that, at which point, if this race for the presidency is still within that 0.5% margin, which it looks like it very well could be, either candidate could then request a recount, at which point that would happen. But needless to say, we could be a ways out from really knowing definitively who has won the race here in Georgia. Joshua.
Priscilla, a few quick points I want to run through with you about Georgia. First of all, a dispute about some of the numbers. We're told that there's one county that's reporting that they have more than the state is reporting. What's that about?
That's right. That would be Gwinnett County. So the state has told us that there are around 3,500 outstanding ballots there, and the county is saying it's more like 7,000, somewhere in the 7,000 range. And this is a question that was actually asked to the Secretary of State at the presser yesterday. Why are we seeing some of these fluctuating numbers and numbers that don't necessarily match? And what the Secretary of State's office said at that time is that, look, there are ballots that are being counted and numbers are going down, but some of these counties are also receiving ballots because of absentee ballots that are being cured and provisional ballots that are being verified. And, of course, those military and overseas ballots that we just talked about. And so we're working to get a clearer breakdown from the Secretary of State's office. But because we are in touch with the county so regularly, we have a pretty good sense of where they're getting those numbers from. And I'm going to actually take a look at my notes here because I want to give you the accurate information. So I mentioned those 3,200 ballots that have already been tallied. They're ready to be uploaded to the system so that we can get that official count. The county, Gwinnett County, tells us there are also 4,400 ballots that still need to be adjudicated. So there still needs to be a bipartisan committee that's going to look at those, verify that the voters' intent has been counted, and then begin to include those in the vote totals. And then there are 450 to 460 ballots that need to be rescanned from Election Day. And so that's what the county is looking at when they're talking about that number that's more around 7,000, Joshua.
Right. Thank you, Priscilla. That's NBC's Priscilla Thompson joining us from Atlanta. Let's check in on the latest with the Biden campaign as we await the final results with a few states left to count votes. It's hard to believe Mr. Biden's first presidential run was back in 1988, and now his path to the White House, just mathematically speaking, seems increasingly probable. NBC's Ali Vitale is covering the Biden campaign and joins us now from their headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. Ali, what's the mood right now? Apparently they're feeling pretty good about their chances and trying not to pop the champagne cork too loudly.
I can't guarantee that champagne corks haven't been popped already, but certainly this is a very jubilant atmosphere here in Wilmington, Delaware, after spending the last 3 days really anxiously awaiting these vote counting totals to be released. Those are still in the process here. They're going to be waiting for the networks to call it. We've spoken to some sources who say they are elated. They think that this is already done. Other sources say they want to wait to see it on the networks before fully believing it themselves. But certainly a much more aggressive posture here that we've seen from the Biden campaign than in recent days. They've used words over the course of the last few days like victory is imminent. Now they're sort of starting to figure out just on a few hours timeline what imminent really means. We know that these states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, they're still not called, at least according to our decision desk. And that's a decision that we'll make when we're ready to make it. But for the Biden campaign, they see things trending in the directions that they always expected them to trend in, specifically zeroing in on Pennsylvania. You see the way that vote by mail ballots are coming in right now. Biden is winning those statewide by more than 70%. And that also is why we saw Democrats in the lead up to this election urging voters, plan your vote, mail in your ballot if you don't feel comfortable going to the polls. Now you're seeing that strategy come to fruition. It's the one that required the most patience, but it's also the one now that the Biden campaign team feels as they see the results come in places like Pennsylvania and even Arizona and Nevada, that they feel it's actually starting to pay off. And so I'm seeing words in my text messages from sources, things like thrilled, things like elated, and they're starting to figure out what it will look like to actually declare victory once they see him hit 270. We're told that if that happens, it would be in prime time. I can tell you that being in this parking lot here in Wilmington, we've been here now for several days. We're starting to see pickup truck style cars be pulled in. There's already a drive-through setup here. We see screens. There have been big speakers. We're hearing a little bit of sound checks, light checks, signs of life here on the event planning front as people who know what it is to go to political rallies and what the planning of that is. We're starting to see a little bit of that happen here on the ground as well. So definitely an atmospheric shift here. I would describe it really as an emotional breaking of the dam for so many of these staffers who have really been riding on an emotional roller coaster since election night. I can tell just from my conversations with them, my colleagues are seeing it as well. This is them feeling that they're really at the precipice of this election.
Ali, very briefly, there are reports that the Secret Service will be increasing protection for Mr. Biden. What can you tell us about that real quick?
The Secret Service isn't commenting on that. What I will say, as someone who's been up here basically around the clock, is that there's a pretty large security perimeter around this. And so we have seen more Secret Service agents and law enforcement staffing various parts of the perimeter around this parking lot, around the area here at the Chase Convention Center in Wilmington. All of those things require an increase in staffing. And so while the Secret Service isn't saying whether or not this is in advance of Biden becoming president-elect, it's also something where just the reality on the ground right now requires personnel.
Thank you, Ali. That's NBC's Ali Vitale reporting from the Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Let me give you the quick lay of the land. We are still awaiting more results from Arizona and Nevada. North Carolina will be a while before we have a call there. Georgia says they are almost certain to be going to a recount because things are so very, very close. And of course, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, could become the checkmate state. If Joe Biden can clinch that, the election, by our count, is over. I'm Joshua Johnson. Do stay with us here on NBC News Now as we head over to NBC's Lester Holt for an NBC News special report.
I don't know. I have to pee.
Now let's turn it over to Chuck Todd, NBC's political director and moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck.
Well, and what we're trying to figure out in Philly is there's approximately, we think, 20,000 more ballots that they need to process. We'll, I guess, find out the status of those. But it's been a slow slow addition of these vote counts because, again, this is a tedious process. When they're processing these vote by mail. These are all the folks who voted by mail. As you see, Joe Biden's statewide lead now is nearing 10,000 here. If you're wondering, the recount provision, if Joe Biden's lead exceeds sort of approximately 34,000, that would likely put him outside of that recount provision. Our math indicates that it will be close, but if things are going the way they're going, and these ballots continue to go in the direction that they've been, he should continue to add there. The question is how much. But like I said, we think there's about 20,000 more ballots coming out of Philadelphia. Joe Biden's actually been winning the vote by mail ballots by an even greater share than 81% there. We think there's another 20 max ballots, 20,000 ballots in the surrounding suburban counties. We know that there is approximately 30 to 35,000 ballots in Allegheny County that won't even get beginning the counting process there until 5 p.m. today. There was sort of a batch of early mail ballots that were, the negotiation was essentially, these were ballots that there was a printing error. They agreed that they wouldn't touch and fix the ballots until 5 o'clock on Friday after Election Day. So this is sort of a special batch. There'll be a whole bunch of election observers. In fact, there'll be some ballots where they're also dealing with 2,200 ballots that were mangled. You know, think of the dollar bill that you can't get in the vending machine type of thing. And they have to recreate ballots. Now, imagine all the observers, everybody's watching as you do that so that you can scan the ballot in. So there'll be some of that that's got to happen there. We still think that at some point today, we should have enough data to get us to a situation where we can characterize this better. We think there's a greater than 90% chance that Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, but we're not at a 99.5% certainty rate here, which is why, and I've had plenty of people ask, why haven't you called Pennsylvania? The trend line is obvious. You know the votes that are out are vote by mail and all this. And it's like, yeah, well, we have standards for a reason. And we're going to wait until we meet those standards. The other development, of course, that happened this morning was in Georgia, and there's question is how many ballots. Secretary of State thinks there's only about another 4,000 ballots to add to the vote totals. The folks in Gwinnett County say, hey, we have 4,000 on our own on those vote totals. There's a little bit of dispute of how many ballots there are left to count. And there's also potentially as many as 8,000 overseas and military ballots that are due. Any of them that arrive by 5 p.m. today get counted. If they don't, they don't count. So we don't expect all 8,000 military ballots to be in this count. Might be 3, might be 4, something like that. But for what it's worth, they've already announced there's going to be a recount. And if you're wondering, the recount doesn't even begin until November 20th. And the recount would likely take a week. So maybe it's done before Thanksgiving. Maybe it's done after Thanksgiving. I will say this. I don't think anybody wants, I don't say that. If Georgia is what we're waiting for to decide the presidency, then it becomes election month. It doesn't look like the math is going to indicate that. We've also been getting some new vote out of Arizona. We got a batch of 61,000 ballots earlier today out of Maricopa County. We were telling you last night that in order for Donald Trump to make up this deficit of Joe Biden in Arizona, he needed to win all remaining ballots with approximately 59% of the vote. This batch of 61,000, he only won about 52% of the vote, which means he only netted about 3,000. It lowered the difference there from about 46 to 43. Now, there is what we thought there were about 140 to 150,000 ballots remaining. There's some indication that there may be more than that. So we're trying to recheck how many ballots we think are out there. I'll show you our little system. This is on the high end, and there was some 226 remaining ballots. The question is, we thought it was lower to 140, 150. We're trying to figure out how many ballots are left before we can get to that. I'm not confident we get to a 99.5% certainty rate today, but we could. For what it's worth, we did call the Mark Kelly Senate race. The Senate race there, Martha McSally was the appointed incumbent senator. Mark Kelly's been leading. He was performing about 2 points better than Joe Biden, and that last batch put him mathematically into the win column there. And now let's go to Nevada, where we've gotten more Clark County ballots, approximately 50,000 of them. They broke heavily towards Joe Biden. He essentially has doubled the size of his lead. It's up to 20,000 ballots. And this is something that we also think we're pretty close to being able to see how close we are to our 99.5% certainty rate here on Nevada. So to summarize here, Pennsylvania and Nevada are in the realm of being characterized today that we may be able to have enough vote to figure out where that's going. And then a little less certain on Arizona today, and obviously Georgia. See you at Thanksgiving.
Right, and that Nevada vote you were looking at was coming primarily out of Clark County.
Right now, coming out of Clark County, and let's just look. Let's remind people of where we are and the importance of these states. Pennsylvania alone would give Joe Biden the 270 plus electoral votes that he needs, and that's the president's struggle here. He could win North Carolina, which we expect him to do. We're waiting on how many provisionals there will be here. If he wins the recount there, let's say he caught Joe Biden there, and let's say by some miracle something came through for him in Nevada, as you can see there, he could, and let's not forget our friends in Alaska where they're still counting the ballots there, he could win 5 of the 6 remaining uncalled states and still be short. So at the end of the day, this really is a one-state conversation right now, because if Joe Biden carries Pennsylvania, it's checkmate for the president.
Given the environment and the doubt that's being sown out there, is it better for Joe Biden that it becomes more than Pennsylvania?
It is. Yes, in short. I mean, the fact is Joe Biden has He doesn't need Pennsylvania. Just Nevada and Arizona does it. If you take away Arizona and it's Nevada and Georgia, that does it, right? If he loses Nevada, fine. Arizona and Georgia does it, right? So here he is leading in Nevada, leading in Arizona, leading in Georgia, leading in Pennsylvania. And by the way, let me just give you a little bit of a snapshot of what happens if all leads stay as they are. And I'm going to show you a little electoral vote total here that'll look quite familiar to folks.
It looks familiar.
That is the
2016.
It's the 2016 number, believe it or not. And that right now, if all leads held, that would be the spread back to back, except this time with the blue side at 306.
All right, Chuck, thanks for updating us what the battlegrounds look like right now. We want to return to this Arizona issue right now. Gotti Schwartz is in Phoenix, and I know you're seeing more supporters of the president gathering outside as the votes are counted. How's things going?
Yeah, Lester, so far this is the biggest crowd that we've seen. And just to remind people, the crowd that you're seeing behind me, probably about 600, 700 strong, and it is in the parking lot of the Maricopa Election Center. So that building over there, that is where they are counting those votes. That's where those 70,000 votes came from. We're expecting another batch of about 60, 70,000 votes pretty soon. From what we've seen, it's somewhat negligible, these results, but we do see President Trump slowly closing the lead between Joe Biden. Joe Biden has been in the lead basically since the first results came back. But one of the things that we've seen that has been very, very interesting is, as we called the race for Mark Kelly, you compare the different numbers, and Mark Kelly's lead over Martha McSally was about 100,000 or more. And right now, Joe Biden's lead over President Trump is around 50,000, 40 to 50,000. So what you're seeing right there is some zigzagging, and that's what we've seen here in Arizona. Arizona is kind of known for it. You remember back in 2016, this was a place, Maricopa County, they elected President Trump, but they sent Joe Arpaio out of office. And so that was all in the same election. You sometimes see things go one way. You sometimes see people go the other way. She's saying, shame on Fox News. She's very mad that Fox News covered the election the way that they did and made that very early call for Joe Biden. A lot of people here are extremely frustrated at the way that the votes are being counted. In fact, just a little while ago, they were chanting, count every vote, count every vote. Then the votes haven't all been counted yet, and they have switched into chanting recount, recount. That's the latest from here. Back to you.
All right, Gotti, thanks very much. I understand that press conference is getting underway right now in Philadelphia. About to. Yes, officials there are giving an update. Let's listen.
Staff this operation. The Office of Innovation and Technology, the Managing Director's Office, Finance Department, our Police Department, Chief Administrative Office, and others have helped support the City Commissioners in preparing for this election for over a year. And there are hundreds of others, including many city employees, who helped on Election Day and by staffing this ballot counting operation for all the world to see. You are all too numerous to name, but please know that you have my thanks and the thanks of the people of this city. And most of all, I thank the people of Philadelphia. Earlier this week, Commissioner Dealey and I sent out an open letter to voters, urging patience and calm on Election Day and in the days that followed. You have shown it in spades. We ask that you stay calm and stay above the fray. You did exactly that. What we've seen on the streets outside this convention center was not anger or contention, but music, dancing, and celebration. As we predicted, the voters and residents of Philadelphia ensured that our city shined as an example of how to run an election correctly. So in the days ahead, please remember, this is not about a victory for a single candidate or a single political party. This is truly a victory for our democracy. That may sound cliche, but today it is oh so true. The votes will continue to be counted until every valid mail-in ballot, absentee ballot, and provisional ballot is counted. So while some, including the president, continue to spew baseless claims of fraud, claims for which his team has not produced one iota of evidence, what we have seen here in Philadelphia is democracy, pure and simple. Our founding fathers, who conceived this system just a 15-minute walk down the street, I know would be proud. 233 years after the Constitutional Convention, we stand at this convention center and proclaim the system still works, the people have spoken. And God willing, we will have a peaceful transition to power in January. And I'd like to take this moment now to introduce Commissioner Lisa Deely, who's the chair of the Philadelphia City Commissions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank all of you and the public for your continued patience. Our goal has been to produce accurate results as quickly as possible, and we've continued to work toward that end. We've counted a total of 690,360 votes. Of that, 337,609 ballots were cast by mail, and 353,021 were cast at a polling place. This is by far the largest number of mail-in ballots in the city's history. I'm very proud of the work our staff did. They've been working around the clock since Tuesday and before. Here's what you can expect in the upcoming days. At some point this afternoon, we will report another update of mail-in ballot results. I expect it to be 2,000 to 3,000. After that, the remaining ballots generally fall into one of three categories: those that require a review, provisionals, U.S. military overseas ballots. I would estimate there's approximately 40,000 remaining to be counted. We can also tell you that it may take several days to complete the reporting of that. And as you know, election results are not officially certified until 20 days after the election. Thank you again. Thank you to the citizens of Philadelphia. And now I would like to invite Commissioner Omar Sabir to the podium.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the County Board of Election staff. I would like to thank the taxpaying citizens of Philadelphia and across America. I think it's safe to say that democracy has won. Democracy is beautiful. We saw the statue of Octavius Cotto right on City Hall, where he died so that Americans can have access to the democratic process. And as we stand here today in 2020, people still have access to democracy. And it's a beautiful thing, but we still want everyone to exert patience, ignore a lot of the noise that's going on, allow us to complete the counting process. And again, I'd like to thank everyone. I would also like to thank my beautiful wife at home with my 6 children. While I'm down here doing all of the counting, I'd like to say, hi, wife, I love you and thank you. And right now, I'd like to bring on our council president, Darrell Clark, who's a friend, who's a mentor, and a true leader of Philadelphia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. So, to say this was a tumultuous year would be the understatement of the year. We in the city of Philadelphia and across the nation have gone through some very, very challenging times. But in spite of that all, democracy works. Democracy works. I want to thank the commissioners who were given a short time frame to transition from the traditional in-person voting that Philadelphians are known for to having a mail-in ballot system, to have multiple options. And guys, I just want to say you did a great job. You did a great job. But in all due respect to you guys, I want to thank the people that worked. Every time you went by Broad Street, or you went by City Hall, or you went by Delaware and Spring Garden, the lights were on because we had literally hundreds of hard-working individuals in there making sure that this process works. So I just want to thank everybody. I want to particularly thank the citizens of our city who understood the need to participate at record numbers to a degree. I want to thank the country for understanding the need to have a reasonable process that allows the citizens to speak. So To everyone involved, and particularly these individuals here, the mayor, the commissioners, thank you all, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to allow democracy to work.
We'll continue to monitor that news conference going on in Philadelphia. They're obviously feeling good about what they've done so far. We hear another 2,000 to 3,000 ballots they expect to count today, and they're obviously a little bit stung about some of the accusations of malfeasance that have been leveled by the Trump campaign. Let me bring in Chuck and Kate Snow as well. I get that right? 2,000 to 3,000 is what you said.
That's what I heard, yep.
And then 40,000 others, which would include provisional ballots.
Right, provisional ballots, also military overseas ballots, and any ballot that has some reason for review. She said are in that 40,000 bucket that they won't get to for several days, she said.
Those are the type of ballots that you almost have to deal with individually, you know, because some of them, why would there be a provisional ballot? Let me give you an easy example. You got your mail, you got your mail-in ballot, and then maybe you thought, I'm not going to put it in the mail. You were told if you brought your mail ballot in, you turned it in, then you could vote, no problem. If you said, hey, I requested a mail ballot, but I don't have it, then they said you have to fill out a provisional ballot, and they just got to double check to make sure you didn't try to double vote. I mean, that is
one of the safeguards.
Yeah. It's one of the safeguards, and many of these, you know, many of these states have individual barcodes, so that literally you're a barcode, and they'll know immediately. They'll be able to find out pretty fast whether you essentially checked in twice.
All right,
but it takes time.
But that takes time. You have to individually deal with it.
2,000 to 3,000 votes. How have the Philadelphia votes been breaking?
Right here, I'll show you in Philly right now. They've been breaking on the vote by mail. Been breaking greater than what he called here. So you know, let's if it's 2,000 to 3,000, you know, that means he's going to net anywhere from 1,000 to 1,200 votes to his lead here. We do. It's interesting. We don't, and so in those other 40,000, we don't know how many of them end up being actual ballots. Let's say half of them are tossed. That's another 20. You know, so that's a long way to go there. The suburbs, our estimates are another 15,000 to 20,000 ballots. But honestly, you know, we had this estimate that it was 20,000 in Philadelphia. Well, it turned out it's 2,000 to 3,000 plus this 40. I'm guessing somebody estimated that there'll be 20,000 more when all is said and done, but they were making their own sort of shorthand estimate on how many of those 40,000 provisionals would actually get counted. The point is this, the question is, will Joe Biden be able to get a lead that's outside of the recount provision, 0.5%? I don't know if that happens today, but the math is working in his favor. The math is not working in the president's favor. There is a big batch of ballots in Allegheny County that they won't even begin to count until 5 p.m. today. Allegheny in general was a good county for Biden, not like Philadelphia, but pretty good, 59% of the vote essentially. And on the vote by mail, he's been winning greater. And these 30,000 ballots are mail-in ballots. There actually were mail-in ballots that were printed in error, and they had to create a settlement, and these are ballots that they'll then inspect and count starting at 5 p.m. today. It was part of a sort of a settlement after a court case there brought by two local candidates. So that's another large chunk. And then we're starting to run out of ballots to count. And so we're getting close on our math, but we're not there yet.
All right, Chuck, let's find out a little bit more about that situation in Allegheny County. We'll go to Stephanie Gosk, who's in Philadelphia. What can you tell us about those ballots and that counting?
Sure, Lester. It does get a little complicated, but let me take you back to the weeks and months before the election took place. Allegheny County sent out these 29,000 mail-in ballots, but there was a printing mistake. And then they said, oh, wait, we have to reprint these and send them back out. Well, these two candidates, congressional candidates, GOP members, said, hang on a second, we're going to sue you for how you handled all this. They went to court, and they had to settle on how they were going to deal with it moving forward. And the settlement basically said, okay, you can take these ballots when they come in, these mail-in ballots, but you have to put them aside because they have to be treated differently. And you can't start counting them until 5 o'clock tonight. And the reason that they have to be treated differently is also this question of you don't want people double voting. Like, how can they ensure that the person who received this ballot didn't vote on the old ballot or whatever it might be? They have to check voter rolls. So that's why that's going to happen later, and it's also going to be slower. It's going to be slower than just these regular mail-in ballots. So if it really comes down to that count out in Allegheny County, it's going to be a couple more days at least before you get a good read of what those mail-in ballots are going to show us.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you for walking us through that. I want to go to Chris Jansing now. She's in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where we're seeing some of the passions of this uncertainty playing out there behind you. Chris?
Yeah, we have been seeing this over the course of the last couple of days. There have been rallies on both sides. These happen to be what they call the Stop the Steal. They are sort of promulgating what the president has been saying, which has been absolutely disproved, that somehow if you count a vote after Election Day, that it's fraudulent. Of course, that's not the case. They're much quieter than they have been. And then every afternoon, we've been seeing the folks on the opposite side who say just let the count continue. It does tell you a little bit, though, about the emotions that are still going on here. And I can tell you from my conversations with Democratic officials this morning who had been telling me for the last 24 hours, you wait, Joe Biden is going to go ahead in the vote count sometime in the early morning hours, that there wasn't a whole lot of sense of celebration. There was more of a sense of let's sit back, let's be calm, let's wait for this process to play out, which is just what we heard at that press conference, although there has been some pretty strong criticism of what the president has said and done, and some of the folks around the president have said and done. But bottom line is the folks I'm talking to still believe, and I just was in touch with them this morning, who have given me good information all along. They say they still think that Joe Biden can win this state by 100,000 votes. But it's not happening as quickly as they thought it might, Lester. All right,
Chris Jansing and Harrisburg with the view from there. Thank you. I want to go to Hallie Jackson now at the White House. Hallie, what are we hearing from President Trump's team today? They're obviously looking at the same numbers all of us are.
Yeah. Listen, Lester, it is a public posture of defiance, but behind the scenes, I can tell you, based on the reporting from my conversations with sources and the rest of our team's conversations as well, there is a grim understanding that is dawning of the reality of this race, that it seems to be slipping from the president's fingers, frankly, based on the numbers that we are seeing. I can tell you that people in and around the campaign are feeling deflated. Campaign staffers largely reporting to campaign headquarters in Virginia today, but frankly, without much to do, hitting refresh on the computer to see where these results are, much the same way that members of the media are on those big boards and on those maps looking as returns roll in. There is no discussion, we are told, of the president thinking about conceding this race at any point, at least not right now, with one person telling me that he is going to fight until the very last seconds. And that is the posture from the president, a fighting posture. But at the same time, there is real frustration from some allies and advisors of the president's that there is no field marshal, no field general, if you will, who is marshaling the Trump troops to be able to mount both a PR, a messaging strategy here, and a legal strategy as well. Because right now, it seems as though the path from the Trump campaign, if it's not going to go through the Electoral College, depending on how Pennsylvania goes, they're hoping it goes through the courts. That is why you are continuing to see these baseless claims of fraud being pushed by the Trump campaign, claims for which there is no evidence right now, no reports of fraud widespread, no reports of any systemic issues with the election. But right now, that is the focus publicly that the campaign is coalescing around. We should note that it's not just that the Trump team has presented no evidence to members of the media, right, or to these various states. There is no evidence in the courts and the places where this legal battle is being pushed, with lawsuits being dismissed in Georgia and Michigan for that very reason, that the judges there said there's no evidence to back up the claim from the Trump campaign that anybody is breaking the law. But that seems to be what they have left at this point, as the path simply gets narrower and narrower. At some point, Lester, I have been told over the last 36, 48 hours that the president has been extremely engaged in the vote count. He's been very engaged in where these tallies are. But at some point, there are some hard truths that will have to be delivered to the president. And I spoke with one person close to the White House who said rather sarcastically, nobody right now is willing to tell King Lear the truth about how this race is going. The president, of course, is watching the same numbers we are. We do not have an expectation that we will see him in the coming hours, at least not in the immediate afternoon. afternoon, Lester. The White House press secretary says the discussions are still happening with no decision about whether the president plans to speak publicly. If he were to, it wouldn't be until at least after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, based on what we have heard from the White House here already today, Lester.
All right. Thanks for the view there from Hallie. Clearly, this race is still on. But Chuck, very quickly, check me. Has there been an instance in the modern era where a candidate who is clearly on the losing side of the numbers refused to accept and concede? I'm putting you on the spot.
Al Gore made a call and then reversed it.
Look, there's plenty of Georgia Republicans who believe Stacey Abrams never conceded in the 2018 Senate gubernatorial race. She certainly stood down, and the question is semantics. I don't think she's ever accepted that she lost that race.
Presidential election?
But not in a presidential, no. I mean, I think Herbert Hoover didn't speak to FDR when they rode down to the Capitol. I think and Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower might not have spoken. I wish we had Beschloss here right now.
Let me I hate to put you on the spot. It just dawned on me when she talked about that, and it was like, well, is that
I'm thinking back to 2000 and Al Gore making the phone call to George W. Bush and saying, I concede, and then calling back and saying, oops, no, I don't. I'm pulling it back. And then how many weeks?
But he
3
was
weeks?
watching, the numbers.
Well, and then he conceded on the night of the Supreme Court.
That's right.
The day after.
Let me bring joining in the conversation now, former Democratic Missouri Senator Claire McCaskill and conservative columnist and editor of National Review Rich Lowry. Both are NBC News political contributors. And Claire, I'll start with you. This idea that if the numbers we're seeing break one way or the other, or let's say they break for Joe Biden and Donald Trump does not concede, we've never been there. What does that put into play?
Well, I think Team Biden just moves forward behaving like a president-elect would and ignores the behavior that may be coming from the Oval Office in the coming weeks. Here's the thing. The credibility of this race is important. And I think one of the things that we need to continually point out is that 2 of these states the elections are run by Republicans, both in Nevada and in Georgia. Those are Republican secretaries of state. They are the officials responsible for the administration of the election and making sure that there is no fraud, making sure that everything is done by the book. So winning those 2 states is really important for the credibility of the results. I know he doesn't need them if we get Pennsylvania, but it still adds a certain air of credibility that the Republicans in those states say there's no fraud.
Yeah, Rich, have you played the what-if game here? If the numbers just go against the president, Joe Biden reaches 270, and the president does not concede or continues to go on the offense, what that looks like and what that means for the Republic?
Well, I don't think he's ever going to say, I lost fair and square. He'll just never say it. And he's not going away. When he's most presidents, after they lose or they've served 2 terms, there's at least a time when you don't hear from them for a while when they're out of office. That is not going to apply here, obviously. And I think he very well may be thinking of running in 2024, and it'll help him to run as a martyr of an allegedly stolen election.
Rich, I've got to cut you off just for a second. We're going to go to Las Vegas. Clark County election officials holding a news conference now.
To use the microphones. If you're not using the microphone, I'm going to ask you to get to the microphone to ask the question. Now, starting off, I'd like to put some information out for voters to help them in
moved up his total slightly.
Joseph Glorios speaking, and for some reason we're having more audio problems coming out of there, but we've been watching the numbers in Nevada beginning to widen or break more.
Well, actually, we just got some.
You got new numbers?
Yes, Lehigh County, Allentown.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, this is Pennsylvania. Okay.
Pennsylvania, basically about another 6,000 votes. They broke 2-1 for Biden, and you can see his share went up another 0.1%.
And the difference is now 12,000.
12.3. So it's. We told you there are, of all the suburban counties, there are 2,000 to 3,000 ballots in each one of them that we expect throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, this notion, though, that I think it was Kristen Hallie was reporting that the I'm forgetting who said it now, that there could be 100,000.
Chris Jansen.
Chris
Jansen,
the Biden people still think they're going to win by 100,000 votes. Look, maybe when all the provisionals are done, I'm not going to rule that out, that math, but, you know, there's been this happy talk. Philadelphia did not come in quite as big as the Biden folks thought it was going to. It came in. He got a margin much closer to what Hillary Clinton got, which was about 40 to 50,000 less out of Philadelphia County net than what Barack Obama got in 2012. So, you know, I'll be honest. I think some of these Democratic estimates have we're all a little bullish because the reality has come in. Yes, they have all the ballots have broken big for Biden. There's just not been as many of them left that they thought.
All right, I'm going to try and re-energize the brain cells. In the meantime, we'll go back to Nevada, Clark County. Joseph
today.
Gloria.
You only saw 30,000 instead of the 51. However, the universe of ballots that I communicated yesterday is still accurate. The only thing you need to do is take it down approximately 20,500 from the 51 to the 30,000. But the 63,000 ballots that I reported yesterday are in the system in various stages. So those will still expected to be reported. Beginning today, we will begin to report our results 2 times a day. So you've already seen the update for this morning. In the afternoon, we will be putting up a fresh report on the mail ballots that have been read into the system sometime before 4 o'clock. We're required to report to the Secretary of State first. Once they've indicated to us that they've received it and it's verified, we'll be able to post on our end. So rather than giving you a specific time, I'll just tell you that it'll be sometime before 4 p.m. Now, one more time, I'd like to go through the ballots that are separate from that universe that I reported. We still have the provisional ballots. All of our laptops from Election Day have been downloaded, so all of that information is available to my staff. Today, we will start in earnest reviewing provisional ballots. There are 60,000 of those to go through in various categories. Now, I want to remind you that we have to coordinate with the Secretary of State because, again, we are not a top-down registration state. We work from the bottom up. So all 17 counties have to report to the Secretary. They still have not given me the instructions. I know that they're on the way. But at some point, they'll let us know when to send our report up, and that will be the tool that they use to match against the other 16 counties in Nevada to make sure that nobody's duplicated a vote in one county to the next, because we want to prevent that. Once we do that, we can begin to release the provisional ballots into count. However, that won't happen until the Secretary of State verifies that report. A reminder that the ID required voters, their deadline is today at 5 p.m. For those who are required to provide an ID, that has to be sent to us by 5 p.m. today. We have a cure line available at 702-455-6552, where we have staff available to assist those individuals with getting that into us. The U.S. mail update for this morning. We received 241 ballots in today's mail that will be added to that number that I'm calling my universe of ballots to be counted. It's looking pretty clear that the number of ballots is going to continue to go down. However, I wanted to ensure the general public, we have been working very close with our regional supervisor at the U.S. Postal Service, and they're doing an excellent job of reviewing all of the post stations here in Clark County. In fact, they have them sweeping regularly more than once on a daily basis, and if they identify anything that needs to be delivered to the office, they get it to our office within 3 to 4 hours. It doesn't even go to the process of having it set up for us to pick up. They're physically delivering those. So we appreciate their effort. They're making sure, just as we are, that we're counting every ballot that's eligible to be counted. So our thanks to the U.S. Postal Service locally. The cure process is another group of ballots that we need to process. They have until Thursday, the 12th of November, to cure that. My staff will not leave this facility until we've counted all of those ballots that have been identified as curable. AB 4 was very clear in the legislative special session that we have to have all ballots counted by November 12th. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Remember, you need to be at the mic. Good morning, right there.
Joseph Gloria, the registrar in Clark County, Nevada, the most populous county in Nevada, giving a bit more of a breakdown. And that offer a little more clarity, Chuck?
A little. I'll be honest.
They're going to report twice a day.
A little. We got twice a day. Look, I said we're close. The president actually just netted a little bit out of Carson City. We just got a mini report out of there, too. But he only netted about 1,000 votes, so it should have, curious to see. And so Joe Biden's lead is sitting at 20,000, but we got out of here, the president. This is a county where the Capitol is. By the way, as a kid, I always thought, why did Johnny Carson get a capital out of that? I was like 3 or 4, but I now get it. Just a little confession there. So he netted about I think 1,000 votes out of there, but still, we're pretty close here. That next batch that he's promising to come out at this point, we have already changed. We've technically changed how we've characterized Nevada. It was earlier today, based on that, we went from too close to call on its own to too close to call Joe Biden leading. And so the next batch is likely to be the most definitive batch that we review yet.
And that's the one, I think he said,
it's going to come at
4 p.m., 7 p.m. Eastern time. So we'll, of course, watch for that. Also keeping our eye on Pennsylvania, I want to bring in Democratic Senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
I don't know if you were able to hear the briefing just a short time ago in Philadelphia on the count there, but they seem to be making progress. What's your assessment as to where your state is and when we'll have some resolution?
Well, thanks, Lester. Obviously, Joe Biden's ahead, and right around 10,000, I guess it is. I haven't been able to look the last number of minutes, but he's ahead. I think by in the next day or so, when we have a more complete count, there'll be a number that probably is in the double-figure thousands. But ultimately, the best assessment that I've seen is that it'll be 100,000 vote margin. When I'd say ultimately, I mean when there's an official count that is the predicate for certification.
So,
but that's going to probably take 2 weeks to have that completed, because you've got, according to the York Daily Record, 92,500 provisional ballots in the state. So that's a big number.
We've watched in some of our reporting from Pennsylvania, there are supporters of the president who are out raising concerns about malfeasance in terms of the election count. Are you worried that we could see Joe Biden, cross over the 270 finish line and become perhaps the next president? Are you worried, though, about the lingering aftertaste of this if the president continues to push this idea that something's amiss?
Well, look, the president's been engaged in this kind of conduct and making these kinds of statements for a long time. He lies all the time. He has asked, has continually raised questions about mail-in ballots in our system of voting. He's kind of a one-man underminer of democracy, and when he does that, he hurts our national security. However, despite all that, despite intimidation tactics and everything the president said and did the last number of months, people voted in record numbers. Joe Biden's going to be the president of the United States because he will have won the Electoral College. And at some point, Lester, the Constitution marches forward, and the president's got to decide whether he stands in front of the Constitution and gets steamrolled by it, or whether he accepts the will of the people. That's his decision, but he's not going to prevail.
All right. Senator Bob Casey, great to have you on. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Kristen Welker is at Joe Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. What's the situation there right now, Kristen?
Well, Lester, campaign officials telling me they are elated and increasingly confident that Joe Biden will, in fact, prevail in this race. We are told that there has really been a celebratory atmosphere throughout the day. In fact, in the morning call with campaign officials, one top official said, "We did it." Now, there are a number of those close to the vice president within the campaign are saying, let's not get too excited until we have the final call. And in fact, the vice president himself, we are told, watching this very patiently. patiently, and he sort of has the perspective that he has wanted to and tried to run for president over the past 30-some years, so what is waiting another few hours? The Biden campaign striking a quite defiant note, though, as it relates to what you were just talking about with Senator Casey and what you all have been talking about there at the set. The fact that President Trump is signaling that he is not going to concede, at least he's not going to do it easily. Here's what one Biden official said on the record. This is from Andrew Bates, who's the Biden campaign spokesperson. Quote, as we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. So that gives you a sense of how they are approaching what we are hearing from President Trump. And I can tell you inside Biden world, there is some concern, but it's not going to prevent the vice president, if and when there is a call, from addressing the nation. That is something that could happen in prime time, I'm told. And let me just set the scene here for you. We are here at the convention center where Biden spoke Tuesday into Wednesday. And I can tell you that there have been signs of life over the past 24 hours. There have been mic checks that have been going on, tinkering with the stage going on, and now more cars, in fact. Lester, as you know, the drive-in rally has been a real signature for the Biden campaign. So now more cars in the parking lot. So it feels like they are preparing for something to happen. We are also told just moments ago that Senator Harris, if and when the vice president speaks, will speak as well. She, of course, will make history if this race is called for the Biden ticket, because she would be the first black female vice president-elect. So they are preparing for something big here, and they continue to be defiant in the face of the president trying to claim that there has been voter fraud. But again, stressing that Vice President Biden has been very clear. He believes every vote needs to be counted, and he doesn't want to celebrate until there is a conclusion to this race, Lester.
All right, Kristen, thank you. We're going to go back to Nevada now, where officials just said they have 63,000 ballots yet to be counted. NBC's Jacob Soboroff was at that Clark County press conference. What more can you tell us about what they're expecting in Nevada?
Hey, Lester. So the press conference is ongoing right now. Same gentleman we heard from yesterday, Joe Gloria, who yesterday had told us we were going to have 51,000 ballots today, released today. And this morning, there was a little confusion because there were only around 30,000 ballots that were released in that updated total that increased Joe Biden's lead here in the state to, I believe, around 21,000. Well, turns out that was an erroneous number that was given out by the registrar here yesterday. That will be the total number for this morning, the 30,000 ballots. There are still overall 63,000 outstanding. The change here today is that we will get a second report. So far during this process, they've only reported one new ballot dump, for lack of a better term, a day. We're going to get a second one today before 4 o'clock local time, 7 p.m. On the East Coast. And again, there has been some criticism here that for a state that is so consequential, things have been moving relatively slowly. And if I can, just like we did yesterday, Lester, I just want to show you that in the area where the ballot scanner machines are right now, and they are those white things, they look kind of like big printers. Over there, there's another one. These are election observers in the foreground here. Hi, how are you? It doesn't appear that they're actually doing any scanning of the ballots right now. So I don't know if it's a volume issue, a processing issue, that they're not able to go as fast as they would like to. But the reality is, with all of these outstanding ballots, and I'm talking about the mail-in ballots, not even the provisional ballots, that goes beyond the 63,000 number. There are still a lot of ballots to count here because of a staff error. We were told we were going to get 51,000 this morning. It turns out we only ended up getting in the 30,000 neighborhood. But Joe Gloria, the registrar, is continuing his briefing right now, and we hope to continue to get some more information. And we know at least by 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a second round of new data coming out of here in Clark County, where Nevada is. All right, Jacob, thanks for walking us through all that. John Ralston's been covering Nevada politics for a very long time, lately for the Nevada Independent. He joins us now. John, what's your understanding of the confusion there between that 51,000 versus 30,000?
Well, my understanding, Lester, is, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds here, is there's essentially a difference between ballots and cards. Some ballots are longer than others, and they erroneously gave out a number of how many cards there were and not ballots. I have to tell you, as I've been saying here all week, I have great respect for Joe Gloria and the people who run these elections here, but there's clearly been just bad communications, and it allowed the Republicans to raise questions and allowed us in the media to say what the heck is going on. But it looks like they fixed everything now, and I'm glad they're going to be doing 2 reports a day, Lester. But the big news, of course, is what those 30,000 ballots showed, which is what I've been saying, as you know, Lester, that the Democrats won the mail consistently by 2-1 in Clark County. Most of the ballots that are left are in Clark County. Biden's lead has essentially doubled today. The mail ballots essentially showed 2-1 today. They showed the same thing yesterday. And despite what Chuck Tentative Todd is saying, Nevada is over.
Hey, buddy.
You deserve a response.
Look, man, we're not at that 99.5. And, at the end of the day, with a lot of scrutiny that we're all under these days, John, I think you know the cautious nature. And I really think, frankly, we've seen this with all of the folks that not just run election desks, but I'm talking about the folks counting the ballots. There's an extra methodical, deliberate nature. Tell me what's going on in Reno, where there's just not much left out of Washoe County?
Yeah, there's a few hundred ballots that came out today, Chuck, that were updated in that total, and Biden won by a little bit. And you know Nevada as well as anyone who doesn't live here. Chuck, Washoe has been the key in the last few elections here, in the sense that it used to be a Republican county, but now the Democrats are consistently winning here. Hillary Clinton won by about 2,700 votes. Biden has even a bigger lead, as you can see right there, and both Governor Sisolak and Senator Rosen, who were supposedly in very tight races last cycle, both won Washoe County, and that extended their margin. So there's not enough votes left in Washoe to really move the needle that much, not enough left in the rurals either, Chuck. And so all those votes that are left are in Clark County. There's no reason to believe that Biden isn't going to win the rest of those mail ballots by close to 2-1. And then there's about 60,000 or so, I think, provisional ballots, most of which probably will count. These are same-day registrants who got provisional ballots. That was a new law that was passed. The same-day registration ballots in Clark County before now have been pretty even. The Republicans have done a pretty good job, but they have to do much better than even among those. So unless there's something really anomalous going on, there's no way that Trump does anything but lose votes here from now on.
Hey, John, I know when all is said and done, it looks like the margin for Joe Biden is going to look not that dissimilar to what Hillary Clinton got. What'd you learn over the last 4 years? What changed and what didn't?
Well, it's interesting because not a lot really has changed. And you just said it yourself, Chuck. It looks like, again, if the progression continues, that Joe Biden will win the state by about the same margin as Hillary Clinton, about 2.5 percentage points. Now, the Republicans have been doing this since 2008. They've been trying to, figure out how to unlock the Clark County key, which has been everything for the Democrats. As you know, early voting here is usually 2/3 of the vote. The Democrats build up a huge bank of votes, and there's not enough votes left on Election Day. The Republicans thought they had a plan this time that was going to pay off, but it was, especially with what the president and his campaign have been doing, it was reliant on them being slightly ahead on election night. That did not happen. That's when they knew or believed that they had lost the state. Chuck, we're going to have to wait for the exit polls to see if the Latino vote here was down this time, what else happened. But really, not much has changed.
No, the one thing that jumped out in the exit poll, and I'm curious of what you think a Biden administration ought to take away from them when they think about Nevada, is Nevada was one of the few battleground states that said, hey, we'd like to prioritize restarting the economy over containing the virus. Only Ohio was the only other battleground state that I think chose economy over the virus, which to me actually made a lot of sense. What should a Biden, if it indeed is a Biden White House, how should a Biden White House think about this balance that Nevada voters seem to be concerned about?
You know, Chuck, the way you just framed that, and you see those polling results up there, is the key question for Nevada. The Republicans tried to change that perception here by essentially saying, look, they didn't do what you just said. The governor, who was a Democrat, didn't restart the economy. Steve Sisolak essentially forced the casinos to shut down really early because the coronavirus was so bad here. And that was devastating to the economy because after the casinos, Chuck, there ain't much here when it comes to the economy. And so that was devastating. And so the Republicans jumped on that. They tried to substitute Sisolak for Biden on the ballot, essentially saying if you don't like what the lockdown did to the economy, then vote against Joe Biden and as a proxy for Steve Sisolak. We don't know if that worked, but it was a pretty smart strategy, if you ask me, Chuck. But it's much more nuanced than that, right? Things have been opening up here for quite some time. But there's a lot of people out of work, Chuck, and the unemployment system here has been dysfunctional, so there's a lot of anger. How much that played into this? Again, we have some exit polling data. I want to wait a little bit longer to see how that.
All right, gentlemen, thank you, John. Hallie Jackson at the White House right now. Hallie, you've got some new information.
Well, I want to answer some of the questions, Lester, that you and the panelists have been talking about here regarding the idea of where President Trump's head is at as we look at this race and where things stand currently. And there was this question, right, of if it continues to move in the direction that it's headed in Pennsylvania, and again, NBC News has not called this race. It is still obviously still very active. Would the president concede this? Let me just make a couple of points here. Remember, conceding, that is not a statutory or constitutional mandate. That is a tradition. It is not a requirement by law, Lester. So the one thing we know about this president, he does not hold tradition in high regard in many instances. So there is no indication that he would do so, at least until, according to our sources, after the recounts, the canvassing, the certifications have been completed. The latest deadline for that, I believe, in the 5 states that are still outstanding is December 1st. And I think that's the Wisconsin certification. So there is sort of that piece of things at play here. But I also want to point to, if past is precedent, right, and if the president's past actions provide a roadmap of where he goes from here, I want to flash you back to what was happening at the end of 2016 and early 2017. After Donald Trump had already locked up the Electoral College, he was already president-elect, he was inaugurated, he was president, he still insisted that the popular vote count was not valid, making back then even fraudulent claims of voter irregularity, going so far as to create, do you remember this? The Voter Commission, a presidential commission on election integrity. It ultimately found nothing untoward. It disbanded, I think, in 2018. But even as recently as last year, Chuck, the president was still telling you in that interview you conducted with Meet the Press that he felt like there was still concerns or that it was not accurate, the popular vote count. And I think that speaks to the president's ability to hold on to what he sees as something unfair, his sort of aggrieved sense of things. And so I don't think there is any indication that that is changing in the next couple of months, if in fact this moves in that direction.
Let me take you back. You went back to 16. I'm going to take you back earlier that year. The Iowa caucuses. That's first time Donald Trump ever faced any set of voters were the Iowa caucuses. He lost. And I just went back to remind, I know what my memory was, but went back to all the headlines were when the Donald Trump side, Donald Trump claims Ted Cruz stole Iowa caucuses with calls. So this is there is a pattern here. When he doesn't, and in fact, I think he lost the Wisconsin primary, also was a big moment. And again, he accused, because everybody piled on him and everybody sort of rallied around him. So he has never accepted any loss as legitimate. He didn't accept the Iowa caucuses as legitimate. He didn't accept, I believe, was it the Wisconsin primary, Indiana primary? My memory is a little foggy right now. He didn't accept the popular vote, as Hallie pointed out. And so history says he's not going to accept this, no matter what it is.
There's been a video that's been going viral on social media. I think it was last night. Hillary Clinton in one of the debates making this point to the president back in 2016 when they were debating, saying, you're the person that has, she repeated several instances of the president sticking to his ground.
What's worth noting is that we're talking about it.
Well, and it's Rich Lowry, I thought, pointed out really well. He said he quoted his own column from like 4 years. Like, Donald Trump's pattern is, Donald Trump admitted, yes, I whine sometimes. I whine till I win, was the quote, I think, that Rich Lowry was paraphrasing there. This Donald Trump's entire career, he has found success basically denying reality.
Well, Hallie, what about
he
that?
Has bent the will sometimes of an alternative reality into his reality.
But Hallie, if you're still with us, I mean, we're looking at this Pennsylvania numbers. As you know, we have not called them, but a lot of folks may see the handwriting on the wall. How does the Trump campaign see a path? All right, so you complained about illegal voting. Do they honestly see a way to figure out a win that defies whatever that ultimate electoral vote number is?
I will tell you, Lester, based on my conversations over the past, few hours since the Pennsylvania numbers started coming in increasingly for Joe Biden this morning, I cannot confidently stand here and say that the campaign overall honestly, truly sees a path right now in Pennsylvania based on the the ballot numbers that are coming in. What I will say is that I do think that they are gearing up for this legal fight, this legal strategy moving forward, specifically in Pennsylvania, and specifically related to the case that is already in front of the Supreme Court regarding late arriving mail-in ballots. That is where a lot of the focus is right now, because if they're not going to get there based on the count as it stands now, they're hoping to get there based on the courts. But I will say there is real consternation and real frustration and concern that legal strategy is frankly a bit of a mess at the moment. There are those in the president's orbit who are allies, advisors, who are very concerned that there is not clear leadership on that front, that there is not somebody who is acting like, the Ted Olson, if you will, back in 2000 in Florida to try to mount a concerted, clear legal effort on behalf of the Trump campaign. Partly the framing of that, right, to compare what's happening in Pennsylvania to what's happening in Florida is intended to give the Trump campaign an air of legitimacy that doesn't seem to exist based on the legal challenges they've put forward so far, with judges dismissing cases that have already been filed because there's just not evidence to back up what the Trump campaign is saying. I'll also note that, Lester, you and I were talking, 24 hours ago about the lawsuit being threatened to be filed in Nevada. That actually hasn't materialized yet, right? That has not been formally filed by the Trump campaign. These are threats that we are seeing. There is that threat for the Wisconsin recount and others. But at this point, not clear how that legal strategy moves forward for President Trump.
All right, Hallie, thanks. And you kind of teed us up to where we want to go next. Let's take a closer look at the legal questions surrounding this election now with Justice correspondent Pete Williams and Ned Foley, an expert in constitutional law and the director of the election law program at Ohio State University. First to you, Pete. What is the status of that Pennsylvania suit about late arriving ballots?
So I will admit that Professor Foley and I talk about 25 times a day, probably more than he would like to answer my phone calls. But as I see it, there are basically only two kinds of lawsuits currently active that could actually affect the vote total. Now, the first one is the one that Hallie was just talking about, the lawsuit in the Supreme Court challenging the state Supreme Court's decision to extend the deadline for mail ballots until Friday. How much of a difference might that make? We can't say until we know how many mail ballots actually came in between 8 o'clock on Tuesday night and Friday at 5 p.m. So that could be important, maybe not. We'll see how many votes there are. The question is, was the state Supreme Court able to do that, to extend the deadline, or can that be only done by the legislature? That's the legal question. The other kind of lawsuit that could affect the vote total is in state court in Pennsylvania. And here's the issue. In some counties, at least two counties that we know of, Montgomery County and Northampton County, the officials gave mail voters a chance to come in and fix their ballots if they had a problem with them. If they left off a date, there was some technical problem, they could fix the ballot or cast a provisional ballot. The Republicans say you can't do that under state law. State law doesn't allow that. The Democrats say, well, state law doesn't specifically allow it, but it doesn't specifically prohibit it either. So that's a legal question for the state courts in Pennsylvania to decide. It does seem to me that lawsuit, while the Supreme Court lawsuit could look back at the votes that were cast in that extended period, these state court lawsuits are only forward-looking. If the courts say, yep, you're right, you can't let people cast a provisional ballot, they would have to stop counting any ballots that they knew of were in that category. But they'll undoubtedly cast a lot of ballots already, and you can't go back and now try to fish them out and figure out which ones they were or who they voted for. And then in Nevada, that's the only other state where there's any active litigation right now, and it's a lawsuit filed by two candidates for Congress who say that in Clark County they should stop using automated equipment to compare the signatures on mail ballots to what's on file. And again, that is also forward-looking because it wouldn't affect any ballots that were already screened. So there are only two states right now, Lester, in which there's active litigation.
And Professor Foley, in any of those cases, would you see a potential major change in the vote totals as we will have known them?
No, I don't see that. It doesn't seem to me that the litigation really is likely to affect the outcome in either of those states.
And so what are the, Hallie raised the issue of there doesn't seem to be a clear-cut legal strategy for the Trump campaign in terms of the nature of the kind of lawsuits. Do they feel scattershot? Is it important that they come up with a kind of a broader strategy?
Yeah, I think in this kind of litigation involving recounts or fights over the counting of votes, you often see litigation filed even if it doesn't have merit, because the candidate that's behind needs to do something, otherwise they're going to stay behind. But often these lawsuits just end up just going away because they lack merit.
All right, Professor Foley and Pete, thank you very much. And Chuck, you had something you want to...
Well, what I have is a perfect example as to why the Biden folks have so much confidence, why we believe when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden's lead continues to expand in Pennsylvania. I want to point out, we just got some numbers out of Crawford County. Crawford County in the Erie, Pennsylvania media market, county just below here. You can see Donald Trump. It's a good, strong performance for him, 68%. We just got 4,400 vote by mail ballots in here. Joe Biden won 61% of the 4,000 mail-in ballots we just added into here. And Donald Trump won about 37% of them. The point is that we were telling you, all the vote by mail, it didn't matter where vote by mail came from, if it came from a red county or it all leaned heavily Joe Biden. So here is a county where he will overall barely top 30% of the vote. And yet, just now, when he won this most recent one, all of the vote by mail. I mean, we just basically had Republicans voted in person, Democrats voted by mail, and it's just a perfect example of why all of this vote did this sort of. This is a case, the red mirage, and then.
Right. So at the end of the day, did the Trump campaign do itself a disservice by talking down early voting? I mean,
well, no, because their turnout came out. They're gonna get more people to vote in Pennsylvania this time than they did 4 years ago. No, what I would say is we did a disservice to the American people because we're sitting here, and I think Trump supporters sit there and say, and I've heard from them, I've heard from some acquaintances in Pennsylvania who are Trump supporters who sit there and say, the Democrats are stealing this. And I said, no, this is how it works. The law stated they couldn't start counting the vote by mail until election day itself. So I'm really sorry that the Republican legislature here and the Democratic administration in Pennsylvania could not figure out how to do this the way the state of Florida does it, the way the state of North Carolina does it, the way plenty of other, the state of Texas does it, because this has created this illusion of whatever it is, the blue fade or the red mirage or whatever sort of ridiculous red-blue term you want to use for this. These votes count the same whether they were cast in person or cast in the mail, and unfortunately, the way the vote counting process, the way the state of Pennsylvania was forced to do this, it has created this. So that's the part of this, frankly, if you're asking me, I mean, there's no difference. The president did a great turnout. Joe Biden did a good turnout. I think we're going to find out he could have done better over here in turnout in some of the Democratic strongholds, but he did good enough. But that's what we're seeing here anyway. It's just an explanation of why the vote by mail, it didn't matter if it came from a solid red county. The vote by mail has been Biden heavy. And
at the risk of stating the obvious, let's just remember we're in a pandemic, right? So people voted by mail who were concerned about going in person and being exposed to the coronavirus.
I stood in a line for 3 hours long and really worried about that distance.
Or they voted early. And that group of people tended, unfortunately, masks became politicized. Yeah. The pandemic became politicized. So people who voted early, even in red Pennsylvania, tended to be people that were concerned and mask wearing, and those tended to skew Democrat. And we saw in the polling, I just discussed with John Ralston, basically, it was mostly Democratic voters
who picked containing the virus, and it was mostly Republican voters. I mean, in that sense, the president successfully, you could say his message was successful, at least for the people that supported him, did seem to align with him on what balance to strike between the virus and the economy. By the way, what does this mean overall? So here in a red county, right, if you're the Trump campaign and you think, oh, good, and Biden's lead grew, right? Like at the end of the day, his lead is now over 13,000, thanks to Crawford County, a county that Donald Trump won with 68%.
All right, we need to go back to the White House and Hallie Jackson. I understand we're getting some communication from the president.
We are. A new statement from President Trump, Lester, is on past by the campaign. I'm going to read it to you in full, so forgive me as I look on the phone. I'm not sure if we'd have time to make a graphic yet. This is literally just coming into us, but it's from President Trump, and he says the following, quote, he says, we believe the American people deserve to have full transparency into all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. The president continues that this is about the integrity of our entire election process. And I'm quoting here. He says, from the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted and all illegal ballots should not be counted. Yet we've met resistance for this basic principle by Democrats at every turn. The president wraps up his statement by saying, we will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government, saying, I will never give up fighting for you and our nation. And again, that is the statement that is just coming into us from President Trump as we are seeing this race in Pennsylvania. Watching those numbers obviously give Joe Biden a lead. NBC News has not called that race. A couple of things here based on this statement. Number one, that the president indicates that he's going to continue to pursue this process through every aspect of the law. That backs up to me on the record what we have been reporting now for the last several hours, which is that the president will continue to fight and that their legal strategy, their strategy overall now runs through the courts as far as the president's path to push forward. I have to note, too, while the president says that this is about the integrity of our entire election process, it bears repeating. There is no evidence of widespread fraud in this election. There are no reports of widespread fraud. There are no reports of any systemic issues with the election process as it has been conducted. This election has proceeded as expected, with a lot of ballots taking a long time to count, partly because there were so many mail-in ballots because of course, the pandemic that Kate just referenced. This is proceeding as expected. What is notable about this statement, you can't see it, it is, in sentence format, in the punctuation is there, and I say that because the last statement we heard from the president yesterday was, you know this, Chuck, it was about 2 sentences, all caps. It felt very much like it was the president's voice. It was very characteristic of what we've seen from the president on Twitter and elsewhere. I am just telling you, based on 5 years covering this president, this statement is somewhat out of character from the president and the statements that we have seen him make, on air and on Twitter, particularly as it relates to this election process. I have to say that there are Republicans, Lester, who are saying, Mitt Romney, for example, is out with a statement basically saying, listen, go to court, right? If you take the legal, do the legal things that you think you need to do if it is sort of confined to the bounds of the law and what is allowable, if you want to continue to fight that. What the concern is, and what Senator Romney and others are saying now, some in the Republican circles, is don't spread widespread, baseless, incorrect, false, inaccurate claims of voter fraud, because that is actually what's undermining the integrity of this election.
Yeah, I'm reading it here. It's carefully worded, and it doesn't make any specific allegations. It just gives you the sense that something is wrong. And if I read this in a vacuum, I'd say this is someone trying to make an appeal for election reform,
or someone preparing to accept something that's inevitable. I mean, look, Hallie, this does not sound like the Donald Trump of just 6 hours ago. How about that?
Because there's no specific.
There's no specific, and he doesn't seem to be alleging anything here. It's careful. Now, look, should be two motivations here. If he wants to find more fellow Republicans to have his back, he needs to not say as many outlandish wrong things. A statement like this is something that a Pat Toomey can get. There's nothing in here that Pat Toomey could object to. There's nothing in here that Mitt Romney could object to. There's nothing in here that Mitch McConnell could object to.
There's almost nothing in there that Democrats could object to, because he's saying count all the legally cast votes, which I think every single American would support.
That's right. And it's interesting. It means somebody got him to sign off on this, which is which one might argue is the beginning. You want to talk about the different steps of acceptance there. That might be we're in a step of acceptance.
We want to bring into this conversation NBC News political analyst and conservative host, The Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, Hugh Hewitt, and former press secretary to President Obama, NBC News political analyst Robert Gibbs. Hugh, first, join this conversation, if you will. I don't know if you heard the entire statement from the president, but it does not make specific allegations of election fraud, like some of what we heard from the president earlier, and reads more as an aspiration for a better election system. What's your read? Is the president now preparing for a graceful way to exit some of his allegations?
I don't know. Allegations are not evidence, and evidence is not a verdict. And I think he realizes, as most of his supporters realize, you've got to actually have a narrative and an allegation backed up by evidence to move forward in the court. I have been going back and consulting, oddly enough, with a couple of Nixon historians about President Nixon's decision in 1960 not to contest the election. He made that decision, they tell me, after he reached the conclusion that to go further with a recall, it had begun, or a recount in Illinois, that it would injure his future more than it would help it. And he thought, I'm going to live to fight another day. If the president is looking forward, as some people have already talked about, to 2024, if he's worried about his family's future political fortunes, that may be figuring into the dialing back of the rhetoric. There's also the reality. He needs there are 4 battlegrounds. He needs 3 wins. Before you get to 3, you got to get to 1. There is a recount underway in Georgia, which will matter quite a lot. He's done a lot for the Republican Party in this election. He got 70 million votes. He's won big gains, or he's led to wins in the House, probably in the Senate, in the state legislatures. He got a governorship. Right now, the party is very happy with him. And so I think there is a balancing act going on. What helps the president and the party that he leads the most? If you can get 1 win somewhere, pull back to full mode, like Chuck was saying. I applaud, though, the way you've read it is exactly how I heard it, and how 70 million Trump voters heard it, that's not unreasonable. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and Robert, does this pave the way? Do you see a conversation between Joe Biden and President Trump before this day is over?
We may very well be heading toward that, Lester. I think as you see Pennsylvania getting farther and farther away from President Trump and closer to a president-elect Joe Biden, I think that's certainly in the offing. And I agree with both what Chuck and Hugh have said here. I think for Chuck saying this is about making sure that the Republican Party is surrounding you and not walking away from your statements. And I agree with Hugh that this may be about preserving your standing for another day. And I think it's an interesting development. I think it will be interesting more so to compare it if we see President Trump today. Do we hear the audibilization of a written statement, which is easier to deliver something like this in a written form, than if we see him on camera? Is he back to what we saw last night and everyone cut away from? Or does he maintain where he is in this statement?
Do you sense that there's this consternation in the White House right now over this very issue of how to communicate, how to express, worry about the election without burning down the House?
I would certainly think so, because I think you're preserving you're preserving 2 things, right? You are preserving for the president his reputation and his future standing. And as you said, there's no reason Republicans wouldn't be very happy with what happened broadly on election night just a few nights ago. But I think also, somebody clearly has talked to him about what the country is in need of and what the office of president is in need of. And those are really important things for the continuation of our democracy in our country.
And Hugh, this is a president who never apologizes and never backs down, and to his supporters, that's the root of his strength. In this circumstances, what will his final message be if he confronts a loss? What would you expect to hear from him? Would it be something that we would normally think of as a concession, or will he find another way?
I think you'll find another way, Lester. Making America great again can be a part of many different messages. If he decides to exit because he can't get one win somewhere, which would lead to the second win to the third, I expect him to say what Richard Nixon said in 1960, and they were friends, by the way. They were good friends. They saw each other around New York, and if Nixon were alive, he'd say to him, find a defensible line, retreat to it, and save up your powder and glory in making the Republican Party a majority in the Senate, which I think is likely to happen. Push on with every recount, demand that recounts be fair and full, but avoid giving in to the 10%. There's a bell curve in everything. There's a bell curve in the people who voted for Donald Trump as well. The 10%, the farthest, a hardcore right wing, want him to go to the state legislatures and have them overrule the popular vote. That's crazy. That's as radical as court packing. And the Republican Party is not a radical party. It's a party of the rule of law. So I think if he wants to play to the middle of his bell curve within the Republican Party, he finds a way to say, we are going to retreat to defensible lines and continue to make America great again through the Senate and through the House. And I'll be seeing you on the campaign trail at my rallies for the next 10 years.
All right. You?
10.
Lester.
Grover Cleveland.
Just a data point for you. I've been watching both the official President Trump Twitter page and Donald J. Trump's Twitter page. Neither of them have provided this statement that we've been showing. So, in other words, the president has not tweeted the statement that we're reading that's attributed to him. He has not owned that on his Twitter page.
Maybe his phone's charging.
Maybe he's busy. An hour ago, he was still talking about missing military ballots in Georgia.
And I'll just briefly read it again if you're just joining us and help you understand the conversation. Statement from the president a short while ago. He says, we believe the American people deserve to have full transparency into all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. This is about the integrity of the entire election process. From the beginning, we have said that all legal ballots must be counted and all illegal ballots should not be counted. Yet we have met resistance to this basic principle by Democrats at every turn. We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee that the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation. President Donald J. Trump. So that you could read a number of ways, certainly as a potential graceful off-ramp to some of the more inflammatory statements and preparing for what comes next. So we will reset here. Our special Decision 2020 coverage continues. We want to take a quick look at where we stand at this moment. We're closely watching 4 key states that have yet to be called, but where Joe Biden is holding a narrow lead as vote counting continues. Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Joe Biden currently has 253 electoral votes based on the races that we have called. So a win in Pennsylvania alone with its 20 electoral votes would put him over the required 270 and make him president-elect. Donald Trump, with 214 electoral votes, has a much more difficult path, as you've been hearing. He cannot win without Pennsylvania, even if he manages to win all 3 of those other states. So he's got a very narrow working space right now. I want to go to Kristen Welker. She is at Joe Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. You've been noting that they are feeling very good, very optimistic, but this is not a done deal yet, Kristen.
This is not a done deal, Lester. You're absolutely right. And I heard you talking about the possibility of a concession call. I can tell you, based on my conversations, Vice President Joe Biden's not going to wait for that before addressing the nation if there is, in fact, an official call in this race. Now, we have been told that he is watching these returns. He's feeling quite confident, and we heard that in his remarks yesterday. When he spoke for about 2 minutes. He reiterated he wants to see every vote counted, but he was quite bullish. He said he believes once that happens, he and Senator Harris will prevail in this race. Now, if and when we do hear from Vice President Biden, we're told that we'll also hear from Senator Harris. What will their tone be? Well, according to one advisor, he is going to talk about healing, unity, and coming together as a nation. Really the themes that have governed his entire campaign. But it's also significant because what we are seeing play out is such a sharply divided nation. The margins, as we've talked about over and over again have just been so close in each of these key battleground states. And so he knows that if he is, in fact, the person who winds up winning this race, that is going to be his first and arguably one of his toughest challenges, to try to bring this country together. And he talked about that. He said, look, I'm not naive. I know that it's an uphill battle, but it is something that needs to be tackled. In terms of the rhetoric that we're hearing from President Trump, that official statement went out. I think Kate's right. Let's see what he has to say on Twitter. But the Biden campaign, and I'll just remind everyone, has been quite defiant, releasing a statement saying, as we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Lester.
All right. Thank you, Kristen Welker, for that. Peter Alexander is at the White House, and we got the statement from the president just a short time ago. Peter, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Lester, that's right. You know, it's notable as you saw that statement from the president today, just how different it was from what we heard from him publicly yesterday in the briefing room, where he was making those false claims without evidence of widespread voter fraud, claims that even members of his own party pushed back on yesterday, calling them inflammatory and dangerous. And then this new statement from the president that really doesn't sound a lot like his voice, very different, saying this is a much bigger issue, an issue of transparency, an issue not about any single election, about our election system at large, saying that he would continue this fight to the very end for you, as he describes, and for the American people at large. You know, one thing I'm struck by as we continue to have these conversations right now is, for the moment, of course, President Trump is the president. 75 more days until the inauguration. Whether or not he wins, that remains to be seen. But in conversations I've had with some White House officials in recent days, as they anticipated this could be a protracted process, they said they were advising the president that they wanted him to be more public, that he should be more public, demonstrating his responsibilities in the role, that he was still working on behalf of the American people. But to be totally clear, there has not been one public item on his schedule since his remarks late election night. So now, for approaching 3 full days, the best of our knowledge, it's been mostly waiting, watching television, and fuming in a series of tweets and other ways. Compare that to Joe Biden right now, who, as we reported just yesterday, had a coronavirus briefing before he made his public statements. Here, to the best of our knowledge, the president hasn't had a formal briefing of that kind in a significant period of time, even as the coronavirus pandemic grows in terms of the number of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. So it does raise real questions as we talk about what the president will do in terms of the possibility of a concession. And aides tell me that that conversation hasn't taken place. They think it is way premature, as they still continue with the public message of, we're going to be defiant, we're going to fight this to the very end. Is what happens in terms of the governance of the country, what plans the president has, how he will sort of deal with those responsibilities at the very same time. Lester?
All right, good questions. All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. I want to go back to Justice Correspondent Pete Williams. We were chatting about lawsuits in Pennsylvania. You've got some new information.
Right. There's been now a ruling from an intermediate appellate court in Pennsylvania on this question about whether voters can come in and cast a provisional ballot to fix a problem with their mail ballots. Now, the state court has just said to the Secretary of State, you must order all local election officials to set aside any provisional ballots that were filed this way, any provisional ballots that were cast by mail-in voters who were given a chance to cast a provisional ballot to fix some problem with their mail-in votes. So from now on, the Secretary of State is ordered to tell the election officials they have to set any provisional ballots aside and not count them yet until the court decides whether there is a legal right to count those ballots. As I said earlier, Lester, this is the issue. The Republicans say there's no provision in state law that allows a voter to fix their ballot that way, to repair any problems in it. The Democrats say, well, the law isn't explicit. It doesn't explicitly say we can, but it doesn't explicitly say we can't. And so we think that this is consistent with letting people vote freely and fairly. So that's the question. Now, it does seem to me, Lester, that this is only going to apply from now on. because undoubtedly many counties in the state have already accepted these provisional ballots and put them into the pool of ballots that were cast, and it would be impossible now to go back and say, oops, we shouldn't have counted that ballot there. Once the ballot is separated from the envelope, you don't know who cast it, you don't know what it is. It goes into the pool. So it seems to me this is going to be forward-looking only change, that from now on they have to set any provisional ballots like that aside until the court decides whether they can be counted. And how many ballots that is, I have no clue. There's nothing in any of the court documents that would indicate what the universe of these ballots is.
All right, Pete, thanks for that update. Appreciate it. Rahima Ellis is watching the ongoing vote count in the all-important city of Philadelphia. We got an update from there about an hour or so ago. What have you learned, Rahima?
One of the things we're learning, Lester, is that they're talking about 40,000 mail ballots is what there remain to be counted here. The big question that I had for the election commissions here was how many of those mail-in ballots came in after the 8 o'clock cutoff time of Election Day, and how many were done before that. I didn't get an answer to that, so we're going to continue to pursue that because that could be significant in all of this. The courts had said that they have up until 5 o'clock today to receive those mail-in ballots, which they have set aside. Again, the question is, how many are they? Lester? All
right, Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia for us. Thanks very much. We can continue to watch all this play out. Chuck, why don't you give us one more look at the boards?
Well, look, and I'm going to do it in not dip in anything. Look, we're obviously getting pockets of mail-in ballots all day long, whatever there is from counties. And as we pointed out to you, even the red counties are coming up in Joe Biden's favor. His lead in Pennsylvania expanded just in the last hour. We are waiting for another pocket of votes out of Clark County. We expect that at 7 p.m. Eastern. It will go a long way in helping us characterize this race, perhaps for the final time in Nevada, with Joe Biden leading. It is over 90% chance that he's carrying Nevada. We're not yet at 99.5. Less clear as to the situation in Arizona, but I can tell you that so far what the president's got out of Maricopa in that first round of votes that we've seen today was not enough to overtake Joe Biden's lead. But there is some question about how many remaining ballots there are. Is there about 150,000 ballots, or is it closer to 226? That would tell you whether the president needs to win, a big majority. But those are the three places we expect to see some votes today.
Which means we're not going home. Chuck, thanks very much. Kate as well. We are going to return you now to regular programming. We will stay right here, standing by, monitoring all those very close uncalled states. We'll come back on the air immediately when there are further developments to bring you. Until then, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News. Stay close, everyone.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Glad to be with you for Decision 2020 on NBC News Now as the world watches and waits. It has been a very busy day, so let's catch you up on what we're watching right now. We've got the Trump campaign and the Biden campaign weighing their next moves. The Biden campaign is trying to figure out how to manage its excitement over a victory that it believes is imminent. The Trump campaign is trying to figure out how to manage its argument over supposed misdeeds in the election, thus far without having produced any hard evidence. Within the last hour, President Trump released a statement that reads in part, quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation," unquote. We will continue to check in on the key states where votes are being counted. We'll look in on some of the big Senate races, including the race in Arizona, which we have called for Democrat Mark Kelly. If there are any updates or projections, as we can confirm them, we will bring them to you. But our goal is not to be fast. We're trying to be right, especially at this point in the race. Do stay with our coverage on our YouTube channel, on the NBC News app, or online at NBCNewsNow.com. Let's begin with where we are on the road to 270. Joe Biden, by our count, is 17 electors away. He stands with 253 electoral votes that we can project. President Trump has 214 electoral college votes. not impossible for either candidate to win, although President Trump's paths to victory are narrower and narrower. We'll illustrate that for you in a little bit. But let's go through some of the key states that we're watching. First of all, the state of Nevada. We still characterize that as too close to call. The registrar of voters in Clark County, that's Las Vegas, says that they're going to release more vote counts at 7 p.m. Eastern time today, and then they will release 2 more vote count sets every day going forward until everything is counted. So we may have a better idea of what's going on in Nevada in about 5 hours. But for now, that race remains too close to call. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, could be the checkmate state. It's the only one that Joe Biden needs to win to clinch the White House. But as for those 20 electoral votes, that remains too close to call. And close indeed. Just 13,000 votes separate the two main candidates out of well over 6 million, more than 6.5 million that have been cast. A state appeals court has told counties to set aside provisional ballots over a lawsuit questioning whether they can be counted at all, especially if they have some issues like, say, a signature that needs to be corrected. So lots of variables to work through in Pennsylvania. We'll update you on that in a little bit, but Pennsylvania remains too close to call. Georgia is also too close to call. It's even closer. Some of us went to high schools that have more people than the difference between these candidates. Not my words. Those are the words of the elections official who told us about this today and said that almost certainly Georgia will have a recount because it's just too close. So at this point, we're leaving Georgia as too close to call. Arizona is another one of the states that we're watching, also too close to call. This one is key because most of the votes we're looking for are coming from just one county in Arizona, Maricopa County. That's where Phoenix is. Once those votes are totaled up, we may have a clear idea of whether Joe Biden can claim that state. But for now, Arizona remains too close to call. And that is why the map looks the way that it is. So big states to watch for now are Nevada, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. The paths to victory could run through any of the states that are still grayed out right now, but those are the 3 big ones, with Joe Biden ahead, just 17 electors away from the White House by our projections. And take a look at the popular vote. Donald Trump with almost 70 million votes, Joe Biden with almost 74 million. Regardless of who wins at this point, at least, Joe Biden has acquired more individual votes than any presidential candidate in American history. That's where we stand right now overall in the race. Let's get a little bit more perspective on all the states we're watching so closely. From NBC Senior Political Director Mark Murray, and also Kenneth Vogel, who covers the intersection of politics and money for the New York Times. Ken, let me start with you right now. I'm curious about what strikes you the most about what we've been learning in the last few hours.
Well, I've been talking to election lawyers, Republican election lawyers who have worked with the party, not necessarily with the Trump campaign, but are closely following a number of the lawsuits that the Trump folks are really clinging to as offering the potential to string out the process and to continue fighting, as they put it. Most of these folks are sort of realists, and they say that even if the Trump campaign and in the lawsuits in which it has intervened or brought is successful, it's probably not going to influence the margins in any of these key states. In fact, one of the big lawsuits, one of the lawsuits that has the most traction, is already before the U.S. Supreme Court, and it would actually allow the counting of ballots in Pennsylvania that were received, mail-in ballots that were received between 8 p.m. on Election Day and the end of the day today. That is actually likely to pad Joe Biden's tally more because, as we've seen, the mail ballots are breaking towards Joe Biden, and there's no reason to believe that the late arriving mail ballots would do otherwise. So they are increasingly pessimistic and increasingly hoping that there is someone who can deliver this message to the president himself in a way that he would grasp it, understand it, that these lawsuits are not the lifeline that he appears to think that they are.
Yeah, that lawsuit, the Supreme Court lawsuit, Republican Party of Pennsylvania versus Bookvar. Kathy Bookvar is the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania. Secretaries of State in states oversee a number of functions, including elections. Mark, what about you? What stands out about where we are right now?
It's just the sheer math, Joshua. And, Ken was telling you about a lot of the legal wranglings. And to me, when particularly we end up looking at Pennsylvania, this was a situation where 48 hours ago, before the mail-in ballots started to come in, before we got a good gauge of what was going on in Philadelphia, President Trump had a lead. And since this morning, and then throughout the rest of the morning and early afternoon, we have seen Joe Biden's lead continue to grow as mail-in ballots across the state come in from Pennsylvania. And Joshua, to me, you've been talking about the Keystone checkmate. Well, what we're looking for is particularly outstanding ballots in Allegheny County. That's Pittsburgh. We believe there's some 35,000 votes there. And if they come in at the rate we've seen, the share we've seen for Joe Biden versus President Trump so far, that could end up having a decisive type of figuring on the math. Now, we need to see those votes coming in. I do think that's why we've been cautious, why there has been no call from no one. But I do think that Allegheny County, and when that decides to come in, could be very consequential.
Mark, what do you make of the legal strategy from the White House right now, particularly the statement that we heard from the president basically saying that he will fight on through all legal means, basically fight on as long as it takes? At least that's the implication from what the statement said.
Yeah, I agree completely with Ken. This is all about trying to play your hand as long as possible to try to string things out. In a lot of ways, this is not all that dissimilar from the president's legal strategy when it came to impeachment and the Mueller investigation. It is very consistent with a lot of his business practices as well, too. This has been his tried and true, I think, stance when it comes to using the levers of the legal system to try to just buy yourself some time. I do think, however, that what the very difference is, at some point, we're going to run out of vote to count. And there is also going to run out of models to actually give you a path to victory. And so while there might be all those legal maneuvers to buy you time, the votes left and the math left might end up being more decisive.
Ken, while we're waiting to hear about the presidency, I'm also interested in your read on where things stand in Congress with the House and the Senate. Those Georgia Senate races have become increasingly important and gotten a whole lot of attention. We've called the Arizona race, and there's been a little bit of a shift in the House, although it looks like Democrats will still maintain control, just not by the same margin.
Yeah, it's really all about Georgia, Joshua, as you noted, those two races in the Senate races going to runoffs. It's possible. It seems unlikely that Democrats would be able to prevail in one or both. They would need to prevail in both in order to have a 50-50 split in the Senate, which is what they need to do to have control over the Senate, because Kamala Harris, presumably the vice president-elect potentially here shortly, would be the tie-breaking vote. Without those two victories and without control of the Senate, it's just going to be real tough to see a Biden agenda that embraces some of the elements that progressives were hoping that they would see from Biden having any kind of traction. Even going to be difficult for the Biden administration, potential Biden administration, to get progressive nominees confirmed by the Senate, let alone judicial nominees. I'm talking about nominees to run the government in the cabinet. So we're setting up potentially, if Georgia goes as forecasters predict, for some real gridlock here.
Mark, Kenneth, please do stick around. That's NBC senior political editor Mark Murray and Kenneth Vogel of the New York Times. Much more to discuss as the hour goes on. Margins are starting to widen in uncalled states for former Vice President Joe Biden as we await the final results. His path to 270 and the White House are looking more clear by the hour. But again, we're still looking for a few more votes. This race is far from over. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressed the state of the race this morning.
I wish we weren't wearing masks so we could see how exciting it is to come before you today with Joe Biden having the tremendous mandate that he has, and that pretty soon the hyphen will be gone from vice president to president-elect Joe Biden. It's a happy day for our country because Joe Biden is a unifier, because he is determined to bring people together, because he respects all points of view. And as he has said, I ran as a Democrat, I'll govern as president. for all of the people, whether they voted for me or not.
Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Let's go down to NBC's Ali Vitale covering the Biden campaign. She joins us now from the Biden campaign headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. Ali, what's the latest from the campaign? Any reaction, any more reaction to the state of the race, or any reaction to that statement we just got from the president?
Still a pretty jubilant vibe here. They feel they're very much on the path to 270 and that they're going to get there. So much so that even one of the more reserved members of the Biden team who I was talking to said at this point, they just view it as an eventuality. That being said, we have learned that we're going to see the Democratic ticket in prime time tonight. First, Kamala Harris will speak. Then we will hear from former Vice President Joe Biden. And it's important to note that he's not necessarily going to come out and declare victory, especially if the networks have not yet hit 270. Instead, he's going to make remarks that he believes that he's going to be the next president of the United States, and is not going to say anything that would insinuate that he believes the votes should stop being counted. They think that the vote counting should still go on. They also think that that still helps them, because if they for some reason haven't hit those margins, though they do seem to be expecting that they're going to get to 270 before this evening, if they haven't hit it yet, they still think that the vote counting is going to put them where they need to be. They look at the margins that we've seen tightening in places like Nevada and Georgia, certainly in Pennsylvania. These are the things that they thought would happen, and so they feel they're very much on their predicted path forward. It's also interesting that Kamala Harris will have time to speak tonight. It's a little bit unusual because vice presidential contenders don't typically speak on nights like this. But that being said, she is historic in the fact that she would be the first female vice president that we've ever had, the first woman of color vice president that we've ever had. And so certainly history in the making here if this ticket gets to 270. I'll say that it comes after a Democratic primary, which I covered the entirety of, where we saw more women and candidates of color running than ever before. I remember being outside Elizabeth Warren's house on the day that she dropped out, seeing moms with their daughters dropping off flowers and cards outside Warren's house and feeling really dejected, because after seeing 2018 and the Year of the Woman and the way that women helped Democrats take back the House, there was a lot of energy around the potential for another woman in this nominee slot and then potentially putting her into the White House. There was a lot of sadness when we saw that period of the primary end, but now a lot of those women are able to see that representation matters. We've seen girls dressing up as Kamala Harris in their blazers and chucks for Halloween. Clearly, this is having a cultural impact as well as the political one that we're expecting, if not tonight, then hopefully soon.
And Ali, what's your sense of the action going on at the campaign with regards to a possible transition? Clearly, they feel like it's just a matter of time before they can actually count this as a win, but they're trying not to act like it too much, even though they clearly feel that way. Are they taking any steps to kind of prep a transition?
They are, and they have been, mostly because legally they've had to set up that transition operation several months ago. But this is one of the interesting things here, because we heard them talk about the transition right when it came to fruition, because it legally had to. But then yesterday on a campaign call, we asked campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon about it, and she really dodged. She said, "I'm the campaign manager. I'm focused on the campaign." It's only interesting because they did put live a website for the transition. There's a landing page there. There's not much more to it other than the fact that it sort of plants the flag that it exists. But it's interesting that they are both talking about this as something that's an eventuality, but not fully wanting to get out there by saying, all right, we're in the swing of a transition at this point.
Thank you, Ali. That's NBC's Ali Vitale joining us now from the Biden camp in Wilmington, Delaware. We mentioned that the vote count continues in Nevada. Let's check in on that with NBC's Jolene Kent, who joins us now from North Las Vegas in Clark County. Clark County includes the Las Vegas area. Jolene, the Registrar of Voters in Clark County, Joe Gloria, gave a press conference just a few minutes ago. What kinds of updates did he have, particularly in terms of how the count's going?
So it's interesting because it sounds like a mistake was made within Clark County in terms of how many ballots they were planning to release today. I originally had talked to you yesterday about 51,000 ballots coming down the pike, right? But today they only released some 30,000 results. And the reason is they said that they miscounted the way that the ballots are organized, the ballot pages versus the actual ballots themselves. And so that's why they released fewer votes today. But Biden widening his lead lead to about 20,000 votes across Nevada. Of course, here in Clark County, there's a lot of pressure on that registrar to speed up the process, and they say they are doing it at their own pace. And that for them, again, he reiterated that accuracy is the priority. It is not about getting this done super quickly. He did say, though, he got more specific about the mail ballots, saying, look, we're probably going to have most of those counted here in Clark County by Sunday. So that was new information as well. But in terms of all the legal stuff happening on the side, you have the Trump campaign filing a letter alleging fraud in the system to the DOJ, to Attorney General Barr. And the registrar's response to that was, look, we have a lot of people who do vote from out of state because it's a large military community. People do absentee ballots. He does not see any fraud in the system. So they're sticking to their story on that front, Joshua.
As of earlier today, Pete Williams, our justice correspondent, had reported that lawsuit the Trump campaign had threatened to file, that they haven't filed it yet. There's supposed to be a hearing later on today with some Republican politicians in Nevada who have other lawsuits. Do we know whether or not the Trump campaign is actually going to go forward with that?
So there was a lawsuit filed late last night that the Trump campaign is linked to, and that was the same press conference that we reported on yesterday regarding the one voter, Jill Stokey, along with a couple of other people and some congressional campaigns alleging voter fraud, improper counting, improper ballots. That lawsuit has been filed in federal court here in Nevada. Now, the Jill Stokey case in particular, just to remind you, is about an individual who says she wanted to go vote in person, she couldn't, but then because someone had already submitted a mail ballot with her signature on it. When we asked the registrar about that particular case, about Stokey's situation, he said that he personally resolved it with her here at Clark County prior to just after that she reported that incident. And so that she declined to make a statement about the matter, and the issue was resolved in the eyes of Clark County. So we'll see how this proceeds, but certainly if you go through that lawsuit in particular, it's an interesting read, and it's certainly not perhaps your traditional lawsuit in the sense that there's pages and pages of stuff. It's relatively short. So it's an interesting case here that people are looking at, but that was, Jill Stokey did present herself at that Trump campaign presser yesterday. But it's been a very interesting situation in the sense that there's concerns about voter fraud, but the Clark County registrar is saying we don't have that evidence. We haven't been presented with any further evidence from the Trump campaign, Joshua.
And before I let you go, what's the mood like there right now? It's been kind of varying from being busy to quiet to tense to a little calmer. It looks like there are people behind you in line who are doing some work on curing their ballots if there are issues with signatures and such.
Yes. Exactly. So some of the people behind me are here to cure their ballots, take a look at that signature issue. And of course, here in Clark County, they have until November 12th to do that. But what's interesting, something that really jumps out to me, having covered presidential elections before and having gone to other registrars, is that the access into watching the vote count here in Clark County, Joshua, is not exactly very transparent. We go in for these press conferences. We're allowed to observe like the other observers are, but after a certain period of time, the journalists are moved out. And so we don't have a full picture of exactly how the count is going with our own eyes. We're going off of what the county registrar is telling us beyond what we see for, say, maybe about an hour, hour and a half at a time. And so it's an interesting dynamic because there's so few votes coming out right now, it raises more questions about the speed, about the effectiveness, about how they're going about this. So we continue to press for answers on that front. I've requested more time with the county registrar to go through some more of the details and be able to see more of what's going on for the public to see here in Nevada, Joshua.
Thank you, Joe. Much appreciated. That's NBC's Jolene Kent joining us from North Las Vegas. Let's head now to Georgia, where those races are still just about as tight as they can possibly get. NBC's Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Atlanta. Priscilla, what's the latest there, particularly with talk of a recount?
Well, Joshua, that's exactly what I was going to say. The Secretary of State is again today, signaling that we are in recount territory. These margins are very thin. We're talking about Joe Biden and Donald Trump being separated by a few thousand votes. And so it may be a while before we're able to move this race from too close to call. In terms of a timeline, candidates can request a recount if they are within 0.5% of one another, but they cannot do that until the state certifies the results. And the state of Georgia has until November 20th to actually certify these results. And then state officials tell us that if a recount is requested, they are hopeful that it may only take a week. But as we have seen, sometimes these timelines, these things can take a bit longer than folks hope. And so that is sort of the landscape that we're looking at here, where we might not have a definite answer until Thanksgiving or later, really after Thanksgiving. But as for where things stand today, the latest update we got from the Secretary of State's office is that there are around 4,000 ballots in the state that still needed to be counted. And that's in addition to some ballots that are going to be coming in from the military and folks who voted overseas today. But we are expecting another update from the Secretary of State's office at around 3 p.m. where we should get a better sense of where things stand in this afternoon. Joshua?
Priscilla, there had been a county with some discrepancy in terms of the number of ballots to account for from them. Where does that sit?
Right. So this morning, the Secretary of State said that there were around 3,500 ballots still outstanding in Gwinnett County. But what we were hearing from county officials was that that number was closer to 7,600. And so we did get some clarification from state officials on that. And to take it a step back in order to explain this, when Gwinnett County began counting up those absentee ballots, they discovered that they were having an issue with scanning some of them. The scanners were not reading some of those ballots. And so rather than stop the count, they went ahead and scanned all of the ballots and then just pulled the ones that the scanner was not reading. And they began an adjudication process yesterday where a bipartisan committee came in, reviewed those ballots, made sure that the voters' intent was properly accounted for in the vote count. And so that's where we're getting that discrepancy. The Secretary of State's office is not counting, is basically counting those ballots as having already been read, while the county is giving them a second look and updating any sort of information based on that adjudication process. But beyond that, the state numbers and the county numbers do match, so there's no sort of nefarious activity or anything like that going on there, Joshua.
And Priscilla, I would like to get an update from you about the two Georgia Senate races that are going on. We heard from the state's voting systems manager about that. Let's hear a piece of what he had to say.
I'm hearing speculation potentially about a recount in the United States Senate race involving Mr. Ossoff and Senator Perdue. That margin is so wide with the amount of available ballots out right now, there's no way the two of them could probably get to the half of one each. I mean, potentially they could, but it's very unlikely. So it would probably only be for president.
So, Priscilla, it seems like there may be some runoffs, but not necessarily a recount.
Exactly. So here in Georgia, in order to win the race outright, you had to get more than 50% of the vote. David Perdue, the Republican incumbent, was there yesterday, but overnight we saw his numbers drop below 59%. They're at 49-point-something% right now, which means that we could be headed to a runoff. Now, the reason there's not going to be a recount is because in order for a recount to happen, those candidates have to be within 0.5% of one another. And right now, there's a slightly bigger divide there between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. So they're not within a recount territory, but because neither of them has hit that 50% threshold, they could very well be headed to a runoff in January. And I should point out, NBC still has this race listed as too close to call. We have not said that it is going to a runoff yet. But we did hear Jon Ossoff come out today and essentially say we are headed towards a runoff. So he is beginning to message that. And the Perdue campaign, for their part, have not definitively said that yet. But they have said that should a runoff come, or as they put it, should this race go into overtime, they are prepared. Joshua?
Thank you, Priscilla. That's NBC's Priscilla Thompson with the latest on all of Georgia's big races from Atlanta. The biggest of the big races may be in Pennsylvania, that race for the presidency. That's where former Vice President Joe Biden has taken the lead over President Trump. Let's get the latest now from MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing. Chris, walk us through what has changed in the last 24 hours or so with regards to this race.
Well, what we've seen is actually over the last probably 36 hours, Joshua, is a tightening of this race until at about 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time. Joe Biden surpassed Donald Trump in the number of counted votes. But of course, that count continues, and an exact number on exactly how many votes are still out there isn't quite clear. But what we will say is that there was a press conference in Philadelphia a few hours ago. That, of course, is where the largest group of votes have yet to be counted. They expect to report another 2,000 to 3,000 sometime soon. So we should be getting that. But the reality is that there are several other things that are going on, not the least of which is near Pittsburgh in Allegheny County. And we've known this for a while, but that's a pretty good group of votes. 35,000, 6,000 of them have some issues with them. Think of it as maybe a piece of paper getting caught in a printer, a paper jam. Something happened to the ballots, so they have to look at those by hand. They started that at 9 o'clock this morning. But the bigger group, which is 26,000, you might recall when some ballots were printed here that were wrong, and they had to reprint them and resend them. And so they have to check those ballots. That went to court. And there was a decision that they would ultimately start counting those at 5 o'clock this afternoon. And finally, there are about 100,000 provisional ballots. Those ballots could be counted now. And in fact, the Secretary of State has said as soon as they come in, you can count them. But different counties are doing it different ways. Some of them are not going to start counting until 5 o'clock this afternoon, which, of course, is the deadline for any outstanding mail-in ballots to come in. Having explained all of that big asterisk, Democrats do really believe strongly that this is going to continue on the same trajectory that we've seen over the last 24 to 36 hours or so, that Joe Biden is going to continue to get the lion's share, certainly out of what's left of the mail-in ballots. And ultimately, we just heard from Senator Bob Casey, the senior senator here, who is sticking with his prediction that he told me yesterday, that he believes the vice president is going to win by as many as 100,000 votes. One more note on that. When I called and texted a bunch of Democratic electeds and officials here this morning, I was a little bit surprised, Joshua, that there wasn't a little more excitement, enthusiasm. Confident, yes, but they're not going to get ahead of anybody calling this race officially, and they're certainly not going to get ahead of what the vice president wants to do. Joshua?
And Chris, I'm going to belabor this point just because Pennsylvania is so central, and we've got a lot of people watching from around the world who are just kind of getting into the weeds of American elections for the first time. With regards to that lack of outright enthusiasm, the issue in Pennsylvania that's unique, it seems, is even though today at 5 p.m. Eastern was when, the ballots are in by 5 p.m., that's what we're counting, there are still questions about, A, how that count's going to go, and also some other legal challenges in terms of certain groups of ballots, what you do with them, whether they can count or not, how they're supposed to be handled. So there's the deadlines and rules we knew, and then there's the legal ambiguity that's still up in the air. Is that a good way to explain it?
That's 100% right. Now, let me say this, that there have already been a slew of lawsuits that have been filed here, and only really in one case, which was the whole issue about whether or not observers could get closer to the actual action inside the ballot counting. The Republicans were touting that as a big success. It actually ended up delaying the count in Philadelphia, according to a Republican official, by a couple of hours. Yes, there are some outstanding lawsuits out there. For example, both in Montgomery and Northampton County, there are questions about when people who had sent in a mail-in ballot and something was missing, let's say they didn't sign the outside of the envelope, they were contacted and said, do you want to come in and fix this, or shall we spoil this? That's the term, essentially negate it, and then you come in and vote in person. What the Republicans have been arguing there is that never should have happened. Democrats say that, in fact, it's not specifically prohibited in law. So those are the kinds of things that are still roiling out there. I think what we would say for sure is that Democrats feel strongly that none of those suits, at least at this point, are going to change the outcome of this race, are going to hold it up in any significant way. But you're right, there are teams of lawyers that have been here when the president put out a statement, a kind of defiant statement, his first one today. He specifically mentioned Pennsylvania. So there is definitely an awareness of that. Here certainly in Harrisburg, which is the capital. I can tell you, for example, that one Democratic leader was scheduled to meet today with a Biden team lawyer who was coming in from Washington, D.C. to go over just what the possibilities are. They say that whatever, if anything, gets thrown at them from the Trump team, they feel like they will have the legal team and the plans in place to fight it.
So that's just a cautionary note for people who are watching this. You know, even if a network like, say, NBC News calls a race in a particular direction, keep those legal battles in mind, because a race is not over because we say it's over. A race is over because it's certified, signed, sealed, delivered by the officials at the source. We're giving you our mathematical projections. All of these legal fights potentially could make this a whole other set of a narrative that we can't quite foresee yet. So just as you're watching this, take this a step at a time, because just because we make a call doesn't mean the story's over. Chris, before I let you go, can you talk to us about...
just to be clear...
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that in Pennsylvania, that certification comes in 40 days after the election, so we're still a long way away from that, Joshua.
Right. Before I let you go, can you talk about what's going on behind you? You've had a variety of different kinds of crowds on the steps behind you.
Yeah, this is an organization called Stop the Steal. And it is founded on the premise, the bogus premise that has been promulgated by the president and his supporters, that somehow these mail-in ballots are illegitimate, or here in Pennsylvania, the law that allows mail-in ballots that come in until 5 o'clock this afternoon, that somehow they should not be counted. Now, I should say that this Stop the Steal group, which has been out here yesterday, out here today, largely peaceful, they have been really fueled by a Facebook page founded by a woman who is also the co-founder of Women for Trump. She ran for Congress in Georgia. But Facebook, recognizing the bogus claims that somehow the election is being stolen because of mail-in ballots or a delay in accepting mail-in ballots, they actually have taken it down. So they're going to continue to be here, but as I said, they've been largely peaceful. And then usually later in the afternoon, we get a whole group of progressive activists, union activists who come supporting counting every vote. So still a lot of high emotion here, especially from people who have been activists, who feel so closely invested, although I argue pretty much everybody seems to at this point so invested in this election because the consequences are so enormous.
No doubt about that. Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated. That's MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing reporting live from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Much more for us to come. Stay close.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
There are so many moving parts right now in our continuing coverage of the race for the White House, but we wanted to bring it back just a little bit and refocus on the road to 270. Here is our map of the races that NBC News has projected. And again, these are just projections. I wanted to give you a clear sense of exactly where the candidates stand now in terms of their paths to victory. Let's highlight the swing states, the ones that we figured would be the crucial states that this race comes down to. Turns out they have been. Florida's already been decided. We have already called Michigan and Wisconsin, so we'll forget about those for now. Let's also add in the number of electoral votes that each state has, ranging from 3 for Alaska remaining, not a swing state, but it's still yet to be called, to 20 in Pennsylvania, the most of the states that remain. Paths to victory. Obviously, we're looking at Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden hits Pennsylvania, that puts him over the top. The race is over. So Pennsylvania is a must-win for President Trump. But here's why. There's one other state you should also pay attention to, and it's a state we were just talking about, which is the state of Georgia. Once we're down to this few puzzle pieces on the board, we can mathematically project how many paths to victory each candidate has. And Joe Biden has 9 different paths to victory. President Trump has 3, and there's one scenario under which they could actually tie. Now, if you've been watching our coverage, you know that just the thought of that sends me into uncontrollable agita. But let me show you how that could actually happen. First of all, Joe Biden, Pennsylvania. That alone is a path to victory. We know that. But even if you take Pennsylvania out of the equation, if you forget about it altogether, Joe Biden still has 8 other paths to victory that don't rely on Pennsylvania. And half of those 8 remaining paths rely on one state, Georgia. If Joe Biden wins the state of Georgia, then President Trump's paths to victory are gone. There's no way, mathematically, that Donald Trump can win if Joe Biden wins Georgia. The only remaining path for him is that tie. He would have to win everything else. And then they would end up tied at 269 electors each. So those are 2 states to keep an eye on. And with the remaining paths to victory, forget about that tie for a second, because let's not talk about the tie. If President Trump did win Pennsylvania, he's going to need to win a number of other states, including potentially Arizona and Nevada. He's got to keep everything else away from Joe Biden, because if Joe Biden gets gets Arizona and Nevada, he can still win. That's more than enough for him to win. In fact, that would bring him to exactly 270. So even if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's still not enough to keep Joe Biden out of the White House. So Pennsylvania, straight shot to the White House for Joe Biden, safeguard for Donald Trump. Georgia erases President Trump's chances of winning unless he can overcome a tie. And you don't want to know what a presidential candidate has to do to overcome a tie. It goes back to Congress. Just pray we never have to do that kind of coverage. But that's what they're thinking about over in the two campaigns. President Trump has been very vocal today about the state of the race, and that's why we're continuing to keep a close eye on President Trump's campaign. Let's get back to our coverage now with NBC White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, if you could characterize for us the mood at the White House this afternoon, particularly after that statement the president released.
Well, Trump world right now exists in two places, here at the White House and at the campaign headquarters just across the Potomac River in Arlington, Virginia. And it is now a time where they are trying to figure out what next steps exist. There's the exhaustion factor. There's a bit of frustration and disappointment that things are not breaking their way as they had hoped. Still an argument, as you just outlined, that there is a pathway, however narrow, and that there is some data to support that. Now that we have this lengthy statement from the president under the president's name, it does not sound like the president in some of the ways we've come to know how he's been speaking about this race and how it should be decided. But nevertheless, it is an official statement under the president's name talking about the importance of, for not just his election, but for the process in the U.S. to have transparency, to follow the process, to make certain that legal and accurate ballots, and when I say accurate, I mean those that met all the requirements to be duly counted, are those that are included, and any ballots that do not meet that standard would not be counted, and to pursue this through that lens, to try to make certain that the counting is not just a trend line, but actually a definable following by the rules sort of process. That's the kind of emphasis that we're hearing from Trump world today that is different in tone and language than what we've heard from the president in the two times he has appeared publicly since election night. There was the middle of the night, Tuesday into Wednesday morning, at the East Room here at the White House with supporters who had gone through that kind of emotional, psychological process that happens in elections, where the evening begins with a sense of expectation that is hopeful, and then the night can get more painful and uncomfortable as things don't materialize. So the president was claiming victory then. Last night in the briefing room here, just steps away, he also had a pugilistic tone about fighting. When we've spoken to officials today, they've also said he is in a mood to fight. And how we define that fight is going to be part of what comes next. We have been able to confirm, our team, that David Bossie will be leading the, at least as a figurehead and sort of team captain for the legal strategies that the Trump team will employ. He will be the person in front. If that name is not familiar to you, he had served as the deputy campaign manager in 2016. He is a regular fixture as a Trump ally, and he's also the head of a group called Citizens United, a nonprofit that became very famous, and some would say notorious, for its role in a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court that decides how election-related money is spent. So David Bossie is someone who has long ties in Republican and conservative and populist politics, and has a sense of how the courts work, having gone through that famous Citizens United case. And he's someone who is comfortable speaking on camera, does that a lot at Fox News on behalf of the president. So he's now going to be the person we will look to for news conferences and updates on what the legal strategy will be. It is a fractured one. Again, not like 20 years ago when the story was all in Florida. They are mounting legal inquiries and potential challenges in several states that will have to do with different issues. We don't have a set yet of points of evidence that they are going to offer, or claims that are specific about any misdeeds that they have identified or anything like that. This is about trying to keep this alive at this point and to pursue legal options. And in some cases, it's a recount where you're within a margin that is so tiny between the two candidates that a recount is afforded to candidates, and they're going to explore that. So that is a case of just simply going back over the numbers. So that's the update as we have it right now, Joshua. It's been a day of waiting, a day of probably a lot of tension and some discomfort on the part of the Trump team, staff, campaign, donors, friends, and the extended group, as certainly the anticipation toward a more favorable conclusion has been mounting on the Biden side. Here they want to keep this going, and they want support in keeping it going, looking for allies in the Republican Party and others who can say this is a reasonable strategy for the president to take more time and to pursue this. Joshua?
Thank you, Kelly. That's NBC's Kelly O'Donnell with the latest from inside the White House. Much more to discuss is our coverage of Decision 2020 and the count and the recount and the legal fight and all of it. Our coverage continues in just a minute.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Trump campaign is pursuing multiple lawsuits in battleground states. So far, it has released no evidence to back up its legal claims, at least not publicly. Joining us now is presidential historian Professor Alan Lichtman of American University in Washington and NBC News legal analyst Ted Shaw. Good to have you two with us. Ted, let me start with you. Some of the lawsuits in this litigation have already been thrown out. A number of the critics of these suits say that they're flimsy, that the evidence is weak. What is your sense of why some of these cases have not failed? Is this just kind of the way it goes, where you throw everything against the wall to see what sticks, or is there a larger problem?
Well, there's a general sense that the Republican Party has been throwing a lot of spaghetti up on the wall to see what sticks. But there's also the sense that a lot of these lawsuits were not well thought out. And questions of standing, questions of whether there's really a claim stated. Perhaps the one that I think concerns me the most has already been to the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court once, and by a 4-4 vote, they didn't take it or they didn't act on it. That could go back again. There may be something there that commands their attention now that there's a full court.
Before I come to you, Professor, the Republican Party of Pennsylvania has asked the U.S. Supreme Court to stop the counting of mail ballots that were received after Tuesday afternoon. This was that issue involving whether Pennsylvania could count ballots that were postmarked by Election Day but received by today at 5 p.m. And now the Republican Party has asked the court to order the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar in Pennsylvania, to log and set aside those ballots, but not to count them. Ted, what do you make of that?
Well, that's an important development. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State has been very outspoken, as the governor has been. They're almost throwing a challenge to the Republican Party, and now the Republican Party has gone to an ever more conservative Supreme Court. That's something to take pretty seriously. Of course, we don't know whether all 9 justices on the Supreme Court now will participate in the case yet.
I should also note, by the way, just for clarity, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court allowed for this extension of the deadline. This appeal today is made to the United States Supreme Court, just to clarify where that sits. Professor Lichtman, I want to ask you about the tone of the president. He continues making these claims of voter fraud that have no basis in fact thus far. Here's part of what the president said in the White House briefing room last night.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late.
A number of problems with that statement. First of all, if you count the legal votes, I easily win. Not by our math, he doesn't. By our math thus far, if the trend continues, there are more paths to victory for Joe Biden than for Donald Trump, as we just illustrated. But all the votes have yet to be counted. If you count the illegal votes, this rhetoric about stealing the election, that persists. But then today, Professor, he released a statement saying in part, quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation," unquote. That's quite a tonal shift, Professor. What do you make of that?
It is a tonal shift, but it's not a substantive shift. You've got to get inside the head of an extreme narcissist. What Donald Trump really thinks is votes cast against him must necessarily be illegal or rigged, because he is so terrific, he can't imagine anyone voting against him. And of course, we all know this is completely false. There was a leading Republican who was in charge of training poll watchers who made this very right statement. He said, if Democrats are inveterate cheaters, why did they forget to cheat in 2016, when the margin for Donald Trump was so razor thin in critical states that a little bit of cheating could have turned the election to the Democrats? The answer is, of course, they don't cheat. Voter fraud is vanishingly small, and it is not present in this election. Look, you see these people on television counting these perfectly legal ballots. But I want to make a really important point, because I think it's been missed by the media. It is not normal practice to file a plethora of lawsuits, throwing mud at the wall, hoping something will stick. No presidential candidate, much less a sitting president, has ever done this before. This is reprehensible. This is, in fact, an attempt to steal the election. What Donald Trump is hoping that somehow he'll get a case to the Supreme Court. He put on 3 justices. They'll reward him with a couple of others by handing him the election. That is not going to happen. But this profligate filing of lawsuits is unprecedented. Even Richard Nixon, when he lost by a hair in 1960 and had much more legitimate reasons, quite frankly, to suspect voter fraud back then in Cook County, Illinois. He said, I'm not going to do this because I don't want to cast doubt on the integrity of our process. Donald Trump cares nothing about our democracy. He only cares about himself.
And Professor Lichtman, very, very briefly, before I have to let both of you go, the kind of division we're seeing in the country right now post-election, I presume that's not unusual either. Briefly.
No, it's not. I mean, we had a civil war. But I have to say this, Joe Biden is not Barack Obama. He's not inspirational, but he may be what we need right now, a non-threatening, reconciling, empathetic figure who has a history of working across the aisles.
Well, I take your point in terms of him not being inspirational. I think that's kind of his ideal persona, is just somebody who can calm things down. We'll see how the vote count comes out. Alan, Ted, we appreciate it. That's presidential historian Alan Lichtman and NBC legal analyst and law professor Ted Shaw. Well, as the nation continues to count ballots, President Trump is claiming that votes are being stolen. There's no proof of that. But why does it take this much time to tally votes? NBC News Now correspondent Simone Boyce explains.
Where are the votes? Where are the votes? You can't stop the revolution! You can't stop the revolution!
I know what you're thinking. Why is it taking so long to find out who our next president is? Full results are never available on election night. We're just used to learning the president-elect fairly early because of news outlet projections. So the system is still working. It's just slow. And the pandemic isn't helping. Over 60 million Americans casted mail-in or absentee ballots. That's up more than 80% compared to 2016. But here's the thing. It can also take longer to process these mail-in ballots. Election workers need to open envelopes, flatten ballots, and verify signatures before they're scanned and counted. And on top of that, some states are slower than others. There are 3 important battlegrounds with restrictions on when the mail vote can be processed: Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. In those states, Republican-controlled legislatures resisted pleas from election officials to update the laws to allow for a speedier count. In Pennsylvania, GOP sources within the state house tell me they initially supported an earlier start to processing, but were unable to reach a compromise with the Democratic governor over other concessions. Meanwhile, Florida and Ohio were allowed to process mail-in ballots before November 3rd. That's why they had a lot of the vote counted by the time the polls closed. But in places like Nevada or Arizona, which were allowed to start tabulating before Election Day, it's still taking some time.
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic. And so our process is run a little bit slower.
So why does the president claim his political opponents are trying to steal the election? In Pennsylvania, Republicans are not happy with the state's Supreme Court ruling that allowed mail-in ballots to be counted up to 3 days after Election Day, even if those ballots are not clearly postmarked, as long as there's nothing to suggest they were mailed after the polls closed. Members of the GOP also feel they weren't given enough access to observe the vote counting process. Protesters in several states are echoing those calls for more transparency, even though our reporters on the ground have seen both Democrat and Republican representatives watching the vote count. But a Pennsylvania appeals court did grant the Trump campaign a closer look at the tabulation process. To be clear, none of this is stealing an election. These are deadlines for vote counting that have actually made their way through our court system. There are no surprise ballot drops nefariously shaking things up. In some states, Joe Biden appeared to be ahead at first, only for the president to take the lead after more results came in. In other instances, the president's lead in Michigan and Pennsylvania, for example, narrowed after election night as more mail-in ballots were counted. Now, this could be because more Democrats voted by mail than Republicans. It's a well-researched phenomenon called the blue shift, and election experts have been warning about this for weeks. But that still doesn't point to any evidence of widespread voter fraud. And to be super clear about this, the ballots that are still being counted were not cast after Election Day. Many states will accept mail-in ballots if they were postmarked on or before November 3rd. They're just given some time to be delivered.
the strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled.
Keep in mind, this is a bipartisan process. Republicans, Democrats, independents, they're all working alongside one another to get these votes counted. Leaders from both parties in the battleground of Arizona released a statement together urging voters to be patient, saying, quote, an accurate vote takes time. At the end of the day, legal votes are still legitimate, even if they're counted late.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You're watching NBC News Now. We're so happy that you're with us. At this hour, the counting continues. We have been closely monitoring updates from Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia, where officials are planning a recount already. Former Vice President Biden has expanded his lead in Nevada. He takes a lead in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Let's take a look right now where that map stands. We're expecting him to address the nation tonight, according to his campaign. So you see right here, the electoral count hasn't changed in the last day. Former Vice President Joe Biden still has 253 electoral votes. President Trump has 214. But what has changed are the margins. So this morning, Biden, in fact, started to lead right here in Pennsylvania. You see, it is still too close to call. That is a difference of 13,600 votes with Biden leading. We also have new numbers in from Nevada, but again, this race still too close to call, although Biden's advantage has been widening. There's a difference there of 20,000 votes. Let's go to Georgia. I mentioned there's already a plan for a recount there. Look at the number right now, the difference between the two candidates here. Again, this too close to call, but only 1,602 votes separate Biden and Trump, with Biden leading there. Again, here is that road to 270. Everybody really is watching Pennsylvania because that would be a clear win for Biden there, put him over the edge if he were to also win Arizona and Nevada. That would be another path for him to get to the White House. But to help make sense of where we are at this hour, a little bit better than me at least, I want to bring in a couple of experts who we are joined by today. We're joined by NBC News political director Mark Murray and Kenneth Vogel, who covers politics and money for the New York Times. So welcome to both of you. And Mark, we're going to start with you. I don't think I'm going to ask you anything you haven't been asked already today. What are you looking for in these next couple of hours?
I'm really looking for Pennsylvania. And again, we have the expectation that there's some 35,000 mail-in ballots from Allegheny County, and that's the Pittsburgh area. And what we've been seeing is that Joe Biden has continued to increase his lead throughout the day in Pennsylvania. And there is the potential that what ends up coming from Allegheny could do that even more so. And of course, it's just not Allegheny County. It's all these counties from Pennsylvania, ones that President Trump won, some that Joe Biden have won, but they all seem to be breaking in Joe Biden's direction. I do think there's a question of how many there are still in Pennsylvania at this direction, what the provisional ballots look like. But I do think that as the day has gone on, we've gotten more and more clarity from Pennsylvania.
And we also, since speaking yesterday, we've had another call for the Senate, specifically in Arizona. What can you tell us about that?
So that was for Mark Kelly, the Democrats. This was a seat that Democrats have been favored throughout the entire election cycle. I think it goes to show you how tight Arizona was, not only in the Senate contest, but in the presidential, that it took a while to be able to call it for Mark Kelly. This gives now Democrats a net one pickup. They ended up winning two competitive races in Colorado and Arizona. They lost one in Alabama. That gives them an overall pickup of net one. That is far short of the +3 they needed to be to take control of the Senate if they end up winning the White House. They still have an opportunity to pick up 2 seats, it seems, in the Georgia runoffs that will take place in January. But it overall has been a pretty disappointing night for Democrats who thought that they were going to be able to take control of the United States Senate. And now they're going to have to actually win 2 in runoffs in Georgia, which isn't going to be an easy feat.
Yeah, Ken, can you pick up on that a little bit and tell us what we're expecting in Georgia?
Yeah, so we have 2 runoffs pitting Republican incumbents, one
appointed one elected against Democratic challengers. Obviously, Georgia has not been in recent elections fertile ground for Democrats, but we see Joe Biden ahead there. And so there is some reason to believe that there could be momentum. Nonetheless, I think it's a really uphill climb for Democrats to win not just one, but both of those seats, which, as Mark mentioned, would be what would be required for them to get a tie in the Senate, a 50-50 tie, in which Democrats would have the advantage, because if Biden prevails here, Kamala Harris, the vice president, would be the tie-breaking vote there. Without that, without those two pickups, it's going to be tough sledding for a Biden administration putting forth any kind of ambitious agenda that embraces some of the liberal planks in the platform that the left really rallied to Joe Biden because of the promise that they might be able to influence him, despite the fact that he is sort of considered more of a moderate. The idea that the left would be able to sort of bring him along to some of their positions, I think, is very much in doubt without the Senate. Sure, he could embrace some of these positions rhetorically, but slim likelihood of accomplishing much without Democratic control of the Senate.
So that's the Senate. Mark, what updates do we have right now in the House? We know the Democrats were hoping to pick up a lot of seats, and that wasn't the reality this time around.
So what we do know is that Democrats are going to keep control of the House. And, of course, that was the bare minimum goal for them. But they were going into election night favored to pick up seats. And that wasn't necessarily the case 3 or 4 months ago. But I think a lot of forecasters, looking at the fundamentals, looking at a lot of the polling, both public and internal, thought that Democrats were going to be able to pick up seats. And what we ended up finding was that in a lot of the congressional districts, the Democrats won in 2018, including on Republican turf, but that was a lot less friendly when President Trump's name was on the ballot. And so we saw Democrats who had a little bit of easier time in 2018 struggle, if not lose some seats, because President Trump was able to bring his people out on election night because of his situation and place on the ballot. So Republicans, this was a big turnout election that we ended up seeing. And I think a lot of Democrats thought, turnout is going to benefit us, which it did. But big turnout also benefited Republicans, and Republicans got their people out to turn out in places like Texas, including Texas suburbs, and really across the country. And so we saw Republicans overperform in rural and red America, which did not help Democrats in their effort to really be able to pick up congressional seats.
All right, Mark Murray with, I believe, a little guest behind you. We saw your furry friend plop down there on the couch.
He's been my buddy during quarantine throughout this cycle. He provides me comfort, not on a lot of sleep, and he's been man's best friend this entire election cycle.
Dad, when can we play? Can you wrap this up?
Soon, once we have some finality in this election season.
All right, Mark Murray, Ken Vogel, thank you both so much for your time. Appreciate you. We turn now to the latest from Pennsylvania. That's the state that Mark just said he's watching closely. Ballots remain, they're continuing to trickle in, rather, as they Pennsylvania. MSNBC's Maura Barrett joins us now from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So, Maura, the Biden campaign feeling pretty confident about their odds there this afternoon. Is that enthusiasm warranted?
Well, early this morning, it definitely was, Lindsay. We were all waiting on these mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots, like Mark was just saying, have been breaking for Biden. There's about 100,000 of these ballots left still to be counted. Here in Allegheny County, I'm in the warehouse where they are processing and counting their remaining 35,000 ballots. In Philly, we're waiting for about 20,000. And these are these Democratic strongholds that the Joe Biden campaign has been really focusing on to help them get this additional lead over President Trump as these mail-in ballots trickle in. But I do want to point out that we are getting more information about what provisional ballots could look like. Now, there are about 85,000 provisional ballots that we know of. This is not a full count per the Department of State. We will be getting likely more. But basically, provisional ballots are ones that people could vote with, say, if they requested a mail-in ballot and then wanted to vote in person and didn't bring the full envelope.
Maura, I'm so sorry to interrupt you because Pennsylvania is so important and we are watching and we will come back to you. But right now, the Georgia Secretary of State is briefing the media. So let's listen in and we'll come back.
Okay.
do know that today is the day for the UACAVA deadline for those military and overseas ballots that would have been postmarked by Tuesday, Election Day, to be accepted and counted in the state. We do have some updated numbers on that. Let's see. On the overall side, we have 18,008 of those ballots have been accepted, and it leaves 8,410 that are still available to be received. Now, again, I want to reemphasize this. That does not mean there's a bucket of 8,410 votes ready to be counted. That means that there are 8,410 votes that could have been postmarked on Tuesday and could be received by the elections official today. So, as I said earlier, it's going to be more than 0 and less than 8,410. So it'll be somewhere in that range. We don't really know how many that is. I do have a county-by-county breakdown of available ones. I'm going to give you some of the highlights, and we're going to try to put this into a release to give the details following this press conference. So, y'all usually want the big ones, so we'll go with that. Bibb, where Macon is, 86 are still out there. Chatham, where Savannah is, 395. Cherokee, do you choose Woodstock? Yeah, Woodstock, why not? 171. Clayton County, 241. Cobb County, 569. Columbia County, 247. Coweta County, 99. DeKalb County, 802. And I want to take a note of personal privilege for a second for the Yankees in the room. It's DeKalb, not DeKalb, not DeKalb, it's DeKalb. So we got to pronounce these things. Doherty, another one of those, where Albany is, they're 74. Douglas County, 111. Fayette, 149. Forsyth, 153. Fulton, 956. And that's the single biggest number, I believe, right there. Gwinnett, 741. Henry, 238. This is another fun one. It's not Houston in Georgia, it's Houston. Houston County, 196. Liberty County, 173. There's a military base there, so there's a little outweighted to its actual size and population. Lowndes County, where Valdosta is, 141. Muskogee County, where Columbus is, 323. Paulding County, 105. Richmond, where Augusta is, 244. Home of the Masters coming up soon. Rockdale, 88 is 80. And I think that's all the biggest ones. So you can take those, add them together, and the balance will be probably about 4,000 for the rest of the 159 counties that I didn't name. So after that, we have the provisionals. And I do have the an initial provisional report from Fulton County, which is obviously the largest one, which had the biggest potential impact. Their total provisional ballots received was 4,869. They accepted 3,603. So that means they rejected 1,266 of the provisional ballots they had on hand. The biggest chunks of those were the eligibility was verified, means the voter brought their ID in, and that was 1,205 of those. And they voted out of precinct, which means they were inside the correct county. They were Fulton County voters, but they were at the wrong precinct. That's 2,398. Now, the unfortunate part for some of those voters and some of those candidates means that they voted out of precinct. Essentially, they can only vote on the things that were on the ballot that affected the areas that they shared with the other precincts. So things like president, senator, those votes will count, but state house, county commission, those races would not. That's the difference when you have the vote out of county like that. We don't like seeing voting out of county. We try to encourage people to be told to go to their correct polling location. Now, the rejected ballot justifications we saw on this is out of county, 673. You can only vote provisionally inside your own county. Not registered. So these people were not registered voters, 573, and non-citizens attempting to vote was 13. So that's the initial provisional report from Fulton. I expect that to change somewhat. I was talking to our Fulton County monitor earlier. He said there were some other changes moving on that, as well as some of the absentees that were damaged, they were duping. I don't have a final number on that, but somewhere south of 300 that they were cut when they were using the openers and things like that, that they had to redupe, and they're going to be scanning those, and those will be added to tallies today. Let's see, not that one. You know, you start to get crazy looking at all these spreadsheets.
Those included in the already counted numbers?
They are not. They are not. As I understand it, they have not scanned and uploaded those yet. So Justin, you're getting ahead. Let me get through all this, and you can come back later. All right. So the total number of provisionals in the state. This is not the total number. This is, we have the numbers from 134 of the 159 counties, and we have a lot of the large ones, but I don't think we have all of the large ones. Like we have DeKalb. Okay, Clayton. I think we might have all the big ones in here now. Again, this is a moving target dealing with elections workers who are doing lots of things at one time. We're very happy when we're working together to get this information to the viewers and the voters out there. And guess what? Gabe didn't hit the sum on all these things yet. So we're going to have to take a second while he does that on live television, because that's the exciting television y'all came for today. All right. 13,012 is the total number of provisionals we're seeing right now. That includes the Fulton County numbers, so you can back those out from the ones I just gave you. So it's really closer to 9,000. And they have these fun things called codes. And these are the different states a provisional can be in. It can be for curing your voter ID. There's two different versions of that. There's a general voter ID, like you forgot it was a first-time voter ID. We didn't have a good voter ID on file. Then there's the provisional not registered, which they couldn't prove your registration at the time, but you can come back and cure that. Extended hours. As y'all may know, we had a handful of precincts around the state that were extended past the 7 o'clock hour under law. All those votes are provisional until just in case the court adjudicates that they shouldn't have been open, but they will all get counted. Then you have out of precinct, which I was describing before, where you can be in the right county, but you're in the wrong precinct. Not a citizen, pretty self-explanatory. And then we have what we call incomplete registrations, where they have a partial registration in the system, but they don't have enough information to identify the voter. They have the opportunity to come back and cure those. We will again try to work on getting a breakdown of those out to y'all. But the biggest one is going to be the, let's see, the out of precinct voters, and that's going to be column G. So let's see how many of those there are. These are ones that will be counted and ended up being included into the count, 3,908. And you don't have to take the subset of the Fulton out because we didn't include that. So the 3,908 is of the counties we have, not including the Fulton ones, which I gave you those numbers earlier. We're seeing uploads every 20, 30 minutes as the counties go through the final stages of trying to get everything done today with the UACAVA, the absentee cures, and the provisionals being verified. So you're going to see lots of uploads. And what we've noticed is it goes up 3 on the margin, goes up 3, goes down 2, goes up 7. I mean, so nothing is moving the needle a lot on these things. So we're still hanging around that 1,500 number right now. But the larger chunk of provisionals could potentially move it some. The UACAVA could potentially move it some. The duplications of damaged ballots could move it some. And again, it depends on where they're coming from. And we're still trying to get everything closed out today. It could slide to tomorrow. And again, when you have my entire high school, I think, was about 2,000 people, and we have less than that involved in the margin here. So every one of these votes is important. And the job of the elections officials in this office is to assure that every single legal vote is counted and that the will of the voters of the state of Georgia is met on this very, very important election. Now, Justin, you can ask your question. Okay.
When we're looking at a timeline here, we are not talking about knowing who's won this election in the next few days, are we?
Given the strong probability of a recount, we will not be able to ascertain it. Now, we're going to go through our legal processes, which means we have to certify. And I do anticipate that there could potentially be lawsuits from both the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, depending on where they are and what they're looking at, that a judge could order the counties or the state to do different specific things. But right now, we're operating the laws of the state that we currently have, the timeline we have. We're trying to move to the risk limiting audit as fast as we can through county certification, and then following the risk limiting audit, the certification of the state, and then likely whoever is in second, their initial request for a recount.
Sir, with all the talk about legal voting, is there any specific evidence of rampant illegal voting?
As I said earlier, in a situation where the margin is, so small, you don't need to have anything that's rampant. There's irregularities that you can see that's very, very common in nearly every election. But in this particular case, every single one of them is very important. Every insight we've gotten, every report we've gotten is going to be investigated fully. And we are working hard to protect the integrity of the vote, regardless of who makes a complaint about any of these things.
Is there evidence of illegal voting at all?
We can't say that, sir, yet, because they're still under investigation. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sterling, just a few hours ago, President Trump said, quote, "Where are the missing military ballots in Georgia? What happened to them?" How do you respond to that?
Well, we still have a few hours to see what will be coming in from the U.S. Post Office. That has to be postmarked by Tuesday. So we feel like that we will have an answer to, quote unquote, not missing ballots. There are ballots that are going to make it. There's ballots that are not going to make it. And we're going to count all the legal ballots. Legal ballots have to be here at close of business today and have to have them postmarked by Election Day. Yes, ma'am.
Have any military ballots arrived here?
Well, if you notice the difference on the amounts that I said here today, we had about 17,500, give or take, yesterday. I have 18,000 today. So 500 of them have already come in the last few hours and been processed by the counties. Yes, John.
Just to clarify, do you anticipate a situation where today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, the Secretary of State is going to stand here and say, this candidate won and this candidate lost?
Again, we report the results from every county. At some point, the legal process continues that the counties have to certify. Once the counties certify, we look at their paperwork and make sure it is all clean and legal, and then we will certify. That is the point at which the Secretary of State would stand here or stand wherever he might and say, this is the winner of this election as it stands right now. And then we, of course, we anticipate a recount coming.
And then, in prior to that, will there be a point at which you say all the votes, all the legal votes that we know about have been counted?
The process we have is what gets us to that point. We certify. That means these are all the legal votes we have, and all the legal votes are counted. That is the legal process been set up in the state for many decades.
But that's the 13th for the counties, right?
It's the 13th for the counties, and at the outer end, the 20th for the state. Our intention and our hope, and working diligently with the counties, is that they will certify faster than that so that we may begin the RLA process, the risk limiting audit process, so we can certify before then, so we have a little bit more time and wiggle room to deal with what we know will likely be a recount.
Just one last follow-up. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Will be sometime between now and the 13th?
Yep, ma'am, you can go ahead.
All of the legal votes being counted has been the general message from you across the board. Even in the Secretary of State's speech this morning, that was his language as well. But this afternoon, there was an added phrase, all illegal votes will not be counted. Why the change in language?
I think it's just for clarification, because by definition, you count all legal votes means you're not counting illegal votes. Yes, ma'am.
Have the 13,000 provisional ballots been counted yet? And if not, what is the process for that?
What they're doing right now, you have to verify all of those first. They will likely be scanned today, and they could even be part of some of the uploads we have seen today. I'm giving you the latest information we have, and I do not believe most of these have been scanned yet, because usually the intent is you don't want to go through scanning a bunch of stuff and have to do like 8 more later on. It's easier process-wise to do everything at one time than to do it in bits and pieces when you talk with a smaller amount. Yes, sir. Hold on. I know I'm getting a risk limiting audit question. This is always my geeky time.
Given the guidance on risk limiting audit and given the closeness of the presidential race, would you prefer not to do them as the RLA, because that would be tantamount to a recount?
Well, we're doing a recount anyway, but you're right. Unfortunately, with the way as I pointed out to you yesterday, the day before, it's all together for me at this point. One of the rules is for ease of use to a degree. And obviously, he's pointing out that in a risk limiting audit, the point is you're trying to use the smallest number of ballots available to get you to a point of confidence that the outcome has been reached. When it's, at this point, I think it's 0.03% difference. He is correct. It would essentially be a recount, which would be extremely difficult on the counties to do. So I think that might answer the question for you itself. Yes, ma'am. Our hope would be today. They could slip into tomorrow because, again, everybody's exhausted. It's Friday. There's a Georgia game tomorrow. It's kind of a big one. We got to focus on the really important things in this state sometimes in order to recover, to be prepared for dealing with what. Yes, ma'am.
One additional thing. Following up on President Trump's tweets about quote-unquote missing military ballots, the deadline is actually at 5 p.m. today. Is the Secretary of State's office concerned about that misinformation that continues to come out from the White House, from President Trump specifically?
Well, I think what the President Trump is trying to encourage is the hope that as many of our military heroes, men and women across the seas, have turned in their ballots and they will be arriving under the legal deadline to this state. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to ask you about military ballots. Is this 26,000 or so a pretty typical number in Georgia?
As I understand it, that's pretty normal, yes. Yes, sir.
So you said that you guys would not be
We'll come back to you in a second.
Potential investigations into irregularities. Can you tell us how many you are investigating without going into specifics?
I really couldn't answer that because, frankly, I just don't know. I'll try to figure out something for you. We'll talk to Chief of Investigations. I need some water.
A quick numbers question about the provisionals. 13,000 provisionals, correct?
That's what I said, but it's probably correct. Let's see.
And I wanted
13,012.
Are those provisional ballots that have been accepted, or you broke it down?
No, this is all provisional ballots, accepted, not accepted, discard. I mean, there's, none of these have been, again, latest numbers we have. None of this is either for sure going to go in except the number I gave you, which was the out-of-precinct ones, since everybody's ballot has president on it, all of these will go towards that, and that is 3,908. And again, we're also missing about 20 counties out of this, so that number will be bigger at the end of the day. Your follow-up.
So for your Apollo ballots, do you guys have a breakdown of how many are overseas and how many are military? Do you break them down at all?
They're treated the same way. Yes, sir.
Are you confident you're getting good numbers for the county because this point you said with 3,500 ballots left in the next county? We went out to Gwinnett and they said at least 75.
Okay, there's a difference on this particular thing because you noticed they pushed out results. What they've already uploaded, okay? And then they had a bucket of things that were the new ones that came in Tuesday, essentially. And then there were some other ones that were there from the earlier time they had to rescan. So the 7,000 is what they were scanning, but the only new votes that will be uploaded are in that 4,000 to 3,500 amount, if that makes sense.
Can you explain that again?
Okay, I'm going to try. They pushed out a little over 80,000 votes in a single upload. And there was an issue because of the adjudication where they basically said, we're going to push out the results, and just the results that we have right now. We're going to rescan. It was sort of decided internally there by their elections board. They had an option A and option B of how to do this. They wanted to get the information out because that was the most important thing at the time. So,
all right, everybody, we are listening to Gabriel Sterling. He is the Votum System Implementation Manager there at the Georgia Secretary of State's office. I want to bring in right now Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta and also NBC's Mike Memley, who's been covering the Biden campaign. He joins us now from Biden headquarters at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Priscilla, we're going to start with you. We got a lot of numbers thrown our way. Do you anticipate hearing any results in the next few days, today, tomorrow?
Is it possible they're off by 1 or 2 or a small percent? Yes.
You know, Lindsay, one thing that he mentioned there is the fact that the number of ballots still needing to be counted here in the state has not changed from what they released earlier today. I think the focus now is really shifting to those military and overseas ballots. As a reminder, folks had to have those postmarked by Election Day in order to get them in, so they had up until close of business today to get those in, and there's been a lot of conversation around those today with the president tweeting, where are the missing ballots, when in fact these ballots are not missing. They have been coming in to the counties over the past several days, and today is the final day for them to do that and to get a tally on how many of those they're expecting. And one of the things that to note here, and that you heard the voter implementation manager really emphasizing, is that there are around 8,900 of those that are still outstanding, that are perhaps not yet in, and they're not sure. It's unclear if they are going to get all of those 8,900 by the deadline, but that's just sort of how it goes. Just as on Election Day, if those absentee ballots didn't get in for whatever reason by 7 p.m., they were not counted. The same thing applies here. And so you heard the Secretary of State, who spoke at the beginning, really emphasizing that people are monitoring this process. And while he is aware that the country may be watching right now to see what is going to happen in Georgia, they are really focused on taking their time and making sure there is an accurate count. And so we don't necessarily know a specific timeline on when we should expect to have more information or results. But as he said there, these results do have to be certified. November 20th is the deadline for Georgia to do that. And so we will know something at that point, and then from there we move into the conversation about a possible recount, and either candidate will have the opportunity to ask for that recount if the margin is still within that 0.5%. And one other thing that I just want to make note of here that my colleague Monica Alba reported out just a little while ago, the Trump campaign and the RNC has announced that they do have lawyers and a legal team on the ground here in Georgia prepared for any sort of challenges. And as we heard there in the presser, the Secretary of State's office saying that they do anticipate legal challenges. So things are far from over here in Georgia. Lindsay?
Yeah, so Mike, where does that leave the Biden campaign? We know that Georgia's another one of those states where Biden is pulling ahead, but the Georgia election official we just heard from said we expect a recount.
Yeah, Lindsay, every time more data comes in, it shows the former vice president gaining ground in the states that could put him over 270 electoral votes, especially Pennsylvania. The problem is that data is coming in very slowly. As recently as about 4 or 5 hours ago, the Biden team was really full speed ahead on telegraphing a speech tonight here at the convention center behind me. We've seen the Jeeps that were part of the election night scene, red, white, and blue Jeeps for a drive-in celebration, return tonight. Now it's looking like they're now going to potentially have to wait again if no news organizations are able to project 270 electoral votes for Joe Biden. We won't see him here tonight. But the mood among Biden officials that we've been speaking to all day has been really jubilant. Today, they really did think, especially once Pennsylvania margin flipped from narrowly for Trump to now narrowly for Biden, that they were on a track to victory here. But the story of the week, what they've been pressing all along is patience, asking everybody to be patient about this vote count. But now everyone's patience is really being tested, given the slow pace here.
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta, Mike Memley in Delaware. This just keeps changing by the hour. Appreciate both of you joining us. I believe we're going to now go on to Nevada. Again, another state where the count continues. NBC's Jacob Soboroff joining us from North Las Vegas. So, Jacob, I feel like we've heard John Ralston on our sister network, MSNBC, all day saying, why haven't media organizations called this? Doesn't sound like we have Jacob yet. We will get him for you right after the break. Stick with us. Oh, Jacob? Do you hear me? All right, we'll be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. We promised to give you an update on Nevada with Jacob Soboroff, and we are making good on that promise. He joins us now from North Las Vegas. So, Jacob, Nevada is another one of those states where we're seeing this trickle, and it's been in Biden's favor. What's the latest on the count right now?
That's right. Hey, Lindsay, sorry about that earlier. What's happening basically is that the count, which was in Biden's favor, as you said, by about 8,000 votes just yesterday, then grew to about 12,000, now about 20,000, is expected, if the trend continues, to continue to grow. But the issue is here, they're counting slowly, though deliberately and accurately, we hope. And that all indications are that that is exactly the situation here in Clark County. It's gotten a little confusing because we were told that we were supposed to expect around 51,000 ballots this morning, and only about 30,000 ultimately came through. You look right there, 20,137 is the exact difference as of right now. Biden 53.6% to President Trump's 44.7%. But that 87% in is very important because there are over 100,000 outstanding ballots, 60,000 approximately mail-in ballots that have not been counted, 60,000 provisional ballots that have not been counted. And then there are the people who are showing up behind me to have their ballots cured. And we've seen a long line of those folks coming in. So, there's a couple things going on here. One is unprecedented surge because of universal mail-in voting, which hasn't happened here before. I think it was a big learning lesson for the folks here. And I do think that they were a little bit overwhelmed, even if they may not admit it, just from observing it ourselves. It's pretty clear that this is a new experience for them here. But a new experience, I suppose, is okay if the integrity of the democracy is upheld. And again, by all indications, that's what's happening here.
Well, we heard from Priscilla Thompson in Georgia, and she said that Trump campaign officials have lawyers on the ground there ready for legal challenges. We saw you speaking yesterday with Rick Grinnell asking what evidence they have of fraud. He and Matt Schlapp held a press conference in Las Vegas. Are you also seeing a team there mounting a fight?
Well, to the extent that you could call what they did yesterday a fight, I suppose. But, you saw the interview, I presume. Grinnell, I guess, I don't even know if you could call it that. Grinnell didn't really answer any questions, nor did Matt Schlapp. And their allegations are very, very thinly sourced. When they talk about thousands of potentially invalid ballots, they really don't have any evidence of that. What they did was cross-reference change of address data with people who voted in the general election. And they said that they referred it to the Department of Justice because they thought those people might be living out of state. Well, you can't make a criminal referral as the Nevada Republican Party. They wrote a letter. They're not a law enforcement agency. And on top of that, this lawsuit that was filed wasn't filed by the Trump campaign at all. It was filed by a local congressional candidate and some other folks here. So, I guess they haven't really put their money where their mouth is at this point. And there have been two other lawsuits that haven't been successful from the campaign and their allies so far. I suppose in federal court, where that one lawsuit is, they could halt the counting of the ballots if successful, but there are no indications, Lindsay, that it will be.
All right, important distinctions there. Thank you so much, Jacob Soboroff in Nevada. Well, of course, one of the biggest issues right now during the election, the ongoing coronavirus pandemic. It's played a role in how we vote, whether by person or in mail, and also who we voted for. Here are the latest numbers right now. We see here there are well over 9 million cases in this country. More than 235,000 Americans have died. We want to take a look at a map right now. You see those states that are in dark red? We have California, Texas, Illinois, Georgia, Florida, New York. These are the states right now that are the hardest hit. So joining now to discuss, NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres, along with NBC News correspondent Cal Perry, who's coming to us from Wisconsin. That state, the third largest COVID-19 surge in the country happening right now. So Cal, we'll start with you. 264,000 total COVID cases in Wisconsin, 6,000 in the last daily count. ICUs are at capacity. What are you hearing on the ground there?
Yes, the ICUs being at capacity, I think, has a lot of people scared. We're actually at Miller Park. This is the home of the Milwaukee Brewers during a baseball season, obviously. But this year, it has become one of the largest testing centers here in Wisconsin. Over my shoulder, this shoulder, you can see that sort of gap in the tent where the cars are going. That's where they're actually running those tests. They can test up to 2,600 people here a day, and they are doing so. We understand from the administrator who runs this place that they're up near capacity every day. In fact, the last 2 Mondays, they've actually had to turn people away. As you said, we're hitting daily highs here almost every day. And it's a virus that obviously, and we say this a lot, doesn't pay any attention to borders. Just south of here in Chicago, also a hot zone. So the concern as these hospitals fill up is that they're not just filling up here, they're filling up regionally across the Midwest. Something to keep an eye on, obviously, Lindsay.
Dr. Torres, when you see these images behind Cal of these cars lined up, does it make you feel like we haven't learned anything since March?
Well, it certainly reckons back to what happened in March and April timeframe, where we're seeing this even on a bigger scale across the country. And what we're seeing now are these outbreaks that are occurring in different areas. Illinois just said yesterday they had record numbers. They had above 10,000 cases a day, which for them is an astounding number of cases. Here in Colorado, where I am, almost 3,000 cases a day. That positivity rate keeps going up. And we haven't even really hit our cold months yet. And so the concern is once that starts happening, we're going to see this happen more across the country. And what we don't want to do is we don't want to go back to the days where we saw, the surge tents, the ICUs being overflowed, talking about ventilator issues, those types of things. So we definitely have learned some lessons since March and April, and we've had time to take a little bit of a breather and get things recollected. But at the same time, getting to the part where it can overwhelm these healthcare systems could be very easy, especially considering that the flu hasn't even hit yet on top of that. So that combination could be a bad combination.
So, Dr. Torres, what measures would you like to see be taken in order to mitigate some of this?
I think the biggest thing it comes down to is human behavior, is making sure that we follow those rules or those guidelines that we all know about: wearing a mask, watching your distance, washing your hands. Those things are extremely important. And I know there's been a lot of talk about mask mandates around the country, but just getting people to understand how much those masks, how important they are, how important social distancing is, and how important it is to make sure you don't get into those group gatherings where you're at a bar or a restaurant or even small family gatherings, because that can cause problems as well. And we know that is seeding some of these infection rates. Problem is we are going to see some more rates go up as the next month comes, but hopefully not that much higher, because again, here in the U.S., 120,000 cases yesterday. That we never thought we'd get even to 100,000 cases. So 120 is really going to start getting the system overloaded and causing a lot more issues.
And Cal, we know the coronavirus played a huge role in the election. In fact, NBC News exit polls show 51% of voters said it was the most important issue, more important than the economy. Is that also what you're hearing from people there?
Definitely. And look, here in Wisconsin, it broke 52-44 on who handles it better, Biden v. Trump. So we know that it was a factor as people went to the polls. Secondary to that, maybe not even secondary, maybe even before that, the mail-in ballot, the early voting here in Wisconsin. It seems clear that people wanted to try to avoid the polls as best they could on Election Day. So we had 1.9 million, as they say here, absentee ballots, which is basically just early voting, which are huge numbers for Democrats here. They wanted to run up the score. Milwaukee and in Madison, they say to us, the Biden campaign told us here in the state, that they actually designed their campaign around the pandemic to try to get people to vote early, those who wanted to vote to avoid the polls. So I think you have both the sort of polling on it being a number one issue, who handled it better, and then secondary to that, the way that people actually voted this year was different.
Yeah, and Dr. Torres, listening to what Cal's saying, it's such an important issue right now to Americans. But one of the most important mitigating factors, you say, is human behavior. So especially as we look at a time right now when people are experiencing pandemic fatigue, but Thanksgiving is around the corner, what is your word of warning to people?
And the main thing to know is that coming into Thanksgiving and into December holidays, what some experts are calling are going to be the darkest period of the pandemic, because we're starting to get close together with family. We want to visit them, which is what we typically do this time of the year. But we also know that those small family gatherings are one of the important drivers of the pandemic right now. We're seeing them spread the cases of coronavirus because of those small gatherings. So you have to be very careful. And the one thing I tell people is this is just one Thanksgiving. This is just one December holiday season. And so if you have to avoid family members this one season, just think of it as doing a favor for them and a favor for you. You could possibly be saving a life. But if you do go somewhere, number one, know where you're going. Is it a hot spot you're going to or coming from? Number two, is anybody there vulnerable? The elderly, they have pre-existing medical conditions that you have to worry about. And the bottom line is, if you're sick at all, if you feel any symptoms, even as one expert put it yesterday I talked to, even if you have allergy symptoms, don't go because those allergy symptoms could actually be coronavirus. Instead, you want to be extremely careful. Think of other ways to celebrate, because getting together and passing on coronavirus to somebody else is going to give you that worst feeling that you've ever had, because you're making other people sick and potentially putting them in harm's way.
An important warning, Dr. Torres. Thank you. Cal, live for us as well. Thank you both so much. Of course, we continue to monitor the election. We don't expect to get final results from North Carolina for a while, but at this hour, more ballots are being delivered 4 days after Election Day. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee joins us from Greensboro, North Carolina. So right now, you are in front of the Guilford County election headquarters. And what's going on in there?
That's right. So of the 116,000 outstanding absentee ballots, thousands of them have slowly been trickling in to county boards of election like the one behind me here in Greensboro, which is Guilford County. Now, officials say they won't begin counting any of them until November 12th, next Thursday, which feels like an eternity for a lot of people. But the rules are the rules. As long as that absentee ballot was postmarked by 5 p.m. Election Day. But again, right behind me, there are already a couple thousand in there. But experts believe that only a fraction of the 116,000 might actually make their way back to the State Board of Elections. So they're under lock and key until next Thursday.
And what do we know about potential Postal Service delays, whether that could impact any of these races that have yet to be called? Are you hearing any worries of that on the ground there?
You know, initially there was a lot of concern after the federal judge ordered that the USPS sweep all their facilities, and then word came out that the Greensboro facility only had an on-time delivery rate for those absentee mail-in ballots of 72%. There was a lot of concern, but we talked to sources who say, you know what, it's kind of messy, but it's not as bad as it may appear. So while we won't know until November 12th how many absentee ballots have been returned and what the problems may have been, there's a little concern, but they were a little overhyped in the beginning.
And Tremaine, right now, we know everybody's kind of watching Pennsylvania, everybody's watching Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. It also feels like nobody's really talking about North Carolina because it's going to take us so long to know. Right. But what else is happening right there? What other races are undecided that could be pretty consequential?
Honestly, that's the big one. For Joe Biden to win would have been amazing for a lot of people here. But there's also the Senate race between incumbent Tom Tillet, who is a Republican, and Cal Cunningham, the Democrat. It was pretty close, but now the lead is about 100,000. But that's a biggie there. When we talk about control of the Senate, right, if the Democrats get the White House and then have the Senate and the House, that obviously would have been a big deal. But right now, it doesn't look like the margins may budge much. Again, they don't expect, they expect only a fraction of the absentee ballots to actually be returned. And so while folks are in a holding pattern, there was some, there was some excitement about what could be. But until November 12th, we don't know.
All right, Tremaine Lee in North Carolina. You have a new episode also of your podcast, Into America. Everybody should go download that. Thank you so much, Tremaine. We appreciate it. And we will be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
At the center of this election, at this very moment, vote counting centers in key counties. But inside those centers are hundreds of ordinary Americans who are doing their best to make sure your vote gets counted. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has a look inside.
In Pennsylvania, they keep counting and counting hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots.
I know it's tough for people to wait, and people are frustrated by the wait, but that is currently the situation we are in. I would ask that people be patient.
The largest number of untallied votes remains piled up in and around the state's biggest cities, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Statewide, 2.6 million votes were received in the mail, an unprecedented number, and by law, the counting could not begin until Election Day.
Counting votes cast by mail, if you're going to do it right and you're going to do it accurately, because there's no other choice, takes a little bit of time.
Pennsylvania Governor Tom Wolf anticipated the timing, even running an ad in the build-up to the election.
But counting that tremendous number of ballots will take more time than we're used to. We may not know the results today.
Today, he looked to reassure the country.
I'll do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted.
President Trump's numbers were strong on Tuesday, especially in rural counties. The mail-in vote has so far favored Joe Biden, but there is a lot of ground for him to make up.
Mail-in votes are still coming in. They'll be accepted until Friday at 5 p.m. as long as they were mailed on or before Election Day. Lester?
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you. Decision 2020 will make history for many reasons, one of which we can all get behind. Record voter turnout. Nearly 160 million Americans voted in this election, and it comes at a time in which our nation is deeply divided. Here's NBC's Harry Smith.
Nail biter. Too close to call. Too early to call. This race has been as tight as a tick, an old friend would say. An election this close with this big a turnout tells us something. The electorate is engaged. Americans again believe their vote counts for something. Old-timers used to say, you can't complain if you don't vote. It's been a breathless 4 years, rancorous, divisive. We get the idea sometimes that Americans flat out don't like each other. Egged on by our media of choice, we've grown accustomed to taking sides and adopting a feeling like the opposition be damned. Communities cracked, families divided, hurtful, angry words strewn about, followed by seething silence. It's lost its usefulness. We're just wondering now if anyone in America still knows how to build a bridge, some kind of span that can help us see our common good. Because no matter the winner, it sure would be nice if we felt like we live in the United States of America.
Some important food for thought there. Our thanks to Harry Smith. We are, of course, keeping a close eye on the Trump campaign this afternoon. While the president's path to victory looks increasingly narrow, he's not showing any signs that he intends to back down. Right now, we are going to go to our correspondent Kelly O'Donnell at the White House to talk about some of the looming legal battles. Kelly, what are we hearing from the campaign and their confidence? We're going to go to Kelly O'Donnell in a little bit. First, we are going to go to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Of course, the world right now watching what is happening here. And leaders have been pretty careful not to endorse one candidate over the other. But as this counting continues and drags on, have they felt more comfortable going on the record?
What we thought was the Hungerford Bridge was in fact another train bridge further up towards Bank.
Hey, Lindsay, sorry about that. It's pretty noisy here. Yes, everyone is watching, as you can imagine. And it was on the cover of every British front paper here today. But one of the most interesting things in the last couple of days, the tone has shifted. So in the first couple of days, world leaders certainly watching, certainly not endorsing either candidate, reticent to really get out in front. But we've heard a tonal shift, and now we're hearing a lot about democracy and a lot about how important that democratic process is, Lindsay. Take a listen to UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson earlier today.
The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is always going to work very, very closely with whoever is the Prime Minister, the President of the United States. And that's going to be the case, whatever the outcome of this election. And Sam, I repeat my point. I don't think at this stage you'd expect any foreign international leader to comment on the democratic processes of a very friendly country. That's just not what we do.
No one's really on that. No one really wants to interfere. I'm going to run you through a couple other tweets that we saw. The German Foreign Ministry, for example, we have faith in America's legal system. People in the U.S. and Germany share a belief in democracy, the freedom and dignity of every individual in their right to vote. I'll share Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, tweeted out, Lindsay. She said, as we're seeing across the Atlantic just now, politicians who rage against democracy don't prevail. Power doesn't belong to politicians. It belongs to people. And Lindsay, she later added, as Joe Biden took the lead in some key states earlier today, she actually tweeted, the world can be a dark place at times just now, but today we are seeing a wee break in the clouds. So certainly not seeing any world leaders come out and support or endorse or commit to one candidate yet, but a lot of talk about democracy, Lindsay.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, too, when we heard from Boris Johnson, you wouldn't expect me to comment on the democratic process. But we also know that this process has been rife with disinformation. How is that being perceived there?
With some sort of shock, actually, Lindsay. But look, certainty is good. Allies like to see certainty. Alliances like to see certainty. And actually, the uncertainty, the misinformation is giving America's critics around the world a real opportunity to point fingers. So whether that's from China, China has pointed its finger at the democratic process, the free and fair elections, calling it a failing political system. And you've got Venezuela President Maduro, who has talked about how rich it is and how interesting it is. Of course, the U.S., who has lectured many countries about free and fair elections, and that maybe the U.S. is no longer in a position to do so, Lindsay.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, NBC's Molly Hunter. We appreciate it. All right, now let's get the latest from the Trump campaign this afternoon. Joining us is NBC's Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kelly, good afternoon. Right now, what's the confidence level here in some of these legal fights that the president's team is waging?
Well, part of what they're trying to do is lay out a strategy that shows that there is a reason to wait a bit more and to have patience. So by talking about legal options, in some cases it could be a recount when the margin comes at a level that a state allows an automatic recount, like Wisconsin, for example. In others, like Pennsylvania, there were questions about the extra time that had been given for the return of certain mail-in ballots, and have those ballots been segregated to be counted separately, different kinds of questions like that. But the big picture of it all is buying time, as there is a sense of momentum for Joe Biden as the numbers have shifted, as his count in the path to 270 has been higher than the president's. You fill a kind of void with expectations. And so the campaign for President Trump, those of his allies here at the White House, want to keep their options open. And that includes signaling to their donors, their voters, Republican officials who are elected around the country to not foreclose the pathways to the president, however narrow or unlikely it might be. It is about keeping the possibility of a shift in momentum open, alive, and active. That is certainly what we are sensing today. Now, that doesn't mean they don't recognize the numbers are looking tougher. It does not mean that they're not aware of how Joe Biden has been able to pick up a lot of additional vote in certain states, as was predicted. But the president is, we are told, in a mood to fight this. And so they put out a statement under his name that didn't really reflect some of the tone we've seen from him when he's appeared here in person twice since election night, where he has taken a much more pugnacious approach about fighting, about alleging fraud and things like this. The statement today was more about the importance of following elections through to their conclusion and making sure the rules are fairly followed. So that's where we are right now. And the Trump campaign is going to have one of their longtime allies who was a part of the campaign structure in 2016 and has been a friend and advisor to the president in the years that he's been at the White House, David Bossie, who will be the front man, if you will, for the legal fights. And they, of course, exist in different states. What we don't have are a lot of details on specific cases or issues that will be alleged. But it's about this buying time to keep people from assuming that the race is over or being mentally ready to move on, or even giving the Biden campaign signals that they're ready to shut this down. The president believes he can still find a way to win this. He's talked about military ballots, provisional ballots that could be cutting his way, and their expectation that as the counting continues in a state like Arizona, where the president has consistently been picking up some of the greater proportion of the vote that's been coming in, that they could somehow secure those electoral votes. So however narrow, long shot it may seem, they're not willing to give up that possibility. And after a long fight, that is part of what you expect with campaigns. It's very hard to close the door on the expectations, and so they're going to try to pursue all the options they can. Lindsay?
Does the president have any allies who either privately are encouraging him to concede or are publicly saying that?
We don't have any indication of that. Now, that would come at some point. But at this stage, what we've heard from people close to the president is that the voting has not concluded. And meaning the tallying of the votes has not concluded. There are still cases in a handful of battleground states to be resolved of the first phase of counting, not recounts, not challenges, but in that first phase. It's been protracted for sure, different than a lot of other years. But until that is done, that there is a sense that the president has some room to play this out and to see what happens. If we get to a point when that is resolved, where it appears there is certainly enough electoral support for one candidate, Joe Biden in this instance, if that were to be the case, then you would likely start to have Republicans saying to the president, it's time. But they don't feel they are there yet, and that even though it's been a few days, that there's enough time to allow for this to play out a bit longer. That's the sense we're getting right now.
All right. Thank you so much. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell there live at the White House. Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Reiser. You're watching NBC News Now. We are, of course, taking stock of where we are this hour as we continue our election coverage. Let's take a look at the map where the states stand. Of course, you can see there, still waiting on the same 6 states to resolve their vote counts that we were yesterday. We have Alaska, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. This is a look right now. Pennsylvania, again, still too close to call. This is a state that everybody is and will be watching today. You see the difference there, 14,000 votes with Biden pulling ahead there. We're expecting to keep getting trickling information from Pennsylvania. Of course, a Pennsylvania win would put Joe Biden where he needs to be, over 270. In Nevada, we're still, again, waiting on numbers as they continue their count. We heard correspondent Jacob Soveroff say last hour that this mail-in system is new to Nevada, so it's been taking a little bit longer. Still too close to call here, a difference of 20,000 votes. in Georgia, too close to call. Officials there expecting a recount. Look at that difference. Only 1,555 votes separate the two right there, with Biden in the lead. We heard from one of the voting officials there in Georgia who said, give us time. We're trying to do this accurately. We understand everybody wants a resolution, but they're still counting military ballots that were postmarked by Election Day, but have until the end of business today to make it to their offices. So both candidates right now falling short of the 270 electoral votes they need to win. But Joe Biden has already racked up more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. This is a look right now at the popular vote. 74 million for Biden, 69.9 for Trump. And Trump is right now on schedule to be just behind that and have the second most votes in history. So to guide us through the latest developments, the counts, the legal changes, and where all of this might be headed, I'm joined now by Sam Stein.